Hey, you look like a little white steamed bun. Come here, let me take a bite. In the darkness, that childish yet inexplicably fierce voice rang out again, sticky like the slippery scales of some cold-blooded creature scraping against the eardrum. The vision was blurred, only a swaying, piercing white light. A short, indistinct shadow approached, carrying an irresistible pressure. I am not a steamed bun. Bai Xiaobei heard his own thin, trembling voice struggling to feign calmness. You're just a kid. I won't lower myself to your level. Are you hungry? I have some nice candy here. You'll give it to you, all of it. He fumbled frantically in his pockets, but his fingertips only met a cold, empty void. Ah! A searing pain exploded from his forearm without warning. The sensation of sharp teeth piercing skin was all too real, accompanied by a savage, wet and bloody smell. Bai Xiaobei's vision went black from the pain. He let out a shriek, tears streaming down instantly. Now that you've been bitten by me, the voice whispered even closer, icy breath against his ear, carrying a bone-chilling smugness and amusement. You're going to die soon. You're lying. Bai Xiaobei, enduring the searing pain and immense fear, his voice choked with tears, strained to see the other's face but could only capture a vague, grinning, stark white set of teeth. And kid, don't smile so creepily. He tried to pull his arm back. Ah! A fiercer bite sank into the exact same spot. Woo! October 2030, in the dead of a torrential night. Bai Xiaobei bolted upright from the recliner. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, each inhale carrying the tremor of a narrow escape, his lungs feeling as if rubbed raw by coarse sandpaper. The inky black night was torn asunder by a raging curtain of rain. Dense pellets of rain hammered against the glass with a dull, relentless crackling roar. In the yard, the precious flowers and plants that old Steward Chen had meticulously tended for half a year swayed and collapsed helplessly in the fierce wind and rain, delicate petals ruthlessly torn and battered, mingling into the mud. The tempered glass skylight on the roof was pelted like a dense war drum being hammered overhead, the sound of da-da-da-da, continuous and unending. It was this thunderous rain that had forcefully yanked him out of that cold, sticky nightmare that had haunted him for years. He shook his head vigorously, trying to grasp the last remnant of the dream. Had he been bitten again by an invisible, ferocious wild dog? It must have been very painful. He felt he had screamed particularly miserably in the dream. But after waking up, his arm was smooth and clean, only a few goosebumps raised by the cold air conditioning. He rarely dreamed. But whenever he did, 3 out of 10 times, it was this same repetitive, inconclusive nightmare about the little white steamed bun and being bitten. Bai Xiaobei himself wondered. It had been quiet for the past 2 years. Why now? Oh right. National Day Golden Week. He owned a nearly bankrupt hotel in Dali, originally meant to be a stable facade, but now it had been revived by his casually pointed out renovation plan, business booming as never before. He, the nominal boss, was forcibly dragged out of his comic pile and had been busy for days on end, working until the early hours on financial reports and emergencies, finally falling asleep exhausted on that expensive recliner. Whether it was ergonomically sound or not, no one knew, but the price tag of 80,000 did indeed make one want to sleep on it. Bai Xiaobei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, the cool touch sobering him slightly. He instinctively raised his left wrist. A Patek Philippe reflected a low-key cold light under the dim wall lamp. It was exactly 11 p.m. Only 1 hour remained until the premiere of the latest season of the anime he had been following for 3 years. 2 hours ago he was curled up on the recliner waiting for the anime update, bored out of his mind, and fell asleep while re-watching Interstellar for the 60th time. At that moment the film was showing the old Professor Brand lying on his sickbed, using his last strength, eyes hollowly staring at the ceiling, murmuring lines from Dylan Thomas' poem. Do not go gentle into that good night. A strange sense of unease like cold vines quietly coiled around Bai Xiaobei's weary heart. He rubbed his temples, trying to dispel this inexplicable heaviness. Can't oversleep. Absolutely cannot miss the premiere. He raised his hand and slapped his cheek lightly, producing a crisp smack. Bai Xiaobei was a hermit otaku. He used to call himself otaku, but then felt the word didn't carry enough weight to express the purity and thoroughness of his state, so he righteously upgraded to hermit otaku. To others it might carry a pejorative connotation, but to him it was a badge of honor more advanced than otaku, precisely summarizing the state of his life. He had set a brilliant record, staying indoors for 2 whole months, surviving solely on delivery and online shopping, so much so that his mother had to come with a feather duster, and his best friend Tai Youqian roared over the phone, "If you don't come out, I'm calling the police to report a dismemberment." A 28-year-old adult with a glorious history. In the 2 years after college he briefly rebelled, rejecting his parents' arranged easy life, and forced himself into a grueling job as an office worker in a first-tier city. Those days were a nightmare. Forget about staying home, he couldn't even find time to watch the latest anime, suffocated daily by KPIs and a harsh boss, shunned by colleagues for not joining AA dinners, mocked for driving an Audi S8 to work, which was actually the most low-key car his family owned, accused of trying to buy favor by paying for the whole team's flight tickets. He gritted his teeth and held onto the backbone of making it on his own. However, this backbone crumbled in an instant when his parents pulled out their ultimate trump card, a villa at the foot of Tsangshan Mountain covering 600 square meters with a 20-acre pasture attached and, most importantly, 2 walls fully stocked with manga including rare collector's editions. Looking at the photos sent by the old steward, which showed the towering shelves like a holy sanctuary emitting the sacred radiance of ink and paper, and the final ultimatum lightly delivered by his parents Xiaobei, it's such a pity to let these books collect dust. If you don't move in to look after them, we will have to clear out the warehouse next month and sell them as waste paper. Bai Xiaobei performed an immediate surrender on the spot. Sacrifice for righteousness. For the sake of saving the treasures of human civilization, what does my personal sacrifice amount to? He declared this to his parents on the phone, his voice solemn and tragic. The next second after hanging up, he hastily submitted his resignation letter and packed his bags back to Dali at lightning speed. Blue skies, white clouds, Tsangshan and Erhai, the pastoral scene of wind blowing grass to reveal cattle and sheep, and most importantly, an ocean of manga isolated from the world. Life was as comfortable as an immortal's. The only trouble was having to fly to various comic conventions across the country every now and then to replenish spiritual sustenance, and driving his G68 over bumpy country roads to a dusty courier point in a nearby town to pick up boxes of manga and figurines. He thought this heavenly life would last forever. Until a year ago, when his father tricked him into attending the hotel's quarterly summary meeting. He hid behind a thick stack of documents the whole time, sneaking a peek at the newly arrived manga tankobon, completely oblivious to what was being said on stage. When it was the boss' turn to speak, he was called on, looked up in confusion, and just happened to see the gaudy, tacky golden and splendid renovation renderings on the PPT. He muttered casually, "TSK, those colors. They hurt my eyes." The remark was made in passing, but the listener took it seriously. The director of the renovation department seized upon it as if it were a treasure, immediately rushing over with a large stack of color swatches, respectfully asking for his guidance. Bai Xiaobei, captivated by a tense plot in the manga, didn't even lift his head, casually pointing at a few color swatches with low saturation leaning toward natural wood and high-end gray. This one, and that one. They'll do. A few months later, photos of the newly renovated hotel lobby were sent to his email. He clicked on it, stunned. Those colors he had pointed out randomly came together to create an unprecedented, serene, high-end and design-filled wabi-sabi style. The effect was unexpectedly fantastic. Photos went viral online. The hotel reservation line was flooded, and that originally loss-making, barely surviving hotel was saved by a single casual gesture from him, the absentee landlord. From then on, he was forced into a busy life of involuntary work. Sigh? Bai Xiaobei let out a sigh, the film's dying old man's whispers still echoing. Just then, his phone resting on the armrest of the recliner lit up abruptly, emitting an extremely strange, distorted ringtone as if from a bad signal. Woo ah li hoo ah lu. Bai Xiaobei jolted, scrambling to grab the phone and answer. "Hello. Mom. Why are you calling so late?" "Xiaobei. Not asleep yet?" His mother's gentle, worried voice came through. "Your dad said the hotel business is booming lately and the 2 projects assigned to you are going well. Work is work, life is life. Don't ruin your health by overworking. Money can never be earned enough, health is your true capital." His mother rambled on with reminders. She had originally left the hotel to her son to give him a leisurely excuse to live a peaceful life, never expecting him to be so ambitious and hardworking that he ended up wearing himself out. Bai Xiaobei glanced guiltily at the paused interstellar screen on the tablet next to him, lacking the heart to tell his mother that he was actually waiting for an anime update having nothing to do with work at all. "Mom, I'm perfectly healthy, eat well and sleep well, don't worry about me. I just got back from Hawaii and have nothing to do, so. Anyway, to get to business," his mother's tone turned serious. "Just now your aunt called frantically saying a severe epidemic has broken out in Africa. The transmission rate is very fast, many people have died. Your uncle was called out of bed by a higher-up and rushed to the capital for a meeting overnight. I estimate this could blow up into a major incident." Bai Xiaobei's attention was instantly captured by a pop-up notification on the tablet announcing the anime update. "The place you live is a remote wilderness, not a soul in sight, so it should be relatively safe," his mother's voice continued, laced with anxiety. "But better safe than sorry. Listen to me, go out less these days, stock up on food and drinks, make sure you have enough masks, and think what else? Oh? Cold medicine, anti-inflammatories, fever reducers." Bai Xiaobei murmured aha in response, but his eyes were fixed on the tablet screen, his fingers eagerly pressing the play button. The grand familiar opening theme melody instantly filled his ears, and the thrilling visuals immediately occupied all his mental bandwidth. He didn't register a single word of his mother's subsequent rambling. He only vaguely remembered that she finally said something like "stay safe," and then the call ended. He was completely immersed in the gripping storyline, utterly oblivious to the fact that the global fan chat group, which usually exploded with messages and lagged from the flood of comments the moment a new episode was released, currently showed a significantly lower online user count, and the chat scroll was moving much slower than usual. It felt somewhat deserted. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The urgent doorbell rang like a death knell, forcibly dragging Bai Xiaobei out of the deep sleep-deprived slumber caused by staying up late to binge-watch anime. He groaned, feeling his head as heavy as lead. He struggled to crawl out of the expensive recliner, his bones aching as if they were falling apart. Last night he was too excited, binge-watching the new first episode 5 times in a row, analyzing details, taking screenshots to make memes, chatting in the quiet group for hours. He couldn't even remember when he finally fell asleep. Wearing slippers bleary-eyed, he shuffled across the courtyard that was washed by the storm, looking exceptionally fresh but still wet, and walked up to the video intercom screen. On the screen, a face so dazzling it was impossible to ignore even in the faint morning light was beaming a brilliant smile toward the camera. The person was wearing huge sunglasses that almost covered half his face, dressed in sharply cut casual clothes, and behind him there were 6 massive, brightly colored Rimowa suitcases piled up like a small mountain. Little baby. Surprise. Come help me. Tai Youqian's unmistakable voice with its whiny tail-end tone rang clearly through the intercom speaker as he waved his arms exaggeratedly. Bai Xiaobei was instantly wide awake. It was Tai Youqian, his superstar childhood friend who was incredibly busy with his showbiz career. He quickly pressed the unlock button, trotted across the courtyard, and made his way to open the heavy wrought iron gate. Baby. I missed you so much. As soon as the door opened, a warm embrace mixed with expensive perfume and sunshine scent smashed into him. Tai Youqian hugged Bai Xiaobei tightly like a koala, making him stagger with the force. Then a loud kiss with a smacking sound was planted on Bai Xiaobei's cheek. Yang. Bai Xiaobei was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden warmth, but more filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation. He hugged his friend back tightly, his voice full of sincere happiness. I missed you too. Stop it. Tai Youqian let go and raised a slender finger, shaking it with mock seriousness. I told you not to call me that name. I am now a superstar with millions of fans. Call me by my stage name. He puffed out his chest exaggeratedly, then burst out laughing, reverting to his playful grin. Yes, Bai Xiaobei also smiled. He looked past Tai Youqian at the 6 behemoths behind him and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. I remember you said on the phone that you were just coming to relax for a week. The sight was enough to make anyone believe he had moved his entire house here. 6 extra-large suitcases, enough to circle around the 2 of them 3 times. Oh, I have a lot of stuff. Tai Youqian said matter-of-factly. Taking off his sunglasses, he revealed a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes. You know, in our line of work, image is everything. I have to change outfits at least 3 times a day. This is already the result of me streamlining. As he spoke, he waved his hand backward, signaling the driver and assistant to move those boxes inside and send them to the guest bedroom prepared by Bai Xiaobei. He himself, empty-handed, affectionately took Bai Xiaobei's arm and said eagerly, Come on. Take me on a tour of your house. I've never been here before. I heard this place is big enough to race horses. Sure. Bai Xiaobei, hooked by the arm, felt his mood lift too. But there are some places I haven't been to much either. I usually stay within a limited area. The place he lived in was indeed ridiculously huge. From the main gate you had to cross a large courtyard with a heated swimming pool, rockeries, flowing water and lush greenery to reach the main building, a 2-story modern structure in cream white with clean minimalist lines. His daily activity was basically limited to the living room, media room, dining room, kitchen and his study, which was comparable to a small library, all on the first floor. The other areas, including the guest rooms upstairs, the gym, the sunroom and most of the courtyard maintenance, were managed by the meticulous butler sent by the Bai family. Speaking of the butler, Bai Xiaobei looked around the quiet surroundings. That's right, old Chen mentioned at dinner last night that the wooden fence near the foot of the mountain on the pasture was washed away in several places by the heavy rain a few days ago. He was going to take workers this morning to repair and reinforce it, probably busy over there right now. The 2 walked into the spacious and bright living room. Morning sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright patches of light on the floor. The air still held a trace of fresh post-rain scent. Then Tai Youqian's gaze was inevitably riveted by the sight on the main wall of the living room. It could hardly be called a wall, it was a mountain. A towering 4-meter-high mountain of books formed by countless colorful spines. It occupied the entire width of one wall, extending from the floor to near the ceiling. Packed tightly and neatly arranged were all manga books. Various formats, eras, languages, hardcover editions, softcover paperbacks. Like a microcosmic, all-encompassing manga universe. The shelves were clearly designed with meticulous planning, leaving ample space. At this point, close to half the area was already filled by the vast sea of books, while the remaining half stood like blank territories awaiting conquest, silently narrating the owner's insatiable collecting urge and an extreme form of otaku devotion. Tai Youqian's smile instantly froze. He stood with his mouth slightly open in shock, his beautiful almond eyes wide as if beholding an incomprehensible wonder. Subconsciously he took off his sunglasses, which he had just put back on to look cool, with an extremely slow, almost reverent, ritualistic movement. Bai? Bei. He pointed at the wall, his voice altered with disbelief and trembling. You're too exaggerated, right? This? How long would it take to read all of this? A lifetime wouldn't be enough. He roughly estimated there must be tens of thousands of manga on those shelves. I've read most of them, some are for collection, Bai Xiaobei said, his gaze passing over the towering manga wall like a devoted believer, his voice carrying unquestionable cherishing. Be gentle with them, handle them carefully. Got it, Tai Youqian said, pulling out a delicate figurine from the lower shelf and playing with it. Bai Xiaobei added in a decisive tone, Youqian, we need to set some ground rules this time. No extreme sports, no places too far away. I'm staying home. Without setting these rules in advance, the consequences would be disastrous. Last time was a bloody lesson. He was coaxed and tricked by the enthusiastic Tai Youqian into going to a tropical rainforest in Southeast Asia, euphemistically called experiencing the primitive, which turned into actual survival. Struggling in the mosquito-infested humid jungle for less than 3 days, he suffered severe dehydration, allergies and an unknown tropical virus, and was rushed by a rescue helicopter directly to the best private hospital VIP ward in Bangkok, where he lay for a full week to recover. The memory alone still made his soles feel cold. Tai Youqian had just taken out an exaggerated mecha warrior figurine when, upon hearing this, he made an extremely dramatic eye roll. With a flick of his wrist, he shoved the figurine back into place with a thud. He turned around, hands on his hips, his gorgeous face full of reproach that screamed, "You're too boring. Then what's the point of me coming here for a vacation? It's no different from going home and listening to my old man's worn-out lectures. It's suffocating." Bai Xiaobei flinched under his glare and muttered softly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "I didn't ask you to come. You insisted on coming." He paused, then mustered courage to add in a small voice, "And besides, going back to your place isn't as comfortable and free as it is here." This was the truth. The Tai family's heavily guarded quadrangle courtyard in the heart of the northern city was full of suffocating rules with invisible constraints in the air, nothing compared to the freedom of his riverside home surrounded by manga. Tai Youqian's original name was Tai Xiaoyang, a sunny and down-to-earth name. But after studying fashion design in South Korea for 2 years, in the middle of college something got miswired in his brain and he forced himself to adopt a stage name that sounded trendy and sophisticated, Tai Youqian. The name itself wasn't bad and its meaning was fine. But the problem was that back in China, the pronunciation of this name in the vast Chinese linguistic context instantly turned into something very different, a resounding Tai Youqian, literally too rich. It was like having the words "I am rich" carved conspicuously on his forehead, making it impossible to be low-key even if he tried. Unlike Bai Xiaobei's family, which only had 2 generations rooted in the military compound, the Tai family was truly of impeccable origins, generation after generation firmly planted in the fertile soil of the military district, deeply rooted and influential. The family tradition was strict, advocating low-key pragmatism with a focus on being slow in speech but quick in action. Unfortunately, this majestic, deep-rooted tree, by the time it reached Tai Youqian's generation, not only grew crooked but executed a full 180-degree split. Among all the children growing up in the compound, he was the most rebellious. After finishing fashion design, he found it not exciting enough, so he dove headfirst into the dazzling entertainment industry, flying around the world for filming runway shows and variety shows, becoming a darling of the spotlight. Recently he just finished filming the male lead role in a big-budget sci-fi movie, and his name was trending on major social platforms for no less than 20 days within a month, unrivaled in popularity. "So that's why I came to take refuge at your place." Tai Youqian drawled like a lazy and cunning cat. He suddenly reached out, and his finger, with exquisite nail art decorated with tiny round pearls at the fingertips, brought a cold touch, accurately poking Bai Xiaobei's soft cheek. The force was neither heavy nor light, but it immediately left a clear, small reddened dent. "You'll do whatever I say, little baby." He leaned in slightly, his gorgeous face coming closer, his beautiful eyes sparkling with a half-threatening, half-teasing light. His red lips parted, but the words made Bai Xiaobei's heart jump. "If you say one more thing I don't like," he deliberately paused, his gaze meaningfully sweeping over the imposing manga wall, then slowly, word by word, added, "You'll take all your precious darling manga books, one by one, and burn them all in the fireplace." He even made a malicious, throwing motion. Then his tone softened again, carrying a hint of aggrieved plea, "And do you know how many big variety show invitations I turned down just to squeeze out these few days to see you? Huge losses, little baby." Bai Xiaobei was jolted by the cold touch of his fingertip and the blatant, book-burning threat. He looked at the tiny pearls on Tai Youqian's nails glinting in the sunlight, then at the eyes that screamed, "I mean what I say." All protests got stuck in his throat. He resignedly shut his mouth, only screaming silently in his heart, "Tyrant. An absolute tyrant." But who could blame him? He was his best friend after all. And the variety shows he turned down really were top-tier resources. The visitor is a guest, especially when it comes to the esteemed Tai Youqian. For the next 2 days, Bai Xiaobei resigned himself to the role of a guide and driver. Driving the eye-catching G68, he took Tai Youqian around the bustling streets of Dali ancient town, navigating through the throngs of people, and later went to the shores of a high lake to enjoy the vast blue waters blending with the sky. Having visited these sites during previous film shoots in Dali, Tai Youqian quickly lost his novelty. After less than 24 hours, the restless spirit within him began to stir once more. Taking the initiative, he somehow learned of a well-equipped live-fire shooting range hidden in the nearby mountains and immediately perked up, insisting that Bai Xiaobei take him to play with guns and find the feeling of a tough guy. Bai Xiaobei could not refuse him. Looking at his eager expression, he found it hard to voice his rejection and could only sigh helplessly before starting the car. The shooting range was nestled in a lush valley boasting excellent facilities and strict management. If it weren't for Tai Youqian leading the way, Bai Xiaobei felt that he could live at the foot of this Songshan mountain for another 3 to 5 years without discovering this shooting range, which was less than 10 kilometers from his home. The air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and oil, and the deafening gunshots rang out one after another. Under the guidance of the instructor, both held a beginner's simulation handgun. Tai Youqian clearly showed more talent and interest. His posture was quite impressive, though his accuracy fluctuated. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, firing away with enthusiasm. Bai Xiaobei appeared somewhat clumsy and distracted. Half an hour later, beads of sweat formed on Tai Youqian's forehead. He set down his gun, removed his noise-cancelling earmuffs, and with a sly glint in his eyes leaned close to Bai Xiaobei's ear, whispering in a seductive tone, "Baby, shooting is so dull, let's go have some fun in the city. There's a private party tonight hosted by a friend in the industry filled with handsome guys. Which type do you prefer? The muscular man who brews goji berries in his thermos? Or the innocent little puppy in a white shirt with sparkling eyes? Or perhaps the gentle elite man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses?" He mischievously blinked his finger, playfully tracing Bai Xiaobei's chin. "At your age, still a little virgin, I can't bear to see you wasting away alone, it's such a shame." Bai Xiaobei was already accustomed to his habit of making suggestive remarks without hesitation, his skin having thickened somewhat over time. He precisely punctured Tai Youqian's boast. "What about that British boyfriend you showed me in your last video? The one with blonde hair and blue eyes looking like a Greek sculpture. Didn't you solemnly swear to bring him back for me to see?" Tai Youqian's tone back then was almost as if he were praising the other to the heavens. Tai Youqian's smile instantly froze, his bright peach blossom eyes darkening with a layer of gloom and disgust. "We broke up." His voice suddenly rose, filled with unabashed anger and revulsion. Damn it. He pretended to be such a good person, but behind the scenes he was engaging in group activities. Disgusting. I was almost harmed by him. I even had to pay out of my own pocket for a full examination. As he recalled that scumbag, the fire of anger surged in his eyes. He ripped off his mask and turned to Bai Xiaobei, venting about everything from how to detect infidelity to how to tear apart a scumbag. Bai Xiaobei listened quietly. A few years ago he would have been indignant over his friend's plight, racking his brain to think of ways to comfort him. But now, he felt no waves in his heart, even feeling a bit like continuing to shoot at the targets he hadn't finished hitting since he had already paid. Experience taught him that Tai Youqian's emotions rose quickly and fell even faster. Usually when he was still searching for comforting words, the other party had already seamlessly transitioned into the next ardent relationship, moving at a pace that left one breathless. Sure enough, after Tai Youqian vented for a bit, the pent-up frustration in his chest seemed to ease considerably. Forget it, mentioning that trash ruins my mood. I need to step outside for some fresh air, this gunpowder smell is making me dizzy. After saying that, he put his mask back on, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and turned to walk toward the shaded resting area outside the shooting range. Go ahead, I'll finish up soon. Bai Xiaobei put his earmuffs back on and picked up the not-so-heavy simulation handgun. The gun's body was cold and the recoil was relatively light for a simulation weapon. He held his breath, aimed and pulled the trigger. Pop. The BB bullet shot out, but the target in the distance remained unmoved. He adjusted his stance, aimed again and pulled the trigger. Within a few minutes, Bai Xiaobei set down the gun and helplessly removed his earmuffs. For magazines, dozens of bullets and not a single shot hit the target. Not even grazed the edge, all missed. It was as if he had a natural barrier that caused the bullets to veer off course. He didn't feel particularly dejected. After all, he had no desire to be a special forces soldier, and the nation's safety didn't rely on his shooting skills, which were purely for entertainment. He packed up his things and walked towards the resting area. In the distance he saw Tai Youqian sitting on a rattan chair under a sunshade. Even with a mask on, his superior profile and lazy posture still attracted the attention of passers-by. He was surrounded by 3 or 4 unfamiliar young men and women chatting and laughing. Tai Youqian's beautiful peach blossom eyes were crinkled, sparkling with charm as he effortlessly controlled the rhythm of the conversation, clearly in his social element. Bai Xiaobei paused, instinctively reluctant to approach and interrupt. He silently walked to another vacant beach chair not far away, pulled out the pocket comic he always carried open to the bookmarked page and read with great interest, as if the surrounding noise had become mere background music. Tai Youqian's social skills were terrifying. In less than half an hour, as that small group of people laughed and chatted their way over to Bai Xiaobei, he reflexively raised the small comic book in his hand to cover his face. Bei. Tai Youqian walked a few steps to Bai Xiaobei, pushing down the book that was blocking his face, excitedly announcing, "We were having such a great time chatting. They say we can camp here tonight with a bonfire party. How about it? The more the merrier." Bai Xiaobei felt a million unwilling thoughts in his heart. Camping. Bonfire. With strangers. This was practically a luxurious package for his social anxiety hell. But looking at the pair of strikingly bright eyes of Tai Youqian, the words of rejection rolled around on his tongue before he finally swallowed them back. He resignedly nodded. Wow. The friends of the handsome guy are also handsome. A girl in hot pants and exquisite makeup gazed intently at Bai Xiaobei, unabashedly admiring him. Bai Xiaobei felt a shiver as several unfamiliar gazes suddenly focused on him. He nervously tightened his grip on the corner of the comic book, his cheeks flushing slightly as he stammered, "You. Hello?" Tai Youqian proudly lifted his chin like a peacock spreading its feathers, his tone carrying a hint of entitled arrogance. "Of course. I don't befriend the ugly." Li Qingqing's gaze lingered on Tai Youqian's masked face, tinged with a mix of regret and curiosity. "Then you must be super handsome, right? It's a pity I can't see your face." She half jokingly and half curiously asked, "Really, can't you let me see just once?" Tai Youqian's voice came through the mask, sounding slightly muffled yet exuding a nonchalant indifference. "No way, I've got a bad cold, my throat hurts badly, afraid of infecting you all. Next time for sure." Compared to Tai Youqian's strikingly aggressive charm, Bai Xiaobei's looks were more of the clean and pleasant type. At first glance he seemed to have a clean, fair visage resembling a gentle little handsome guy. But upon closer inspection his eyes were particularly striking, with dark bright pupils like two bottomless clear springs, seemingly able to see into the depths of one's heart, exuding a strange clarity and tranquility, exuding a friendly aura akin to that of a neighborly older brother, making one feel relaxed and comfortable. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle. On a clear patch of grass at the edge of the shooting range the campfire was lit, the orange flames dancing and crackling, dispelling the chill of the mountains and illuminating the faces of those sitting together. Strangers quickly became familiar under the influence of alcohol and the bonfire, chatting about everything from celebrity gossip to international affairs, with bursts of exaggerated laughter erupting from time to time, creating an atmosphere so lively that it felt as if they had known each other for years. Bai Xiaobei could never understand this friendship built on alcohol and brief encounters, making it even harder for him to fit in. He still clutched his precious comic book, huddled in a folding chair at the edge of the firelight, quietly reading in the flickering glow. The dancing flames cast a mix of light and shadow on his focused profile, as if constructing an invisible barrier of tranquility made of paper and ink between him and the noisy world. A tall man named Wu Dao seemed to notice Bai Xiaobei sitting in the corner. He staggered over with a can of beer reeking of alcohol and bluntly asked, "Bro, what are you so engrossed in?" Bai Xiaobei was startled by the sudden approach and instinctively closed the book, revealing the cover. Wu Dao took a swig of beer and asked again, "What's it about? Fighting and killing? Or is it a love story?" Seeing that he seemed a bit interested, Bai Xiaobei started explaining earnestly, "It's mainly about the protagonist group's exploration of the universe, discussing Earth's trajectory in the Milky Way and the significance of human existence in the grand scale of the universe, involving many hard sci-fi elements." He had just started to describe that grand world view in simple terms when Wu Tao's brow furrowed in impatience. Oh. Got it," he replied dismissively, not waiting for Bai Xiaobei to finish before turning back to the small circle by the bonfire, discussing some celebrity gossip. Bai Xiaobei felt no waves in his heart. Different paths, different pursuits. At that moment Wu Dao seemed to remember something and called out loudly over the bonfire, "By the way, we've been talking for so long, still don't know what you two handsome guys do for a living. What an exceptional aura." Tai Youqian was sipping a beautifully colored cocktail when he immediately answered with a hint of pride, "You know that trendy XX hotel in the city, right?" He pointed to the quiet Bai Xiaobei beside him. "It's his." Before everyone could express their surprise, he continued to reveal, casually pointing towards the direction of Tsangshan, just a few kilometers away, that estate at the foot of the mountain with a ranch and villas. "It's also his." "Is that true?" Wu Dao was the first to express disbelief, scrutinizing Bai Xiaobei from head to toe. The young man in front of him was quiet and unassuming, almost blending into the darkness of the night. His attire was exceptionally simple and plain, a white shirt, a pair of ordinary blue jeans and a pair of unbranded sneakers. He looked nothing like someone who could own a trendy hotel and an extravagant estate. "The aura doesn't match at all." "I know." Li Qingqing immediately chimed in, her eyes sparkling. "It's super popular recently. A lot of internet celebrities have been going there to take pictures. The decor is particularly upscale." Bai Xiaobei politely replied, "You're overpraising me." Tai Youqian, as if showcasing his prized possession, said, "Don't be fooled by his seemingly introverted and socially awkward demeanor. I tell you, this guy's luck is absolutely max level." He paused for a moment, then began to recount excitedly. That hotel was struggling before, losing money every year, and was on the verge of closing down. Not long after he took over, he casually suggested a change in decor, and guess what? The business skyrocketed. It was like a resurrection. And then whether it's the gaming equipment limited edition figures he invests in or the stocks and funds he buys, he has never lost. His insight is terrifyingly sharp. The most outrageous thing was the lottery. One time on a whim I bought a whole box of scratch cards and casually handed him one. Can you guess what happened? He won 10,000 yuan with that single card he took. The rest were all thank you for your patronage. Can you believe it? Wow. Does such a lucky person really exist? Another man named Wang Hao exclaimed, looking at Bai Xiaobei as if he were a walking treasure trove. If we follow him to buy stocks, wouldn't that mean guaranteed profits? Wu Tao's eyes also lit up, eager to try. Tai Youqian scoffed, his tone tinged with resigned helplessness. Do you think I haven't tried? Naive. I nearly doubted my life. The strange thing is, Bai buys stocks and occasionally he might lose a little, but as long as you don't follow the exact stock he picks and choose something else, hey. The stocks he buys are guaranteed to be highly profitable. Isn't that infuriating? His luck is simply as if it has been blessed. Bai Xiaobei awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a dry smile. He himself was skeptical about such an enigmatic thing as luck at first. Until 2 years ago he was eagerly trying to attend an important limited edition comic exhibition, only to get caught in heavy traffic and arrive to find the exhibition hall's doors tightly shut with no one inside. At that moment he felt his heart sink, nearly crying on the spot. But the next second his phone pushed a local news alert. The exhibition hall experienced a sudden electrical short circuit that caused a minor fire, leading to an emergency evacuation, and the comic exhibition was temporarily moved to the adjacent venue and delayed for 2 hours. Not only did he not miss it, but because of this incident he also avoided the most crowded opening period. Since then he had to admit that he might truly have some inexplicable lucky aura about him. However, as Tai Youqian lamented, his luck often seemed to come at the expense of those around him, as if he were somehow absorbing their misfortune. You. How did you get so tipsy? Tai Youqian's voice suddenly became slurred, thick with drunkenness. He enjoyed drinking, seeking the pleasure of slight intoxication, but unfortunately he was the type to get tipsy after just one glass. That cocktail he slowly sipped through a straw like juice finally hit him. His pale neck instantly flushed red, creeping all the way to his ears. His gaze became hazy and his body began to sway uncontrollably as if he were on a merry-go-round. Bai Xiaobei immediately put down his comic book and stepped over to Tai Youqian, reaching out to pull the almost collapsing drunkard out of Wang Hao's arms. Tai Youqian was limp all over, as if he had lost all his bones. Bai Xiaobei steadied him by wrapping an arm around his shoulder while the other hand skillfully adjusted the mask that was about to slip off his face. Tai Youqian was reasonably obedient, leaning his head against Bai Xiaobei's not very broad but exceptionally steady shoulder, finding a comfortable position to snuggle. The campfire crackled and the atmosphere was subtly quiet. Li Qingqing seemed to want to break the brief silence, or perhaps it was her innate curiosity. She leaned closer, lowered her voice and spoke to Bai Xiaobei with a mysterious expression. By the way, boss Bai, there's something. I live in the community directly opposite your hotel. Around 8 or 9 this morning I saw several ambulances outside your hotel. They were wailing and the police lights were flashing urgently. What happened? Bai Xiaobei, who was straining to support Tai Youqian's limp body, paused for a moment at her words, then recalled that the hotel manager indeed had briefly reported to him over the phone during noon. He calmly explained, a guest brought a pet in violation of the rules. It seems to be a large dog that wasn't leashed and it lost control in the hotel's public area, injuring several guests and a staff member who have already been sent to the hospital for treatment. He had instructed the manager to accompany the injured to the hospital throughout the process, fully covering the medical expenses and providing the utmost sincere compensation and comfort. He originally planned to take some time in the evening to check on the situation, but now that Tai Youqian was in such a state and the manager hadn't called to report any emergencies since he felt the issue shouldn't be too serious, and decided to put that thought on hold. However, a hint of doubt quietly crossed his mind. Since the incident at noon, it had already been 7 or 8 hours and the manager hadn't made a follow-up detailed report call, which seemed a bit out of character for Manager Meng, who would normally report every little detail to him. Was it handled too smoothly? Or did they encounter some unexpected trouble? Wu Dao immediately took over the conversation, his tone tinged with indignation and self-righteousness. Hotels shouldn't allow pets. It's a place for people to stay. What sense does it make to let those animals in? They are dirty, noisy and prone to causing trouble. And look, someone got hurt. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Not only did someone get hurt, boss Bai, you must have to compensate a lot, right? My uncle also runs a hotel, though he can compare to you. Someone jumped off a building at his place and wow. The family caused such a scene. In the end he had to pay over 900,000 to settle it. He looked at Bai Xiaobei with a bit of sympathy and curiosity. Boss Bai, how much do you think you would have to pay for an incident like this involving a pet? Must be at least several 100,000, right? Bai Xiaobei's mind was still entangled in the suspicion about the manager not returning his call, and with Tai Youqian leaning heavily against him he was a bit slow to respond. He instinctively and sincerely replied, "Money is a small matter. As long as the guests are all right, that's what matters." His straightforward response evidently did not satisfy the crowd's curiosity about how a wealthy person handles disputes or how much compensation they would give. The atmosphere around the campfire momentarily grew subtly cold. But soon their interest shifted to other more explosive gossip topics such as a celebrity's tax evasion or the latest rumors of death. Bai Xiaobei let out a sigh of relief. Finally no one was paying attention to him anymore. The embers of the campfire flickered in the night wind, producing faint crackling sounds like the last sighs of a dying person. Wu Dao took a big gulp of beer, foam dripping down the corner of his mouth which he wiped away casually, his tone rough and urban, lowering his voice. "Have you guys heard? There was also an incident in the ancient city this afternoon." Li Qingqing immediately leaned closer, her eyes shining with the glow of gossip. Yes. I also saw a video clip. Although it was quickly deleted. But they say the scene was quite terrifying. It wasn't a normal fight, the ground was covered in blood. It seems several passing tourists were also affected and were seriously injured. I heard it was a madman. Wang Hao frowned, his tone carrying uncertain fear. Some said that person didn't seem normal at all, with frightening red eyes making strange noises. It didn't seem like they were using a knife, but they were lunging to bite people. Like a beast. Tai Youqian, who had been leaning softly against Bai Xiaobei's shoulder, breathing evenly, seemed to have drifted into a drunken slumber. But the word bite pierced through his alcohol-induced haze like a needle. His thick eyelashes fluttered a few times and he slowly lifted his heavy head. The alcohol made his movements appear sluggish and clumsy. He tilted his head slightly, confusion clouding his beautiful peach blossom eyes. After a few seconds he mumbled, his voice thick with nasal tones, "Bite people. Why are there so many incidents of injury?" He struggled to blink, trying to dissipate the haze before his eyes. "My friend Sophia just told me yesterday that Africa is in chaos. It seems many people died. It's really tragic." After speaking he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his head heavily falling back against Bai Xiaobei's shoulder, emitting a satisfied murmur. "Africa?" Wu Dao responded with a dismissive indifference. "When hasn't that place been in chaos? The more chaotic the better. The more chaos, the more opportunities to make money. Guns, drugs, food. There are plenty of ways to profit from national disasters." His topic seamlessly shifted from bloody violent incidents to the business opportunities of getting rich. The atmosphere around the campfire shifted accordingly as the crowd's attention was drawn to the more tempting subject of making money, starting to passionately discuss various paths, trends and so-called insider news. Bai Xiaobei, however, could not keep up with their train of thought. Tai Youqian's vague mention of African chaos and many people died stirred up subtle yet undeniable ripples in his mind. The night had grown deep. Bai Xiaobei exerted great effort to pull the heavily intoxicated Tai Youqian out of the car and half-dragged, half-carried him back to the villa. He breathlessly dumped the mud onto the soft bed and Tai Youqian let out a comfortable hum, snuggling with the pillow and sprawling out like a starfish. Bai Xiaobei sighed in resignation, wrung out a warm towel and carefully wiped Tai Yuqian's face and neck with movements that were not gentle but sufficiently meticulous. He then struggled to remove the outer jacket that reeked of alcohol and campfire smoke, dressing him in a set of soft, clean cotton pajamas. After finishing all this he was already dripping with sweat. Watching his friend fall into a deep sleep on the comfortable bed, breathing evenly with a flush of intoxication on his cheeks, Bai's slight resentment from being kidnapped for camping dissipated. He gently closed the door, shutting out the warmth and tranquility of the room. It was just past midnight, and due to Tai Yuqian's sudden visit and last night's late hours he had risen later than usual and now felt wide awake. The high-end gaming computer in the study was still lit, emitting a faint glow that seemed to silently beckon him. He decided to play a couple of games in the study to completely clear his mind filled with chaotic thoughts of riots, biting and apocalypse. During the brief wait for the computer to start up and load the game, the study was eerily quiet and the chirping of insects outside sounded exceptionally clear. Fragments of conversation from strangers around the campfire drifted back into his mind like stubborn ghosts. Africa. Riots. His mother's worried phone call from last night flashed in fragments through his mind. There has been a severe epidemic outbreak in Africa. The infection spreads very quickly. Many people have died. Your uncle was called to the capital for an emergency meeting. Riots. Could they be related to this terrifying epidemic? An infection. He quickly opened the browser and typed in keywords, but the search results were sparse, with only the two major cities of Beicheng and Haicheng briefly reporting street violence incidents in local news. The accompanying images were heavily pixelated, blurring the chaotic scene and the splotches of dark red stains on the ground. The reports were cautious in wording, vague, mentioning only according to eyewitnesses the scene was quite brutal. Bai Xiaobei stared at the blurry images and dry text furrowing his brows. These scattered, deliberately obscured incidents resembled jigsaw puzzle pieces scattered in different corners, seemingly interconnected in some strange way. Although accidents and tragedies happen every day in the world, car accidents, suicides, brawls, countless. But incidents like these with different regions and natures of violent attacks suddenly increasing in just a day or two, accompanied by irrational descriptions like madness and biting, hinted at an unusual and unsettling omen. Bai Xiaobei's thoughts drifted to darker possibilities. Terrorists. Organized premeditated killings like the horrific terrorist attack at the train station in Spring City years ago. He inexplicably clicked on the world's largest fan forum, feeling a chill in his fingers, and edited a post in the public discussion area. Besides Beijing and Haicheng, have there been violent incidents elsewhere? It feels like the earth is not very safe lately. A few minutes after posting, replies began to flood in, each with different regional IDs and the same bewildered tone. Sea breeze, did something happen where you are too? Coordinate Sonia. Last night at Yalongbei Beach, what was supposed to be a good music festival suddenly turned into a brawl. It wasn't just a small scuffle, they were really fighting to the death. The SWAT team showed up, a huge crowd. I was so scared that I dropped my bubble tea. Fear no one in the fog. It seems there are even more incidents abroad. There was a large-scale parade in downtown London last night which escalated into rioting and looting. Flames were shooting up into the sky. The police couldn't control it at all. It felt like the entire city had gone mad. Fear. Haicheng XX district. There are so many police cars parked downstairs at my office. The flashing lights are making me anxious. I don't dare to leave work. Does anyone know what happened? Shaking commuting sub tonight. When I got off work and was heading home, the usually reliable line 3 suddenly stopped operating. The announcement said it was a technical failure, but the atmosphere felt strange. Does that count as abnormal? Question apocalypse survival maniac. Damn. Could it be that the end of the world is really coming? The instant noodles and bottled water I stocked up on haven't arrived yet. And I haven't even married a wife yet. Shattered. Apocalypse. This word struck Bai Xiaobei's nerves like a cold hammer. He had followed too many apocalypse-themed comics: zombie sieges, genetic mutations, alien invasions, extreme weather. Regardless of the scenario, the story always begins with a series of seemingly independent yet subtly interconnected bizarre events, accompanied by vague official reports and the ordinary people's sudden unpreparedness. And the most crucial point was that the blood-soaked lessons in the comics had proven countless times: when a true catastrophe strikes, if there is not even a little bit of preparation in advance, by the time the situation spirals out of control, it will be too late to regret. Bai Xiaobei shivered, suddenly feeling increasingly chilled down his spine as a strong fear of the unknown disaster seized him. In the next moment, as if he wanted to completely shake off these absurd thoughts, he self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Bai Xiaobei, you really are living too comfortably, too oblivious to the hardships of the world. Watching too many comics has messed up your brain, hasn't it?" He took a deep breath, trying to convince himself in times of peace the country is strong, society is stable, and the people are happy. Where could there possibly be an apocalypse? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He almost clicked with a sense of defiance, forcefully opening the familiar game icon on his desktop Starbound Explorer. The stunning star map of the universe unfolded on the screen, and the stirring background music instantly filled the study. He needed to immerse himself in another world, using bizarre interstellar adventures to disperse the chaotic, troubling, and nonsensical thoughts in reality. At the same time, 2,000 kilometers away, Beijing outskirts, a national-level key biological research area. The 9th Research Institute outside the central conference room. Cold white LED lights evenly illuminated the mirror-like metal floor, reflecting a hard sheen. The air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and a vaguely cold odor reminiscent of metallic rust. The corridor was spacious and silent, only the low hum of the ventilation system could be heard. A tall man dressed in pure black special operations gear sat relaxedly on the cold metal conference table, adopting a posture that carried a hint of nonchalance. He supported himself with both hands on the table, his long and powerful legs casually crossed the heels of his black military boots, tapping lightly on the ground. With a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, he was quietly joking with 2 or 3 female assistants in white lab coats gathered around the table. The fitted combat uniform perfectly outlined his muscular physique, smooth and explosive like an ancient Greek sculpture, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, each inch containing a sense of power akin to a leopard. The body, wrapped in black fabric, resembled a meticulously crafted weapon devoid of any excess flesh or flaws, perfect like the top-tier tactical doll model in a showcase. Even his casually resting hands on the table, with slightly bulging forearm muscles and distinct knuckles, exuded an oppressive feeling, as if he could unleash terrifying strength at any moment. Several young female assistants had flushed cheeks, their gazes seemingly magnetically drawn, unable to tear away from the powerful masculine outline of his body. Occasionally they mustered the courage to glance up at his face, only to quickly lower their heads like startled fawns, covering their mouths and noses with their hands, fearing they might let out an inappropriate gasp or sigh. The man's features were exquisitely sharp. Beneath 2 heroic brows, a pair of beautifully shaped Danfeng eyes slightly turned up at the corners, originally meant to carry a hint of severity. The color of his pupils was close to dark brown, yet under the illumination of the Research Institute's ceiling lights they refracted a strange, almost dark blue glow, mysterious and dangerous. With a high-bridged nose and thin lips that were sharply defined, the corners of his mouth naturally curved slightly upward, carrying a hint of elusive mockery, while the lines of his jaw were chiseled sharply, outlining an almost perfect profile. When he spoke, his lips parted, but instead of the cold and harsh commands or reprimands one might expect, he uttered whimsical remarks and jokes carrying a hint of ambiguous suggestion. This formed a stark contrast to the dangerous aura he exuded, adding a certain light-hearted charm to his otherwise nonchalant demeanor. He seemed to say something else that provoked the female assistants to stifle their giggles, their faces flushing even more, their eyes becoming watery. "Captain." A low, calm voice without a trace of emotional fluctuation rang out from beside him, instantly cooling the flirtatious atmosphere. The speaker was Jusheng, also dressed in black combat gear, standing tall like a pine tree. He stood a step away from the table, his posture textbook perfect, with his hands naturally hanging down along his pant seams, tall and broad-shouldered. His gaze was profound, his pupils a deep dark black devoid of warmth, resembling two bottomless cold pools sediment, with a calmness and seriousness far beyond his age. He was nothing like a young man in his early 20s, rather he resembled a seasoned soldier forged through trials. The man referred to as Captain Youqian didn't even lift his eyelids, casually waving his hand toward the source of the voice, his movements lazy as if shooing away a fly. "Sheng, what are you in such a hurry for? Director Wang Yong will be here shortly. Don't just stand there like a door god, go find something fun to do." Jusheng furrowed his brows disapprovingly, a deep line forming between them. Youqian's behavior represented not just himself but the entire image of the 9th Special Operations Team. He couldn't tolerate such a frivolous attitude of joking with staff in a serious research environment, especially before executing such a confidential mission. What would the higher-ups at the institute think of them? A team with loose discipline, frivolous style, and unfit for serious responsibilities. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and concern surged within him, but due to Youqian's status as his direct superior, the words of advice that rushed to his lips were ultimately forcefully suppressed. He pursed his thin lips tightly, his jawline tense, his gaze coldly fixed on the tightly closed conference room door. At that moment a soft beep sounded and the heavy alloy door of the conference room unlocked, slowly sliding open. In the blink of an eye, Youqian, who had just been lazily sitting at the table, was now standing straight like a javelin, half a step in front of Jusheng. The playful smile on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost cold and metallic aura of seriousness and focus. He slightly nodded, leaning forward at just the right angle, extending his right hand toward the grey-haired middle-aged man at the forefront of the team emerging from the conference room. "Hello, Director Wang Yong." Youqian's voice suddenly rose, becoming sonorous and clear like a bullet leaving the chamber. "I am the captain of the 9th Special Operations Team, Youqian. I have come to report for duty. We will fully serve the 9th Research Institute. Please give us instructions." Wang Yong was just turning his head, seriously conversing with another grey-haired researcher nearby, when he was genuinely startled by this sudden and resonant self-introduction. He abruptly raised his head, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and his gaze behind the lenses was filled with astonishment and scrutiny, landing on the two young men standing like black towers before him. Tall. Unbelievably tall. Handsome. Far surpassing his perception of a soldier with a strikingly impactful handsomeness. Is this really the unit that Commander Jin had boasted about, the one executing the most dangerous and secretive tasks with a 100% success rate? How could it be? Such young men, even with a hint of flamboyance. Wang Yong suppressed his doubts, his gaze sharp as a knife, scrutinizing Youqian from top to bottom. "You are the 9th team sent by Commander Jin." His tone carried a clear sense of uncertainty. He had heard some rumors, but this person really didn't seem like someone who had been in the 7th Research Institute. Youqian keenly sensed the doubts in the other's eyes. He offered no unnecessary explanation, simply using two long bony fingers to swiftly pull out a deep black document with a golden national emblem and the words "Top Secret" imprinted on it from the pocket of his combat uniform. His movements were so swift that they almost left an afterimage, and he precisely handed the document to Wang Yong. "Yes, Director Wang." Youqian blinked, his playful personality showing itself again after only a moment. "This is my identification." He then sidestepped slightly, making way for Jusheng. "This is the Deputy Jusheng." Jusheng immediately stepped forward, his movements textbook perfect, saluting with impeccable form, his voice deep and clear. "Hello, Director Wang." Every movement, every syllable exuded a sense of discipline and strength etched into their bones. Wang Yang's gaze lingered on Jusheng's face for a moment, and the sharpness behind the lenses seemed to soften slightly. He had an impression of this name, having seen it in internal reports and on the honor wall a few years ago, the youngest recipient of the sword highest honor. It seemed he had vanished after a major accident and was actually absorbed into the 9th team. Moreover, he appeared much more stable and upright than the frivolous captain. Wang Yang's taut nerves relaxed a little as the mission they were about to hand over was truly classified, a burden concerning countless lives and even the safety of the nation. There could be no room for error or oversight. Wang Yong nodded slightly, acknowledging their identities. He didn't engage in idle chatter, his expression becoming serious again, his tone low and urgent as for the action details. "Commander Jin should not have disclosed specifics to you in advance. Words alone are not enough, follow me." He paused, glancing over at Youqian and Jusheng. "See it for yourselves. He dismissed the white-coated researchers following behind, leaving only the three of them in the corridor, and Bai Xiaobei and Zhu followed silently, their footsteps echoing in the cold empty metal corridor as they moved deeper into the research institute. They passed through three heavy transparent bulletproof doors requiring iris palm print and dynamic password triple verification. Each time the door lock disengaged, the low hum and hydraulic hiss sounded like the breathing of a giant beast awakening, completely isolating them from the outside clamor. The air grew colder, the scent of disinfectant becoming more pungent, mixed with a faint indescribable odor, a bizarre combination of rust and some sweet rotten stench. Finally they stopped before a massive door devoid of any markings, cast entirely from matte grey alloy. The door stood closed, emanating a cold, unwelcoming aura. Wang Yong reached out, pressing his hand against an inconspicuous sensor area beside the door. Accompanied by a faint mechanical sound, the alloy door silently slid open. A gust of cold air, stronger and more chilling than that in the corridor, mixed with the heavy scent of disinfectant and the almost imperceptible, extremely unpleasant sweet and rotten odor, surged forth from within the door like a tangible tide. The heavy metallic door of the laboratory slowly slid open with a low, prolonged sound of pressure release. A cold, hard airflow swept in, carrying the scent of disinfectant and some indescribably cold chemical agents, like an invisible hand brushing against Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng's cheeks. The harsh white light poured down without warmth, illuminating the towering monstrous instruments surrounding them, each varying in shape with flickering blue or dark red indicator lights densely packed with cables and complex pipeline interfaces silently standing there, emanating a characteristic cold metallic luster. A low buzzing sound pervaded the air. The background noise gathered from countless instruments operating steadily only emphasized the vastness and silence of the space. Footsteps echoed softly and clearly on the smooth epoxy resin floor, which could reflect shadows. The core of the laboratory lay in the center of this forest of instruments. A specially designed experimental bed gleaming with a cold metallic sheen was placed, solitary, covered with a thin translucent sterile plastic sheet. Beneath the plastic sheet a clear human shape was outlined, an exposed female corpse. A powerful white shadowless lamp shone down from above the light, too dazzling, distorting the corpse's original skin color into a chilling bluish black, as if ominous ink was pooling beneath the skin. Once Yu Yang's gaze touched that human form, he swiftly turned away, deliberately fixing his gaze on the stark white ceiling. "Director, is there something we can step outside for? It's disrespectful to this woman." His face at that moment was filled with a resolute dignity embodying a moral exemplar. Zhu Sheng, standing slightly behind him, tilted his head slightly, his face expressionless, the habitually tightly pressed line of his lips seemingly tightening further, eventually transforming into a barely audible ambiguous sigh. "He's having another episode." Director Wang Yong clearly did not expect this, pausing for a moment and instinctively pushing his glasses. "Captain Yu, what I want to say is this corpse. She is the core of our current research." "Oh?" Yu Yang naturally turned back, his expression returning to its usual calmness, even carrying a hint of understanding, as if the earlier indignant person was not him at all. "Then I'm fine. You can continue, Director Wang." The transition was so swift and smooth, without a trace of hesitation. Director Wang Yong said no more, turning to fetch several medical surgical masks and disposable rubber gloves from a nearby stainless steel cart, handing them to Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng. The two silently accepted them, and as they approached the operating table, the details of the corpse unfolded like a terrifying painting being forcefully pushed before them, the bluish black taking on a more concrete and horrifying form. The corpse appeared extremely unnaturally swollen, the skin stretched to a shine taut to the point of near rupture, its color a deeper nauseating shade of blackish purple mixed with putrefied blood. This was far from the relatively peaceful pallor one would expect after normal death. Most shocking was the neck. A massive tear wound lay there, the flesh turned outward, its edges jagged deep enough to see bone, as if ripped apart by some beast with terrifying biting power, grotesquely occupying almost half of the neck. The flesh around the wound not only was blurred and rotten, but also bore a layer of eerie ink-like darkness. Even more chilling was the viscous blood seeping from the tear, not bright red or dark red, but a thick dull black akin to ink, slowly crawling down along the swollen skin texture. The face of the corpse was covered with white cotton cloth, the outline of the fabric raised high by some protrusion beneath, forming an unnatural, unsettling bulge like a small white mound. Yu Yang's gaze swept over the sudden bulge, his brow slightly raised, his lips moving as if he wanted to ask something. However, Wang Yong was faster, moving to the head of the experimental bed, where a complex circular vacuum device with faint indicator lights was connected. The transparent cover of the device tightly enveloped the entire head of the corpse. Wang Yong quickly and accurately tapped a few times on the control panel on the side of the device. As he pressed the last button with his fingertip, a faint mechanical sound of operation emerged. He grasped the edge of the white cloth covering the corpse's face and suddenly yanked it down. "Huh?" Even through their masks, Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng simultaneously emitted short, suppressed gasps. Beneath the transparent vacuum device was a sight capable of shattering any mental defense. The entire scalp of the corpse had been shaved away by precise surgical instruments. What lay exposed was not the skull, but a chilling white skull covered with dark red bits of flesh and clotted blood, sending shivers down the spine. Where the face should be had completely lost its skin and muscle covering, leaving only a skeletal visage exposed under the bright light with scattered strands of crimson flesh. In the hollow eye sockets, two eyeballs grotesquely bulged outward, almost breaking free from their sockets, and within the open blood-stained cranial cavity a complete human brain was clearly visible. It was submerged in some pale blue, faintly glowing nutrient solution. But this brain was not an organ of the dead. It pulsed and contracted at an astonishingly visible rate, thrumming with life. Each pulse sent ripples through the pale blue liquid surrounding it, resembling a terrifying heart beating wildly in the abyss of the skull, never to cease. The bizarrely vigorous life force formed a sharp, nauseating contrast with the rotting, grotesque corpse below. The trachea of the corpse was evidently not completely severed, and just as the white cloth was lifted with the strong light shining down, the once slightly ajar mouth between the bony jaws trembled violently. Immediately after, a stench heavy with the scent of blood and decaying entrails seemed to penetrate through the vacuum cover, rushing into the nostrils of the three. Uah. Uah. Huff. A terrifying hoarse screech erupted abruptly from the depths of that bony throat, sounding like an old bellows being forcefully pulled and akin to sandpaper scraping against a rusty iron pipe, intermittent and broken. Accompanied by this inhuman howl, the limbs of the corpse, rigidly bound to the experimental bed, began to convulse violently and erratically. The sturdy metallic experimental bed groaned under the strain of the corpse's frenzied writhing and pulling. Even Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng, seasoned soldiers who had rolled through gunfire and hovered on the edge of life and death countless times, turned pale, their faces drained of color in the face of this horrific sight that utterly defied logic and challenged the limits of human understanding. Their stomachs churned violently, the intense urge to vomit firmly lodged in their throats. Everything before them felt like a cold, slippery giant hand gripping their hearts, squeezing the nerves named rationality. She is still not dead. Yu Yang's voice emerged from behind his mask, carrying a hint of suppressed dryness and hoarseness that still leaked through. Wang Yong stood beside the experimental bed, his figure appearing somewhat hunched under the bright light. Captain Yu, she is already dead. His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated through the struggling creaks of the corpse and the low hum of the instruments, each word striking like a cold iron block against the hearts of the two. The entity controlling this body is no longer her own consciousness. At the moment of her death, a kind of virus we have never encountered took over her nervous system. It forcefully reconnected and drove the nearly collapsing neurons, transforming this lifeless shell into what it is now. Director Jin must have mentioned the recent series of violent attacks in Beijing, right? Yu Yang shrugged. No, he didn't. That expression was as if to say, today's buns in the cafeteria have no meat filling. Wang Yang's facial muscles twitched visibly, seemingly throwing all the burden of explanation onto him. At that time we acted urgently and captured 4 infected individuals whose conditions were similar to hers. The other 3, as soon as we attempted to touch or stimulate their brain areas, would immediately trigger some incomprehensible defense mechanism. The brain would cease all activity in an instant, completely dying, becoming like burnt rubber, making it utterly impossible to successfully extract them for research. Only this one, he pointed to the wildly pulsating brain within the vacuum cover, only this one can maintain its bizarre activity under external intervention for a prolonged period. He paused slightly, seeming to organize his thoughts, articulating the shocking conclusion in the most scientific manner. Based on our currently extremely limited observations and analyses, we preliminarily suspect that this is a new type of virus that has never been documented in any biological catalog or virus database. It can infect humans through some means with a clear target, the central nervous system. We currently have too few samples and the recorded data is extremely limited. The shortest observed infection onset time is only 10 minutes and the longest does not exceed 5 hours. The transmission route primarily occurs through the exchange of bodily fluids via the infected individual's blood and saliva. His gaze swept over the gruesome tear on the corpse's neck and the inky blood. The symptoms following infection are very clear: aggression, extreme hostility, and... He paused, seemingly searching for an accurately precise term, finally uttering a cold noun: bloodthirsty. Zhu Sheng's gaze was firmly locked on the corpse, whose movements completely defied the limits of human biomechanics. Is there really no way to do anything about it? Not even if we find the source of this virus. Is there no way to reverse it? Wang Yong sighed heavily. The sigh was filled with a sense of helplessness and a kind of fear in the face of the unknown abyss. Deputy Captain Zhu, as I mentioned earlier, she is already dead. The entity that has taken over this body is the virus. Death is an irreversible physiological endpoint. At the moment the virus successfully infects and takes over the host, this person, as a biologically independent individual with consciousness and life, has already been declared finished. Yu Yang suddenly nudged the nearly frozen Zhu Sheng with his shoulder. It sounds like a zombie. Too exaggerated. He seemed to find his own words amusing, and though the laughter sounded somewhat muffled through the mask, the tone carried a deliberately casual air. Have you seen that movie? You know, those things that can't be killed no matter how you hit them, only blasting their heads apart will truly make them kick the bucket. He even mimicked an exaggerated gesture of exploding a head. Zhu Sheng, originally immersed in the immense shock brought by Wang Yang's cold conclusion, was interrupted by Yu Yang's nudge. Although Captain Yu's words are not entirely accurate, the core mechanism does indeed have some comparable aspects. Wang Yang's voice timely chimed in, nodding in acknowledgement of Yu Yang's seemingly absurd analogy. Internally, for now, They named it the Revenant. He pointed again at the corpse. We have conducted extreme experiments. Even if the infected body is bisected at the waist, its upper half remains active. The lower half, though deprived of motion, still shows exposed nerve bundles at the severed ends that exhibit abnormal virus-driven bioelectric activity under the microscope. The core of the virus parasitizes and entrenches itself within the brain, treating it as its new host. In other words, attacking and destroying the brain is the only known physical means to halt its activity. Because we have yet to discover any agent that can specifically kill the virus itself once infection is confirmed. It amounts to a sentence of finality, incurable. Wang Yong reached out with almost ceremonial pity, carefully replacing the white cloth over the corpse's head, concealing the skeletal visage and the brain that thrashed wildly beneath the vacuum dome. To be brief, the core mission of Dai Youqian is to exhaust every possibility and resource to develop antibodies, serums or vaccines that can effectively counter or at least isolate this virus. No matter how slim the chance, 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 10 million, we must try, we must seize it. He drew a deep breath and dropped the crucial instruction, I need you, Team 9, to depart at once for Tsangshan, Yunnan. Tsangshan. Yes. There is a top-secret biological laboratory we established there. Wang Yong quickened his pace. They extracted a unique active cellular substance from an exceedingly rare fungus that grows only in specific areas and climates of Tsangshan. Codenamed X73. A faint spark of hope kindled in his eyes. The animal study data are astonishing. It can dramatically accelerate deep wound healing in a very short time, even significantly restoring the intrinsic vitality of damaged tissues and awakening astonishing physiological potential. We surmise this active cellular material could very well become the key to fighting the virus and protecting the uninfected, the hope against this calamity. You must obtain it and its creator at any cost. Bring back all original samples, research data and the core culture strains related to X73. This is an order. The flippancy vanished from Yu Yang's face, his spine snapped straight as a javelin. He raised his right hand fingers together, delivering a perfectly measured metallically cold salute to Wang Yong. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's. We will complete the mission. At the instant his words fell, Wang Yang's peripheral vision caught the monitor of a life science device nearby. Several waveforms that had been steady erupted into wildly abnormal fluctuations. A harsh red alarm blinked silently. Wang Yang's face shifted. He had no time for further instructions and hurried toward the instrument, bathing the room in ominous red, preparing for emergency intervention. Return at once and prepare. You must depart by the morning after next at the latest. His voice came from the instrument's vicinity, urgent and uncompromising. There was no more time for farewells. Zhu Sheng glanced at Director Wang's taut-absorbed silhouette, turned in silence, and his military boots struck the polished floor with steady heavy echoes as he strode toward the laboratory door. Yu Yang followed, but at the threshold he hesitated imperceptibly. His eyes dimmed briefly in the shadow of the doorframe as if a cold flash had passed through them. He turned back wearing his habitual slightly casual smile. In a voice pitched just high enough for the busy Wang Yong to hear, he said with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, by the way, Director Wang, I forgot to say, long time no see. Click. Wang Yang's fingers mid-procedure on the controls froze in midair. He snapped his head up behind heavy lenses, his weary eyes filled instantly with incredulous shock and a deeper ineffable complexity as they fixed on the doorway. When they emerged from the oppressive grey edifice of Dai Youqian into the evening, the suburb breeze scented with grass and leaves and a hint of chill brushed their faces. Yu Yang felt no freshness. Zhu Sheng walked half a pace behind in silence. They said nothing, a heavy atmosphere pressed on their shoulders like invisible lead. They walked in silence along the institute's perimeter, a concrete path so clean that fallen leaves were almost invisible, heading toward the main road. In the distance the city's lights had begun to blink like blurred stars, underscoring the institute's dead silence, an isolated island walled and ringed with electrified fencing. By the roadside tall plane trees rustled faintly in the dusk breeze. They must wait here for the other members of Team 9 to drive up and pick them up. Zhu Sheng, Yu Yang broke the suffocating silence first. Without looking back, his gaze fixed on the fields at the road's end being swallowed by dusk. His voice sounded muffled. What do you make of this? He kicked a small unsuspecting stone. Zhu Sheng did not answer immediately. The deep chuan-shaped furrow on his brow, which had not relaxed since he stepped into Dai Youqian, now appeared even more solemn in the dusk, as if carved into stone. Yu Yang always muttered inwardly that a handsome fellow had to carry himself like someone owed him millions, perpetually burdened and seemingly nursing a great grievance. For such an important mission, Yu Yang turned, leaning against the cold hard no parking metal sign, reclining slightly with a seemingly casual ease while his eyes sliced through the deepening dusk. How did this end up with Team 9? He smacked his lips as if savoring an illogical puzzle. I'm not saying we can't do it, skill-wise we're terrifyingly capable, he shifted with wry self-markery, but you know what, our team is a collection of rebels, troublemakers, instability incarnate. Old Commander Jin, doesn't he worry that a few of us would get the goods and vanish? His gaze hinted toward the southwest, layered ridges and the vast mysterious expanse of Yunnan. That land lies so very far from the northern city, so distant that once something goes out of control, help is powerless to reach it. No? Zhu Sheng's eyes were rock-steady, unwavering. In the face of national interest, Team 9 will not flee. Each word landed like a hammer. Yu Yang shrugged a cryptic curve at his mouth. Let's hope so, he drawled, his tone unreadable, serious or dismissive. I'm not as optimistic as you. At least he knew himself well. The urge to abscond from this mission and slip away from the northern city remained like wild grass, never fully extinguished. As for the other fellows in the squad, chances are they were coerced into this uniform by various reasons. Who knows how many secret schemes and 1,000 reluctant thoughts whirl in their heads. The evening wind lifted a few scattered yellow plane tree leaves, sending them spinning. Bored Yu Yang watched a leaf roll across the pavement, his gaze drifting to the bare branches, then lifting to the horizon where odd-shaped wisps of cloud were dyed a pale violet by the sunset. Time passed slowly amid the silence and monotony. Wait, Yu Yang lowered his voice suddenly, his body tensing in an instant like a leopard sensing danger. He tilted his head slightly, his ear twitched almost imperceptibly. Do you hear that? Zhu Sheng nearly held his breath in the same moment. He calmed his senses, aligning like the most precise radar, filtering and distinguishing the evening wind, the rustle of leaves and faint distant insects. Seconds later his gaze snapped like an arrow to the far side of the road, a dense thicket of waist-high scrub growing along the institute's perimeter. The grass swayed in the dusk breeze, a rhythmic whisper. Maybe a feral cat, Zhu Sheng murmured, his voice low, carrying its habitual calm assessment. Stray animals were not uncommon on the outskirts. Yu Yang's gaze had been fixed on the brush for some time, not relaxing but edged with deeper suspicion and alertness. I hope in making a fuss, and that if we part that grass well, find a sleek yellow tomcat waving a paw at me. His tone shifted sharply to ice, his nostrils flared almost imperceptibly and his brow knitted tight. That scent, so damn much like the odor that clung to that living specimen in the lab. A strong, familiar, metallic and rotten viscera-sweet stench wafted in wisps from the swaying grass across the road, carried by the evening wind and intermittently prying into his nostrils. The smell was like cold needles prickling his scalp. A living thing reeking of blood. Zhu Sheng could not smell it, but the captain's battlefield instinct for danger, and his terrifying combat prowess, earned the entire unit's unquestioning respect. It was the trust forged in countless back-to-back firefights, the zero-mistake returns won by entrusting lives to him time and again. If Yu Yang said something's wrong, then something must be wrong. Team 9's special status granted them top-level authorization to carry weapons. But the Institute's security was tight on entry. They had left all gear, handguns, knives, tactical vests, locked in the command vehicle outside as required. Now their hands were empty. The road before them was so clean there wasn't even a decent rock to pick up, only a scatter of leaves. Unarmed and barehanded against an unknown danger that smelled of revenants, there was no choice but to take it step by step. The only hope now was that the team coming to fetch them would floor the accelerator and arrive quickly. Yu Yang lowered his center of gravity into a posture ready to explode, and with utmost subtlety raised his left hand to make a perfectly standard tactical signal understood only within Team 9, careful. Flank from both sides. They moved like consummately attuned hunters, wordless. Yu Yang shifted slightly toward the left front. Zhu Sheng slid half a step to the right front. They held roughly 3 meters between them, like slowly opening pincers inching toward the ominous patch of scrub. The distance closed, 5 meters. 4. 3. As their toes drew to within 3 meters of the swaying scrub, whoosh! The grass convulsed violently. Without warning, a figure in a mud-streaked, crumpled white lab coat rose rigidly upright from the waist-high scrub. Yu Yang's heart beat like a drum in his chest, and the figure standing stiffly in front of him, covered in mud and dark brown stains, wore a white lab coat and had a contorted, rigid posture. Everything pointed to the terrifying existence he had just witnessed in the 9th laboratory, overturning all common sense. Run! Yu Yang's voice shattered the evening silence, filled with an undeniable urgency. Go call for help. It's a zombie. Just say one. Zhu Sheng instinctively responded, his voice low, reflecting the habits formed on the battlefield, concise and efficient. Whether it's a living corpse or a zombie. At such a moment, quibbling over words. Before he could finish his retort, a sudden scene before him choked the words back into his throat, turning it into a suppressed gasp. The thing in the white lab coat moved. It was not a slow crawl, but a movement that completely defied biomechanics, with a stiffness reminiscent of dislocated joints, yet as fast as a predatory beast, its target clear, charging straight at Zhu Sheng. In the moment it lunged, Zhu Sheng clearly saw a face that belonged to a human yet was twisted and deformed. The skin had a deathly grey waxen hue, lips curled back to reveal teeth coated in black slime, and the murky eyes held no glimmer of human rationality, only pure bloodthirsty madness. A stench assaulted his senses. Zhu Sheng's left foot pushed off the ground fiercely, his body sprang forth like a tightly compressed spring release, darting diagonally, his right leg wielding the combined force of his entire body and the inertia of the spin like a heavy battering ram, landing a powerful kick against the zombie's side. Bang! The zombie's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, its body propelled into the air like a broken sack by the tremendous force, crashing sideways several meters away, hitting the hard concrete ground with a thud. Do you think you're an athlete? Yu Yang quickly scanned the area and locked onto a metal trash can by the roadside, grasping the cold rim with both hands and lifting the heavy iron object using his forward momentum to smash it down hard onto the zombie that was struggling to get up. If you were to jump far, you'd win medals. Clang. The trash can crashed solidly onto the zombie, pinning it back down to the ground, its twisted limbs trapped beneath the heavy can emitting a crunching sound of dislocated bones. Seizing the brief moment of respite, Yu Yang dashed towards a sycamore tree like a leopard. He spotted a dry branch about the thickness of his wrist and reasonably straight grasped it with both hands and twisted sharply at his waist, producing a crisp snap, transforming it into a makeshift weapon approximately 1.5 meters long with a sharp broken end. The downed zombie erupted into an even more frenzied roar, seemingly oblivious to pain as it forcefully broke free from beneath the trash can and charged at him again with explosive speed. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on him, Yu Yang suddenly crouched down, lowering his center of gravity with slightly bent legs, and at the same time he thrust the branch upward with lightning speed. The sharp wooden tip aimed precisely at the exposed neck of the zombie as it lunged. Thud, a sickening sound of flesh being penetrated by a hard object. Yu Yang felt a distinct resistance at the tip of the branch, followed by a sluggish sensation as it pierced through skin and tissue. The branch, thick as 2 fingers under Yu Yang's full strength, stabbed deep into the side of the zombie's neck like a spear. A viscous dark blood thick as ink violently gushed from the wound like a water gun forced under pressure. Yu Yang's pupils constricted, and in that instant, as blood sprayed out, his body instinctively executed an evasive maneuver, rolling forward in a clumsy yet effective manner. Several drops of scalding, foul-smelling black blood splattered onto the sleeve of his combat uniform, rapidly spreading dark stains. Damn it. That's disgusting. Yu Yang quickly got up, vigilantly keeping an eye on the zombie while vigorously shaking his blooded sleeve, his face showing unmistakable disgust. However, the wound that would render any creature immobile only made the zombie shudder violently, its frenzied eyes still fixated on Yu Yang, emitting indistinct hissing sounds from its throat as it stubbornly continued to lunge forward with its broken body. In the distance, the roar of an engine could be heard. A military off-road vehicle turned the corner, appearing at the end of the road. In the driver's seat, Jin Fuzai was humming a discordant tune of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, along with the car stereo tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel. In a good mood, he spotted 2 familiar figures by the roadside from afar. "Oh ho tilde," Jin Fuzai chuckled, slightly increasing the speed of the vehicle. "Is the captain and vice captain having a race here? Running like they're being chased by dogs." As the distance closed, Jin Fuzai noticed that there were more than just 2 people racing. Just a few meters behind them was a figure wearing a stylish long coat in red and white, but its running posture was extremely bizarre. "It's our vehicle." Zhu Sheng spotted the approaching off-road vehicle, his voice revealing a barely perceptible urgency. "Gun!" Yu Yang shouted almost simultaneously, his voice penetrating the air with a sense of urgent command while he ran desperately, waving his hands toward Jin Fuzai. Seeing the captain waving, Jin Fuzai instinctively smiled, rolled down the window, whistled loudly, and shouted at the terrified Jin Fuzai, "Captain, awesome. First one, steady." "What first?" "Gun. Gun." Yu Yang was almost driven to bloodshed by this clueless guy. Why was this unlucky child deaf at such a critical moment? He suddenly skidded to a stop, urgently ordering Zhu Sheng, "You go get the gun. I'll draw it away." "Understood." Zhu Sheng wasted no time, pushing off like an arrow towards the off-road vehicle. Yu Yang turned sharply, running in the opposite direction from Zhu Sheng while provocatively calling out, "Hey, grandson. Look over here. Grandpa is here." But the zombie seemed to have an unhealthy obsession with Zhu Sheng, ignoring Yu Yang's provocation and stubbornly continued to chase after Zhu Sheng's retreating figure. "Damn it." Yu Yang cursed under his breath, daringly closing the distance. He accelerated, suddenly darting to the side and kicking hard at the zombie's back. The zombie staggered from the kick, finally enraged, halting its pursuit of Zhu Sheng and slowly and stiffly turned around. Shit. In the driver's seat, Jin Fuzai finally got a clear view of the stylish brother's true form. That twisted, decayed face, the thick branch lodged in its neck, the splattering black blood. The intense visual shock and the stench hit him like a wave, causing his scalp to tingle and the hairs on his body to stand on end. He finally realized this was not a race nor any form of performance art. What the hell is that thing? Zhu Sheng had already dashed over to the side of the vehicle like a whirlwind. He didn't have time to circle around to the door, and in a moment of desperation he slapped the scalding hood of the engine with a loud smack and with a face of horror shouted at Jin Fuzai, "Get the gun. Hurry." On the other side, Yu Yang was in a perilous struggle with the zombie. The white lab coat had been thoroughly enraged, a low growl rolling in its throat. Yu Yang executed a nimble spin, dodging its claw strike, and with his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip he delivered a fierce flying kick directly to the zombie's chest. The zombie was kicked backward, crashing heavily to the ground, but the life force, or rather the viral-driven vitality of this thing, was despairingly resilient. Yu Yang felt both frustrated and constrained. With his skills he could easily snap this thing's neck or just twist off its head. But he couldn't. This zombie was too special. It had no massive tear wounds like the female zombie in the laboratory, and it seemed to have been infected for a shorter time. This was likely the freshest sample the research institute had, the one closest to the initial stage of infection. Its research value might far exceed that of the deeply modified female corpse. He had to avoid its stinking gaping mouth while preventing any irreversible fatal damage, making Yu Yang feel as if he were dancing with shackles, unable to unleash more than 30% of his abilities. Director Wang never said these guys were so energetic. Yu Yang barely dodged another lunge, almost getting scratched in the face. He couldn't help but shout towards Zhu Sheng. Are you ready yet? If you keep stalling, I'm going to get disfigured. Duck. Yu Yang moved. Instead of ducking, he charged towards Zhu Sheng, who was standing with the gun. The distance between the two shrank instantly. Just as Yu Yang was only half a meter away from Zhu Sheng, he suddenly lowered his body. Don't shoot my head. He propelled himself forward, his body pressed against the cold rough concrete, executing a clean rapid slide, flying past Zhu Sheng like a cannonball. At the very moment his body dropped below Zhu Sheng's line of fire, a scorching bullet tore through the air with a shrill whistle, precisely drilling into the heart of the zombie in the white lab coat, which was lunging forward and leaning due to its missed attack. The zombie's momentum halted abruptly, its body collapsing backward like a puppet, with all its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust, its limbs twitching, stubbornly howling. Zhu Sheng maintained his stance after firing the gun, steady aimed at the fallen corpse. I shot through its spine. It shouldn't be able to get up for a while, his breathing steady, only a few beads of sweat trickling from his forehead, revealing the intense focus and pressure behind that shot. If you need my cooperation in the future, just give me a heads up. Yu Yang had already nimbly flipped up from the slide, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and wore a carefree smile again, as if it wasn't him who had just danced on the edge of life and death. Wasn't that cooperation just great? He walked over to Zhu Sheng, glancing at the zombie on the ground. I trust my sniper. They rushed to the scene. The caution tape was quickly put up and the searchlights illuminated the area as bright as day. Wang Yong crouched beside the body, carefully examining the blood-stained white coat and the wound on the neck, his face looking extremely grim. A few young researchers, seeing their colleague's appearance, couldn't help but take off their glasses, turn their backs and silently wipe away their tears, their shoulders slightly trembling. It's Zhong from the research institute. He was involved in transporting that female corpse yesterday. Wang Yang's voice was low and hoarse, filled with exhaustion and self-blame. He must have been infected at that time. From yesterday until now, over 10 hours have passed without any obvious external injuries. The wound must be severe. It seems that the onset of the infection may be related to the wound's area, position and individual differences. Moreover, he took a deep breath, his tone carrying a deeper chill. The mode of transmission may not be limited to just the direct exchange of saliva and blood anymore. Those infected, the blood flowing through their bodies, every single cell, has become a breeding ground for the virus to proliferate wildly. Any contact could be fatal. He stood up. Captain Yu, Deputy Captain Zhu, thank you for your hard work. We discovered this in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Yang pointed at the zombie's lips, which were turned outward and smeared with black goo and suspicious flesh debris, and gestured towards the large, still wet, dark bloodstains on the hem of the white coat. There is something in his mouth and there is quite a bit of blood on his clothes. Wang, I suggest you thoroughly search the entire research institute, especially the areas he may have come into contact with. The guards of the research institute quickly took over the scene, so Yu Yang and the others didn't need to worry about the follow-up disinfection and investigation work. The two of them got into the car and the air was thick with the smell of blood and silence reflected in the terrified eyes of Jin Fatsai. Upon returning to the 9th team's base, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Yu Yang wasted no time and immediately gathered all the team members. In the small conference room there were 12 faces, including his own. He spoke plainly, directly recounting the observations from the 9th Institute, each detail striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the team members. Inside fell into a deep silence, only the sound of suppressed breathing could be heard. Outside the window the city lights still shone, but beneath those lights an invisible shadow had quietly descended. Yu Yang's gaze slowly scanned each face. He took a deep breath, his voice not loud but clearly penetrating the heavy silence, carrying an almost cruel honesty and a solemn promise. After today's events I cannot guarantee that all 12 of you will return alive from this mission. This statement felt like ice water poured over everyone's hearts. But he suddenly raised his voice, his eyes sharp and resolute like a blade drawn from its sheath. As long as I, Yu Yang, still draw breath, I will never abandon any one of you. Never. He looked around at everyone and issued the final command: mission objective, Tsangshan Laboratory in Yunnan. Obtain the living cell samples codenamed X73 and all core data. Departing the day after tomorrow at dawn. From now on you have time to handle your personal matters, take care of what needs to be taken care of and finish what needs to be finished. His gaze swept over everyone. Don't forget to hand in your back book to the instructor. Dismissed. Time passed amidst the tense and oppressive preparations. On the morning of departure the sky was gloomy with lead grey clouds pressing down low. The massive military transport helicopter's rotors had begun to slowly turn, emitting a deafening roar and stirring up chaotic winds on the ground. All 12 members of the 9th team were fully armed, tactical vests laden with magazines, rifles slung at their sides and daggers pressed against their thighs, standing in line next to the helicopter like 12 silent reapers. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Director Wang Yang, braving the gusts from the helicopter blade, solemnly handed a black metal briefcase approximately 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide to Yu Yang. The case felt heavy and cold in his hand, possessing the unique metallic texture of technological products. "What is this?" Yu Yang weighed it in his hand, frowning as he asked. "I am not sure if you will return on schedule, so before your departure my team and I did everything possible to successfully extract and preserve a complete zombie brain sample. It is housed in this specially designed constant temperature and constant pressure biological preservation box. If you cannot return to Beicheng in time or encounter insurmountable obstacles, I authorize you to hand over the box to the Tsangshan laboratory, allowing them to handle this brain sample on their own." His words were filled with heavy entrustment and unspoken dangers. Yu Yang tightened his grip on the cold suitcase handle, staring directly into Wang Yang's eyes, asking the question that had long been lingering in his mind but no one dared to answer directly. "Have you already lost control of the virus spread?" "Just 2 days. The horrific rumors circulating in the streets of Beicheng, the sporadic gunshots and screams heard at night, the chaotic messages on communication networks. The government's power seemed so helpless in the face of panic and the unknown. A lockdown. That seemed more like a crumbling dam with cracks continuously widening." At that moment a figure in a neatly pressed general's uniform with graying hair strode over. It was Commander Jin. He waved his hand signaling Wang Yang to go ahead with his tasks and personally stood before Yu Yang. Commander Jin did not wear a hat and the wind had tousled his graying hair, revealing a rare, almost fragile weariness and vicissitude on his usually stern and cold face. He looked deeply at Yu Yang, then slowly scanned over the young and resolute faces behind him, finally resting his gaze on Jin Fatsai, whose eyes still retained a hint of innocent clarity. In that gaze there was a tenderness and deep concern that Yu Yang had never seen in Commander Jin's eyes, but it flashed by in an instant, suppressed by a stronger will. "Yu Yang," Commander Jin's voice was deep and powerful, cutting through the roar of the engine, each word clearly reaching Yu Yang's ears. "I know you hate me, hate the research institute, and resent the choices we made back then." He unreservedly brought up that heavy past, his gaze open and complex. "But this operation is of great importance. It may involve not just one city or one place, but the very survival of civilization. This mission can only be accomplished by you, only by your 9th team. I believe in you to set aside all personal emotions and bring them all back to me." The last 3 words he spoke with extraordinary force, carrying an undeniable command and the deepest hope of an elder and a leader. Those deliberately buried old matters were unearthed like poisonous thorns by Commander Jin himself. Yu Yang abruptly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the waves in his gaze were forcibly suppressed, leaving only the absolute obedience and rock-solid will of a soldier facing orders. He did not look at Commander Jin but straightened his spine like the most resilient pine tree. He raised his right hand fingers together and pressed the tips firmly against his temple, giving the fluttering red national flag next to the cabin door the most standard and powerful military salute. "9th team, we will not disgrace our mission." Behind him, Jusheng, Jin Fatsai, Lam Zheng Yiwen. All members of the 9th team, as if pulled by an invisible string, raised their hands in unison and saluted. The massive transport helicopter's door slowly closed, isolating the clamor of the wind and the gazes of the senders outside. The atmosphere was heavy, as if filled with lead. The team members each found their seats, checking their gear, remaining silent. Only Jin Fatsai seemed to still be immersed in the thrill of real combat against zombies, wearing an inappropriate excitement on his face, muttering softly, "This is so exciting. To fight zombies in real life is worth it. So worth it." Yu Yang raised his hand in annoyance and lightly tapped his tactical helmeted head, producing a dull sound. "Save some energy, don't pee your pants when the real thing comes." In the corner, the youngest Tibetan team member Lam sat cross-legged, carefully taking out an ancient-looking metallic glimmering Vajra pendant tied with a red string from his close-fitting clothing. He pressed his palms together, holding the Vajra tightly in his hands, closing his eyes, his lips moving silently as he quickly chanted scriptures in an ancient Tibetan language that only he understood, devout and focused. Zheng Yiwen meticulously checked the communicators and positioning devices on each person's helmet, his fingers quickly tapping on the miniature keyboard, ensuring that all equipment could maintain communication in the complex environment of Tsangshan. Jusheng, who had been silently staring out at the rapidly passing grey sea of clouds, suddenly turned his head and looked at Yu Yang sitting opposite him. "Captain." Yu Yang looked up at him. "When we reach Dali, if time permits and the route is smooth," Jusheng's tone carried a barely perceptible tension, his eyes hiding a deep-seated worry. "I want to find 2 people." Yu Yang stared at him for a few seconds, neither asking who they were nor why, his lips curling into an almost indifferent arc, his voice not loud but clearly reaching Jusheng's ears. "It's up to you." The meaning was clear: mission first. If you can survive, complete the mission, and still find the people you want to find, then that's your ability. The cabin fell back into a pressurized silence. Only the roar of the engine served as an unceasing background noise. Each person floated in their own thoughts, digesting the dangers of this trip and the weight on their shoulders. Yu Yang's gaze swept over each familiar and silent face in the cabin, over Lam's tightly held Vaja, over Zheng Yuan's focused profile as he adjusted the equipment, over Jin Fakai's trembling fingers trying to maintain composure, and finally resting on Zhu Sheng's sharply defined side profile reflecting the light from the window. The unknown dangers lurked deep within Sangshan like an abyss with a gaping mouth. But at this moment in this small roaring cabin that carried humanity's last flicker of hope, the entire ninth team stood ready. Their eyes sparkled with their own light in the dimness, fear, determination, confusion, resolution, ultimately converging into a silent vow: survive and complete the mission. The helicopter flew through the lead grey clouds like a steel giant, heading southwest toward the vast mountains covered in primitive forests where hope and despair were hidden, flying resolutely onward. Tai Youqian was abruptly pulled from a chaotic dream by a severe headache, the after effects of a hangover piercing like countless needles deep in his temple. He cursed softly and stumbled out of the bedroom like a poorly lubricated wind-up puppet. He walked straight toward the heavy soundproof door at the end of the corridor, the gaming room of Bai Xiaobei. Turning the doorknob, he found the room dimly lit with only 3 massive curved gaming screens emitting a faint blue glow resembling 3 cold eyes. Under the screen's light, Bai Xiaobei was curled up in his esports chair, half of his body sunk into it. "That damn drink from last night was awful," Tai Youqian said hoarsely. "Where's your honey?" "Refill my life." "Ice third compartment of the fridge." His voice was even weaker than his own, but Tai Youqian glanced over and instantly felt more alert. Bai Xiaobei's face was as pale as a paper doll, with deep-set eyes and 2 massive dark circles as if he had been punched twice. The whites of his eyes were filled with ghastly red veins and his eyelids were so swollen that only a slit remained. He exuded a sense of being utterly drained of spirit, as if he had endured 3 days and nights without rest. Just as Tai Youqian was about to mock him for wasting his energy on games, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen behind Bai Xiaobei and was instantly captivated. The screen displayed no vibrant gaming graphics, instead it was filled with real-time pages from various news websites and social media. Breaking. A large-scale violent incident occurred at the city center hospital. Heavy casualties. Unidentified panic spreads. Multiple locations experiencing indiscriminate attacks. The police urged the public to stay at home. Terrifying. A man-eater sighted on the streets. Witnesses report victims with mutilated limbs. The crimson bold exclamatory texts were like poison daggers. Tai Youqian couldn't tear his eyes away. Bai Xiaobei gasped, sharply gripping the armrests of his esports chair to support his weak body. He then slid the heavy chair aside, allowing for a clear view of the main screen, and opened a local folder he had hidden with encryption. A high-resolution, chillingly clear photo instantly filled the entire screen. The subject of the photo was undoubtedly a corpse. But it was far from an ordinary corpse. In the center of its forehead was a horrifying irregular hole about as thick as an adult man's index finger. Around the hole was torn flesh and splattered dark brown congealed matter, faintly revealing the pale bones underneath. The corpse's face was twisted beyond recognition. Its eye sockets were deeply sunken, as if the eyeballs had been brutally excavated, leaving only 2 haunting black holes. Strangely, the hollow eye sockets were not empty, the pupils were dilated to the maximum, swallowing all the whites of the eyes. Dark blue veins protruded like twisted earthworms winding under the pale skin. Its mouth was stretched to an impossible angle that a human jaw could rarely achieve, revealing teeth and gums stained with thick pitch-black blood. The exposed upper body and arms of the corpse were covered in all sorts of wounds, scratches, bruises, lacerations. But the most horrifying was the left arm. From the shoulder to the elbow, a large chunk of flesh had been brutally torn away. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, with severed tendons and a stark white arm bone exposed to the air, surrounded by coagulated blood that appeared thick and putrid dark red. On the mangled flesh one could even see the outlines of bite marks. A chill shot through Tai Youqian's feet straight to the crown of his head, and he instinctively took a half step back, his stomach churning violently. The nausea from his hangover was completely ignited by the horrendous image before him. He pressed his mouth shut tightly, barely suppressing the urge to vomit. What the hell is this thing? Tai Youqian's voice had changed pitch. The photo taken by the police at the scene of the arrest. "Do you remember the hotel manager I mentioned last night? I made calls all night long, dozens of them, not a single one went through." Bai Xiaobei's bloodshot eyes were filled with terror. "A friend at the hospital told me that many armed SWAT officers went to the hospital last night. Fully armed. They sealed off the entire hospital. They took away truckloads of people." He had frantically refreshed every information channel all night, his nerves stretched to the limit. At 3 in the morning this photo appeared like a ghost in a hidden corner of a forum. He barely had time for a quick glance before instinctively pressing the save button. When he refreshed again, the post along with the photo disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Tai Youqian's face turned extremely grim. Was it just to deal with a dog? Is this some kind of cannon to kill a mosquito, or? Tai Youqian raised his hand to press against his throbbing temple, feeling as if his CPU were about to overheat. I can't wrap my head around this. Are you saying that those unfortunate souls at the hotel last night, the pet injury incidents and the monster in this photo, are all connected? Bai Xiaobei's gaze returned to the hellish photo on the screen, the fear in his eyes spreading like tangible ink. This is just my guess. I suspect that people like this, or rather, these things, we will see more frequently in the future. His eyes seemed to pierce through the screen, envisioning a terrifying future filled with wandering corpses and bloodshed. Tai Youqian was inherently fearless, having grown up under the authority of Tai Shiling. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? Yet the bizarre events before him, completely beyond common understanding, combined with Bai Xiaobei's deep-seated fear, made him feel a genuine terror born from the unknown for the first time. To be honest, he instinctively resisted believing such absurdities, but seeing Bai Xiaobei's lost expression as if he were about to break down at any moment, and the impactful photo on the screen along with the news reports that could not conceal the panic, Bai Xiaobei's suspicions were likely true. He forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath, the air carrying a chill. Have you contacted your family? This was the most pressing issue. If things really got chaotic, the safety of their families was the top priority and the first batch of people to grasp the latest information at the foot of the royal city. Mentioning family, a look of pain and anxiety emerged on Bai Xiaobei's face. I can't get through. I called every number for my dad, my mom, my sister, my grandpa. Not a single one connected. All busy signals, all unreachable. He suddenly raised both hands and slapped his cheeks hard, making a crisp sound, trying to use the pain to confirm whether this absurd situation was just an overly realistic nightmare. Do you think they might already be? He couldn't bring himself to finish, the immense fear choking his throat. Tai Youqian's heart sank as well. His old man's phone was often in a state of, call if you want, I have no time for you, so it was perfectly normal for it not to connect. But Bai's family was different. Bai Xiaobei was the apple of their eye, cherished like a precious gem. His parents' phones being on standby for him 24 hours was the norm. This was absolutely abnormal. Don't panic yet. Tai Youqian forced himself to remain calm, raising his voice slightly, trying to disperse Bai Xiaobei's fear. If the phone doesn't connect, use something else. You keep bragging that you spent hundreds of thousands on a top-notch satellite network just to catch up on those manga updates, claiming it has no dead zones globally, that you can watch in 1080p even in the mountains. Try that. Bai Xiaobei suddenly froze, a glimmer of rationality finally cutting through his fear. Right. Satellite network. How did I forget this? Tai Youqian quickly walked to the living room, where the huge floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a scene of tranquility. But this tranquility felt like a fragile sheet of glass paper ready to be shattered by the surging darkness outside. He picked up the remote, his fingers whitening from the force, and turned on the giant screen TV on the wall. The morning news anchor, impeccably made up, spoke in her usual sweet and steady voice, but upon closer inspection one could catch a hint of tension that she was trying hard to mask. Last night a serious traffic accident occurred on XX Road in our city, resulting in multiple injuries. Traffic has now resumed. The police remind citizens that there has been an increase in knife-related violence recently. Please be cautious when traveling at night. The government spokesperson reiterated that no precise evidence of terrorist organization activity has been found, urging citizens to remain calm and not to go out unless necessary, cooperating with government operations. Regarding some false information circulating online, please do not believe or spread rumors. The content of the report felt like it came from two different worlds compared to the bloody titles in Bai Xiaobei's gaming room. Most of the time the reports glossed over the situation, emphasizing traffic accidents and ordinary public safety incidents while completely avoiding any mention of abnormal deaths or man-eating rumors, or brushing them aside with vague comments about the victims' deaths being gruesome and the perpetrators' methods being brutal. The government's intent was clear: suppress the news. Maintain stability. Tai Youqian quickly took out his phone, unlocked it, and with a barely noticeable tremble in his fingers opened the largest domestic social media platform. He attempted to search for keywords like hospital swap manita monster. This content may involve false information and will not be displayed according to relevant laws and regulations. Search results are empty, please try other keywords. The cold prompt felt like an invisible wall. Only a few obscure posts remained using various code names and abbreviations filled with panic in their tone. There are madmen outside. XX community is finished. Help. They are coming. They are really coming. These posts were like stones thrown into the sea, quickly drowned out by more celebrity gossip and funny videos, or simply vanished. The government's online control was like an invisible net, desperately trying to keep the lid on. Damn it. Tai Youqian muttered irritably, a wave of unnamed anger surged to his head. He suddenly raised his foot and forcefully kicked a valuable enamel flower pot next to the TV cabinet. The pot emitted a dull thud and the plants inside shook violently. He quickly walked back to the gaming room. Bai Xiaobei was slumped in his esports chair, looking even more haggard than before, his gaze blankly fixed on the glaring red text on the screen that read satellite connection failed. Even satellite communications are down. Bai Xiaobei's voice was tinged with a desperate sob like a lost child. Youqian, what are we going to do? I can't contact them. Tai Youqian looked at his friend on the verge of collapse, a heavy feeling he had never experienced before pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. He walked over to Bai Xiaobei, yanked him up from the chair and then sat down himself, typing a complex communication code made up of numbers and letters that he knew by heart. It was the only direct line to his family, a private encrypted satellite line to Tai Shiling. Dial this. Whose? Bai Xiaobei asked blankly, his voice thick with nasal congestion. Tai Youqian was about to answer when the interface of the special communication software on the computer screen suddenly jolted. A green call connection icon began to flash wildly. Immediately following, a voice like a thunderclap, authoritative yet filled with thunderous rage, pierced through the top-notch sound system, instantly filling the entire gaming room. You little brat. Where the hell have you been hiding? Hurry back to Beicheng. Right now. Immediately. Did you hear that? Little brat, speak up. Tai Shiling's voice was like a tangible shockwave, the aura of someone who had long held power and the current urgency and anger crashing over them from thousands of miles away. Tai Youqian instinctively shrank his neck at the roar, then rolled his eyes dramatically, directly pushing the microphone in front of Bai Xiaobei, signaling with his lips, "You say it." Bai Xiaobei trembled at the sudden shout, hurriedly leaning close to the microphone, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Grandpa. It's me. Bai Xiaobei. Youqian Yang is right here with me." On the other end of the line, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The overwhelming fury paused for an instant. Then Tai Shiling's voice noticeably lowered, still authoritative but carrying a hint of urgency and seriousness. "It's Xiaobei." He paused, speaking rapidly, each word like a hammer. "To make a long story short, your family is safe. Now you and Yang go to the airport immediately. Take the fastest flight back to Beicheng. I will send absolutely reliable people to meet you at the airport." Bai Xiaobei's heart raced, almost bursting from his chest. "Grandpa. What? What the hell is going on outside? What about those photos? I can't explain it all right now." Tai Shiling interrupted him roughly, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. "You must remember. Outside has gone chaotic, completely chaotic. Don't worry about anything, don't ask anything, just take care of yourselves. Get to the airport as fast as you can. And," his tone suddenly intensified, "if you encounter anyone acting strangely, anyone who doesn't look normal, stay far away from them. The farther the better. Don't get bitten. Don't get caught. Don't even touch their blood. Do you understand? Yang is in your hands." Beep, beep, beep. Before Tai Shiling could finish, a harsh busy signal suddenly rang out. The green connection icon on the satellite communication screen instantly turned into a glaring red disconnection symbol. The communication was completely severed. Bai Xiaobei stared blankly at the glaring red disconnection symbol on the screen, feeling a chill run through his body. Tai Youqian's expression darkened to the point where it seemed like water could drip from it. He suddenly stood up, his voice carrying a sense of resolute determination, yanking the limp Bai Xiaobei up from the chair. "We can't possibly be this unlucky to encounter this damned apocalypse, can we?" he cursed softly, dragging the dazed Bai Xiaobei out. Bai Xiaobei stumbled as he was pulled, looking at the tense profile and the unmistakable panic in his friend's eyes. The words "it might be a zombie apocalypse" that had been stuck in his throat never escaped. This was no longer just bad news, it was a verdict of despair. Moreover, Tai Youqian's state was so poor that Bai Xiaobei for some reason calmed down slightly. "You'll go get the car keys." The G63's deep and powerful engine roar, a luxury off-road vehicle worth millions, had lost its qualification to race with the wind on the highway to the airport for the first time. 40 kilometers, a distance that normally required just a press of the gas pedal to reach in less than an hour, had now turned into a desperate giant parking lot. The view was filled with all sorts of vehicles, from luxury cars to rundown vans, the honking horns creating a cacophony of desperate noise. Tai Youqian angrily slammed his fist against the expensive carbon fiber steering wheel, the costly horn giving a weak moan. He relinquished the driver's seat to Bai Xiaobei, who was in slightly better shape. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, the spicy smoke swirling in his lungs but doing nothing to quell the irritation in his heart. He pushed open the car door and jumped out, squeezing through the gaps between several vehicles to gather information. When he returned, his face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He slammed the car door shut, the expensive leather interior producing a dull thud. Traffic is completely paralyzed. It's controlled. It's blocked all the way to the airport terminal. Tai Youqian's voice carried suppressed anger and a hint of barely concealed fear. The guy driving the BMW ahead said that the city is in complete chaos. There are police in black and yellow uniforms beating people in their complex. They beat anyone in sight. Like they've gone mad. He even saw it happen. Tai Youqian's voice caught for a moment ash from his cigarette falling onto his pants without him noticing. "I saw a person pouncing on another person. Biting. Like a beast. Bai Xiaobei in the driver's seat gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his voice barely above a whisper. Really? Could it really be zombies? That word which had haunted him all night finally trembled from his lips. Tai Youqian didn't respond, he just took another harsh drag from his cigarette, the hot smoke scalding his throat. He didn't know what to do anymore. Let's wait a bit longer. This steel beast that could run at 300 kilometers per hour was now more powerless than a snail in the frozen traffic. Tai Youqian's voice carried a sense of resigned fatigue. If we're still stuck, we'll turn back. Outside the car window, cigarette butts quickly piled into a small hill. Time dragged on slowly in anxiety and despair, the daylight outside fading from bright morning light to a dusky yellow and finally swallowed whole by the heavy night. Bai Xiaobei had stayed awake all night and the immense psychological shock made his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead, struggling to stay open. He forced himself to say to Tai Youqian, who was equally exhausted in the passenger seat, I can't hold on anymore, I need to sleep for a bit, just a bit. Before he finished, his head tilted to the side and he sank almost instantly into a deep sleep, his brow still furrowed, body occasionally jolting as if startled. Tai Youqian also tiredly closed his eyes, trying to catch a moment of rest amidst the engine noise and the honking horns. However, less than 2 hours later, Bai Xiaobei. Wake up. Wake the hell up. A cold yet powerful hand gripped Bai Xiaobei's shoulder like a vice, shaking him with all its might. Up ahead. Something's happened. Bai Xiaobei jolted awake from his nightmare, following Tai Youqian's finger to see a few hundred meters ahead where the previously stagnated traffic had erupted like an anthill after a boulder was thrown in. Countless panic-stricken headlights flashed and swayed, illuminating that area in a bizarre light. Several cars suddenly lost control and crashed violently into each other, producing a tremendous metallic screech. Further away, faintly visible shadows were seen pouncing on fleeing figures, followed by the chilling sounds of flesh being torn and horrific wails that didn't sound human. Chaos was surging towards their still untouched safe zone at a visible speed. The world of zombies had arrived. Tai Youqian rolled down the car window. A frigid, turbid air rushed in, laced with piercing screams and the acrid stench of burnt flesh. He leaned halfway out, fingers clenching forward with sudden force, seizing a man whose brow glistened with fine sweat. Brother. What's happening ahead? Tai Youqian's voice rose sharply above the roar of the engine and the ceaseless distant shrieks, so high it nearly tore his throat raw. The man was on the verge of collapse, his facial muscles twisted in terror as he frantically tried to pry apart Tai Youqian's iron grip fingers, his neck jerking stiffly backward again and again, lips trembling, voice utterly warped into a shrill, ragged wail. They are eating people. Eating people. Run. Run. Bai Xiaobei looked ahead, through the chaotic gaps between stalled vehicles, and saw a young mother clutching her child, violently knocked to the ground by something unseen. The child flew from her arms, tiny body slamming onto the cold asphalt, its cries cutting off instantly. Then a grotesque figure descended upon her with inhuman strength, crashing down with terrifying weight. Its head snapped downward. Moments later, the woman's throat erupted in an unearthly, soul-rending shriek, blood spraying like ink across the adjacent car door and pavement. A suffocating shadow of decay and death instantly descended upon that gridlocked stretch of highway. Vehicles ahead erupted into blind frenzy, ramming, crushing and shoving one another forward with desperate brute force, striving to carve a path to survival. The screech of grinding metal, the shattering of glass, the guttural howl of engines, the shriek of tires tearing at asphalt, dying moans and the wet guttural rasps emanating from monstrous throats, all fused together, battering the eardrums with savage intensity. Bai Xiaobei felt as though he stood inside a vast seething crucible, thick with the coppery reek of blood, every direction a tableau of hell itself. Tai Youqian's gaze locked unblinkingly onto the indistinct darkness beyond the left roadside barrier, and onto the narrow gap between that barrier and a black SUV ahead, displaced slightly by collision. Hold on tight. Almost simultaneously, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The engine roared, a sound like a caged beast breaking free. The chassis lurched violently, launching forward like a released arrow, grazing the SUV's side mirror before hurtling headlong with brutal momentum straight into the seemingly impregnable golden guardrail. Boom! An ear-splitting detonation seemed to explode within their skulls. The entire vehicle was hurled upward as if struck by a colossal hammer. Bai Xiaobei flung forward with crushing force against the windshield. He gripped the handle with white-knuckled desperation, the seatbelt bit deep into his shoulder, sending jolts of agony, but still he felt his body surge uncontrollably forward, feet lifting briefly from the floorboard, his entire field of vision consumed by the windshield spider-webbed fractures, while a choking melange of oil and dust filled his lungs. Jaw clenched, Tai Youqian gripped the wildly bucking steering wheel with both hands, and the instant the chassis slammed back onto solid earth, tires gripping the ground once more, he wrenched the wheel hard right with every ounce of his strength. Tires screamed against the coarse muddy earth, hurling up great plumes of damp soil and shredded grass. The SUV surged down the embankment like a wild beast freed from its trap, roaring across the sodden grassy slope and plunging onto a narrow winding mountain road swallowed by profound darkness. A few other SUVs and rugged off-road vehicles, quick to react, followed without hesitation, crashing through the shattered remnants of the guardrail in pursuit. Yet the mountain road's mud and potholes instantly became lethal snares. A red sedan barely off the highway sank helplessly into the mire, the wheels spinning uselessly, splattering thick brown sludge. Another larger SUV attempted to detour, only to plunge headlong into a rain-carved ravine. Its body tilted violently, doors buckling inward as occupants pounded frantically on the windows, faces etched with utter despair. Only a handful pressed on behind them. Bai Xiaobei strained to turn his head, peering backward through the mud-smeared cracked rear window. That infernal hellscape they'd just fled shrank rapidly in the distance, obscured by mud and rising hills. His throat went dry, cold sweat drenched his thin shirt and a chilling wave of dread crept up his spine. Had Tai Youqian not acted decisively just then, the consequences would have been unthinkable. His voice hoarse, he rasped, lucky I listened to you and bought this SUV. His palm rested on the cold metallic door panel, the rough unyielding texture now the sole anchor of reassurance. Otherwise we wouldn't have moved an inch. Before the words had fully faded, a blinding incandescent orange fireball detonated behind them, on the very stretch of highway they'd abandoned. A muffled thunderous blast reverberated even at that distance, making the chassis tremble faintly. Its light ripped through the surrounding darkness, casting the twisted wreckage and fleeing figures in stark hellish silhouette, like actors frozen upon a macabre stage. Bai Xiaobei jolted violently, eyelashes fluttering, breath coming in sharp ragged gasps, his heart hammering against his ribs as if trying to break free. Ravenous flames devoured the surrounding air, generating a scorching updraft that lifted more wreckage into the inferno. Several cars drawn too close were effortlessly torn apart by that savage force, vanishing in an instant beneath rolling fireballs. More chilling still, amid the roaring blaze, the shimmering heat haze and the churning black smoke charred mutilated unnaturally stiff figures staggered upright, one by one. They ignored the searing flames, moving only with grim shambling persistence toward those still writhing in futile desperation, unconsumed by the advancing fire. Shit. Tai Youqian ground the word out through clenched teeth. Bai Xiaobei's eyes brimmed with pure overwhelming terror, his voice trembling so violently it took 3 broken attempts to form a coherent sentence. Fear. Youqian, those are the things your grandfather used to warn about, the ones you must never let bite or scratch you. He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing, struggling to suppress the rising tide of fear and nausea. Tai Youqian said nothing more. He simply stared ahead into the dense ink-black mountain road cleaved open by their headlights. The cabin fell into absolute silence, broken only by the engine's low guttural snarl and their own laboured suppressed breathing. We're still heading for the airport. Bai Xiaobei broke the suffocating quiet, his voice tentative, as if fearing even a whisper might rouse something lurking in the outer dark. Tai Youqian kept his gaze fixed on the endless devouring darkness ahead, pitch black, unrelenting and newly unfamiliar. For the first time in his life he felt utterly lost. He didn't know. He didn't know whether order still held at the airport, or if it had already become another gateway to damnation. He didn't even know whether their choice made in panic was merely a race toward yet another abyss of despair. The entire world, it seemed, had fractured and inverted in those few hours they'd been trapped on the highway, revealing its festering rotten core. Bai Xiaobei drew a deep shuddering breath, icy dusty air flooding his lungs, stinging with sharp clarity. He fought to steady his trembling voice, clinging desperately to something familiar, something that might still offer solace. In manga they always say you target the brain or heart to stop these things. I think it should work on zombies too. He uttered the word softly, instinctively lowering his voice. He had already accepted it, that absurd fictional world of zombies, once confined to screens and paper, had flooded their reality like an unstoppable glacial tide. Tai Youqian twisted his lips into a short brittle scoff, devoid of warmth, steeped only in icy self-mockery. We attacked them. With our bare hands. His gaze swept over Bai Xiaobei, and then flickered to their blurred reflections in the window, 2 slender fragile men as frail as reeds in late autumn. Are we serving ourselves up as an alucaniac buffet? Or delivering ourselves straight to the table, lifting the lid for them? Years spent indoors, starved of sunlight and movement, pale gaunt frames sculpted by hunger for the sake of fleeting on-screen appeal, now stood as grotesque bitter irony. They possessed not a shred of strength capable of resisting those horrors. Silence settled again. The rumble of tires over uneven terrain echoed hollowly within the cabin. After a long pause, Tai Youqian spoke again, voice low, hoarse, laced with the weary resignation of a man who'd stopped believing in salvage. What else did that damned manga say? Bai Xiaobei sat up straighter, reciting as if from memory, the whole world will descend into chaos, existing systems will collapse. To survive you must find a secure, defensible location to establish a base, stockpile food and water, ideally achieve self-sufficiency, and set traps for defense. He paused, voice dropping further, heavy with foreboding, and you mustn't gather too many people. Too many people mean too many conflicting motives, disputes and betrayals can be deadlier than the monsters outside. A base. Recruiting people. Tai Youqian's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers tapped absently against the rim of the steering wheel, soft rhythmic knocks. His mind raced through the remote geography of Bai Xiaobei's secluded estate. Who the hell is thinking about recruiting people? Your estate, surrounded by mountains and forests, nearest neighbor being the shooting range owner several miles away, you rarely see him twice a year. That's actually perfect for hiding. As for supplies, his tone turned somber as he recalled last night's glimpse of the estate's kitchen. Your fridge is well stocked, but nowhere near enough. We'll need far more. There's a small town about 20 li west of home. It has a convenience store. Bai Xiaobei interjected quickly, urgency sharpening his pace. And gasoline. The car can't run dry. We need to stockpile fuel. Tai Youqian hesitated no longer. Following Bai Xiaobei's directions, he steered the battered SUV along the rutted mountain road, toward that lone fragile hope of supplies. An hour later the mud-caked SUV crept into the remote hamlet of Shishi, exhausted like a wounded beast returning to its den. Unlike the apocalyptic horror of the highway, the town's streets were eerily calm, deserted yet strangely tranquil. A few residents ambled leisurely, exchanging idle words, faces relaxed with mundane ease. Tai Youqian's vigilance never wavered, his gaze swept like a searchlight across shuttered windows and every passerby's face, hunting for the faintest anomaly. They soon found it, a modest storefront Li-minute grocery. Faded promotional posters clung to the glass door. Through its grime-streaked surface, rows of shelves displayed basic provisions and foodstuffs, while a couple of customers waited calmly at the checkout counter. The moment the SUV halted before the store, Tai Youqian flung open his door and leapt out, movements sharp with the urgency of hunted prey. Bai Xiaobei followed instantly, both dashed inside. The stock was better than Bai Xiaobei had anticipated, yet still severely limited. Tai Youqian moved with ruthless precision, straight to the food aisle, arms wide, sweeping boxes of instant noodles, bags of bread, compressed biscuits and strips of dried beef from the shelves like a storm clearing a field. It wasn't that he didn't want more, it was that the shop's inventory after his swift plunder was already nearly depleted. After more than 10 boxes of instant noodles and nearly every visible packet of dry rations were taken, the shelves were visibly emptied. Bai Xiaobei shifted his focus to water. Although the manor had a filtration system, in a world where water and electricity might be cut off at any moment, a clean water source was a lifeline. He moved case after case of bottled water and large water drums until the trunk was nearly full. Then he went to the tools section: kitchen knives, fruit knives, scissors, a whole set of screwdrivers in various sizes. He selected each item carefully, any one of them might become a weapon or a necessary tool in a critical moment. Gloves, hoses, disinfectant, sealable bags. He shoved these seemingly unrelated things into the car as well, each one corresponding to some scene in a survival comic where such items proved indispensable. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse in the dim corner near the refrigerated section. A figure was curled up there, turned away from the shelves, trembling at a strangely violent frequency. Bai Xiaobei halted for a moment. He pushed the cart and approached a few cautious steps. The person wore a dark coat and looked to be a middle-aged man. "Sir," Bai Xiaobei ventured softly, keeping his voice low. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Did you eat something bad?" The curled figure stiffened abruptly. Without turning, he drew himself even tighter and a muffled voice came from between his knees. "Go away." Bai Xiaobei's goodwill froze on his face, embarrassment and a sting of hurt warmed his cheeks. He instinctively took a half step back. He was not the kind of person to forcefully cross someone else's boundary. A strong sense of personal limits led him to respect that brusque rejection. As he turned, a thin slant of light from a high window cut across the floor and fell before the man. There, a viscous dark red pool like oil and faintly fishy was quietly spreading its edges, the color so deep it approached black. At the cashier, the owner was excitedly counting supplies piled like a small mountain, occasionally asking if they were preparing some event. Bai Xiaobei pushed his cart over, his gaze skimming the shelves by the register. He grabbed a large handful of condoms, deliberately choosing the big boxes, the large sizes. Tai Youqian's eyebrows shot up and a teasing, incredulous smile tugged at his mouth. Hey baby." He deliberately drew out the tone without lowering his voice. "Why are you taking so many of those? Thinking the apocalypse is coming and you should hurry to lose your precious virgin status." He clicked his tongue theatrically and cast a suggestive glance at the boxes. "Don't you realize how scarce those sizes will be in times like these?" The cashier paused mid-scan, her eyes flicking toward Bai Xiaobei. After all, not everyone had the audacity to discuss such private items so loudly at a supermarket counter. Bai Xiaobei's voice was barely above a whisper, yet carried an unwavering insistence. "They are useful. The comic said these are very useful for wilderness survival." He hurriedly added, trying to dispel the awkward, ambiguous mood. "Not what you're thinking. They're elastic and seal well. They can be improvised as temporary water pouches or be used to store other things conveniently." Even though he had not worked out exactly what they would store, Tai Youqian's teasing sharpened. He leaned forward almost close enough to Bai Xiaobei's crimson ear. "Are you sure you're reading a proper survival comic? Not some, you know?" Bai Xiaobei clenched his teeth and snatched several smaller boxes from the shelf, tossing them into the cart. He believed the comic would not lie. In such life and death moments, nothing that might be useful could be left behind. He ignored Tai Youqian's jibes and set about piling every item he deemed useful onto the cashier's counter. When the last item had been scanned and the trunk and back seats were overflowing, Bai Xiaobei watched the owner as Tai Youqian paid. He spoke urgently and rapidly in a low voice, "Listen to me. You should close the store and go home now. Tell everyone in the village it's extremely dangerous outside. Stock up on food and water, stay inside and lock your doors and windows." The owner looked up, her expression an undecorated mixture of astonishment, confusion and a hint of pity, as if looking at someone mad. Any slight attraction she had felt because handsome customers had come vanished like smoke. She thought ruefully that the heavens were fair, one could not have every advantage. How could two such good-looking men have such foolishness in their heads? Tai Youqian, bored with further explanation, picked up the heavy shopping bag and turned to leave. Bai Xiaobei felt a chill at her evasive glance but knew that more words would be futile. He silently took the remaining bags and followed out. At the town's only shabby gas station they filled 4 huge plastic jerrycans to the brim. Bai Xiaobei looked at the nearly bursting trunk and whispered a plan. "Tomorrow. Should we come back again? There are still some things we didn't finish buying." Tai Youqian slammed the heavy car door shut with a dull thud. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he glanced along the not especially wide road at the town entrance. In scarcely an hour, vehicles coming from the main road into town had noticeably increased, one after another, each carrying a sense of panic and kicking up clouds of dust. He shook his head gravely. "Don't think about it. Look at this traffic. How can we know if those cars carry people or—" He left the sentence unfinished, the implication chilling Bai Xiaobei's newly kindled hope like an ice bath. When the familiar outline of the manor finally appeared in the beams of their headlights, a complex emotion, exhaustion mixed with the relief of having survived, welled up. They moved supplies into the house as fast as they could, trips back and forth, sweat soaking their backs and their arms aching so much it was nearly impossible to lift them. Bai Xiaobei did not rest immediately. He fetched a thick notebook and a pen and methodically catalogued every item, type, quantity, shelf life. Each entry felt like reinforcing a fragile psychological barrier. Only then did he carefully carry the supplies, those tokens of hope for survival, into the storage room and neatly arrange them by category. Tai Youqian hauled the luggage into Bai Xiaobei's bedroom. The wide bed had become their only secure island to lean on one another. On this night filled with unknown terrors they needed to hear the small proximity of each other's breath. Bai Xiaobei quickly stir-fried 2 simple dishes. They sat facing each other at the table and ate in silence. The only sounds were chewing and the occasional clink of bowls and chopsticks. No one spoke. The day's bloody images and the explosions on the highway still seemed to linger before their eyes and ears, weighing on their tongues and rendering any small talk pale and powerless. Before sleep, Bai Xiaobei checked every door and window on the first floor. The heavy wooden doors were double-locked, bolts slid in, each window was checked again to ensure it was firmly shut. He drew the thick curtains, cutting off the boundless darkness outside that seemed to hide countless watching eyes. Having finished, he walked back to the bedroom and tried to sound light. "We were actually pretty lucky today, right? Escaping buying supplies at the supermarket and driving back without really running into those things." Tai Youqian stood by the bed under the dim glow of a small lamp on the bedside table, pouring essence into his palm with a ritualistic, almost mechanical motion. He replied without looking up, a flat HM, his tone unvaried. "Today is over." He prayed silently that tomorrow they would not encounter them. It won't. Bai Xiaobei interjected immediately, as if convincing Tai Youqian and himself. "We're in the suburbs, it's so remote. There are naturally fewer people here. Those things should be in the city where people gather," he said, climbing into bed and burrowing into the covers while hunting for optimistic reasons. Maybe tomorrow the news will bring good tidings. The army will have things under control, or they'll have found an antidote." Tai Youqian gave a short, bitter laugh. "Yes, let's hope they catch whoever they call the terrorists." He switched off the lamp and the bedroom fell into thick darkness, only a faint strip of moonlight leaking through the curtain seam. He lifted the covers and lay down. The mattress made a faint creak. "I also hope your lucky star," his voice drew closer in the dark, soft in a rare vulnerability and almost dependent, "can keep sharing some of that luck with me. Get some sleep and conserve your strength. There's a lot to do tomorrow." "Okay." Bai Xiaobei answered promptly and nodded in the dark. "First thing tomorrow we'll go to the manor's tool room to fetch the backup generator. If the power goes out, that thing is life. There are also vegetables and such at the manor, we can bring them back together." Tai Youqian replied simply. Bai Xiaobei felt the mattress dip as Tai Youqian turned and moved closer to him. His voice was muffled, threaded with the fragile relief of having survived. It sounded clear in Bai Xiaobei's ear. "Baby, I'm so glad you're here with me now." He paused to find the words, a shaken gratitude in his tone. "Good thing I didn't listen to the agent's nonsense about joining that damned wilderness reality show. Imagine cram-packed in a camp with dozens of people, I'd have been eaten alive." Warmth rushed through Bai Xiaobei's chest, an indescribable current of tenderness rising. He was the one who should feel unbearably grateful. If he had been alone now facing this upheaval and terror, he would probably have been frantic and disoriented like a headless fly with no one to speak to, consult with, or share the fear. A few centimeters taller than Tai Youqian, he almost reflexively wrapped an arm around the man who had leaned in. Tai Youqian showed no hesitation or resistance. As if finding the most comfortable nest, he adjusted immediately, burying his head in Bai Xiaobei's shoulder, his cheek against the warm side of his neck, even nuzzling contentedly until he found the perfect spot, settling in to draw warmth and comfort. Tai Xiaoyang, Bai Xiaobei tightened his embrace. We will survive. The man in his arms was silent for a few seconds, then a low voice, clear with affirmation and promise, replied, You promised to call me by my stage name. We'll survive together. Perhaps the day's flight had exhausted all their strength, perhaps the closeness finally produced a long-lost sense of safety, or perhaps that vow to survive together drove away the deepest fear. The taut nerves of the whole day finally loosened. Before long, Bai Xiaobei felt Tai Youqian's breathing even out and lengthen. He himself could no longer resist the tide of fatigue, and his eyelids grew heavy. The morning chill had yet to fully dissipate when it was muddied by the television anchor's artificially composed voice. Bai Xiaobei crouched on the floor, wrapping a fruit knife and a wooden rod tightly with adhesive tape, the monotonous rasping shush of each turn echoing in the stillness. On the news screen, an official spokesperson wore a grim expression, no longer concealing the truth, as he uttered the chilling term living dead. They primarily locate targets through hearing and smell. A few individuals may retain partial vision. The broadcaster's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. If attacked, flee immediately. If escape proves impossible, destroy the brainstem at all costs. Repeat, destroy the brain. Do not venture outdoors. Anyone bitten, scratched, or exhibiting any symptoms of illness must immediately distance themselves from others and self-isolate. Bai Xiaobei's taping slowed, his fingertips turned icy cold. He raised his eyes to the screen where the anchor was delivering an uplifting closing statement. This is a catastrophe confronting all humanity, but united in resolve and hope we shall surely overcome this epidemic. Yet before the final syllable of epidemic had faded, a piercing burst of static shattered the air and the screen erupted into a frenzied blizzard of chaotic snow, accompanied by an aggravating grating hiss. Only that unnerving white noise remained in the living room. Bai Xiaobei stared at the flickering static, his throat dry. I wonder if there'll even be news tomorrow. He murmured softly, instinctively tightening the final loop of tape, clutching it as though it might hold onto some sliver of safety. A fleeting image crossed his mind, himself wielding this crude weapon, heroically felling zombies one by one, though of course only if he possessed the courage to actually thrust the blade home. From now on we fight alone. Tai Youqian broke the silence, checking supplies in his backpack with swift practiced motions. Is your laptop's recording function active? It's been running continuously, Bai Xiaobei replied, his voice muffled. He dared not wager how long satellite signals would last, or risk missing a single call from his family. The laptop sat on the living room table, its screen glowing, the recording software faithfully operating, its auto-answer and auto-record features the last safeguard he could devise. He had also prepared an identical taped weapon for Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian accepted it, weighed it in his palm, then slashed and lunged twice into empty air, producing only a faint whisper of wind. Good, we'll use this, he declared decisively, glancing toward the heavy fire axe leaning in the corner. That thing's too cumbersome, awkward to swing, and far too loud. Sweat already glistened along his temples, though it was October, the air thick and suffocating. To conserve fuel, they chose the aging sightseeing electric cart used by old Chen for patrols. Fully armed, they awkwardly squeezed themselves into bulky down jackets, then sealed their helmets' visors, narrowing their field of vision into something claustrophobic and oppressive. The engine hummed low and deep as the cart rolled slowly out of the garage. Bai Xiaobei gripped the steering wheel, palm slick with sweat, his eyes sweeping like searchlights across every shadowed recess beside the road, an abandoned newsstand, a half-open garage door, a cluttered green belt, terrified that at any moment a twisted figure might erupt with a guttural shriek. This place is usually so deserted. Bai Xiaobei licked his parched lips as if trying to convince himself, surely zombies wouldn't bother wandering here. Don't let your guard down. Tai Youqian's voice, distorted by the helmet, sounded strained. Overheated, he wrestled open his jacket zipper, a visible plume of steam rising from his chest. Where's the generator? In the staff restroom beside the cattle shed, Bai Xiaobei answered, carefully parking the cart a few paces from the door. He killed the engine. An eerie absolute silence descended, no birdsong, no rustle of wind, not even a trembling leaf. Something feels wrong, he murmured, unease coiling around his heart like creeping vines. Isn't silence a good sign? It means no zombies are nearby. Tai Youqian wiped sweat from his brow and leapt from the cart. Bai Xiaobei frowned, sensing he'd grasped something elusive, yet it slipped away like smoke. You're right. He shook his head and stepped down. A rust-eaten iron padlock hung on the restroom door. Bai Xiaobei drew his taped weapon and struck the lock several times with the blade's flat side, each sharp clang jarringly loud in the hush, but the lock held firm. Staff are on holiday, keys. He strained to recall. Right. Uncle Chen always kept spares in the storage compartment at the front of the cart. Mentioning Uncle Chen sent a sudden heavy plunge through his chest. He felt certain he'd forgotten something vital, yet his memory blurred, veiled in fog. It must have been those gruesome zombie alert images he'd scrolled through late into the night, his mind numbed, sluggish. I'll get them. Wait here. Tai Youqian turned and strode briskly toward the cart. All right. Bai Xiaobei nodded, watching Tai Youqian's back vanish behind the vehicle. He pulled a large transparent plastic bag from his pack and unfurled it with a crisp rustling snap. His gaze swept over the familiar van parked behind the building, the one Uncle Chen and the crew used to haul feed and tools. The van sat motionless, yet no one was in sight. A flicker of suspicion rose, only to dissolve instantly beneath the lush vibrant green of the vegetable patch. His thoughts filled with fresh produce. Crouching, he began pulling vegetables with practiced speed: crisp lettuce, plump cabbages, emerald green romaine. Soon the bag swelled heavy and taut in his hands. As he bent low, intent on uprooting a cluster of vivid crimson chili peppers, his ears caught an infinitesimal sound behind him, a soft wet thud like leaves crushed underfoot. Did you find them? Bai Xiaobei assumed Tai Youqian had returned. No reply came. Then, without warning, a nauseating stench, rotting earth and raw blood, flooded his nostrils. Every hair on his body bristled upright. He clenched the 2 freshly picked chilies in his fist and wrenched his head around. Mere inches from his face loomed a bloated ashen-grey visage smeared with grime, blood and festering wounds. Clouded, lifeless eyes locked onto him, a guttural wheezing HRR rasped from its throat while rancid saliva dripped from split blackened lips. It gave him no time to react. Roaring, it launched itself forward, claws bared. Ay. Bai Xiaobei's soul seemed to shatter. Pure survival instinct ignited explosive speed within him. Muscle memory took over. He snatched up the makeshift weapon beside him, dropped into a crouch and drove it forward with every ounce of strength he possessed. Thwip. The blade pierced flesh, but his crouched stance limited his power and the zombie's momentum was overwhelming. The sharp edge sank only into the creature's neck, snagged fast by sinew and bone, inflicting no mortal wound. The zombie didn't falter, not even for an instant. Its rotting hands, reeking of decay, streaked toward Bai Xiaobei's face. A wave of paralyzing terror seized his heart. It's over, I'll be torn apart alive. Despair flooded him. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, a raw, piercing cry of utter terror. At that very instant, something, perhaps scattered cabbage leaves, perhaps a loose clod of earth, tripped the creature beneath its feet. Its entire body lurched violently off balance and slammed forward with crushing inertia. Just as its putrid claws neared the surface of Bai Xiaobei's helmet, crack! A sickening, bone-shattering thud echoed. The fruit knife, originally lodged only shallowly in the neck, now had its hilt driven hard against the unyielding ground as the zombie pitched forward. And with the full weight of its body, and the ferocity of its lunge, the blade punched clean through the base of its neck. Thick tar-black blood, dark as congealed oil, gushed forth in a violent spray. Bai Xiaobei stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn, but primal survival surged anew. Seizing the zombie's brief convulsive paralysis, he scrambled wildly from beneath it, limbs flailing. He staggered upright, heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Gasping, he stared down at the twitching horror sprawled on the ground, black blood spattered across his helmet's visor. Then, when that grotesquely distorted yet hauntingly familiar face registered in his vision, he recoiled as if struck by lightning. "Cici. Uncle Chen." His voice cracked, trembling with disbelief. The man who always smiled warmly slipped him treats and treated him like family. How could he become this monstrous, hellish abomination? A torrent of fury instantly drowned out his fear. Bai Xiaobei lunged forward, gripping the knife's hilt protruding from the neck with both hands, wrenching desperately, as if extracting it might somehow bring Uncle Chen back. Uah! Gritting his teeth, face flushed crimson, his arm muscles corded tight, but the blade was wedged deep in cervical vertebrae, fused immovably in place. Black blood oozed between his fingers. "Bai, run now." Tai Youqian's shout exploded behind him like thunder. He'd sprinted back with the keys, only to witness the horrifying spectacle of Bai Xiaobei locked in desperate struggle with a zombie. Hearing the cry, Bai Xiaobei instinctively loosened his grip to flee. But at that very moment the convulsing Uncle Chen lurched forward once more. Thud. The blunt end of the embedded rod slammed squarely into Bai Xiaobei's unprotected abdomen. Uah! Agony detonated in his gut, his vision dimmed and his newly risen body collapsed backward onto the ground, curling inward with ragged, gasping breaths. Tai Youqian. He nearly choked on sheer exasperation. This fool was going to get himself killed. Bai Xiaobei clutched his searing stomach, teeth bared, death's icy dread seizing him again. Seeing Uncle Chen strain to rise once more, will to survive overrode pain. Bai Xiaobei seized the rod again, planted his feet and braced with every fiber of his being. Trapped by the rod skewering his neck, Uncle Chen couldn't advance another inch, only thrashed his decaying arms and roared with escalating frenzy, attempting to frighten away the prey before him. Man and monster stood locked in a harrowing stalemate upon that once lush vegetable plot, until just as Bai Xiaobei's arms trembled with exhaustion and imminent collapse, a figure burst forward like a whirlwind. It was Tai Youqian. Without hesitation he channeled his full momentum into a decisive brutal thrust, aiming straight for Uncle Chen's occiput. PFFFT. The dull unmistakable sound of steel parting bone. Uncle Chen's body stiffened, every motion ceased instantly. The clouded eyes lost their last trace of light and he toppled forward lifeless and silent. Tai Youqian swiftly nudged the heavy corpse aside with the rod, then bent down and grabbed Bai Xiaobei's arm. Are you all right? I. Bai Xiaobei was hauled upright, legs trembling uncontrollably like leaves in a gale, his face pale beneath the helmet, breathing in ragged shuddering gasps, each inhale trembling with the aftershock of deliverance. I thought I was going to die. Too terrifying. The metallic tang of rot and blood still clung to his nostrils, his clothes, inescapable, visceral. What shattered him most was seeing as the monstrous rage receded from that ravaged face the gentle familiar contours of Uncle Chen, his ever humble smile now forever lost, blurring his vision with tears. Tai Youqian sharply slapped his helmet, voice stern, unwavering, edged with lingering fear, show no mercy. He is already dead. That is no longer Uncle Chen. Bai Xiaobei nodded dully. He knew Tai Youqian spoke truth. Tai Youqian knelt close, studying the corpse, brow deeply furrowed. The broadcast said mobility depends on age and physical condition. Fortunately we faced someone elderly, slower, weaker. Otherwise. Bai Xiaobei mimicked Tai Youqian's posture, forcing himself to look closer despite revulsion and dread. When his gaze fell upon the skin exposed beneath Uncle Chen's tattered clothing, an invisible hand tore through the fog in his memory. Fragments of Uncle Chen's casual remarks, long forgotten, snapped together with startling clarity. There's money. Bai Xiaobei's voice shot up shrill with panic. What's wrong? Tai Youqian startled, alarmed by the sudden intensity. Bai Xiaobei's breath froze, his mind raced faster than ever before. We need to go, now. There are bite and scratch wounds everywhere. He told me, Wednesday. Yesterday. 6 workers were coming to repair the cattle shed. 6 workers. Uncle Chen had turned. That van meant to transport them still sat there, empty. The answer screamed itself into existence. Why didn't you say so sooner? Tai Youqian's face drained of all color, pale as ash. Generator vegetables, everything vanished from his thoughts. He seized Bai Xiaobei's arm and yanked him toward the cart with desperate strength. Run. Krang. A deafening metallic shriek erupted from the cattle shed, the sturdy wooden gate splintered inward, ripped open from within. Several towering figures surged through the narrow breach, scrambling over one another. Their bodies were slick with viscous dark red blood, still steaming faintly, and matted with gore and entrails. A suffocating wave of coppery stench crashed over them, accompanied by deafening ravenous roars, raw, frenzied and utterly savage. Bai Xiaobei's scalp prickled with horror. It clicked, he finally understood the source of that deep, unsettling quiet. They'd entered the estate without hearing a single cow's lowing. My cows, they've eaten my cows. The realization that he'd been mere inches from cannibal monsters, separated only by a wall, sent ice through his veins, every pore screamed in terror. They are coming for us next. Tai Youqian reacted with lightning speed, lunging for the cart, twisting the key and stomping the accelerator to the floor. Bai Xiaobei tumbled into the passenger seat, his helmet askew, gripping the handlebar and pounding Tai Youqian's shoulder frantically. Money. Go. Go now. Full throttle, maximum speed. These workers, drenched in blood, muscles bulging, were nothing like frail aged Uncle Chen. If even one caught them, he and Tai Youqian wouldn't last a second. Tai Youqian floored the accelerator, the cart lurched forward. Yet the ancient sightseeing vehicle accelerated agonizingly slow. It barely cleared the first 2 zombies by a hair's breadth, their putrid rotting breath brushing the vehicle's flank. Roar! Hurrah! Spurred by the sudden movement of their prey, the zombies erupted into even greater frenzy. Driven solely by primal hunger, they scattered instantly, flanking and converging from multiple directions. Tai Youqian wove wildly through the estate's narrow paths, the cart lurching violently, dodging by millimeters those blood-slicked claws reaching to claw their way aboard. Each near miss sent Bai Xiaobei's pulse skyrocketing into his throat. Step by step these tireless, vastly stronger zombies forced them back, shrinking the cart's margin for maneuver until space vanished. At last they were cornered at the estate's edge, a barren meadow stretched before them, beyond which loomed a vast impenetrable forest, dark and swallowing. 2 roaring, towering zombies blocked the rear exit completely. In that instant Tai Youqian's gaze sharpened, cold, fierce, resolute. He released the accelerator, kicked the door open and roared out. Run! Into the woods, now! The dense primordial forest resembled a massive deep green moor, instantaneously swallowing the 2 of them. The towering ancient trees blocked the sky and sun, their gnarled roots resembling the spines of a slumbering dragon coiling on the ground covered with thick slimy moss and decaying leaves. The light was filtered to an exceedingly faint glow through layers of overlapping branches and leaves, and the air was thick with a damp smell mingled with the scent of soil and rotting plants, almost suffocating. Each step was exceptionally difficult, with the ground beneath them soft and uneven, filled with loose detritus and thick roots that could trip them at any moment. Bai Xiaobei's heart was pounding furiously in his chest, each breath tinged with the acrid taste of blood, as if his lungs were about to burst. He glanced back at the increasingly close, twisted figure that was howling terror wrapping around his heart like an icy vine. "If we go in, we won't be able to find our way out," he shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with deep fear of the unknown forest. The depths of this dark forest were even more chilling than the visible zombies. "It's better than dying here." Tai Youqian's voice was equally hoarse yet resolute, as if he was determined to fight against fate. He was dragging his leaden legs with every effort. Before he finished speaking, a greyish hand caked with dirt and dark red filth under its nails suddenly reached out from the side, bringing a nauseating stench of decay. With a ripping sound, the sharp nails tore through the back of Bai Xiaobei's shirt, even grazing the shirt underneath. Ah! A chilling sensation pierced through his clothing, causing Bai Xiaobei to feel as if his soul had left his body, his scalp exploding in terror. The fear of death overwhelmed everything. He unleashed an unprecedented survival instinct, his body reacting faster than his mind as he lunged forward, moving so swiftly that he even outpaced Tai Youqian, darting into the deeper shadows of the forest like a frightened rabbit. Run! 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 This was the only frantic thought flashing in their minds. Their brains were blank, driven solely by the most primal instincts. They stumbled through the tangled root maze, appearing disheveled and desperate. The thick roots served as natural tripwires, frequently causing them to stumble with every step, accompanied by the risk of slipping and every climb draining their energy. A heavy metallic taste churned in their throats, each breath felt like swallowing hot blades, and their nostrils burned as if they were on the brink of suffocation. Sweat had long soaked through their inner shirts, sticking to their skin, only to be intensified by the chill of the forest, causing them to shudder. But they dared not stop. Even if their lungs were burning, their legs felt like they were filled with lead, and their knees creaked like rusty hinges. They couldn't afford to pause for even a second. The only chance of survival lay in being faster than those relentless monsters behind them. They fled for an unknown duration, feeling as if a century had passed. Bai Xiaobei felt all his strength was drained and darkness swirled before his eyes. He summoned his last bit of willpower and abruptly turned back. Behind him only the deep, silent forest remained. The twisted figures and horrifying howls had vanished. They haven't followed us. Bai Xiaobei almost collapsed, leaning against a massive moss-covered tree trunk, gasping for breath, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The overwhelming sense of survival washed away his taut nerves, and his legs could no longer support his weight, crumpling down onto the cold, damp leaves. Tai Youqian was in an even worse state. He had maintained a slender figure for his role over the years, lacking exercise, and had reached his limit. He lacked the strength even to lean against a tree, collapsing awkwardly onto a thick root jutting from the ground, his face buried in the cold moss, his body heaving violently as he gasped, I'm going to die." Each breath came with painful sobs, as if he might pass out at any moment. Bai Xiaobei was also panting heavily, but upon seeing Tai Youqian's state, he forced himself to dig out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. He twisted off the cap and shakily held it to Tai Youqian's lips. Tai Youqian barely raised his head and took a big gulp from the bottle. The cold liquid slid down his throat, igniting a fuse. Cough, cough, cough. Wah! A severe fit of coughing erupted violently, followed by a spasm in his stomach. Everything he had eaten that morning mixed with sour water and bile came pouring out. The intense running and sheer terror had completely shattered his already weakened body from weight loss. The slender limbs that had once been adored by fans in front of the camera had now become a heavy burden in this apocalyptic world, trembling violently, unable to support his body. Bai Xiaobei's heart raced at the sight. "You need to rest a bit, catch your breath, eat something to regain your strength before we move on. You can't keep this up." Tai Youqian lay there for a solid 2 to 3 minutes before he could weakly lift his hand, feebly swatting away Bai Xiaobei's attempt to steady him, his voice weak yet unusually resolute. No, we can't stay here, it's dangerous everywhere. When it gets dark, you won't be able to get out." He struggled to prop himself up, but his arms trembled. I don't want to become a dry corpse in this hellhole from mosquito bites." Bai Xiaobei knew he was speaking the truth and could only grit his teeth and help him up. "All right, let's go." To avoid the zombies that might be wandering toward the manor, they chose a more winding path through the forest. Every step was extraordinarily difficult, with Tai Youqian almost half supported by Bai Xiaobei as they moved. Suddenly Bai Xiaobei came to a halt, pulling Tai Youqian behind a sturdy ancient tree and covering his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Through the gaps in the trunk they saw not far away a zombie in tattered work clothes, aimlessly wandering in a clearing, making meaningless hissing sounds from its throat. The two held their breath until the zombie swayed and disappeared behind another thicket, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Bai Xiaobei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Rounding up, we can consider that one dealt with. 5 left." Tai Youqian forced a smile that was more painful than crying, his voice barely audible. "You You sure had a lot of input there. The sky darkened at a visible speed, the shadows in the forest deepening, and various unknown insects began to chirp, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Bai Xiaobei's inner anxiety grew like wild grass as he wiped the cold sweat running down his cheeks into his neck, supporting Tai Youqian while unconsciously quickening his pace, trying to find a way out before the light vanished. Just as he felt his foot step on something unusually soft and bouncy resembling a thick cylindrical root, Tai Youqian, who was being supported, suddenly let out a short gasp of surprise. Immediately he was yanked down by a tremendous force from below, crashing forward in an awkward dojating shit position without any warning. At the same time, a nearby roar filled with greed and frenzy erupted in the silent forest. Bai Xiaobei's mind buzzed. He instinctively looked down, only to see a pair of greyish hands with blackened nails shooting out from beside the soft root he had just stepped on. These hands were gripping Tai Youqian's ankle tightly, pulling him back with frantic force. A grotesquely decayed face lifted from the pile of leaves, murky eyes fixated hungrily on the nearby prey, drooling with a foul stench, attempting to drag Tai Youqian's leg to its mouth to gnaw at. Holy shit. Bai Xiaobei's soul nearly left his body. Was this zombie a pangolin? Could it dig holes to ambush? Where's the professional ethics of a zombie? Aren't rampaging zombies supposed to be wandering around everywhere? This insidious creature was actually hiding here waiting for a victim. How could one spot it? Tai Youqian was horrified. Thankfully he had worn 3 pairs of pants for warmth and protection. The outer pair of thick work pants was tightly gripped by the zombie. He struggled desperately, trying to pull his leg back, but the zombie's strength was immense. The pants were yanked down from his waist, getting stuck beneath his butt, revealing the 2 layers underneath. Tai Youqian was startled, angry and embarrassed, using his remaining active leg to kick wildly at the zombie's face and head, trying to flip over and get up. The zombie's head snapped back from the kicks and the grip on his pants momentarily loosened. Tai Youqian quickly twisted his waist, attempting to flip up, rip. A crisp sound of fabric tearing. The pulled-off pant leg snagged on the foot he was trying to push off with. His balance was instantly lost. He fell face first back into the pile of decaying leaves. The zombie seemed enraged, letting out an even louder roar, stretching out its claws again, accurately grabbing the troublesome pant leg, pulling hard while simultaneously opening its foul mouth wide to bite down on his nearby calf. Money. Bai Xiaobei's eyes widened. He watched as those white teeth were about to sink into Tai Youqian's calf. His brain went blank, but his body reacted before he could think. He roared, lunging forward with all his might, landing a precise kick on the side of the zombie's dirt and leaf-covered head. The zombie's head jerked sharply, its biting trajectory instantly deviating, its white teeth barely grazing Tai Youqian's pant leg, leaving behind wet drool marks. Roar. This precise kick thoroughly enraged the insidious ambusher. It erupted with a deafening roar, its body rising up at an exceedingly odd angle, propelled solely by its waist and abdominal strength. Simultaneously, the hand gripping Tai Youqian's ankle yanked upward. Tai Youqian felt an irresistible force pulling him back, his leg being lifted high. His body was forcibly stretched into a splits position. Although he had practiced dance before doing the splits was basic, it had been 3 or 4 years since then. His body had long since stiffened. A piercing scream erupted, shattering the forest silence. Bai Xiaobei saw the zombie spring up and heard Tai Youqian's horrific cry. He thought Tai Youqian had been bitten, panicking and sweating profusely, watching as Tai Youqian was suspended in midair in a grotesque position while the zombie grinned and leaned down again to bite that stretched out calf. In a moment of desperation, he yanked off his heavy backpack, swinging it like a hammer, using all his strength to smash it against the zombie's back and head. However, this heavy backpack landing on the zombie felt like a mere scratch. The zombie merely shook itself impatiently, not even turning its head. As those white teeth drew closer to Tai Youqian's calf, Bai Xiaobei steeled himself, boldly reaching out, gripping the already tattered belt around the zombie's waist, pulling with all his might. Wah! He gritted his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he pulled back. The zombie was pulled slightly backward by this sudden force, its biting motion obstructed, letting out an angry growl. At this critical moment, as Bai Xiaobei felt his strength waning and Tai Youqian was about to be bitten, above him a magnetic voice laced with a lazy indifference floated down. "Hey! The handsome guy down there. Could you move aside? You're blocking my scope." This voice seemed to be separated by a thin veil, yet was as clear as if whispered in his ear, carrying a teasing tone completely out of place in this bloody, terrifying forest. Bai Xiaobei was utterly dumbfounded, thinking he was hallucinating from extreme tension. Just as he was frozen in shock for a brief moment, whoosh! A sharp whistle piercing through the air nearly grazed his temple. He could even distinctly feel the scorching airflow created by the bullet's high-speed flight and that cold metal's chilling aura of death. Thud. A dull thud like a ripe watermelon bursting. The previously snarling, immensely powerful zombie suddenly had its skull blown open, revealing a jagged hole. Thick dark red liquid mixed with greyish brain matter splattered out instantly. Its terrifying roar cut off abruptly as if its throat had been sliced. The towering body lost all strength, collapsing forward like a piece of decayed wood, directly falling towards Tai Youqian. Ouch! Tai Youqian could only let out a short exclamation before being crushed by the heavy corpse, nearly losing consciousness. Money. Money. Are you alright? Were you bitten? Bai Xiaobei, still shaken, his heart racing, hurried over, straining to lift the heavy corpse off Tai Youqian. I'm fine. It didn't bite. Tai Youqian's voice was weak like a mosquito, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. He shook his head painfully, cautiously exploring the painful spot on his thigh, trying to ascertain the condition of his ligaments and bones, then slowly attempted to stand up, each step accompanied by gasps of pain. Bai Xiaobei finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then recalled the bullet that had grazed past his scalp, instinctively touching his temple with lingering fear. His voice trembled slightly from tension and anxiety. Who are you? The voice echoed slightly in the forest, and he immediately sensed danger, hurriedly lowering his voice filled with gratitude for surviving and a hint of caution. Hello. Could you please tell us who saved us? Come out and speak. In the depths of the treetops, the branches rustled slightly. That lazy magnetic voice echoed again, carrying a hint of amusement. Hey, this little handsome guy in white is quite polite. The voice paused, seeming to carry a teasing hint. Guess where I am? Guess right and there's a prize. Bai Xiaobei's gaze turned sharp, quickly locking onto a figure behind a sturdy branch, seemingly a shadow darker than the surrounding gloom. He pointed without hesitation in that direction. You're in the tree. What are you doing behind that big branch? The shadow seemed to be caught off guard by this quick and accurate response, falling silent for 2 seconds before letting out a light laugh tinged with exasperation. TSK really clever. It seemed he had not expected to be discovered so quickly, and in a tone deliberately crafted to be a bit melancholic, he said, as for why I'm up in the tree. Sigh, it's a sad story and I don't want to talk about it. In the perilous depths of the primordial forest, armed and agilely hidden in the trees, yet vague about his identity and purpose, Bai Xiaobei's wariness shot up to its peak. The first word that popped into his mind was poacher. In his understanding, poachers were ruthless, cold-hearted fugitives who would do anything for profit, even kill to silence witnesses. He instinctively tensed up, subtly shielding the still unsteady Tai Youqian behind him by half a step, his voice carrying a hint of caution. Then, can you tell me who you are? The shadow in the tree seemed to find his reaction amusing, chuckling lightly, speaking in a more whimsical tone, as if telling a fairy tale. Actually, I'm the guardian spirit of the forest, dedicated to saving wayward youths. Believe it or not, Bai Xiaobei. He was completely stunned, his mind in disarray. A spirit? What in the world is this? Just then a completely different voice chimed in, filled with a strong sense of grievance and a whiny tone like a wounded little animal. Brother Yang. Woo! My crotch hurts so much, don't you feel it? Oh, this damn branch is killing me. I want down. I want down. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian were shocked to discover that not far from the shadow who called himself a spirit, there was indeed another figure hanging among the denser branches. That person seemed to be stuck or in an extremely awkward position, struggling slightly, swinging pitifully in the branches like a suspended doll. The pitiful whiny cries instantly diffused the previously tense atmosphere, even exuding a hint of silliness. Shut up. You're embarrassing. Stop whining. The magnetic voice of Brother Yang shouted in irritation. A bad guy shouldn't be like this, right? A bad guy should either remain silent and shoot or threaten fiercely. How could they be hanging in a tree crying about their crotch hurting? Bai Xiaobei hesitated for a moment before tentatively calling up to the tree. Do you need help? How do you get down? The shadow named Yang immediately responded with a voice laced with relief and urgency. Yes. We need it. Quickly. We really need it. He had clearly been hanging in the tree for several hours, reaching his limit. Do you see the idiot hanging next to me? That companion. He has an orange rope in the side pocket of his backpack. It's a descent rope. You just need to catch it. Bai Xiaobei quickly followed suit. The companion in the tree cooperatively grunted, finally managing to lower the rope. Bai Xiaobei picked up the rope, securely tying one end to a sturdy tree trunk nearby about the size of a bowl's mouth. Tighten it. Then pull it straight. Yu Yang directed from the tree. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian worked together to pull the rope taut, securing the other end firmly. Yu Yang tugged at the taut rope, confirming it was sturdy enough. He swiftly hung a metal carabiner on it before releasing the massive parachute backpack that had caused him to get stuck in the tree. He gripped the carabiner with both hands, leaned slightly back and pushed off with his legs on the trunk. Whoosh! Like a nimble monkey, he swiftly and smoothly slid down the diagonal rope, landing steadily on the leaf-covered ground, his movements clean and swift, contrasting sharply with his earlier laid-back tone. Upon landing, he immediately turned around, looking up at the awkwardly positioned Jin Fazai still hanging in the tree, shouting in annoyance, "Learn from me. Grab the carabiner. Pull your legs up. Slide down. Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Oh? Oh? Jin Fazai clumsily imitated, finally sliding down with a whoosh. However, he clearly lost his balance upon landing, letting out a yelp as he fell on his backside, wincing in pain, but his face still bore a silly smile of having escaped alive. After the two descended from the tree, Bai Xiaobei noticed they were both exceptionally tall, especially the one with the jet black hair. He considered himself not short at 1.75 meters, yet he only reached the man's chin, who must have been at least 1.95 meters. Moreover, he was far too handsome. How could anyone be this stunning? One had large bright eyes and a youthful doll-like face exuding an air of innocence and gullibility. The other man possessed sharp chiseled features. Even through his clothing one could sense his surging strength. He had a high-bridged nose, thin pale lips, and the corners of his mouth naturally curled upward, yet it conveyed no warmth. When his gaze swept over it evoked a sense of provocation and pressure from a superior. In his 28 years of life, Bai Xiaobei had never seen such a strikingly handsome man. He couldn't help but stare mesmerized until the man's sharp scrutinizing eyes locked onto him. Only then did he hurriedly lower his head, guiltily brushing non-existent dust off his clothes. Tai Youqian asked with keen interest, "You soldiers?" "Good eyes," Yu Yang remarked, giving him a second glance. He knew their combat uniforms bore no insignia, so being recognized at a glance meant the man likely had some connection to the military. "Did you flee here from the city?" Although their attire wasn't flashy, the glaringly large logos on their clothes proved they couldn't be locals from the nearby village. Upon hearing they were soldiers, Bai Xiaobei let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Being rescued by special forces in the deep mountains and forests was a dream he couldn't have conjured even in his wildest fantasies. He had to admit it seemed he did have a bit of luck on his side. "No, we live nearby. We just came to grab something and accidentally ran into zombies that chased us in here. You took care of one, but there are 5 more close by, so we'll leave the other 5 to you." Bai Xiaobei's eyes blinked rapidly, clearly plotting something mischievous. The man's lips curled upward slightly as he thought to himself, how can a guy be so pale like a ball of white dough? "Leave it to me. Do you remember the way back?" Bai Xiaobei nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, affirming with certainty, "I have a great sense of direction." Yu Yang said with a smile, "If you don't run into them, fine. If you do, we'll serve the people and slaughter them all." The word slaughter was emphasized through gritted teeth. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but think not only did the soldier save them, but now upon hearing about zombies, he's offering to eliminate them too. What a righteous and good-hearted person. "Thanks, soldier." Tai Youqian. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man wasn't exactly a good person. Jin Fatsai, rubbing his sore crotch, felt a chilling breeze sweep over his head and couldn't help but shiver. The entire squad landed smoothly except for him. Captain Yu had been stuck in a tree for hours looking for him, and his own crotch was chafed raw. Younger must be too. "Fatsai, where are you looking so lecherously? Let's go." Yu Yang slapped him on the back of the head, causing him to stumble and fall behind. Jin Fatsai quickly responded and trotted along with Tai Youqian catching up to him. "We're quite fated, aren't we? You're called Fatsai get rich and I'm called Youqian have money." Tai Youqian wouldn't have introduced himself like that if he weren't trying to get close now. Jin Fatsai, being straightforward, actually found it coincidental. "Actually, my original name was Jin Hongqi. Fatsai was a nickname given by Younger." Tai Youqian snapped his fingers. "What a coincidence. My former name also had a Yang in it, meaning the same as Hong Red." This seemed a bit too deliberate in trying to claim a connection. Tai Youqian spared no effort in ingratiating himself with Jin Fatsai, hoping these two special forces soldiers would go the extra mile and escort them back. Bai Xiaobei wasn't great at small talk, but now that the apocalypse had arrived, he couldn't afford to let their bodyguards fall silent. He smiled warmly as he approached and poked Yu Yang's arm, trying to get his attention. "Soldier, may I ask your esteemed name?" Yu Yang glanced at him. Yu Yang. His skin is so fair, so delicate up close. I wonder how it would feel to touch. Completely unaware, Bai Xiaobei put on a smile he thought was gentle but actually resembled a fawning samoyed. Bai Xiaobei. Yu Yang is such a nice name. Your parents must have had great hopes for you, wishing you to rise above the rest. Soldier, you haven't let them down. Yu Yang. Who starts off by complimenting a name like that? And it's weirdly off every point, missing the mark. I have no parents. I chose the name myself. Bai Xiaobei froze, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly tried to recover. You have great taste in names. Fei Yang soaring, he. Yu Yang's lips curled slightly. This guy is quite amusing, eagerly trying to get close. Not far off, 3 zombies staggered into view and lunged at them the moment they were spotted. Yu Yang dispatched 2 with 3 shots without even blinking, while Jin Fatsai took down the one in the back with a single headshot. Yu Yang asked, "Is your home far from here?" "Not far at all. Just outside here is the estate, and my electric scooter is still there. It'll take just over 10 minutes, Bai Xiaobei said, his eyes sparkling, clearly captivated by the soldier's exceptional skills. "Is it safe?" "It's been safe so far." Yu Yang remarked casually, we have no place to stay tonight. Bai Xiaobei patted his own chest. Stay at my place. If you two could stay over it would be an honor and a blessing. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then well trouble you. Don't mention it. You're the lifesavers for me and Youqian. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but continue, soldiers you're amazing. You took out zombies from this far away with just a few shots. So powerful, truly deserving the title of sharpshooter. I've never seen soldiers more skilled than you. Bai Xiaobei poured out a stream of flattery. His voice was pleasant, clear and articulate, tender with a hint of softness, warm and emotional. When he got excited his eyes went wide with admiration. Even Yu Yang with his thick skin felt a bit embarrassed. He was strong, humble as it was stronger than 99. 9 of people, but being praised so relentlessly like this was a first. Tai Youqian's eyes twitched involuntarily. For some reason he felt Bai Xiaobei was about to suffer a great loss. He interrupted Jin Fazai, who was complaining about his name. It's just a name. Do you think you'll actually get rich from it? Be realistic, kid. Jin Fazai was stunned. You weren't saying that earlier, he said, never having seen someone change so fast. One moment the man was smiling warmly and speaking amiably, the next he was impatient and stabbing at people's hearts with cold words. Tai Youqian stepped forward and pulled Bai Xiaobei back. Since when did you talk so much? Weren't you supposed to be socially anxious? Weren't you a shoot-in? Can you just switch to bootlicking mode on a whim? Bai Xiaobei couldn't openly admit he was buttering them up, so he winked at Tai Youqian and nodded toward the neglected Jin Fazai. It's just that seeing you soldiers feels like meeting family. I got too excited and talked more. You must be starving after being stuck in that tree. When we get back, he'll cook you a big meal. I'm pretty good at it. Tai Youqian. He didn't know whether to praise his effort or say he had surpassed his master. Returning to the estate, they discovered the remaining zombie in the cowshed. Having failed to capture any living person, it had come back to feast. While it was engrossed in its meal, Yu Yang dispatched it with a single shot along with the calf that had yet to expire. Bai Xiaobei gazed at the calf's blooded half-body and its wide lifeless eyes, letting out a heavy sigh of sorrow. Yu Yang assumed he was lamenting the loss of the calf to the zombie. You can take the parts untouched by the zombie and try to eat them. If it works, you'll have a feast. If not, it'll help you find release. Bai Xiaobei. Brother soldier is surprisingly kind. No need, no need. Your bullets are too precious to waste on me. I watched this calf being born. When it refused milk, I even fed it with a bottle. I grew attached. Understood, Yu Yang said, holstering his gun. He extended a slender finger and tapped Bai Xiaobei's temple, offering a rare explanation. I won't waste a bullet. By release I meant a slash to your head. Though his words were grim, his inner thought was the skin is truly soft. His touch was light, but his earnest expression made Bai Xiaobei feel he might draw a blade to demonstrate at any moment. Forcing an awkward smile, Bai Xiaobei retreated to the back seat of the electric scooter. Jin Fazai carved off the portion of the cow untouched by the zombie. Back home, when they opened it, it had already gone rancid. Yu Yang mused, so even a bite means being parasitized. Truly terrifying. Bai Xiaobei didn't fully grasp the concept, so Yu Yang briefly explained the nature of the parasite that controlled the wandering zombies. Then where did the virus originate? Bai Xiaobei asked the same question he had posed to director Wang Yong. Yu Yang shook his head, then turned his gaze to a luxurious mansion before them. Are truly the home of the wealthy. Bai Xiaobei humbly replied, not at all, it's quite ordinary. Tai Youqian rolled his eyes. As if you're so poor. Throughout the journey, Jin Fazai had been forthcoming. A moment's reflection revealed that this man surnamed Jin was connected to Commander Jin of the northern city. All right, all of you take a seat. You'll cook, Bai Xiaobei said, ushering the soldiers inside. He entrusted Tai Youqian with hosting duties, then plunged into the kitchen, busily preparing a grand feast. Yu Yang took it upon himself to inspect every corner of the house, ensuring no gaps existed for zombies to exploit. Tai Youqian made no move to stop him, following closely behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Yang spotted an item hanging on the coat rack. Is there anyone else living here besides you two? Tai Youqian followed his gaze to the pink silk nightgown on the rack, his expression unchanged. It's mine. It's just me and Bei here. Yu Yang had no curiosity about his personal tastes. Bei. Yes, it's an abbreviation of his name. Such a nickname between men seemed odd, but Yu Yang had no inclination to pry into private forms of address. Just as he was about to push open the next door, Tai Youqian stepped in front of it, blocking his way. There's nothing worth seeing in there. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, his hand remaining on the doorknob. I've seen far more than you've ever heard of. Tai Youqian didn't even bother with an excuse. Is that so? But this room is off limits to you. Inside lay the supplies they had stockpiled. When it came to food, the title of soldier lost its weight. Who knew how long they would stay? If they harbored ill intentions and sought to seize the food, 10 of him and Bai Xiaobei combined wouldn't suffice to satisfy them. Yu Yang released the door and walked away. He thought either those two have a woman locked in there or it's food. Since he was staying the night, he decided to turn a blind eye. In half an hour, Bai Xiaobei prepared 6 dishes. He favored bold flavors so the colors were vibrant. Only a plate of stir-fried cabbage offered a hint of green on the table. Jin Fakai's mouth watered at the aroma. Though he had watched the entire process, his stomach growling with hunger, he doubted a rough man could cook well. Tentatively he picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and cautiously bit into it. The meat was fragrant, the sauce rich, tender and falling off the bone, a divine delicacy. Yu Yang noticed his pause, the look of astonishment as he glanced quickly at Bai Xiaobei, then devoured his food as if someone might snatch it away. Speechless with delight, Yu Yang picked up his chopsticks, took a bite and silently finished a bowl of rice in rapid succession. Tai Youqian snatched the last rib from under Jin Fakai's chopsticks. Jin Fakai didn't mind redirecting his aim to the last piece of beef. Finally he found a moment to speak. "Brother Bai, this is incredible. I've never tasted anything so good. You're amazing." Bai Xiaobei, a bit embarrassed by the praise, scratched the back of his head, feeling genuinely pleased. He rarely went out, and besides, all things anime and manga, cooking was his greatest passion. "I'm glad you like it. I'm not good at much, but I've got a knack for cooking. The hotel manager I trained gained 16 pounds in just a month from my food." Jin Fakai ladled himself another bowl of rice, not even leaving the last bit of sauce in the dish. His mouth was too stuffed to speak. Yu Yang's chopsticks moved so fast they were a blur. He fully understood Jin Fakai's undignified reaction, felt it in his bones. Back at the base, the cafeteria meals were monotonous and bland. The troublemakers in his squad had even offended the cook, so whenever he went for bone soup he got only broth with no meat. He thought his palate would be ruined forever. 6 dishes vanished in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian hadn't even eaten a quarter of the food. Tai Youqian muttered, "Like starving ghosts reincarnated." Jin Fakai retorted, "It's because brother Bai cooks so well. Since my parents passed, I've never eaten anything this good." Tai Youqian. Where did this sudden wave of guilt come from? Full and content, Yu Yang contacted Zheng Yiwen. Zhu Sheng's group was 7 kilometers from Bai Xiaobei's location, not far but requiring a detour over the mountains. Without transport they'd need at least 3 to 4 more hours to arrive. Jin Fakai, sipping a post-meal drink Bai Xiaobei had given him, grabbed a manga from the cabinet. If Brother Zhu and the others knew were staying in such comfort tonight, they'd be green with envy. Yu Yang didn't deny it. They'd likely sleep in the woods tonight. Considering that spending a few hours in a tree for a soft warm bed didn't seem like a bad trade. Bai Xiaobei sliced 2 apples and brought them over. "Brother soldier, have some fruit. Just call me Yu Yang. If you were younger I'd call you Yu Yang. But if you're older it wouldn't be proper." Yu Yang hadn't considered that. He judged Bai Xiaobei to be around 22. "How old are you?" 28. "I'm 24. Calling me by my name is fine." "So much younger," Bai Xiaobei said with an "I knew it" expression. "Then he'll call you Yu Yang." "Yu Yang, I haven't asked, what were you all doing in the woods?" Tai Youqian, who had been languid until now, straightened as if he had been waiting for that single line. Not entirely without caution, Yu Yang said, meeting Bai Xiaobei's curious gaze with a smile. "We were on a mission." Jin Fakai drifted off the landing route. "I came to find him and by accident ended up hanging in a tree." After he finished speaking, Yu Yang himself paused in surprise. He was not the sort to detail his affairs to others, especially to someone he had only just met and who knew nothing about him. Tai Youqian asked, "Where are you headed for the mission?" Bai Xiaobei considered a possibility, a special squad descending from the sky, perhaps from Beicheng. Could it be that someone weighty has come to Dali? Yu Yang thought to himself, the kid's surprisingly sharp. How could his offhand guesses hit the mark so well? Yu Yang kept smiling, though the expression did not reach his eyes. "It's a confidential mission. Rest assured, once my teammates arrive we'll be on our way." Bai Xiaobei, keenly sensitive to mood, sensed that Yu Yang did not want to talk further. "I see. Take your time eating, you'll do the dishes." In the past he would have happily welcomed guests given the present circumstances, however he felt obliged to ask what these soldiers were doing. He glanced at Jin Fakai's hand. Seeing he was not clutching Bai's treasured comic, he rushed into the kitchen to wash dishes. Tai Youqian entered, leaned on the island and asked, "Do you think they'll come and not leave?" "I don't think so. Yu Yang has no reason to lie to us," Bai Xiaobei said, remembering the zombies from earlier and feeling a chill. "It's just, if they leave and we meet more zombies, can we hold out?" "We couldn't withstand it alone," Tai Youqian answered, "but as long as the main gate stays shut, zombies won't likely be prowling in this backcountry. They have a mission, so we can't force them to stay. Besides, they eat like there's no tomorrow. If they can leave sooner they should." "Indeed. Our provisions wouldn't last them a month," Bai Xiaobei admitted, embarrassed, and banished any notion of keeping them here. Their supplies were adequate for 2 people for 3 months if rationed, but with Yu Yang's team added a month was impossible, even 2 weeks would be tight. The urgent priority was to get back to Beicheng quickly, either find a plane to fly home or fortify the house and hold out until family arrived. The latter seemed unlikely. Tomorrow I'll subtly probe and see where they are headed. Soldiers usually have better information, maybe they can help us get to the airport. Bai Xiaobei thought. Tonight he'd brush up on every flattering line, aiming to compliment them just right so the soldiers would leave comfortably pleased. At 6 in the morning Yu Yang's teammates arrived on schedule, filling half the living room in a swell of bodies. Bai Xiaobei counted on his fingers 11 in all. Since moving in, his home had never felt so lively or so crowded. Each soldier was tall, well put together, and handsome too, were exceptionally striking. Bai Xiaobei felt a little dizzy and could now somewhat understand what Tai Youqian meant about being overwhelmed among male models. One of them, eyes deep and intense, said, "My name is Jusheng. Thank you for your warm help. Our captain and Fatsai caused you trouble." Bai Xiaobei replied courteously, "Not at all. Yu Yang rescued us, we owe him our gratitude. Why are you standing? Please sit down." In the crowd he saw Jin Fatsai holding a child. Fatsai waved at him. Jusheng asked, "You too?" "Yes, me and my friend. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bai Xiaobei and my friend is Tai Youqian. Has not up yet," Bai Xiaobei added. "Have you eaten? If not, I'll make breakfast." Jin Fatsai immediately said, "Not yet. I'm nearly starved." "All right, I'll make it right away," Bai Xiaobei said, rolling up his sleeves and tying on an apron. Considering the crowd, he hauled a large sack of flour from the pantry and began making buns. The others glanced at Jin Fatsai, puzzled by his excitement. There were compressed biscuits in the bag if needed, unless there truly was nothing else to eat. An hour later their skepticism toward Jin Fatsai turned to understanding, and the soldiers' looks toward Bai Xiaobei were suffused with gratitude. Bai Xiaobei made 60 buns, cooked 2 pots of rice, fried several dishes, and nearly emptied the freezer. Each dish he brought out was gone within seconds. When he finished in the kitchen, the meal outside was over. There wasn't so much as a scrap left for him. An onlooker might have thought they were famine refugees, especially the small dark fellow called Lamu, who ate prodigiously. In the end, Bai fetched more than 10 buckets of instant noodles before the special forces were satisfied. After eating half his portion, Yu Yang went out to report to Beijing, and the situation became thorny. Communications with Beijing were cut and Zheng Yuan was searching for a way to reconnect. When he came in and saw his kids had left the table in chaos, he couldn't help but be displeased. This pack of hungry wolves hadn't even left him a bite. "Babe, any honey left?" a languid, teasing, androgynous voice called out. Tai Youqian, wrapped in a robe that brushed his ankles and still half asleep, opened the freezer. The fabric slipped from his shoulder, revealing a pale sweep of forearm. The next moment he shut the freezer, turned, and saw a cluster of unfamiliar handsome men in the living room and smelled the faint lingering scent of food in the air. The soldiers' gazes slid involuntarily down from his face. They were struck dumb. There was no mistaking he was a man, yet none of them had ever seen such a exquisitely pretty, so fair-faced man. He seemed almost more delicate than a woman. Even the most composed among them, Jusheng, looked unsettled, his eyes flitting without focus. Guo Xiaogua leaned toward Jin Youcai and whispered, "Has a man right? A real man? A man like me?" Jin Youcai replied bluntly, "Absolutely certain." Pulling his robe tighter, tilting his head and squinting, Tai Youqian asked, "Why so many people, throwing a party?" Not one of them dared answer. Bai Xiaobei was unsurprised. Tai Youqian's beauty was strikingly impactful. No wonder he had burst into fame upon debut and been begged by prominent directors to take second lead roles. Tai Youqian shrugged. "Just kidding. Are you Tai Youqian?" "Tai Zhaoyang." Zheng Yuan and Jusheng spoke at the same time. Tai Youqian blinked and first fixed his gaze on the bespectacled genteel Zheng Yuan. "You know me?" Zheng Yuan said, "The hottest male star in the entertainment circle right now." Jin Fatsai exclaimed, "What? A star? You rich brother, why didn't you tell me?" Tai Youqian paid him no mind, his gaze shifting from the bespectacled man to Jusheng. His eyes brightened as if he'd discovered something delightful. "You know me too?" He even knew his real name. Jusheng's eye sockets were unusually deep, his irises a light brown, his features were sharply defined, and his stature tall with the look of mixed heritage, exactly Tai's type. Tai Youqian's first reaction was that the man must have once worked abroad as a model or star. Such a handsome face would be hard to forget, and the fact he used Tai's real name, and was a soldier, made it all the more striking. A faint, almost imperceptible tinge of disappointment crossed Jusheng's eyes. "I'm Jusheng. Old Commander Tai sent me to Dali on this mission. If convenient, I've been asked to take his grandson back. I didn't expect to meet you so easily." So it turned out the elder had sent them, no wonder. If anyone knew of such a handsome man, he certainly would not have let the chance slip by. After Jusheng finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Bai Xiaobei, who was massaging his sore wrist from kneading dough. "Time is tight. I've never seen your photo before. Your cousin only told me you worked at the XX hotel in the city center. I initially thought it might be a case of mistaken identity. It's only now that I can confirm you are Bai Xiaobei. You and Tai Youqian wait for us to complete our mission and then we'll leave together. Yu Yang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked, is his cousin Lu Nan? Bai Xiaobei replied, you know my cousin. A flicker of something Bai Xiaobei couldn't decipher passed through Yu Yang's eyes. I know him but not well. So it was a gathering of acquaintances. Perhaps because everyone seemed to have some connection, Bai Xiaobei no longer felt as constrained as he had at the beginning. Tai Youqian walked up to Zhu Sheng. Standing at 1.7 m, he had to look up at Zhu Sheng, who was 1.90 m. He crossed his arms and took another step closer, his demeanor undaunted. Why should I believe you? Resources in the northern city are extremely scarce right now. It's impossible to send a private plane for you. The airport has been sealed off long ago. If you don't come with us, no one can say when you'll be able to return. You have no choice but to trust me. Of course, if you need it, Zheng Yuan can have the northern city send a message provided the communication lines there are operational. Tai Youqian didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject, asking with concern, is my grandfather? All right. He had already accepted Zhu Sheng's words as truth. Bai Xiaobei also looked at Zhu Sheng, his eyes filled with longing, hoping to hear news that his family was safe. Zhu Sheng said, your family and Bai Xiaobei's family were all well when we left. Hearing this, half of the anxiety that had been weighing on Bai Xiaobei's heart dissipated. He had been thinking of his family day and night, terrified that something had befallen them. Now, having received news from them, he should have felt reassured, yet his eyes couldn't help but redden. He raised a hand to wipe the corner of his eye. A piece of tissue appeared in his peripheral vision. Thank you. Yu Yang withdrew his hand and snapped his fingers. So after all this, we're all one family. Since that's the case, let's make this our base for the Tsangshan expedition. Xiaogui Yu Song Dami, bring our things inside. Tsangshan? Bai Xiaobei asked. And how did his home become their base without even asking for his opinion as the director? We're on a mission to Tsangshan. If it's convenient, we'll rest here for a day or two, Zheng Yuan explained, pointing to the large black case that Fang Kun had been guarding. The thing Fang Kun is carrying has run out of power. We need to recharge it. We'll head up the mountain the day after tomorrow. All right, you can stay as long as you like. Bai Xiaobei had no objections. His mindset had shifted the moment Zhu Sheng said they would take them back. Their stockpile would eventually run out. With his and Tai Youqian's combat abilities, once the food was gone, they would surely meet their end. Now a lifeline had fallen from the sky. They didn't need to do anything except wait obediently for the soldiers to finish their mission and then follow them back to the northern city. Why not? Thinking about the 2 days of close quarters with the soldiers ahead, he followed them out to help, trying to carry their equipment inside. But he couldn't lift one thing or another, so he could only stand by, flustered and useless. Just then a small truck with speedy delivery printed on its side stopped in front of them. Bai Xiaobei was puzzled. Even in the apocalypse, delivery drivers were this dedicated. Wait, could it be that his pre-ordered collector's edition manga had arrived? However, when the truck door opened, there was no manga inside, only people. 7 or 8 people jumped out, all dusty, gaunt and pale with hunger, their clothes in disarray. Leading them were Wu Dao and Li Qingqing, the friends Tai Youqian had made at the shooting range a few days ago. Seeing that Bai Xiaobei was clean and well-dressed with a healthy complexion, Wu Dao knew he had come to the right place. A look of immense relief washed over him as he forced a smile. I was afraid I'd taken a wrong turn. Bai Xiaobei, I'm so glad to see you. Great. We're saved. My clothes are filthy. I can finally change. We just escaped from a horde of zombies. Heaven never seals off all exits. Bai Xiaobei opened his mouth, but words failed him. Xiaobei, aren't we friends? Let us in. It was clear Wu Dao had come to seek refuge with him. But they were mere acquaintances, hardly friends. And if he let them in, how long would the food last? There wouldn't even be enough space for everyone to sleep. Confronted with this harsh reality, Bai Xiaobei's head throbbed with pain. You all. Wait a moment. Even though he was someone who sponsored poor students every year, donated to charity, rescued stray cats and dogs, and helped old people cross the street, he dared not let them in so easily now. Bai Xiaobei blocked Wu Tao's path. Wu Tao's mouth fell open in shock, his brow furrowing. You're being selfish and not letting us in. Bai Xiaobei didn't answer him. Wu Dao clenched his fists and took a step forward, trying to force his way in. Bai Xiaobei was bumped on the shoulder and stumbled back a step. A firm arm gently steadied him from behind, then moved past him to stand in front, placing a hand on Wu Tao's shoulder. Keep your distance when you talk. No need to get so close. Wu Dao didn't know who he was, assuming he was just someone Bai Xiaobei was taking care of. Everyone out here was grimy and disheveled, but this man was clean, handsome and well-groomed. It made him envious. I'm talking to Bai Xiaobei, not you. Yu Yang wasn't one to indulge such behavior. Who you talk to is your business, but the most important thing for a person is to read the room. Be polite. The owner here doesn't welcome you. Bai Xiaobei stared blankly at Yu Yang's retreating figure, feeling that his already tall silhouette had grown even taller. What a good man that soldier. What's taking so long? Baby, where's my breakfast? Tai Youqian came out wearing a change of clothes. As soon as Li Qingqing saw Tai Youqian, she cried out and tried to throw herself into his arms. Tai Youqian nimbly dodged, moving in Zhu Sheng's direction. Zhu Sheng's Adam's apple bobbed. He strained to keep his eyes forward and took a step away from Tai Youqian. Li Qingqing stumbled from the mist embrace but wasn't upset. Wiping her tears, she said, Yuya, we had no choice but to come to you. We haven't eaten in almost 3 days. Tai Youqian hated trouble and wanted to pass this hot potato back to Bai Xiaobei. But then he remembered that Bai Xiaobei was even worse at handling such situations. He could only say, we're full here. We can't accommodate you. Li Qingqing pleaded a few times, but he remained unmoved and resolute. With the two imposing men standing like gatekeepers beside Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian, forcing their way in was impossible. They could only continue to appeal to reason and emotion, trying to soften Bai Xiaobei's heart. Everyone's gaze focused on Bai Xiaobei. We've suffered so much. Please save us. I beg you, well, do anything. Please, I'm so hungry. Overwhelmed, Bai Xiaobei saw one of the people at the back faint from hunger. In the end, his compassion overrode his reason. He let them in and brought out a box of braised beef noodles. After they finished eating, Bai Xiaobei issued an eviction order. I don't have much food here. Once you're done eating, you should leave. Li Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you trying to drive us away? Clearly they had assumed that Bai Xiaobei inviting them inside meant they could stay. This? Bai Xiaobei found himself in a difficult position. He knew well he shouldn't let them in, but how could he refuse them? It was such a dilemma. But truth be told, comic books were truly wonderful things, depicting in stark black and white how brutally factions would vie for territory in a confined space. Perhaps after they left, this house could serve as a sanctuary for Wu Dao and his group. After much deliberation, he conceived a well-intentioned lie. As you can see, there are many of us here and food is scarce. In 2 days we'll have to scavenge or hunt for supplies. These men have proven their worth to me. If you can also find food, you can exchange it for shelter. Yu Yang, who was trying to revive the unconscious man, remarked offhandedly, you and your cousin are quite alike. This was by no means a compliment. His cousin was accomplished and capable, but Bai Xiaobei knew Yu Yang was referring to his dark and despicable side, the way he deceived people with lies. His face tightened. In the apocalypse, merely surviving was hard enough. Adding 7 more people would greatly increase the risk. And he wasn't entirely lying. Those who were useful could stay, those who weren't had to leave. Survival of the fittest. They would either back down or prove their worth. The other special forces soldiers remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Bai Xiaobei. Jin Fazai even raised his arm to show off his muscular strength. Though it wasn't much. Tai Youqian glanced at Bai Xiaobei with approval. Or do you have any special skills? Martial arts. Car repair. Wilderness survival. We're just ordinary people, Wu Dao said with a bitter smile. Just days ago he was a respected young master who frequented nightclubs, now he was a useless fool. We just escaped from the shooting range. We're exhausted. Please let us rest for 1 night. Whether it's killing zombies or finding supplies, we'll prove ourselves tomorrow. He glanced at Li Qingqing with an unreadable expression. Li Qingqing's face stiffened and she moved away from Tai Youqian. Bai Xiaobei didn't want to push them too hard. He was about to agree when he saw Li Qingqing approaching. Thinking she wanted to speak to him, he was caught off guard when she suddenly grabbed his arm, pressing something soft against it. He realized what was happening and his mind went blank. He wasn't unfamiliar with such advances, but he always avoided them. First because he detested them, and second because of incompatible attributes. You. Stop. Let go. This time Yu Yang didn't help, instead resting his chin on his hand, watching Bai Xiaobei blush with amusement. Whether it was because Li Qingqing had eaten well and was stronger, or because she was determined to cling to him, Bai Xiaobei couldn't shake her off. He couldn't push her away inappropriately, leaving him trapped and hopping in frustration. Li Qingqing cooed softly, Xiaobei, how can a fragile girl like me find food? If only, she drew out the words, sending shivers down Bai Xiaobei's spine. He refused sternly, no. If you keep this up, I won't let you stay. Let go of me, I mean it. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Yu Yang's mouth. He had been so firm just a moment ago, yet he crumbled at the touch of a girl. Was he truly this weak-willed, or was he playing hard to get? His stammering warnings had no effect. Li Qingqing remained unmoved, seemingly convinced that no one could resist her charm. Bai Xiaobei's face flushed from pale to red and back again as he desperately sought help from Tai Youqian. Flattery wasted on a fool, Tai Youqian muttered with disgust, brushing off the spot she had touched. He walked over and pinched Li Qingqing's waist with 2 fingers. Bai Xiaobei, his face as red as a tomato, was rescued. If you want to sleep here tonight, no more trouble. Otherwise get out. Leave that disgusting attitude behind. I've seen 10 times more than you've ever experienced, he said pointedly. What kind of man sends a woman to do his dirty work? Useless trash. Annoying as hell and a bad omen for the morning. Their faces darkened with rage. Li Qingqing opened her mouth to retort but swallowed her words. Just then the unconscious man woke up. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears and snot streaming down his face, he was profusely grateful to the first person he saw, Captain Yu, almost kneeling in thanks. Yu Yang pressed his shoulder, urging him to eat first, then fixed his gaze on Wu Dao. You heard us. If you want to stay, you need to be useful. So tell us. Where did you come from? What's the situation in the city? The more details the better. Wu Dao had already realized they were 2 separate groups. He had considered subtly trying to win over the seemingly stronger one, but Yu Yang's use of us made him hesitate in his plan. He resigned himself to recounting everything that had happened. I live in the suburbs. I don't know the situation in the city, but my neighborhood lost power and water. The next day police were arresting people, telling everyone to stay indoors. I have a telescope at home, and while the police were making arrests, I saw. Wu Dao took a deep breath, his voice low. They weren't people. They were monsters. Horrible monsters. More and more monsters appeared in the neighborhood. I fled from home trying to reach the airport, but it was sealed off. I had to turn back and ended up at the shooting range seeking shelter. But there were too many people there, and I don't know who turned into a zombie. You can call them zombies or the undead, Zhu Sheng interrupted. Tai Youqian lounged with his legs crossed, muttering, I hate obsessive compulsives. Wu Dao continued, at first there was only 1 zombie. Then many turned. We hid in the kitchen to escape. With no food, we had to run for our lives. Remembering you lived nearby, we came to try our luck. Bai Xiaobei explained, the news calls them the undead. We prefer zombies. If you're scratched or bitten, you'll turn. Think of it like the transmission of rabies. Li Qingqing trembled at the memory. The once beautiful girl, vibrant just days ago, was now so wretched. Bai Xiaobei couldn't bear it and draped a blanket with a horse girl print over her. Li Qingqing wrapped it tightly and thanked him. Yu Yang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaobei. Playing hard to get after all. Li Qingqing suddenly shook her head, but Xiao Yu, she was only touched through her clothes and she turned into a zombie right in front of me. Infected by just a touch. Tai Youqian had been bitten too. He pulled up his pant leg jokingly, so my calf was bitten. Am I going to die soon? Before his mocking smile could fully form, several dark figures stood up before him, stepping back defensively. A little black kid seemingly out of nowhere pulled out a gun and aimed it at him. Tai Youqian. Bai Xiaobei's legs nearly gave way as he quickly raised his hands to chest level, signaling to the soldiers that there was nothing serious. Calm down. It's just a bite mark, merely a bite mark, I've already checked. Yet no one paid him any mind, their attention was elsewhere. Li Qingqing gasped in alarm, a gun. There's a gun. Who are you people and why do you have guns? Are you police? Police help. Is it real or fake? The scene descended into chaos, shouts, screams, explanations, as lively as a market fair. Yu Yang smacked the back of Lama's head. Lamu put the gun away. Lamu holstered his weapon instantly, his expression as placid as if nothing had occurred. Everyone calm down, Yu Yang said, sweeping his piercing gaze across the room. His fierce demeanor was intimidating enough to silence them all. All this fussing and flailing, such weak nerves, Tai Youqian grumbled, directing his complaint not only at Li Qingqing but also at the ill-mannered soldiers. He lifted his calf, nearly shoving it into Lama's face. Look closely, my skin is naturally delicate, not a single scar. Lamu stared at the ceiling. Mistook it for bleeding. Tai Youqian retorted irritably, your skill at changing the subject is pathetic. My leg is spotless, where's the blood? Lamu pointed at his own mouth. Tai Youqian fell silent. His anger ebbed away substantially, the lad was complimenting his rosy lips and white teeth, but forgiving him so easily seemed too lenient. Little monkey, be more careful next time. Lamu was puzzled. Despite having a gun trained on him, this strikingly handsome man called him a little monkey. Bai Xiaobei was equally perplexed. Li Qingqing, did you miss C? Are there any other wounds on her, or did she get splashed with zombie blood? Li Qingqing's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. Trembling, she said, no other wounds, nothing at all. Just a touch and she changed. It's terrifying. If that were true, the virus might spread through respiratory transmission, a truly horrifying prospect. Before this he wouldn't have believed that the very air sustaining life could become a breeding ground for such a dread disease. But now that zombies, the most improbable of horrors, had emerged, he could accept any bizarre mutation. Even money might. Bai Xiaobei sank into thought. Zhu Sheng asked, no broken skin, no blood, when were you infected? Though Tai Youqian felt a chill inside, he refused to show it. Around 3 yesterday afternoon. It's been over 20 hours. Let's observe for a day. If infected, you'll likely mutate by tonight. Bai Xiaobei, is there a spare room? Bai Xiaobei instinctively replied, yes there is. Zhu Sheng pulled out a hemp rope intending to tie Tai Youqian up, but recalling that the bite had left his leg swollen and purple, he feared binding his wrists would cause similar damage, so he put the rope away. Tai Youqian hadn't taken it seriously until Zhu Sheng's grave stare at his leg instilled a flicker of anxiety. Wait, you're serious? It'll really turn. For safety. Fine, I'll go along. If I change, so be it. If not, every one of you owes me an apology, Tai Youqian said, pointing at Lamu. Especially you, little black monkey. Lamu blinked, baffled as to why this flamboyantly beautiful man addressed him so affectionately. Could he want to be friends? While Tai Youqian was being escorted to the game room, Yu Yang crossed his legs and asked, what I'm curious about is how you managed to escape with your lives. Wu Dao lowered his head, his expression hidden, assumed to be fear of the memory. There's a small door behind the kitchen leading to the parking lot. Most zombies were gathered in the front hall. We lost 3 people getting the car out, he replied more cautiously than before. He had initially taken the black-clad group for athletes or models, but their possession of firearms forced him to reconsider his approach. In this country, ordinary citizens were strictly forbidden from owning guns. Yu Yang pressed on, when you say many people, how many exactly? Wu Dao thought for a moment. I was right there when the shooting range owner counted. Nearly 100, I'd say. Yu Yang didn't believe him, first because his story was too smooth, as if woven from the start to evoke pity, and second because the man was ugly and ugly people bred mischief. A plan formed in his mind to expose the man's deception. I see. Would you like something more to eat to steady your nerves? Yu Yang's tone shifted abruptly from interrogation to hospitality. Noticing their hesitation, he added, as if recalling Bai Xiaobei's earlier words, Xiaobei is cautious, but there's enough food here for 4 or 5 months. No need for you to hunt, eat your fill. Wu Dao was skeptical, but when Yu Yang produced another box of instant noodles and some beef jerky, his doubts faded considerably. After all, even if this was Bai Xiaobei's home, the armed men were no pushovers. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian with their slender limbs were likely already subdued. Wu Dao tested the waters. Isn't it rude to help ourselves to the host's things? Yu Yang snorted arrogantly through his nose. He dares say no and I'll finish him. Is that so? Wu Dao opened another cup of noodles, a crimson hue slowly spreading in his eyes. Emerging from the game room to fetch a coat for Tai Youqian from the bedroom, Bai Xiaobei passed through the living room just in time to overhear the threat to finish him. The soldier must have his reasons, right? Yes, there had to be a reason. Otherwise he and Tai Youqian would be like fish on a chopping block at their mercy. Bai Xiaobei pretended not to hear a thing and walked past the living room. Yu Yang caught the sound of approaching footsteps, light as if the walker favored the balls of their feet. He looked up and saw Bai Xiaobei, startled like a frightened bird by his raised gaze. Bai Xiaobei averted his eyes and walked on, head down. Yu Yang followed him into the bedroom. I need to ask you something. Let's talk where Tai Youqian is being held. Give me a moment. I'm grabbing a coat for Youqian, Bai Xiaobei said, picking up one with a huge print that didn't match what Tai Youqian wanted, then rummaging through another bag. Yu Yang was in no hurry. He leaned against the doorframe watching Bai Xiaobei, who looked small amid the pile of clothes. In the barracks, his room held only a bed and a table, spotless, devoid of dust. He needed no clutter, just a place to rest. But Bai Xiaobei's room was crowded as he'd never seen. Posters on the walls, trinkets on the desk, life-sized anime figures, a massive pink wardrobe bursting with clothes of every color, like a general store. And Bai Xiaobei sitting there, fair-skinned, his slender fingers moving through the rainbow of garments, his delicate neck arching gracefully from soft black hair to a white collar, exuded a beauty almost translucent amid the vibrant chaos. Gentle yet strong, Yu Yang inexplicably wanted to squeeze that neck. Let's go, Bai Xiaobei said, packing up and lifting his head to meet Yu Yang's eerie gaze. What's wrong? Yu Yang withdrew his unrestrained stare. Nothing. Your clothes are dirty. Bai Xiaobei glanced at his chest where several oil stains marred the fabric, their origin unknown. Then I'll change too, he said, pulling a pale blue shirt from the wardrobe. He showed no hesitation, changing clothes directly before the full-length mirror. Yu Yang's gaze involuntarily drifted over, slipping through the wardrobe's gap. Upon glimpsing Bai Xiaobei's slender white waist, he abruptly turned away and strode toward the game room. Within moments, Bai Xiaobei followed him. Captain Yu. Yu Yang replied, call me by my name. You're not my team member. All right, Yu Yang. Just now at the door I knew Wu Dao wanted to push me aside and come in, but you helped me, Bai Xiaobei said gratefully. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, all Youqian and I might have been kicked out by now. Yu Yang asked, since you knew they were trouble, why did you let them in? Bai Xiaobei replied, the apocalypse came too suddenly. I had no means to resist nor the ability to adapt quickly. Instinctively I just wanted to help others. Yu Yang tilted his head, his gaze dropping to study Bai Xiaobei's conflicted expression. That's a good habit. No need to change. Bai Xiaobei rubbed the back of his neck, feeling obliged to return the compliment. Yu Yang, meeting you all is truly wonderful. I never dreamed that in the apocalypse I'd encounter such formidable and kind soldiers. I'm incredibly fortunate. So soldier bro, you absolutely can't be as harsh as your words suggest. We're equals, not superiors and subordinates. Don't forget that kindness you just showed. Yu Yang sensed his praise lacked sincerity. Recalling Bai Xiaobei's frightened demeanor in the living room earlier, he guessed the truth. You overheard what I said in the living room. Bai Xiaobei. Was it that obvious? He nodded. Yu Yang gave a faint smile. It's up to you. The show is about to begin. Bai Xiaobei was puzzled, wanting to ask what show he meant, but Yu Yang had already opened the game room door. Tai Youqian, who had just turned on the computer, felt as though he'd been duped. Wasn't he supposed to be isolated? Why were these three stuck in here with him? Get out, get out. Careful or I'll bite you to death. You're not infected yet, you can't bite, Zhu Sheng stated matter-of-factly. Tai Youqian deliberately bared his teeth at him. Bai Xiaobei shoved a snack into his mouth. Keep playing on the computer. Don't mind us. Yu Yang didn't directly state the purpose of the game room meeting. Instead he asked, Old Zhu, what do you think of those people? Zhu Sheng replied, regarding the newcomers, let me give a simple personal report. I don't trust them. Their story was too smooth, clearly rehearsed. And they don't strike me as the type to stay out of trouble. Yu Yang agreed. Exactly. That woman has a scratch mark on her neck. When she mentioned Xiao Yu, she instinctively covered it with her clothes to hide it. I suspect Xiao Yu becoming a living dead is connected to her. Zhu Sheng said, that makes her even more suspicious. Yu Yang gave him a strange look. Don't tell me you didn't notice. A sniper's eyesight, though inferior to his, was still exceptional. There was no way such an obvious scar and movement went unseen. Zhu Sheng replied impassively, I wasn't paying attention. His focus had been on her legs. You mean she got into a physical altercation with Xiao Yu and then Xiao Yu got infected? Bai Xiaobei pondered. I have a bold guess. Maybe during the shoving she caused Xiao Yu some injury, either making her lose the ability to resist zombies or directly infecting her. Yu Yang said, 50% chance. Tai Youqian, who had grown up with Bai Xiaobei, wagged a finger. No, coming from Beibei's mouth it's a 75% probability. Yu Yang asked Bai Xiaobei, is your mouth blessed? Bai Xiaobei said sheepishly, I'm just a bit lucky. Nothing special. It's very ordinary. Tai Youqian raised his hand. So can I get out now? Yu Yang continued, I asked Wu Dao. He said the kitchen and the break room are two completely separate spaces not far apart. And there were quite a few people at the shooting range at the time. It doesn't make sense that only the few of them hid in the kitchen while everyone else got infected. They are definitely hiding something. Keep Tai Youqian here for now so they don't get suspicious. I'm worried about another issue. Zhu Sheng asked, you mean the mutated zombies? Yu Yang nodded. How far is the shooting range from here? Bai Xiaobei had navigated there before and remembered clearly. About 7 kilometers. They probably stirred up a horde of zombies driving over. Assuming the zombies can follow them all the way here, they move very slowly without a target, but they'll arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Yu Yang said with a dismissive wave, lamenting, it seems our dream of using this place as a base is shattered. Bai Xiaobei asked, you mean my home is going to be destroyed? Zhu Sheng said, you two come with us. Once we reached Songshan you can go home. Bai Xiaobei didn't want to climb Songshan with them, let alone leave his home. Maybe if we stay quiet the zombies won't come. The idea wasn't entirely unfeasible. News reports said the infected virus causes high fever and zombies have burnt out retinas relying on sound and smell to locate prey. The house was surrounded by high walls. Unless the zombies could stack on top of each other they couldn't get in. It's possible, but are you comfortable living with those people? Bai Xiaobei fell silent. Tai Youqian suggested, then kick them out. Send them back where they came from. Bai Xiaobei echoed, yeah, kick them out. Yu Yang said, I can tell that Wu Dao is their leader. His face doesn't inspire confidence, he looks like he's living on borrowed time. If we kick them out they might come back once we leave. Then you two would be defenseless prizes for the taking. But on the other hand, with them around, as long as you two don't go outside, your safety should be guaranteed. I won't force you to come with us. Given your abilities it would be hard for me to protect you completely. Before we leave, well, make them sleep in the living room. You two be careful and hold on until we return. Yu Yang's meaning was clear, if you don't want to come along fine, sleep with the wolves. Either die or survive until their mission ends and they come back. Zhu Sheng said, we'll do our best to protect you. Tai Youqian remained silent, weighing which day carried a lower risk of death. Bai Xiaobei said, Youqian and I will think it over carefully. Yu Yang's words were harsh but true. Neither he nor Tai Youqian were physically strong. Surviving alone in the apocalypse would be too difficult. The simplest way forward was to latch onto a sturdy thigh and sail smoothly with the wind. But Team 9 was here on a mission, taking them back would only be out of goodwill. Bai Xiaobei wasn't sure if Yu Yang was truly a thigh worth clinging to. After their secret meeting, the three heartlessly abandoned Tai Youqian, who still had to keep up the act, and returned to the living room. Yu Yang, I saved a portion of breakfast for Youqian in the fridge. You'll heat it up for you, Bai Xiaobei said, then walked off with a heavy heart to warm the meal for Yu Yang. Yu Yang watched his retreating figure lost in thought. The next morning the power went out at home. Escorted by Yu Yang, Bai Xiaobei returned to the manor. After retrieving the generator, Yu Yang noticed he was no longer in the vehicle. He circled around only to find Bai Xiaobei crouching by the vegetable patch, exuding an aura of utter despair. A large swath of vegetables in the garden had rotted into the soil, and at its center lay a heavily decomposed corpse. Yu Yang offered comfort. The corpse fluids probably haven't infected the entire plot yet, maybe the surrounding vegetables are still edible. Do you think him that fearless? Forget it. I'm not about to risk it like that rotten calf FACA I brought back, Bai Xiaobei said, his heart aching as he cast another glance at the vegetable plot tainted by the butler's corpse fluids. He then packed up all the produce from the other plots. He had agreed with Tai Youqian to stick with the soldiers for safety. Tonight, of course, they would feast heartily. Bai Xiaobei busied himself cooking all the vegetables, working with such fervor that even Wu Dao and his group, who usually only ate instant food, could snag a warm meal. After a full stomach, lust stirred. Once his luggage was packed, Bai Xiaobei thought of his wall of manga, and a profound sadness welled up from the depths of his heart. He was leaving tomorrow morning. This wall of cherished possessions, many of which he had spent a fortune to acquire, might not be seen again for years to come. Sigh. Jin Fatsai asked, patting his full belly, Brother Bai, what are you sighing about? Bai Xiaobei looked at his adorable naive face. Is there a cook in your squad? No, everyone finds it troublesome. We just eat compressed biscuits. How pitiful, Bai Xiaobei said, his brow furrowing with even more worry. He was going to have to stay with these insatiable kids from now on. Life held promise, but also a fair share of toil. Jin Fatsai was puzzled by his question. Brother Bai, why are you asking me that? Nothing, Bai Xiaobei said, rolling up his sleeves and unstrapping the watch from his wrist. This is for you. The silver gold watch face was exquisitely crafted, its metallic lines smooth and brimming with a technological aesthetic, an understated yet refined model. Though Jin Fatsai had grown up in luxury, never wanting for anything, he politely refused such an expensive gift worth hundreds of thousands. This is too valuable. I can't take it. Take it. It's a gift from me, Bai Xiaobei said simply. His father loved collecting watches and had given him dozens, enough to wear a different one every day for a month. Now that he was leaving with no guarantee of return, he couldn't take them all anyway. He might as well give them away. Jin Fatsai asked bluntly, Brother Bai, are you trying to bribe me for something? Bai Xiaobei was speechless. He then waved at the dark, wiry soldier. Your name is Lamu, right? This is for you to tell the time. Lamu, unaware of its value but finding it quite attractive, accepted it. Thanks, he said, then pulled a pendant from his pocket and spoke a string of words Bai Xiaobei couldn't understand. Bai Xiaobei assumed Lamu's heavy accent was due to his ethnic minority background. Jin Fatsai explained it was Lamu's native language. What does it mean? I don't know either. Probably something like a prayer for safety. Lamu came from home wearing a wolf tooth necklace passed down through generations of his family hunting wolves. Yang Ji, Ju Ji and Zheng Ji all have one. Jin Fatsai added proudly, I have one too. I won it from him in a bet. He usually treasures it like crazy, but I can't believe he's willing to give it to you. After finishing his prayer, Lamu stared straight at Bai Xiaobei with his jet black gleaming eyes. The food was delicious. Bai Xiaobei was taken aback. So he got it because his cooking was good. Truly, food is the first necessity of the people. And in his eyes this pendant was the truly precious item. He said politely, the watch is yours to keep. I have plenty more. But this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Lamu insisted, and Bai Xiaobei, unable to refuse, finally accepted and wore it around his neck. He returned to the bedroom and took out all the watches Tai Youqian had picked over, handing them out one by one to the soldiers. The soldiers weren't connoisseurs of watches, but after Jin Fakai's introduction they only remembered one thing: they were extremely expensive. In the apocalypse even the most expensive watch was useless, merely an ornament. So everyone dispensed with formalities and accepted them as they came. Even Jin Fatsai, who had initially refused, chose one, calling it a token of friendship. The burliest soldier asked if he could have another to take back for his daughter. Bai Xiaobei thought for a moment, then snatched a red bracelet from Tai Youqian and gave it to him. After distributing the watches, Bai Xiaobei counted. The only ones left were for a soldier who seemed gloomy and Yu Yang. The former didn't dare to take one and the latter had gone out to hunt rabbits. Their food supply was still ample. Yu Yang hunted not out of necessity but purely out of boredom. In the age of civilization, boredom was easily dispelled by phones and anime. Now with the network down and communications collapsed, they had regressed to a pre-internet era. Bai Xiaobei also found himself with more free time, so he went into the kitchen to tinker with making some dry rations. Trailed by his two shadows Jin Fatsai and Lamu, Bai Xiaobei found Yu Yang crouched by the swimming pool butchering a wild chicken and a rabbit. "I've lived here for 2 years and never seen a rabbit." Yu Yang replied, "You'll find them if you look closely. Yu Yang, I have something for you." Yu Yang looked up at him. Bai Xiaobei had never seen him from this angle before. He was so tall, always exuding an oppressive aloof air, but now he seemed much gentler. Seeing the unopened box in Bai Xiaobei's hand, Yu Yang pushed it back with his hand. "We can take a single needle or thread from the common people," said Zheng Yiwen, who was sitting under a sunshade adjusting his glasses. A silver watch inadvertently gleamed on his wrist. "Captain, after we leave this will just be scrap metal. It's called reasonable utilization." Yu Yang was speechless. "You gave them to them too?" "Yeah, I gave them to everyone," Bai Xiaobei said, finally realizing what he was doing. He opened the box, becoming aware that he had been staring at Yu Yang and the tips of his ears reddened. Seeing what was inside, Yu Yang fell silent. The Patek Philippe watch, fully encrusted with diamonds, sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of noble luxury. Yu Yang thought to himself that Bai Xiaobei treated him differently. Everyone else's watches were plain, but his was full of diamonds, so special. "This one looks expensive." Bai Xiaobei nodded. "Yeah, this one has over 200 diamonds. It's the most expensive watch in my collection." Yu Yang was speechless again. Bai Xiaobei had given him the most beautiful, most expensive watch, and he felt a floating sensation he had never experienced before. "All right then, you'll take it." Bai Xiaobei smiled. "I thought it suited you, so I saved it for you." Those words pleased Yu Yang even more. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift as he immediately put the watch on. "Does it look good?" Bai Xiaobei's smile grew even brighter. "It looks great." This watch was his birthday gift from last year, received from his father. He had never worn it even once, as it was too flashy and ostentatious. When he took out this watch today, his first thought wasn't that it suited the uninhibited Tai Youqian, but that it suited Yu Yang. The feeling was strange and he couldn't explain why. But now, seeing Yu Yang wear it, he felt that this watch was inherently meant for him. Yu Yang stood up, handing the cleaned pheasant and rabbit to Bai Xiaobei. "Well, have something fresh tonight." Bai Xiaobei showed no trace of pity for the rabbit, his eyes filled only with craving for its meat. "Great, I make an incredible spicy rabbit head." Yu Yang said, "You gave me all your valuables, which means you plan to leave with us." Bai Xiaobei had intended to bring it up at dinner, but Yu Yang had already figured it out. "How did you know I wanted to leave with you? Even if I stayed, these things would be useless to me. Why couldn't I give them to you?" Yu Yang wasn't stumped by his question. He couldn't really explain why. Aside from Jushan possibly knowing Tai Youqian, they were merely acquaintances. He changed the subject. "Because you're not too foolish, knowing how to use a watch to build a connection." Bai Xiaobei was no match for him. Caught off guard, he lowered his head and scratched his neck. "I don't have any special skills, just giving small gifts." He had read plenty of apocalyptic comics and knew that useless people died first. He didn't want to die, so he had to make himself seem useful. Yu Yang extended his index finger, pressing it against his forehead to make him look up. "Don't sell yourself short. You're far more useful than you think. Not everyone can make spicy rabbit head." Bai Xiaobei's eyes lit up as he shook the dead rabbit in his hand. "You'll make it right now." After Bai Xiaobei left, Zheng Yiwen turned the computer screen toward Yu Yang. A2. 89 million yuan women's watch. Yu Yang glanced at the screen, then at the watch on his wrist. It did look rather delicate and felt a bit tight. Who else did he give a women's watch to? Tai Youqian hasn't come out of the bedroom. "From what I've seen, only you," Zheng Yiwen said. He had searched the price to mock Yu Yang, but judging by his expression, was he actually pleased? Yu Yang suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and walked back into the house with his wet hands, thinking to himself, who casually gives someone a women's watch? Was Bai Xiaobei courting him? Impossible, he was a man. Why would he court him? Unless Bai Xiaobei was a woman disguised as a man. The waist he had seen in the dressing room was indeed very slim, but her chest was far too flat. That evening Bai Xiaobei made a large pot of spicy rabbit meat, thinking it might be the last time he cooked rabbit heads. He added double the red chili peppers. Zhu, who couldn't handle spicy food, found it unbearable just to look at, though Tai Youqian savored every bite. Jin Fazai snatched the rabbit head with quick hands, slurping it with tears streaming down his eyes, unwilling to throw it away. Bai Xiaobei urged him to stop if it was too spicy, but he shook his head, wiping his nose with red eyes, and ran to the bathroom several times that night. Bai Xiaobei was a light sleeper. Woken by Jin Fazai next door, he got up to find some medicine for him. Once back in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He decided to get up again to bid farewell to the comic books that lined an entire wall. The living room was quiet. Bai Xiaobei stood before the comic wall, closing his eyes to feel a resonance with the comics. After a long moment, deeply moved, he raised his right hand in a fist over his heart, whispering, "Those who cannot let go of anything can change nothing. My beloved treasures, I am about to leave you. The world is cruel. Only if I return alive to see you will I truly stand on my own. Farewell, my treasures. Heart, surrender. What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Bai Xiaobei clutched his heart and stepped aside, his back pressing against the bookshelf as he gasped for air. Yu Yang said, "It's me, Yu Yang." In the pitch-black darkness, his room was next to the living room, so he naturally heard the footsteps and the soft muttering. He stepped out of his room, his gaze sweeping over the sofa before landing on the wall of books. There stood a thin, furtive figure. In an instant he recognized Bai Xiaobei and waited for him to finish his incantation-like murmurs before speaking. Bai Xiaobei complained softly, "How can you walk so silently?" Yu Yang asked again, "What were you reciting?" "Heart, surrender, stand on your own. Is it a spell?" Bai Xiaobei's face flushed with embarrassment. Having such a private moment caught and then repeated so shamefully, did he have no dignity left? I wasn't reciting a spell. It's just a line from a comic. I was saying goodbye to my comic books. Yu Yang couldn't quite understand his behavior. He glanced at the bag by his feet meant for the comics. Why say goodbye? Do you plan to take the books with you? Bai Xiaobei thought he wouldn't allow it and quickly said, "They won't take up much space. I can bring fewer clothes, but this particular comic series was a must." "I didn't say you can't bring them," Yu Yang said, even more puzzled. "I've just never met someone like you, giving away expensive things while keeping worthless ones." Bai Xiaobei blinked. "These books are very valuable." Yu Yang asked, "How valuable can books be?" "More valuable than gold." Under his skeptical gaze, Bai Xiaobei nodded slowly. "This is a collector's edition with only 60,000 sets released worldwide. I spent over $1 million on the full set. The fourth volume, the rarest, is globally out of print and costs over 100,000. By weight it's indeed more expensive than gold." Yu Yang was speechless. He didn't understand but respected it. Was this what they meant by true love surpassing gold? He cast a sidelong glance at the sofa where several restless rats lurked. "Take your time packing. I'm heading back." "Okay." With Captain Yu's approval, Bai Xiaobei's heart soared toward the comic wall, planning to bring a few more volumes. Once the living room fell silent again, he resumed his selection with undivided focus. He knew the exact location of every comic by heart. For the ones on top he needed a ladder, but first he packed the ones within reach. As he bent down again to stuff a comic into an L-brand tote bag, a hard object pressed against the back of his head. A loud snap filled the living room with light as Wu Dao and his men surrounded him. Bai Xiaobei's first thought was that his embarrassing Chinibia speech had been heard not only by Yu Yang but by everyone in the living room. Then he realized the object behind his head was a gun and immediately raised his hands. Face meant nothing in the face of death. "Spare me, good sir. Don't move. Turn around." Though Wu Dao didn't understand his muttering, seeing him alone in the living room signaled a golden opportunity. They had planned to act earlier but were interrupted by Yu Yang's sudden appearance. Fortunately, he only stayed briefly before retreating. After a day of observation, Wu Dao knew the nearby farm had vegetables, the kitchen's 2 fridges were packed with meat, and a locked room undoubtedly held supplies. Only by seizing this prime location with water, electricity and food could they survive. The fate of others was none of their concern. Yu Yang was the first to rush out of his room, a hint of surprise on his face. "Calm down. Put the gun down." With the comic wall behind him, Bai Xiaobei had no way to launch a surprise attack. Although Wu Tao's gun was a replica from a shooting range, at such close range hitting Bai Xiaobei would mean certain death. Tai Youqian rushed down from upstairs and was nearly blinded by the sight of Bai Xiaobei being held hostage. Angrily he shouted, "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" Bai Xiaobei trembled at the shout, stammering, I just came out to say goodbye." "What kind of goodbye are you talking about with these lunatics?" Tai Youqian was furious. Bai Xiaobei thought, does my current situation look like him saying goodbye to them? I can't be wronged here. I was saying goodbye to my comic books. Tai Youqian. Even as a friend he wanted to knock the other person's head to see if there was really something wrong with him. Li Qingqing shouted loudly, "We only have one request, we want this place, you all leave now." Those people at the shooting range were killed by you too, right? Yu Yang said while signaling Jusheng to move around to their back. Wu Tao's fierce expression was evident. That's right, there's hardly any food in the kitchen. If they all come in, what will we do? I can only lock the door. Their position is bad being outside. If they die, it's their fate. You two get out quickly. Bai Xiaobei felt his scalp go numb from the pressure. Don't worry, we will definitely leave. Big brother, you better hold that gun steady. Wu Dao was on high alert, immediately changing direction and having his men protect him, and Bai Xiaobei in the middle preventing Jusheng from getting close. Yu Yang compromised, saying, we just woke up, at least give us some time to pack our things. Wu Dao originally wanted them to leave immediately to avoid any further trouble, but Li Qingqing reminded him, they have real guns in their hands. Wu Dao squinted greedily, the gun pressed heavier against Bai Xiaobei's head. Leave the guns behind, you're not allowed to take any food. Yu Yang waved his hand, that won't work, those are our means of survival. If we give them to you, we'll be dead outside. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. Yu Yang was not one to coddle him. His expression darkened as he coldly said, you'll say it once we leave and you release the hostages. Having a bottom line is not a bad thing for you. He had a handsome appearance with a smirk that always gave off a carefree and cynical impression, but when he darkened his face it instilled involuntary fear. This was an innate pressure from someone in power. He continued to exert pressure. If you keep bargaining, I can't guarantee that Jusheng won't kill all of you. Jusheng, who was called out, pronounced clearly. Kill you all. Tai Youqian. Since ancient times, having one person play the good cop and another the bad cop has been the standard for maximizing benefits. These two, however, are both playing the bad cop. Are they trying to get Bai Xiaobei killed? Tai Youqian said, we promise to leave as long as you don't harm Xiaobei. Otherwise, even if I become a zombie, I will bite you to death. Wu Dao turned to glance at the fierce Jusheng, hesitating momentarily. Jin Fazai held his stomach, his face pale, trembling as he said, big brother, this deal is worth it. Further bargaining would be impolite. Wu Dao and the others discussed and agreed to let Bai Xiaobei go as long as they watched them leave. Once everyone else returned to pack their bags, Bai Xiaobei anxiously asked, Brother Wu, can I take a few comic books and figurines with me? They are my lifeline, they won't be of any use to you. Wu Dao replied. Choose for yourself. The soldiers packed up quickly. Tai Youqian and Bai Xiaobei had decided to leave with the soldiers and had almost finished packing their luggage. When Jin Fazai went to get his luggage, he nearly couldn't lift it. Did you pack bricks? Tai Youqian kindly patted his shoulder. Be good, don't pry into the affairs of the fashionable elite. The soldiers stuffed Tai Yuqian's large boxes into the SUV. Wu Dao was still not completely insane and allowed them to take 2 SUVs and 1 van. If it weren't for the gun pressed against his head, Bai Xiaobei really wanted to grab him by the ear and shout that his permission was useless. Those vehicles belonged to him. He was taken out of the room while still holding a bag of books in each hand. The first thing he said upon seeing Tai Youqian was, Did you take my boxes? Tai Youqian replied, I took them all, don't worry. Bai Xiaobei let out a sigh of relief. Wu Dao, can you let me go now? Wu Dao thought for a moment, let the soldiers leave first. After they've walked 5 kilometers you can leave. They followed Wu Tao's instructions and half an hour later Bai Xiaobei sat in the SUV. Looking at the shrinking house behind him, Bai Xiaobei felt a mix of emotions. From the location to the design, he had personally overseen everything, spending nearly half a year renovating it inside and out. Moreover, it contained all his savings. Upon thinking that he would never see his treasures again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness reaching out towards the house as tears streamed down his face. Don't be sad, I brought some things for you. Tai Youqian pointed to several boxes in the trunk. Bai Xiaobei looked over. He was sitting in the middle of the back seat with Tai Youqian on his left and Yu Yang on his right. He wanted to twist his body to turn around but could only shift backward, and since he was talking to Tai Youqian, his backside ended up facing Yu Yang. Yu Yang quickly glanced down. When Bai Xiaobei's back was about to touch him, he leaned back, maintaining a certain distance from Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei didn't notice all his attention was on the colorful boxes. He counted them one by one, feeling a jolt in his heart, and tremblingly counted again. You're short 1 YQ. Tai Youqian replied, how could that be? I took everything from the bedroom. Bai Xiaobei's lips curled down, you have too much stuff. I left the box for comics in the bathroom to make room for you. Tai Youqian really didn't remember any boxes in the bathroom, or rather he had never gone in there. Yu Yang, seeing his tearful face, said, all right, you also have 2 bags of small sketchbooks, right? Stop crying, carrying the comics is a burden. Once we get to the mountain, I'll toss them all away. Bai Xiaobei heard this and cried even more tragically, that's called comics. They are my figurines. My collectibles. My Ryn-animation. My ace. I can't leave you behind, it's my fault for being useless. Yu Yang. Why does it feel like nothing I say has any comforting effect but rather serves as a trigger? Jin Fazai had never seen such a terrifying otaku. To be so desperate over 2 comic books, he turned from the passenger seat stunned. Are those things really that valuable? Are they worth more than our G-class? Tai Youqian hugged him, patting his back. All right, it's okay now. Losing something so dear is indeed tragic, and Jin Fazai felt a great deal of sympathy. Look what I brought out. Tai Youqian unwrapped the coat he had been holding, revealing a samurai sword. Jin Fazai. You guys can use a sword. Not really, I saw it in the game room. Though it's unopened, it's still a real sword. I thought it might be useful, so I took it. Bai Xiaobei looked at it as if he had found gold, rushing over to hug it tightly, almost wanting to kiss it from head to toe. Yu Yang also leaned in. This sword is nice. Let's show it to Meng Yuxiong later to see if it's usable. Meng Yuxiong was the quietest yet somewhat gloomy handsome guy. Of course it's usable. I had it specially made with the best materials, costing over 100,000, Bai Xiaobei then said to Tai Youqian. Why didn't you bring all three out? With such high demands, Tai Youqian replied, don't be greedy, 3 would be too conspicuous. After saying this, he suddenly struck towards Yu Yang's face, but Yu Yang easily dodged by leaning back. Bai Xiaobei only felt a gust of wind flash before his eyes. Tai Youqian, seeing his sneak attack fail, glared furiously, itching to strangle Yu Yang. His slender arm, so thin it could be gripped with one hand, reached out toward Yu Yang. The back seat instantly descended into chaos. Bai Xiaobei wrapped his arms around Tai Youqian's waist to restrain him from lunging forward, while Yu Yang leaned against the car door, leisurely folding his arms. Tell me, why did you suddenly attack? Yu Yang, since you guessed they were up to no good at the shooting range, how could you not guess they were holding the range's guns? What was the purpose of your silence? What if something really happened to Bai Xiaobei? Bai Xiaobei belatedly recalled what Yu Yang had said to Wu Dao that night and the trap Yu Yang mentioned. He had thought Yu Yang was asserting dominance, taking control into his own hands, but it turned out he himself was the bait to lure the fish. Wu Dao dared not touch Yu Yang, so Bai Xiaobei became the target. The moment Bai Xiaobei understood, a flicker of hurt passed through his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang said indifferently, because it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Speaking up would only have made you nervous, so I kept it to myself. Besides, they only wanted food and shelter, they wouldn't really harm Bai Xiaobei. Even if they did make a move, I was confident I could finish them off before they acted. I think I also told you all to be more careful. Bai Xiaobei lowered his eyes. Youqian, don't blame Yu Yang. It was my own carelessness that let them get the better of me. That being said, he had actually known Wu Dao and his group were about to make their move when he first came out, asking what incantation he was reciting. They were all adults, there was no need to spell everything out. Once they reached the northern city, they would go their separate ways. Bai Xiaobei, whose side are you on? How could you have guessed they would attack? It's clearly not your fault. Why are you taking the blame? Tai Youqian jabbed his head in frustration, feeling that Bai Xiaobei was a lost cause. The sight of Wu Dao holding a gun to Bai Xiaobei's head was truly terrifying. His own legs had gone weak with fear, and he couldn't stand the thought of their nice house being handed over so easily. Someone had to take responsibility for this, and Yu Yang was the most deserving. Was a few words of criticism too much? Bai Xiaobei wasn't upset by the scolding and said with a chuckle, Youqian, I know you're worried about me. You'll be more careful next time. With that one sentence, Tai Youqian fell silent. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he dropped the matter. I only have one request, don't get hurt, understand? Bai Xiaobei smiled and nodded. The convoy stopped in an open area at the foot of the mountain. The night was not a good time to enter the mountains, so they would rest here for the night. Yu Yang picked 2 men to stand guard with him. Before leaving, he said to Tai Youqian, let me make this clear, in my team you follow my orders. If there's another attack on the leader, I'll deal with it by military law. Zhu Sheng frowned slightly, a trace of mild disapproval flickering in his eyes. All eyes were on Tai Youqian. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years without relying on his family, he naturally understood that Yu Yang was establishing his authority. Making an example of him, Tai Youqian muttered hypocrite under his breath, clicked his tongue and pulled his clothes over his face, shutting out the sight to find peace of mind. Yu Yang was about to say more when Zhu Sheng spoke first, let's go. You'll take the north side. Yu Yang watched his retreating figure, a bit puzzled, but then thought Zhu Sheng was as rigid as an old fossil and probably hadn't meant to interrupt him. He was just urging him to get on with the patrol. Patrolling until midnight, Yu Yang returned to the camp. As he passed the off-road vehicle, the back door opened and a hand grabbed his shirt. Bai Xiaobei looked up, still drowsy, and asked, do you need any help with the watch? No need, Yu Yang replied. Seeing Bai Xiaobei's eyes red and swollen from crying like a little rabbit's, he crouched down to meet his gaze. Get some sleep. Tomorrow will be tough. Got it, Bai Xiaobei said, just going through the motions. The night was cold and frosty and he had no desire to stand guard. He quickly burrowed into his blanket and slept soundly. But Yu Yang didn't leave immediately. He paused for a moment. I was partly at fault this time. Sorry. I'll inform you in advance next time. After waiting a few seconds, he thought Bai Xiaobei had fallen asleep. As he turned to leave he heard a very soft so faint he wondered if he had imagined it, mistaking it for the rustling of trees in the wind. Bai Xiaobei knew he was apologizing for the hostage situation. A warmth rose in his heart and the earlier trace of grievance vanished without a trace. At 6 in the morning Bai Xiaobei was woken up. The soldiers were eating breakfast. A few pieces of compressed biscuits were their only food. Make do for now. We'll have game once we're up the mountain, Youqian said, handing him half a biscuit. Eat up and come listen to the briefing. The so-called briefing was actually mission deployment. During the 2 days of rest Zheng Yuan hadn't been idle. He had been searching for the best route up the mountain. Tsangshan Laboratory is halfway up the mountain with only one road in and out. Well, cross over from the adjacent mountain and enter the lab via this path here. Zheng Yuan pointed to a long rugged route. Bai Xiaobei asked, why not take the main road? Youqian replied, do you know how many tourists come to Dali during National Day? Bai Xiaobei immediately understood. He often climbed Tsangshan. The lab was located right next to the scenic area, and if the people there were alive it would be fine, but if they were zombies there would be tens of thousands of them. There were 130,000 visitors that day plus staff even more, Zheng Yuan said, adjusting his glasses calmly. I checked the satellite imagery. They are packed in like insects. Want to see? Bai Xiaobei quickly waved his hand. No. Going around via Shima Pond is slower, but it's the best way to avoid the zombie horde. Any more questions? Bai Xiaobei shook his head. Tai Youqian asked, handsome, can your computer connect to a phone? Can I borrow the internet? Bai Xiaobei didn't have a phone, but at least he had comics to pass the time. Tai Youqian, however, was glued to his phone 24/7, a seasoned internet surfer who spent half his day online. These 2 days with nothing to do but play offline games, he was about to go crazy from boredom. Zheng Yuan said, no can do. My firewall is very strong. Tai Youqian shrugged and walked off to the side. Youqian pulled out a Glock pistol and beckoned to Bai Xiaobei. Come here, I'll teach you how to use it. Jushen, give your 64 to Tai Youqian. Bai Xiaobei said weakly, Captain, can Youqian and I wait in the car? Youqian paused in checking the pistol, deliberately scaring him. Sure, there are plenty of hungry zombies on Tsangshan who haven't eaten in days. You're fair-skinned and clean. As long as you don't get gnawed beyond recognition and turn into a zombie yourself, you'd be doing their image a favor. Bai Xiaobei shivered and raised his hand heroically. Captain, please teach me how to use the gun. He had used a replica at the shooting range, so he was somewhat familiar with how to handle a gun. Youqian didn't have to teach him much. Within a few minutes he handed over the pistol and 2 magazines. Bullets are precious, so I won't let you test it. Keep your hand away from the trigger to avoid accidental discharge. You might not be used to it at first, but you'll get the hang of controlling the recoil after a few tries. I hope I never have to use it, Bai Xiaobei said with a grimace as he took the gun and carefully tucked it into his waistband. Captain, let me be clear, my aim is so bad even a dog would be disgusted. I've never hit a target at the range, so don't count on me. Youqian assumed he was merely being modest. After all, even Zheng Yuan, who wore glasses, had managed to hit the target. How could he possibly miss entirely? With gentle warmth he said, if you dare shoot one of your own comrades, I'll put a bullet straight through your skull. How's that? Bai Xiaobei. I'll use it properly. If you handle it well, I'll let you try out an MP5. Really? That thing goes BRRT, pure adrenaline. Every man's ultimate fantasy. We'll see how you perform. Bai Xiaobei sensed Youqian was teasing him, yet something in his tone felt unsettlingly sincere. Even the most oblivious among them understood Youqian had deliberately withheld the true peril of the mission until now. Had he warned them earlier, back at home, they'd never have agreed to come, not even under duress. With no turning back, they had no choice but to press forward up the mountain, yet it dawned on them chillingly that they'd already stepped into Youqian's carefully laid trap. Lure them in first, then tighten the noose, leaving them utterly at his mercy, compelled to follow his every directive without question. Meanwhile, Jushen finished demonstrating firearm safety and handed Tai Youqian a bayonet. I can't watch your back constantly. Stick with the formation, don't wander off. If danger arises, fire your weapon. Tai Youqian squinted, mimicking aim, then drew the bayonet from Jushen's hand. Understood. Beside Jushen lay a long rifle swaddled in cloth. Curious, Tai Youqian asked, you a sniper? Tai Youqian whistled low. Pretty damn cool. Jushen hadn't expected praise, and offered no reply, instead turning silently to reorganize his gear. Come to think of it, have we met before? He felt a vague familiarity, but when he searched his memory no such face surfaced. Jushen's hand stilled mid-motion. No? We haven't. His voice was clipped swift. What a shame, this face was precisely his type, deep-set eyes brimming with quiet intensity. Tai Youqian wanted to keep the conversation going to bridge the distance, but Jushen clearly didn't. Shouldering his rifle, he retreated to another corner and crouched down, silent once more. Tai Youqian wasn't about to press his luck with cold indifference. He turned and strode back to the vehicle to pack his clothes. Unlike Bai Xiaobei, who'd arrived with 5 or 6 suitcases, the soldiers carried only rugged tactical backpacks. Bai Xiaobei tried lifting one, and failed utterly. How heavy is this? Guo Xiaoguo, the earnest broad-shouldered soldier who'd earlier asked Bai Xiaobei for a wristwatch for his daughter and Tai Youqian for an autograph, replied, 45 kilograms. Commander Yu and Deputy Commander Zhu carry nearly 60. Impressive. Bai Xiaobei patted his own flat logo-splattered designer bag. If you're short on space I can help pack for you. Tai Youqian tugged him back and thrust a set of clothing into his hands. Pack this for me. Bai Xiaobei unfolded the garment, a vivid pink outdoor jacket. Nothing inherently wrong with it, except its blinding conspicuousness. Rummaging through the suitcase he found only short-sleeved shirts, avant-garde outerwear and trousers in every conceivable cut, cropped, wide-legged, full-length, even a dazzling array of gold and silver jewelry sprawled across half the luggage as if he were preparing for a runway show. Jin Fatsai, rich brother, you're changing clothes again. You can't bathe in the mountains, so you change instead, Tai Youqian replied utterly unfazed. But aren't you afraid of insects? There are swarms in these hills, everyone seals their cuffs tight to keep bugs out. And yet you plan to strip bare and invite them to feast. Tai Youqian shot him a sharp glare, then wordlessly withdrew every item from his bag, before meticulously checking whether his pant legs were fully tucked in. Bai Xiaobei pulled a manga volume from his suitcase. Zheng Yuan had warned them even under ideal conditions, completing the mission swiftly, they wouldn't emerge from the mountains for at least 3 days. He brought the manga to read before bed, to soothe himself to sleep. Yu Yang, hand me one of those comics. We're heading into the mountains now, is this really the time to read? Bai Xiaobei hastily stuffed the book into his bag and advised, voice heavy with paternal concern. Who said I'd read it? Yu Yang grinned wickedly. In the mountains we'll be using open-air latrines, you know your comic might actually serve a purpose. Bai Xiaobei. He knew it, this man lived to tease him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he would not sacrifice his treasured manga to wipe his backside. Internally Bai Xiaobei was unraveling, but outwardly he preserved composure, quietly hoisting his backpack and slipping past Yu Yang with head bowed. Watching Bai Xiaobei's flustered, speechless dismay, Yu Yang found it utterly delightful. Meng Yusong, Captain, rein in that smirk. What's wrong with it? Yu Yang touched his lips. It's lewd. Yu Yang's grin widened. Given the risk of ambush on this mountain, you'll lead the way. Meng Yusong. He should have kept his mouth shut, and preserved his aloof, stoic image. The Primeval forest sprawled across jagged, unforgiving terrain. After roughly 2 kilometers, Zheng Yuan verified their coordinates and signaled the ascent. No trail existed, only instinct and intuition guided them forward. It was here Bai Xiaobei grasped for the first time the chasm between a paved mountain path and scaling sheer cliffs barehanded. The Special Forces soldiers, burdened with dozens of kilograms, scaled the inclines, effortlessly leaping upward with feline grace. Lam moved like a nimble monkey, bounding up and down. Meanwhile Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian struggled just to climb a modest earthen mound, one foot planted, the other refusing to lift, split-legged and straining muscles, screaming until they finally wrenched themselves upright. Now I understand exactly how it felt, being dragged aloft by a zombie's grip in the woods. My thighs feel like they're tearing apart. Tai Youqian clapped his shoulder. Trust me, it's better than mine. Mine hurt for 2 days. Their mutual commiseration concluded, with Tai Youqian decisively losing. Before long the two nearly unburdened men fell far behind the rest. By the time they reached the saddle between 2 peaks, Bai Xiaobei collapsed onto the ground, face flushed crimson as though steamed in a sauna, limbs trembling uncontrollably. Tai Youqian couldn't even muster breath to speak. Yu Yang assessed them both with a single appraising glance, clearly they'd reached their breaking point. Rest here for 10 minutes. Zheng Yuan, recheck our coordinates. With that he and Lam sprinted ahead to scout the route. How long have we been walking? Bai Xiaobei gulped water greedily, gazing enviously at Yu Yang's unruffled composure. Captain's stamina is truly extraordinary. He's not human, he's a stamina monster, panted Zheng Yuan, the team's physically weakest member, slumped exhausted on the ground. We've covered less than 8 kilometers, and we must slow down. Otherwise we'll lack strength to fight zombies when we meet them. Relax, I know that Sangshan range well. We're still far from the scenic area. Zombies won't have wandered this deep. Bang. Bang. Gunfire erupted from the direction Yu Yang had vanished. Before Bai Xiaobei's hand had even lowered from his water bottle, he yanked the prostrate Tai Youqian upright and ducked behind the soldier's protective line. Zhu Sheng spoke into his radio, Captain, what's happening ahead? Each team member carried a satellite-linked radio, designed personally by Zheng Yuan. Unless the satellites themselves were destroyed, they could locate one another anywhere on Earth. Yu Yang's voice crackled over the channel, 2 zombies. I intended to dispatch them silently with my blade, but they lunged from the undergrowth too swiftly. His tone betrayed quiet displeasure, disappointed in his own method. Their bodies were too large, our position is compromised. Rest concluded. Form a V-shaped advance. Lam and Meng Yusong, move swiftly ahead to confirm our route and avoid unnecessary gunfire. The zombies that can run here must be quite active. I really want to see if I can kill one, Jin Facai said with longing. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian quietly distanced themselves from him. After walking another 4 kilometers, Tai Youqian did not disappoint. His face turned pale and with a wow he vomited all over the ground, collapsing forward. Zhu Sheng supported him, preventing him from having an intimate encounter with the vomit. Has reached his limit. Captain, let's rest for a bit longer. It takes time to verify the coordinates. If we go the wrong way it will be a waste, Zheng Yiwen said. Yu Yang agreed. Li Jiayuan and Meng Yusheng followed Ram to look for food while Wang Qiong and Xiaoguo spread powder around the camp to ward off insects and wild beasts, setting up simple traps to prevent zombie ambushes. Jin Facai, give your sleeping bag to Tai Youqian. Bai Xiaobei took out a box of rock candy from his backpack. Zhu Sheng dissolved the candy in water, but Tai Youqian didn't want to drink it. However, they pressed the cup against his lips, leaving him no choice but to hold his breath and drink it all in one go, after which he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Those searching for water, looking for food, making fire and keeping watch each performed their tasks in an orderly manner. Bai Xiaobei anxiously guarded Tai Youqian, fanning him with a comic book. Even though he was also working, he felt an incongruity, as if it were a leisurely camping trip. Everything looked displeasing. Yu Yang seemed not yet satisfied with teasing. Give me a page of your comic. I'm going to the bathroom. Bai Xiaobei. Did he hear that wrong? What? Using his precious comic as toilet paper? How dare he? This is a collector's edition comic is his, but made of gold. Even if it were made of gold it wouldn't be worthy of his treasure. Impolite. Uncultured. Lacking vision. Heartless. Yu Yang, are you serious? Yu Yang placed his palm face up, pushing it towards him. I never lie. Captain, I think this isn't very good, Bai Xiaobei said, pulling a large leaf from behind him. This is nice, smooth and comfortable. The comic is too rough. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, his mischievous demeanor evident. I give you a gun and you want to distract me with this. Bai Xiaobei's conscience was weighed down by morals, hesitating between the comic and the handgun. Ultimately, under Yu Yang's pressure, he reluctantly tore off the very first page. Just as Yu Yang was about to take it, Bai Xiaobei pulled back, tearing the comic paper in half. You need to use it sparingly. Yu Yang was not in a hurry, he was just idly trying to tease him. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaobei's eyelids drooped and his mouth almost curled up to the sky. He actually dared to tear it. This is actually quite amusing. Captain, come here for a moment. We indeed went off course. Zheng Yiwen called Yu Yang, who was still trying to push his luck. The hunters returned with 3 wild rabbits and 2 squirrels, and Ram was holding a snake. He grew up in the mountains, so hunting was not a difficult task for him. There were wild chickens, but Tai Youqian had scared them away, Ram complained. Bai Xiaobei only learned this morning that Ram was only 16 years old. Due to his heavy accent and hoarse voice, he really did not seem like it. Li Jiayuan laughed a few times. Don't be stingy, I'll compensate you with one tomorrow, he said, heartily patting Ram's back, causing Ram to distance himself. Yu Yang said, with the addition of compressed biscuits it should be enough. You all stay back and clean the skins, don't bring the bloody smell over here. Meng Yusheng, who had not spoken until now, said, you'll do it. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Undoubtedly he was handsome. Although he could not compare to Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng, he was still a rare handsome guy. The upward tilt of his eyes was very alluring, but the deep dark circles under his eyes diminished his charm, giving him a ghostly appearance. He often made people overlook his existence. As they started a fire and placed the meat, the aroma wafted out soon after. Having eaten only 1 piece of compressed biscuit all day, Bai Xiaobei was nearly drooling. He opened his backpack and the rustling sound of plastic bags caught Yu Yang's attention. What are you doing? Getting seasonings, Bai Xiaobei pulled out several plastic bags. I packed them in my bag after cooking last night. Using seasonings was something I saw in a comic. The protagonist once got into a fight in the supermarket over a packet of seasoning, proving how damaging it is psychologically and physically to eat bland meat. Moreover, thinking about how Wu Dao and the others would be furious cooking without seasonings also somewhat alleviated the pain of losing a page of the comic. Yu Yang naturally thought of this too, praising, well done. You'll be in charge of cooking, call us when it's ready. Yu Yang was quite confident in his cooking skills. He thought although Bai Xiaobei was a burden, it wasn't all bad to bring him along. At least he wouldn't have to eat the half-cooked or hard-to-chew things the teammates prepared. No problem, Bai Xiaobei eagerly began cooking, adjusting the proportions of the seasonings and sprinkling them in to test the saltiness. Once the food was ready, Jin Facai took the opportunity while Bai Xiaobei went to call the others and dumped all the compressed biscuits into the pot, turning the enticing meat soup into a white mush that resembled pig slop. If he hadn't had a spatula nearby, Bai Xiaobei would have wanted to hit him on the head. Fortunately, everyone was not picky about the appearance of the food and took out bowls from their bags to hand to Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei. One at a time, it turned out the soldiers all brought their own eating utensils. After serving everyone one bowl, looking at the remaining pot of white mush, Bai Xiaobei hesitated about whether to eat directly from the pot or return to the fashionable way of eating it with his hands. Yu Yang noticed his embarrassment and generously lent him his Indulging's cups. You only brought seasonings and not bowls. Chef Bai has a great spirit of sacrifice. The organization will remember your merit. Thank you, Captain. Bai Xiaobei blushed at the implication. No need to thank me, Yu Yang said with a grin, but if I taste something strange in my water, you're dead. Bai Xiaobei. You'll definitely wash it clean, he said, then filled 2 cups of food and went to wake Tai Youqian. Get up, it's time to eat. Tai Youqian opened one eye. What? Rabbit, squirrel, snake and wild vegetables with compressed biscuits, a mixed dish. Tai Youqian turned over feeling unwell. Hearing that made him feel worse. Take it away. In the past those people treated me to exquisite Japanese and French cuisine. I wouldn't even look at it if they begged me, and now I've fallen to eating snake. The huge disparity made it hard for him to accept for a while, but there was no choice. Such days would only increase, not decrease, let alone exquisite Japanese or French cuisine. Even the chefs who made them no longer existed. Adapting quickly is better. Bai Xiaobei comforted him. I saw them eating quite happily. Why don't you give it a try? If you find my cooking bad, then there's no good food left in this world. Tai Youqian, resembling a little cat, tentatively leaned in to sniff, but he had no appetite. The mixed fishy smell of snake and rabbit meat almost made him lose it. Disgusting, take it away. I'd rather starve than eat this. Bai Xiaobei was about to persuade him again when a voice interjected. Your body is already weak. You can't let your selfishness drag down the whole team. Zhu Sheng had been listening behind Bai Xiaobei for quite a while. He didn't coddle Tai Youqian and shook him out of his sleeping bag. Tai Youqian was no match for him. He couldn't even touch the edge of the sleeping bag before being thrown to the ground. He shouted in dissatisfaction, why am I the burden? Tai Youqian could not bear to hear others speak ill of him. He knew he had slowed the team down, but his body was what it was. No matter how much they blamed him, he could not suddenly sprint like the wind. Zhu Sheng said sternly, I did not call you a burden. If you don't eat, you won't make it on the road tomorrow. The current situation does not allow you to be picky. Tai Youqian took every word as a reprimand. A week ago he was a superstar, courted by everyone, and now he was kicked out of his bed. He roared, why are you so nosy? Am I eating your food or sleeping in your bed? Get lost. Yu Yang approached with a bowl. What's all the fuss? If he doesn't want to eat, forget it. Tomorrow we'll throw him into a zombie horde and make our escape. Tai Youqian shot him a fierce glare. Still have the strength to glare? Then he'll throw you even harder tomorrow. Tai Youqian's teeth itched with rage. He snatched the cup and took a large gulp, but the rancid taste instantly halved his resolve. His face scrunched up, looking even more delicate. This tastes awful. But remembering he couldn't let that lunatic Yu Yang succeed in his scheme, he forced down 2 more mouthfuls. Bai Xiaobei chuckled, looks like my cooking needs improvement. Seeing Tai Youqian so docile, Bai Xiaobei felt a lightness in his heart for the first time in days. Tai Youqian managed only half a cup before he couldn't drink anymore, asking Zhu Sheng to return his sleeping bag so he could sleep warmly again. As night fell, the number of sentries was increased to 4 per shift. Unable to sleep after eating, Bai Xiaobei pulled Ram, who was squeezed into the same sleeping bag, into conversation. Ram, where's your hometown? Sichuan. Sichuan is great, the home of giant pandas. Ram's obsidian-like eyes sparkled, never seen one. Bai Xiaobei had been about to ask if Head watched Kung Fu Panda, but Ram's words shut him up completely. He racked his brain but couldn't think of another topic. Tai Youqian, sleeping nearby, muttered, so cold. Bai Xiaobei replied, Ram and I are plenty warm. Want me to come warm you up? Forget it. All I want now is a rock-hard chest. Tai Youqian sighed, retreating entirely into his sleeping bag, lamenting his miserable plight. Bai Xiaobei slept soundly, unaware when Ram slipped out for guard duty in the middle of the night. He only felt a giant ice pack suddenly press against him. The ice pack jolted him awake. The faint scent of laundry detergent reached his nose, clean and pure, easing his tense nerves. Drowsily he wrapped his arms around the ice pack, trying to warm it, and mumbled, too cold. In the darkness, Yu Yang stared at Bai Xiaobei, whose face was slightly squished against his chest as he clung to him. After an inner struggle, he allowed himself to be held. The next morning, Bai Xiaobei woke first. Seeing Ram in his arms, he had no suspicion that anyone else had slept there the night before. The closer they got to Tsangshan scenic area, the more zombies there were. Their clothes were tattered, full of holes or torn to shreds, barely hanging on their bodies and fluttering in the wind. Covered in mud, they looked as if they had rolled down a hillside, and it wasn't hard to imagine how they had descended from the mountain. At first, Yu Yang and his team could silently take out scattered zombies with military knives. But when they appeared in groups, Yu Yang had to order them to fire with guns. Watch out! Small hordes of zombies appeared ahead and to the right, wrapped in blood-stained rags, some even naked, tumbling down the slope like dumplings into a pot. The team was scattered and plunged into chaos. They used to travel in tour groups, now they bite in packs, Tai Youqian said, ducking to avoid a zombie's attack. Definitely all old folks. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian were separated, forcing Bai Xiaobei to stick with Jin Fazai. The nearest zombie's red shirt was barely visible, fused with its rotting skin. Upon closer inspection, black-green pus oozed between the fabric, a horrifying sight. Jin Fazai was in his element, killing one zombie per shot. He got cocky. The zombie in front of him only had its eye shot through but didn't fall, instead stumbling toward a louder noise. Jin Fazai let out a yo and charged off like a husky spotting a bone. Bai Xiaobei reached out to stop him but couldn't even catch his sleeve. Just as he was about to give chase, a zombie tumbled down the slope and blocked his path. He had to retreat, keeping an eye on the grotesque creature as it staggered to its feet, twisted its head left and right, locked onto him and charged with its jaws wide open. There was no one to help him now. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaobei unholstered the pistol from his belt and aimed at the heavily mutilated zombie, half its head caved in, an arm missing at the shoulder with bone exposed, one leg gone and a branch sticking out of its eye socket. The soldiers dealt with zombies as easily as chopping cabbage. Seeing this slow, crippled old zombie, Bai Xiaobei figured he could handle it too. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm amid the spine-chilling moans. Squinting one eye, he adjusted his aim and as the zombie drew nearer, pulled the trigger. But the recoil sent his arm jerking upward and the bullet vanished into the air. He cursed himself for being a fool, so nervous had forgotten about the kickback. He quickly resumed his stance and fired again. The bullet grazed the zombie's shoulder, missing it and only enraging it further. It charged toward him, hobbling and groaning. Panicking, Bai Xiaobei fell back on his specialty. Money saves lives. Tai Youqian came running over, sweat dripping down his cheeks to his pointed chin and vanishing into his collar. He fired several shots, finally blowing through the zombie's brain just as it was about to bite Bai Xiaobei. "What are you doing here? Go find a soldier to hide behind." Bai Xiaobei wanted to say he had tried, but Jin Fazai was unreliable, too busy enjoying himself to remember the helpless guy behind him. Tai Youqian grabbed him and ran. Both knew their own limits, so they kept diving behind the soldiers, trying to put distance between themselves and the zombie horde. 35 degrees northeast, lower zombie density, we can break through. The team concentrated their fire in the direction Zheng Yiwu indicated. Yu Yang was in the thick of it with his MP5 when he noticed two little tails following him. He even found time to tease them. "How many have you killed?" "None." Bai Xiaobei was about to answer when a zombie suddenly stood up right behind him, swinging its arms to grab him. It missed him but caught the pouch of his hoodie. The collar tightened around his neck as the zombie yanked him backward. Bai Xiaobei's world spun and he crashed heavily onto the zombie. Before losing consciousness, Bai Xiaobei thought, "Damn hoodie. From now on if anyone says brand name clothes aren't durable, I'll be the first to disagree." The zombie lifted its head from Bai Xiaobei, its black decayed teeth pressing against his ear, jaws opening wide to bite down. "Xiaobei." Bai Xiaobei had already been rendered unconscious by the zombie's deadly chokehold. He couldn't even react, let alone move. Tai Youqian didn't even have time to raise his gun. He took a frantic step back and, disregarding his own safety, lunged toward Bai Xiaobei. The zombie was faster, its bite descending with blinding speed. At the critical moment, Yu Yang slid forward and rushed before the zombie, clamping his hand onto its jaw. As he was about to twist, a 6.5mm bullet struck the zombie square in the forehead. Tai Youqian at that same moment threw himself over Bai Xiaobei, holding him tightly as if willing to trade his own life for the boys. Yu Yang looked toward the source of the bullet. On a hillside 200 meters away, Zhu Sheng lowered his sniper rifle and shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Move up." In that brief moment they had already fallen behind the group. Yu Yang pulled Tai Youqian off Bai Xiaobei. He had been so frantic, diving in without a moment's hesitation, that his knees had scraped raw, staining his light-washed jeans with blood. "Can you walk?" Yu Yang asked. Tai Youqian nodded, his racing heart finally settling back into place. The pain he hadn't felt before now surged in with a fiery sting. Yu Yang gained a new understanding of this pampered young master. He hoisted the dazed Bai Xiaobei onto his back. "Stay close to me." The three of them caught up to the main group. After putting some distance between themselves and the zombies and seeing none following, Yu Yang set Bai Xiaobei down against a tree. After a quick head count, he decisively drew his gun again. "Dami and Xiaotang didn't make it. Wait here, if you encounter a horde, move out first. Old Zhu. Let's go back." Zhu Sheng acknowledged and the two turned to retrace their steps. Tai Youqian unbuttoned Bai Xiaobei's shirt, revealing a stark red mark on his pale neck. He slapped Bai Xiaobei's face twice hard. "Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei. Baby. Baby." Zheng Yiwen gently suggested, "Maybe try pinching his philtrum." As the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaobei gasped and snapped his eyes open, panting heavily. He tried to speak, but his neck burned as if slashed by a knife and his face felt strange. Jin Fazai, his face smudged with dirt, leaned in. Brother Bai, don't panic, but your neck was nearly snapped. Bai Xiaobei's expression was one of utter shock. Bai Xiaobei quickly felt his neck, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian explained, a zombie grabbed your hood and choked you. It probably hurt your throat. Rest a while before you talk. Despite the absence of the captain and vice-captain, the team remained orderly, continuing their patrol without chaos. Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng soon returned with Xiaotang and Dami. Check on Xiaotang, his arm looks dislocated. Zheng Yuan examined Xiaotang's arm. He wasn't a doctor, but his family practiced medicine, so he had some knowledge. It's dislocated, not broken, don't worry. As he spoke, he reset the joint. Xiaotang was frustrated. I dropped my bullets. While picking them up, a zombie slammed me into a tree. It's my fault for slowing everyone down. Yu Yang said, the most important thing is that you're alive. He had lost all pretense of dignity, collapsing onto the ground in a spread eagle pose. Though his dark clothes hid the blood, he was covered in gore with a piece of intestine stuck to his shoe, looking as if head crawled out of some animal's carcass. His face was sticky. He wanted to wipe it with his sleeve, but seeing the state of his clothes, he put his arm down in disgust. Where's Bai Xiaobei? Bai Xiaobei squatted in front of him, his voice hoarse. Captain, him still alive. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed at the purple ligature mark on his neck. How did it get so bad? It's not that bad, just looks scary. Fatsai said, I passed out. If it weren't for you, I'd have been bitten before Vice-Captain Zhu's bullet arrived. Thank you, Captain. Yu Yang thought to himself, he's not a woman, so how can a grown man's skin be so delicate? He tilted his chin toward Tai Youqian, who was in line waiting for Zheng Yuan to look at his leg. You shouldn't just thank me. You need to thank him too. He protected you without a care for his own life. Bai Xiaobei was stunned. He followed Yu Yang's gaze and saw Tai Youqian grimacing as he rolled up his jeans, looking like he was in considerable pain. He didn't tell me. Tai Youqian was someone who valued his pride above all else. He probably felt his help hadn't been substantial, so he kept quiet. Bai Xiaobei's nose tingled with emotion. Fearing he might run off, Yu Yang quickly said, he's cleaning his wounds over there. You'd be useless there anyway. Give me that paper of yours to wipe my face. What paper? Oh, he meant the comic book. Bai Xiaobei said gently to his savior, can I use my clothes? The comic paper won't clean it properly. No? Bai Xiaobei had no choice but to tear out the second page, the character introduction page from his comic book, biting his lower lip, his reluctance written all over his face. Yu Yang closed his eyes in satisfaction. His eyelashes were impossibly long, his facial features well defined, his thick neat eyebrows arching slightly to give him a heroic look. His lips were sensual with a slight upward curve, thin but not cold. But being handsome couldn't alleviate the pain of losing a comic page. Bai Xiaobei wiped Yu Yang's face with a bit too much force. Yu Yang hissed, gently. If in gentle it won't come off. It's starting to dry. Bai Xiaobei said with a forced smile, then realizing Yu Yang had his eyes closed, he just pulled a long face and bared his teeth at him. Yu Yang didn't argue with his excuse. Once he was done wiping, Yu Yang sat up and rubbed his reddened face. We'll catch up soon. Let's move out. After a day and a half of arduous travel, they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, their destination. The laboratory faced south with its back to a mountain nestled in a us-haped valley. It was an unremarkable single-story bungalow covering about 500 to 600 square meters, surrounded by walls and barbed wire. From a distance it looked like a large circle enveloping a small black dot. Is the country so poor that a lab has to be this shabby? Tai Youqian asked. Zheng Yuan said, don't judge by its appearance. The lab is underground. The area enclosed by the walls is all part of the lab's domain. That would make it huge, at least the size of 10 football fields. That made more sense, a lab should have that kind of footprint. Zhu Sheng observed the courtyard from a high vantage point and reported pessimistically, there are over 20 wandering zombies. The bungalow's door is closed, but since the lab's communications are down, we don't know what's inside. The earlier gunfire has already alerted the horde. I suggest we fight our way in. I agree with the vice-captain, Zheng Yuan said. The barbed wire is de-energized. We have a chance to get in. Yu Yang asked, what do you two think? I suggest we go back, Tai Youqian said. I agree, Bai Xiaobei added. Yu Yang drew a knife about 30 centimeters long from his leg holster. All right, let's fight our way in. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian exchanged resigned glances. Tai Youqian hadn't really expected them to go back. He patted Bai Xiaobei on the head. For good luck, Tai Youqian said. Jin Fatsai also reached out and patted Bai Xiaobei's head. Does it work? Of course. He has incredible luck. Having just been choked by a zombie, claiming he had good luck was hardly convincing. Zhu Sheng said, feudal superstition should not be tolerated. Tai Youqian replied, what's wrong with my superstition when zombies are rampant? You haven't seen his strength. Yu Yang said, I believe he is lucky, otherwise how could he have encountered me? Tai Youqian cast him a disdainful glance. Yu Yang pretended not to hear. The casual banter came to an end and the next act was the dramatic assault on the bungalow. Ram and Guo Xiaoguo will clear the path for me, Zhu Sheng will provide cover from above. When I give the order, Yu Song will cover Zheng Yuan to open the door, others will follow. Is there any problem? Understood. After Yu Yang finished giving instructions, he charged ahead with the vanguard. The zombies on both sides heard the commotion and headed towards him. Without even looking, he continued to charge forward while a zombie that was relatively close to him was taken out by Zhu Sheng from a distant sniper position. He used his knife to deal with a zombie at the entrance. Ram, like a slippery eel, slipped past another zombie and climbed the wall to attract the attention of the undead, stepping on the barbed wire and bending it under his weight. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yu Yang circled behind and swiftly struck with his knife, stabbing the zombies in the head as he nimbly weaved through them. No wonder he can be the captain, even the usually aloof Tai Youqian couldn't help but exclaim. This unserious captain, who often appeared nonchalant and talkative, truly had formidable combat skills, moving with agility that seemed almost supernatural. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but nod in agreement. As long as Yu Yang didn't have his eyes on his comic books, he was his idol. Zheng Yuan heard a voice from the intercom, the captain has signaled, let's move. The others moved together, crawling towards the laboratory entrance. Ram saw them coming, quickly ran from the wall to the door and smashed open the iron gate. Meng Yusong ran forward with Zheng Yuan while the others entered through the front door, drawing the zombies' attention. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian learned their lesson, this time no longer following Jin Fazai but instead sticking close to the seemingly more responsible Li Jiayuan, always on guard for any approaching zombies. Zheng Yuan didn't dare to stop for a moment and ran to the entrance of the bungalow. The white door seemed ordinary but was actually 10 centimeters thick, bulletproof and bomb-proof, not even a virus could enter. He connected a device to the seemingly unremarkable electronic lock on the door and focused intently on deciphering the code. The hoarse and agonized sounds of the zombies seemed to burst forth from deep within their throats, their terrifying cries attracting more of the undead nearby. At the end of the road, a large number of swaying figures appeared. From a distance, Zhu Sheng shot and exploded a zombie approaching Zheng Yuan, saying into the intercom, a horde of zombies is appearing from the south, I estimate at least 100 and I can't see the end of them. After finishing his sentence, he flipped and dealt with a zombie that had come too close from behind before sprinting down the hill. As he rushed into the courtyard, Bai Xiaobei and Wang Qiong teamed up to slam the iron gate shut and secured it tightly with chains. The bodies of the zombies crashed against the iron gate, making creaking noises, while the following zombies pressed forward as if they felt no pain, far more terrifying than the chaos of the Spring Festival travel rush. The zombies pressed against the iron gate had their eyeballs burst, their heads lodged into the iron bars, and the white brain matter splattered everywhere as they greedily stared at the objects before them with wide black eyes. Bai Xiaobei shivered, covered in goosebumps. He suppressed the nausea rising in his stomach and hurriedly distanced himself from the door. Yu Yang shouted, how much longer? If it's not going to work, just blow it up. Zheng Yuan calmly replied, 2 minutes. This level of electronic lock is among the top in the world. For any decent hacker, it would take at least half a day to breach it. But he was not an ordinary person. When electronic devices came into his hands, they were as easy as a kitten lying down and exposing its belly for a scratch. They are coming in. Ram jumped down from the wall and the zombies outside emerged like stacked cards from the wall, creating a chilling sight. Yu Yang put away his knife, unstrapped his gun and began firing at the wall, saying, all right, I'll give you 3 minutes. The others also switched from knives to guns, calmly attacking the horde of zombies. At that moment, their extraordinary mental state and precise marksmanship inspired Bai Xiaobei, leading him to raise his gun again and aim at a pinned-down zombie outside the iron gate. His arm stiffened as he pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled out with a sharp and abrupt sound, a high-pitched wail even lasting for 2 seconds. Bai Xiaobei wondered why it sounded so different from the dull thud of a bullet hitting a target, when suddenly Jin Fazai crouched down, clutching his leg. Damn it. Which side are you on, Bai Ge? He was indeed an honest person. When he said he wouldn't hit, he meant it with no hint of modesty, but his aim was truly too poor. The bullet ricocheted off the iron gate and hit an ally. Realizing what had happened, Bai Xiaobei felt extremely guilty and rushed over, saying, you okay? Jin Fazai quickly pulled out medical gauze from his bag and wrapped it around his leg. After biting through it to tighten it, he pouted, saying, I just scraped my skin. I have panda blood, not a drop can be lost. Bai Xiaobei awkwardly apologized, sorry, I promise I won't hit you next time. Don't you go shoot at the wall instead. Jin Fazai dared not trust him and kept his distance. The wall was easier to hit, and even if he missed, it wouldn't bounce back and hurt anyone. Humiliated, Bai Xiaobei could only run over to the wall. Tai Youqian was executing a finishing blow on a down zombie, his blood-streaked face flashing a strange excitement. Seeing Bai Xiaobei approach, he asked, aren't you following Li Jiayuan? What are you doing here? Bai Xiaobei felt embarrassed to admit he had injured someone, saying, I came to help. More and more zombies were climbing over the wall. Bai Xiaobei tried firing a few shots towards the wall. He no longer hoped to kill the zombies, just hitting them would suffice, but the bullets whizzed past the zombies and disappeared into the woods, not even grazing their flesh. A zombie that fell from the wall got snagged by the barbed wire, and before it could get up it became a stepping stone for other zombies trampled underfoot on the barbed wire, its body pierced through, making Bai Xiaobei feel nauseous. Tai Youqian was knocked down by a fallen zombie. After Yu Yang shot it in the head, he lifted the fallen Tai Youqian and casually remarked to Bai Xiaobei, "Looks like you weren't lying. You really do have poor aim. Don't block the way, go find Zheng Yiwen." Bai Xiaobei felt condescended to, as if told he wasn't good enough and should go back to his mom for milk. He defiantly replied, "I can help, here Zheng Yiwen isn't done yet." With a click the door opened as Zheng Yiwen unlocked the code. "It's open. Hurry in." Bai Xiaobei thought, well, he wasn't very eager for this opportunity to show off. The iron gate collapsed under the pressure and everyone quickly entered the bungalow. As the heavy door shut behind them, the horde of zombies outside battered against it loudly. After a long while the pounding on the door showed no sign of ceasing. Meng Yusong breathed a sigh of relief. This door is surprisingly sturdy. Good thing it didn't blow, or those outside alone would be enough to deal with. It might not even blast open even if it exploded, Bai Xiaobei chimed in. Meng Yusong gave a light snort. "The explosives I concocted are the most formidable." Bai Xiaobei stared at him in astonishment. "You know how to make explosives? That's amazing." Caught off guard by such direct praise, Meng Yusong, clearly unaccustomed to it, turned his head away awkwardly, refusing to engage further. Having hit a dead end, Bai Xiaobei withdrew his gaze in slight dejection, only to have it collide with Yu Yang's in midair. He used to be an arms trafficker. Made fake bombs that killed people, Yu Yang said, as if exposing an old secret. Bai Xiaobei had never heard of arms trafficking before, something you'd never encounter in real life. His curiosity about Meng Yusong only deepened, and he couldn't help but size him up. Besides, his behavior seemed less like a soldier's and more like a criminal's. Yu Yang. This wasn't the reaction he'd imagined. Shouldn't he be like a startled rabbit, too afraid to approach? Instead he seemed eager to try. Zheng Yiwen said, "That door is made of titanium alloy and aerospace materials. Even your most powerful explosives would be nothing compared to it. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after trying," Meng Yusong said, then stood aside coldly, waiting for the next order. The room was pitch black with not a glimmer of light. Bai Xiaobei probed the ground with his toe and kicked a hard object. Just as curiosity struck, a rough-palmed hand reached out from the side, pulling him back and pressing a flashlight into his hand. "Thanks," Bai Xiaobei said, flicking on the flashlight and shining it on the person's face. As expected, it was Yu Yang. "Don't look at me. Look ahead." Bai Xiaobei shone the light back on the hard object head kicked. It was the corner of a solid wood table. As the flashlight moved upward, a ghastly, terrifying face suddenly came into view, sunken cheeks, a pallid complexion, eyes tightly shut, seated in a chair against the table as if drained of all life. Face to face with a corpse at such close range, Bai Xiaobei could only open his mouth wide, too frightened to even scream. After several seconds he finally managed to stammer, "Is he dead? How could he be dead here? Old Zheng Yiwen, come take a look at this. Let me handle it." Seeing that he was genuinely terrified, Yu Yang took the flashlight from his hand. Just as he was about to step in front of him, the corpse, which seemed far more docile than the ones outside, suddenly opened its eyes and lunged at Bai Xiaobei with its mouth wide open. Yu Yang reacted swiftly, pulling Bai Xiaobei into his embrace with one hand while drawing a blade with the other, pinning the half-risen zombie to the table behind them. The zombie didn't even have time to scream before it croaked. Yu Yang withdrew his blade, wiped it clean on the zombie's body, and felt the person in his arms trembling like a leaf. For the first time he wondered if he'd gone too far, as a pang of something called conscience knocked at his temple. "Be careful." Bai Xiaobei wasn't entirely foolish. He turned his head stiffly, his eyes welling up with tears, and whispered pitifully and aggrievedly, "You did that on purpose." "No, I didn't," Yu Yang denied, quickly, lying without batting an eye, and then added stubbornly, "You need to watch yourself. I can't always save you when danger strikes." It was true that he'd deliberately let Bai Xiaobei shine the light on the mummified corpse. His vision was sharper than most people's, allowing him to discern some colors even in the dark. He'd spotted the mummy in front of Bai Xiaobei the moment they entered, but he hadn't expected it to mutate even as a dried corpse. So his no wasn't entirely a lie. "What kind of character is that?" Tai Youqian pulled Bai Xiaobei to his side, barely resisting the urge to spit on Yu Yang. "I graduated from a top 985 university," Yu Yang said. Ram said proudly, "Brother Yang went to the National University of Defense Technology." Tai Youqian rolled his eyes in exasperation. He finally understood. Jin Fatsai and Ram were two poor souls so corrupted by Yu Yang that they couldn't tell right from wrong anymore. "Who asked about your education? I'm talking about character. Do you even know how to spell character? You're like that brat in elementary school who loved pulling girls' hair. Don't tell me you've got the hots for my baby. Your methods are pathetic." Yu Yang was taken aback, his usually composed expression cracking slightly. Who's got the hots for who? Tai Youqian couldn't be bothered to argue further. Good, if you don't, then that's fine. What a nuisance. Zhu Sheng joined the fray. Tai Youqian, don't talk nonsense. Tai Youqian shot him a glance, almost forgetting there was another fool around. What are you butting in for? You got a crush too? Both of you save yourselves the trouble. My baby isn't someone just anyone can catch the eye of. Guys like you, he held up his pinky, don't quite measure up. Zhu Sheng said angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? He's a man. Of course he's a man who stands to pee, Tai Youqian said, clapping his hands as if in sudden realization. Deputy Captain Zhu, your mind's in the gutter. You're thinking about women during a mission. Being a professional actor, he was articulate and quick-witted. His beautiful lips uttered pleasing tones, but the content could drive a person mad. Zhu Sheng had never endured such slander. You're being unreasonable. If they weren't in a pitch-black room, everyone would have seen the red from Zhu Sheng's earlobe spread down his neck to his face. Fine in being unreasonable. You're reasonable, you've got your ideal woman. Bai Xiaobei quickly covered his mouth, afraid to let anyone see him snickering. Zhu Sheng, you. And then he had no more words. The crowd watched as Tai Youqian single-handedly took on two opponents, leaving the captain lost in thought and the deputy captain speechless from the rebuttal, a complete victory. In the past, Jin Fazai would never have dreamed that the usually upright and taciturn deputy captain would be arguing with a man red-faced and loud, nor that he himself would one day play peacemaker. Stop arguing, everyone. What are you even fighting about? Tai Youqian was already in attack mode, lashing out indiscriminately. Adults are fighting. Kids go play in the mud. Unfortunately, Jin Fazai was thick-skinned and small-minded, completely missing the sarcasm in Tai Youqian's pitying expression. There's no mud here. Tai Youqian, tired of the act, patted him on the shoulder. Then just get back to work. Jin Fazai thought for a moment. Fang Kun's calling us. Li Jiayuan, Fang Kun and Xiao Tang had already surveyed the interior of the bungalow while they were talking and even managed to pry open the elevator. The lab's power system should be underground. To get down, we'll have to destroy the elevator. Captain, are you listening? Yu Yang blinked. Ram, go up and cut the elevator cables. Ram quickly slipped into the elevator, removed the ceiling panel, climbed up and destroyed the gears. The 1,000 Jin elevator crashed down with a thunderous roar. The zombie horde outside, which had quieted down a bit, grew restless again. According to the Research Institute blueprints from North City, there are 2 floors below. Well, search from top to bottom. Fang Kun, Yuan and Ni Yu Song, come down with me first. The rest of you stay put. Yu Yang was the first to slide down the elevator shaft, followed by the others like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Bai Xiaobei stood at the elevator entrance, shining his flashlight downward. The beam could only reach the first underground level, beyond that it was darkness. The last person down was just crawling into a dark gaping hole beside them. Let's take a break and wait for Yang Jie's orders, Jin Fazai said, plopping down on the ground and closing his eyes to feign sleep. Tai Youqian walked over to the table, pushed the corpse off it and leaned on it to rest. Baby, come here. I'm fine sitting on the ground, he replied, still terrified from earlier and unwilling to approach. He imitated Jin Fazai and sat cross-legged on the floor. Since morning their nerves had been stretched taut. While the Special Forces soldiers could handle it, Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian, accustomed to comfort, were utterly drained. Tai Youqian fell asleep almost instantly. Bai Xiaobei felt exhausted too, but pinched his thigh to stay awake. After asking Jin Fazai for the time for the 5th time, Yu Yang and his team came up. Good news and bad news, which do you want first? Yu Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if neither message fazed him. Jin Fazai asked, good news? Yu Yang said, downstairs, aside from a few zombies, there's not a soul. The lab likely evacuated as soon as they detected the virus. The main person in charge isn't there. The good news is the petri dish were looking for isn't there either. Da Mi scratched his stubbly head. So what about our mission? Did we fail? Yu Yang replied, in my dictionary there's no such word as fail. If Professor Xia is still alive, the petri dish might be with him. But we can't go looking for him recklessly. Yi Wen, contact Beicheng and see if they can reach Professor Xia. Well, wait for Beicheng's orders. Meng Yusong asked, what if they tell us to go back? Yu Yang stared straight at him. On this trip, besides wanting to escape control, his deepest wish was to get away from Meng Yusong. Knowing them, they won't let go of such a valuable asset as Professor Xia. Meng Yusong didn't argue. The world had plunged into a zombie crisis. A horde of undead could devour anyone in an instant. Communications were down, even satellite signals were jammed. In such a scenario, finding anyone, alive or dead, was like searching for a needle in a haystack, an impossible mission. The mood sank. Bai Xiaobei felt gloomy too, having wasted several precious sheets of manga paper for Yu Yang's mission. Yu Yang said, "Why the long faces? I haven't even told you the bad news yet." Jin Fatsai muttered. "Is there anything worse than this?" Zhusheng, who had spent the most time with Yu Yang, knew what he was about to say. The underground lab is completely sealed. In other words, getting in was easy, but getting out will be hard. Following his gaze, everyone looked at the tightly shut door. They were like lab rats trapped in a cage with countless hungry wolves lurking outside ready to tear them apart if they so much as poked their heads out. Yu Yang snapped his fingers. "All right, stop moping. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If armor-piercing rounds can't blast us out, we'll break through head-on. Everyone check your ammo. Drop everything except your guns." What he didn't mention was that there were no signs of external intrusion underground, only lab coats. The virus had erupted from within. Someone had made a mistake while handling the virus, leading to the lab's destruction. More significantly, this could be a clue to tracing the virus origin. Zheng Yuan said abruptly, "My scanner can detect all living things within 100 meters. Conservatively, there are at least 500 zombies outside." 500. Should we go back down and look for another exit? Bai Xiaobei's eyes widened. 500, enough to fill a running track. That meant each of them would have to take down 50 zombies. He didn't even have 50 body parts to give each zombie one. So far he hadn't killed a single zombie. Being asked to hit a 50-fold target was utterly absurd. No one responded to his complaints. The moment Yu Yang gave the order, everyone swiftly packed their gear. They had learned to obey commands as a first instinct, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid. Da's breathing grew ragged as he loaded bullets. His fingers trembled, spilling rounds onto the floor. The clatter against the tiles was piercingly loud. He frowned deeply, his face dark as he picked up the scattered bullets. Suddenly he slammed his fist into the ground. Fang Kun, standing nearby, patted his shoulder firmly. "Dami, calm down." "How can I calm down? We're all going to die here," Dami said, taking a deep breath before laughing bitterly. "Can't you see? They sent us here to die. Why send just a few of us from all of Beisheng's forces? Because our lives are cheap, they don't give a damn about us." Zhusheng's expression hardened. "I understand how you feel, but it's too early to talk about dying. What do you understand? You're a genuine third-generation Red from a family of high-ranking officials. How could you possibly understand what it's like for a common soldier like me? I don't know what you did wrong, but you'll definitely get to go back. I just threw a few punches at that bastard and got sent to Team 9. If I'd known, I'd have quit the army and gone to jail instead of waiting here to die." Dami grew more distressed as he spoke, and the burly man over 6 feet tall burst into tears, covering his face. "I haven't seen my daughter in 2 years. She's only 5. I've never been to her parent-teacher meetings or played with her. She's barely called me dad. In this world now, I don't even know if she's alive or dead. I might as well die with her." "Shut up," Yu Yang said without looking up, focused on cleaning his gun. Yet his words silenced Dami. "If you're going to wish for death, don't curse your daughter. All you can do now is survive to see her again. Understand?" Dami was silent for a long time, then wiped his face roughly with both hands and picked up the fallen bullets. Bai Xiaobei, moved by Dami's tears, couldn't help but think of his own parents. They had doted on him without stifling his thoughts or freedom. He had hoped to care for them in their old age, but now he didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Those zombies outside were someone's loved ones too. Could his own family have already? "Stop daydreaming," Yu Yang said, handing Bai Xiaobei the MP5 he had promised earlier. Bai Xiaobei took the heavy submachine gun. "I nearly shot through Fakai's leg. I didn't think you'd still trust me with this." "I just don't have room for it anymore," Yu Yang replied, pulling out an unused M416 and a Desert Eagle from his pack. He added casually, "You've reminded me, if you shoot one of us again, you'll burn all those precious comics you brought." "Oh?" Bai Xiaobei's gratitude evaporated. The gun in his hand suddenly felt much heavier. Zhusheng saw that Yu Yang had given the gun to Bai Xiaobei and remembered there was another person. "Where is Tai Youqian?" Bai Xiaobei pointed toward the table. "Yuan, give me your submachine gun," Zhusheng said, taking Yuan's submachine gun and walking over to shake Tai Youqian. "What is it?" Tai Youqian opened his eyes but refused to lift his head. He wasn't an unreasonable person. He didn't know what had come over him earlier. He had intended to curse Yu Yang, but when Zhusheng interrupted, he lashed out at Zhusheng, who hadn't offended him, like a petulant child throwing a tantrum. "We're preparing to break out." "Stop sleeping," Zhusheng said, unsure whether to attribute Tai Youqian's behavior to poor health or sheer nonchalance. He had actually let go of the grudge from Tai Youqian's earlier outburst, but now besides the label of being delicate, another one was added, fiercely protective. "I know. What's this? Shine the light over here under the table." Tai Youqian crawled under the table, picked up an A4 paper and an ID badge and read the contents aloud. The Tsangshan laboratory was attacked by the living dead, resulting in the deaths of several researchers. Knowing the critical importance of the fungal active substance, Professor Xie couldn't wait for reinforcements from Beicheng and had no choice but to evacuate the laboratory, heading to the city to seek military assistance. I know I have been infected and cannot go any further, so I am leaving this letter here, hoping that whoever finds it can locate Professor Xie as soon as possible. His experiment has already achieved a breakthrough and he will be the hope of all humanity. I sincerely hope that this devastating global crisis can. Tai Youqian stopped reading. The word can is very blurry. I think he was already failing by then. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but glance at the zombie lying on the ground. The person on the ID badge was only 25, probably just graduated from university. His simple smile was radiant, his expression full of anticipation for the future, and his family was proud he had entered a key national laboratory. A young man with a promising future, yet because of a virus he was forever left in an unknown place. Zheng Yuan transmitted the contents of the paper to Beicheng, which quickly replied. Find Professor Xie and bring him back at all costs. Our own lives are hanging in the balance and they are already assigning us tasks. We really are treated like beasts of burden, Xiao Tang said with a bitter laugh. Yet perhaps it was Bai Xiaobei's imagination, but the previously listless soldiers seemed to have straightened their backs a little. The house had no windows, only a ventilation opening more than 3 meters above the ground. Zhu Sheng moved a table under the vent, stacked 2 chairs on top, climbed up, smashed open the vent and extended his sniper rifle to test the angle. The zombies have surrounded the main gate. I can fire a grenade to lure them away. Sunlight streamed into the house, falling precisely on Yu Yang, who was beside Bai Xiaobei, making him seem to glow. All right. After that he'll take Meng Yusong Lamu and Li Jiayuan out to deal with the remaining zombies at the entrance. If we can handle them well, lure them to the back of the house. Then wait for my signal. Xiao Guo will lead the rest to break out and clear an escape route. Finally Zhu Sheng and Jin Fazai will get Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian out. After speaking, Yu Yang handed the large black case that Guo Xiaoguo had been guarding to Bai Xiaobei. I need you to watch over this. It's a living dead brain. We need it to verify whether Professor Xie's active substance works. Bai Xiaobei took the heavy black case. He thought that entrusting him with such an important item was far too reckless, he might easily lose it. It would be safer for the soldiers to keep it themselves. We don't. Zhu Sheng said, we need to concentrate all our firepower to escape. We're counting on you. Yu Yang added, it doesn't matter if you get bitten or eaten, but the case must not be compromised. Understand? Understood. Bai Xiaobei, who had wanted to shirk responsibility, silently hugged the case tighter. No one objected to Yu Yang's decision except for Jin Fazai, who felt he had never had a chance to shine. Why am I always last? I want to be the first to charge out. Yu Yang and the first wave of soldiers all turned to look at him in unison. Lamu said, you can't outrun me. Li Jiayuan added, and you can't outrun me either. Guo Xiaoguo said, you might outrun me, but my aim is better than yours. Meng Yusong shot him a glance. Jin Fazai huffed, HMPH. Even if I'm not first, I don't want to be last. It's too boring. I don't want to be a babysitter. Tai Youqian retorted, is being my babysitter beneath you? If you don't like it, feel free to leave. I don't need you anyway. Bai Xiaobei nudged Tai Youqian and said, sorry for causing you trouble. We're useless and can't help much. You've been protecting us this whole way and we even accidentally shot you before. We're truly sorry. His height only reached the lobe of Jin Fakai's ear. His eyes were watery and his inner eyelids weren't very prominent. When he looked at someone with guilt, the outer corners of his eyes drooped involuntarily, just like the pitiful puppies in short videos, exuding a natural aura of vulnerability and tenderness. To Jin Fazai it was like a magic attack. I'm not complaining about you. I just want to do something else instead of being your. Fine, he'll do it. Next time he'll let you charge the front line, all right. Yu Yang comforted him half-heartedly. After all, Jin Fazai was the lucky charm. He had gone to great lengths to bring into the team. He had to be carefully protected. If even a single branch was broken, General Jin would fight him to the death. After a brief rest, the battle to break through the zombie encirclement began. Yu Yang gave one final instruction, don't get tangled up. Don't hesitate even if you face the elderly out there. Remember, run as fast as you can and protect yourselves. If we get separated, it's fine. As long as you're not dead, Zheng Yuan can find you. But Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian don't have subcutaneous trackers, so stick close. Zhu Sheng, prepare to fire grenades and incendiary rounds. Conserve your bullets. Understood. Zhu Sheng set up the sniper rifle. The moment his eye neared the scope, his breathing slowed and even the air around him seemed to decelerate. Sensing his living presence, the zombies gathered below him, craning their necks and clawing at the wall in an attempt to climb. A southeast wind was blowing, so he fired an incendiary round into the forest downwind. The zombies, oriented by sound, they couldn't see the burning forest. They quickly converged on the crackling noise, one by one being engulfed by the flames, yet still standing eerily upright. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, black smoke rose from the forest. Seeing the zombie horde beginning to disperse, Jusheng fired a grenade in the direction of the woods. The powerful recoil sent a sharp pain through his shoulder. The grenade struck a zombie with perfect accuracy and none of the surrounding zombies were spared. Flesh and bone exploded across the ground. The enormous blast attracted even more zombies. Yu Yang stood by the door. Seeing Jusheng turn back, Bai Xiaobei immediately opened it. Yu Yang slipped out like an eel, raised his pistol and fired at the zombie horde. The other three followed closely. From Bai Xiaobei's angle, he only caught a glimpse of a zombie rushing up the steps being kicked down by Yu Yang. He craned his neck to see what happened next, but unfortunately the door was closed. Spread out. Circle around to the back. Don't get trapped. Yu Yang commanded while firing, knowing that even he couldn't afford to be careless. A single mistake could invite a counterattack from the zombie horde. Lamu sprang onto the wall, racing along while fending off zombies trying to climb up. Yu Yang, Li Jiayuan and Bai Xiaobei were split into two routes to draw the horde around to the rear. There are the fewest zombies at the main gate now. Yuan, you lead the way. The background was filled with eerie howls and the intermittent staccato of gunfire. Bai Xiaobei swallowed with difficulty. Understood, Zheng Yuan replied, hefting a detector no bigger than a cell phone as he followed Bai Xiaobei out. The device updated in real time. He had to monitor the movement of any zombie concentrations within 100 meters and guide the team back to the foot of the mountain. In that moment he was the team's eyes. Jusheng covered them from the window, his sniper shots finding their marks every time. Bai Xiaobei could not see outside. He swallowed nervously, his throat as dry as dust. The fusillade of gunfire made Jin Fazai restless, a feverish excitement flickering across his face. Bai Xiaobei feared Jin Fazai might fling the door open and charge out, heedless of his or Tai Youqian's safety. Brother Bai, want to know the secrets of our 9th squad? Bai Xiaobei. In such a life-or-death situation with brain-chewing zombies outside, what possible better moment could there be? Young man, must you choose this moment to make small talk? Have some sense of the occasion. Jin Fazai ignored Bai Xiaobei's strained, awkward expression and went on. Me was actually relatively lucky. He crossed a rapist whose father was a high-level executive, broke the man's leg and was given two choices: rot in prison or join the 9th squad. In other words, none of us in the 9th squad are exactly good men. Bai Xiaobei could not take it in. He wanted to say that whether they were good no longer mattered. Survival came first. Don't let your mind wander, kid. Jin Fakai's sudden confession felt like a pre-game warm-up, and the easygoing Tai Youqian listened with relish. So your 9th squad's joining conditions are pretty strict, high standards indeed. After Me had spoken such unfathomable things, he had wanted to ask the fighters about it, but he worried it might be some internal secret. If he asked and shouldn't have, he'd only embarrass himself. Jin Fazai did not hold back. The requirements are strict. Bai Xiaobei killed 2 hostages during a mission. Lamu, defiant of discipline, killed 3 bunkmates. Meng Yusong interrogated government officials with such cruelty that 8 people were left permanently disabled. In short, everyone carries a few dead on their conscience. And Zheng Yuan, don't let his vacant foolish look fool you. 2 years ago he was a nationally wanted hacker. Bai Xiaobei felt as if his skull had been struck by a hammer. After a few seconds to process and confirm this was no joke, he took a cautious step back and asked tentatively. Then, what about you? In peacetime, to be involved in such killings would not be the sign of grabbing a golden patron, but of stepping into a wolf's den. Perhaps the one to guard against most was the baby-faced ebullient youth whose clear, guileless eyes and simple-minded manner made Jin Fazai all the more dangerous. Me. I volunteered to join the 9th squad. It doesn't much matter, after all, aren't we killing now anyway? Jin Fazai said lightly. But could those past human lives be equated with the lives of the zombies now? Zombie lives are worthless. He is no noble guardian of the people, more like a terrorist. A trunk that looks sturdy on the outside but is rotten and hollow within. Then how did Jusheng and Yu Yang get into your squad? Tai Youqian had not expected to hear such revelations, but he was more receptive than Bai Xiaobei and even had the appetite to ask further. That's the unsolved mystery of our squad to this day. I guess what Lamu and the others did is a drizzle compared to those 2. Their skills are so valuable the higher-ups wouldn't let them go otherwise. Jin Fazai made a throat-stroking gesture. Jusheng climbed down from the vent. Quiet. Yuan is already at the iron gate outside. We move out. When the door opened, the 2 zombies nearest it turned slowly and lunged the moment they saw them. Jusheng and Jin Fazai dispatched them with single fatal shots. The courtyard lay littered with head-blasted zombies in various poses. Bai Xiaobei felt the ground tacky and revolting beneath his feet, as if he were stepping in slime, gore and flesh had blackened his shoes. Lamu, taken by surprise, was yanked over the wall when a zombie grabbed his leg. He reacted instantly, bracing his hands on the wall's edge. With Yu Yang suppressing fire, he kicked the creature away and tumbled back in. When they reached the doorway, Jusheng called Yu Yang on the radio. Li Jiayuan and Bai Xiaobei burst out from behind the house. Where's the captain? The back gate is full of zombies. The captain drew their attention to buy us time. Zhu Sheng blew apart a burning zombie with a shot. They are all coming back. Yiwen, lead them away first. You'll wait here for Yu Yang. Jin Fazai shouted into the radio, Captain, can you hear me? Captain, are you still alive? Yu Yang's voice finally came through the radio in fits and starts, you go first, I can get out. And Jin Fazai, are you itching to blurt everything out? The radio was always on. Whatever Jin Fazai said everyone could hear. He had meant to keep quiet, but the memory of Bai Xiaobei's terrified expression, like someone covered in crawling things unbearably itchy, made silence impossible. Captain, Brother Bai and Brother Youqian will be teammates now. 9th squad won't be a secret anymore. You can't punish me. I won't leave first. If you go, we go together. He'll stay with you. Yu Yang chuckled softly. Through the radio, Jin Fazai could not hear the laugh, only the chilling howls of the zombies. Then Yu Yang's voice cut off abruptly. A thunderous explosion roared from behind the house. With ears ringing, Bai Xiaobei felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. The blast hurled up earth higher than the house, a shocking spectacle. It's a grenade. Captain, aren't you worried about a collapse? Captain, what's happening? Respond. Another explosion thundered. Yet another grenade detonated. Zhu Sheng frowned. You'll go take a look. Don't come. Bai Xiaobei covered his ears, but even so he could hear Yu Yang's voice through Jin Fakai's radio as if it were shouting in his own ear. What's happening? Goddamn. Yu Yang suddenly swore. Run. Animals can be infected too. They came too fast, he couldn't make out whether it was tiger or wolf. How the hell could such things exist? Run. Until now they had only seen humans turned into zombies, and they had forgotten that Earth is home to many species besides mankind. Many life forms could be infected. They had not expected animals to become infected as well. Bai Xiaobei shivered involuntarily. He had a foreboding that infected animals would be a menace even more terrifying than the zombie hordes. It felt like a purge, as if the virus had begun a campaign to cull life across the globe. On Zheng Yiwen's computer screen, a red dot was rapidly approaching. He immediately realized this was the thing Yu Yang had mentioned. It's coming. The group barely had time to look up before a massive black shadow half a man's height burst in from beyond the wall. In a few bounds it was less than 3 meters away, its eyes blood-red, snarling ferociously as it opened a gaping maw filled with black decaying fangs and green saliva, a truly horrifying sight. The soldiers instinctively dodged sideways. Scatter! Zhu Sheng raised his gun and fired. The bullets burrowed into the shadow's fur and vanished, not even slowing its pace. He rolled aside, but the shadow, as if blind to him, charged straight ahead. Turning his head, he saw the shadow seem to know to pick the weakest target. Its gaze locked onto Tai Youqian, the most slender and fragile of the group. At the end of its charge, Tai Youqian stood frozen, his legs numb. Zhu Sheng's pupils dilated instantly. Run! Bai Xiaobei was about 3 meters from Tai Youqian. As Jin Fazai dodged to the side, he swept Tai Youqian up by the waist and threw them both out of the way. Everything seemed to slow down in Bai Xiaobei's eyes. He watched the shadow draw closer and closer to Tai Youqian, yet he was powerless to do anything. In his line of sight, Tai Youqian's face was a mask of terror, his expression ashen. The alarm of death rang in his mind. Youqian. The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaobei's back slammed against the floor. But he felt no pain, his limbs seemed invaded by the cold from the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Jin Fazai shielded him, blocking his view, yet he lacked the courage to push him away. He was afraid of seeing a scene he would never forget. The shadow's claws were powerful, its nails long and sharp. A single scratch could tear through skin, even slice half a head off. Youqian, what could he do? In a place Bai Xiaobei couldn't see, Tai Youqian's pupils reflected the massive black shadow. He knew he had to dodge, but his feet felt frozen to the spot, unable to move. Just as the shadow's claws were about to touch his face, only 2 words surfaced in his mind: meeting Grandpa. Why 2 words? Because just as Grandpa was about to form, his body was violently struck as if hit by a huge sandbag. He was knocked breathless, mouth agape, unable to make a sound. A large hand pressed against the back of his head, cushioning the impact with the ground as they rolled away. Jin Fazai stood up. Bai Xiaobei, seeing Tai Youqian escape death, couldn't stop his tears. Youqian. Woo, you scared me to death. Bai Xiaobei scrambled to his feet and, without caring what was at hand, hurled something at the shadow. Yu Yang charged from behind, emptying a magazine into the shadow's body. The others snapped out of it, 2 firing bullets as if they cost nothing. The shadow only paused for a second when struck by whatever Bai Xiaobei had thrown, then leaped backward. Only then did everyone see what it truly was. A wolf. A wolf that looked sleek, its body coated in a slimy film, a gaping maw emitting a faint green glow, black blood dripping from it, reeking of decay. At the black wolf's feet lay a box. The group was speechless. Jin Fazai turned to Bai Xiaobei and said, Brother Bai, Brother Yang said if the box is here you live, if the box is gone you die. Bai Xiaobei was stunned. Did Yu Yang really say that? The black wolf dodged bullets while closing in on Zhu, planting a paw on his back. The wounds Yu Yang had inflicted on it oozed black blood which flowed down its leg and covered Zhu back. It dodges, can it see? Who cares if it can see or not? Turn it into Swiss cheese and I bet it won't survive. Zhu, nearly coughing blood from the pressure, grunted in pain. The terrified Tai Youqian finally came to his senses, but Zhu held him down firmly. Don't move. Zhu shouted. Yu Yang. Coming. Yu Yang had already reached behind the black wolf. He drew his combat knife, grabbed its tail and leaped. The long blade plunged into its back. The wolf felt no pain but realized someone was on it and began thrashing about trying to dislodge its rider. Dami and Feng Xuan quickly pulled the two on the ground to their feet. Ignoring the risk of being thrown off, Yu Yang steadied himself, then pressed down with both hands, widening the wound and slashing a long gash. Black blood spurted out like a burst pipe, gushing endlessly. Bai Xiaobei recalled a time he killed a chicken, slitting its neck and watching the blood spurt. He had thrown the chicken away, then nauseated. Who would have thought he could watch a spectacle 10 times more gruesome without flinching? The black wolf suddenly stood stock still. Seizing the moment while Yu Yang was focused on it, Bai Xiaobei grabbed the box from the nearby alley, hugged it to his chest and stood on tiptoe to see. Is it dead? Don't know, Zhu said, gun raised warily. Yu Yang was drenched in blood, but with the wolf still standing he had to keep cutting. Creaking. The black wolf's massive head slowly turned 180 degrees, its blood-red eyes fixed greedily on Yu Yang as it opened its maw wide. Bai Xiaobei was stunned. It would twist its own neck just to eat someone. Yu Yang was startled too, then immediately rolled off the wolf. Jin Fazai, damn. It can do that. Zheng Yiwen, it dodges, maybe it can even observe. It doesn't seem infected at all. It's like a wild beast starting to hunt humans. Now wasn't the time for analysis. Yu Yang said, I'll lure it into the house. You all go. He sprinted toward the building, the black wolf hot on his heels. Bullets couldn't kill it, grenades were spent. Zombies were already emerging from both sides of the street and the fire in the forest was raging. At this rate they'd either be bitten to death or burned alive, rendering all their efforts futile. But Jin Fazai couldn't bear to let Yu Yang face this alone. If it were zombies, he'd trust the captain could handle hundreds. But this black wolf was terrifying, impervious to blades and bullets, tougher than a cockroach. Yu Yang might not be its match. Leaving now meant trading Yu Yang's life for theirs. Zhu raised his gun and shot a zombie creeping up from behind. No buts. Go. You got scratched. Tai Youqian noticed the gash on Zhu back. When the black wolf was close, he'd heard a tearing sound, but pinned under Zhu had dismissed it as his imagination. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. I'm fine. Dami said, Deputy, you go ahead. Xiao Tang, Xiao Guo and I will wait for the captain. Yeah, well, wait for the captain. Bai Xiaobei followed Zhu as they broke through. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He couldn't help but look back. And when he did, he saw the black wolf's blood-red eyes staring at him with greedy intensity. Just before the black wolf was about to enter the house, it halted its steps, perhaps due to its keen eyesight. Like a predator, it remained calm, its gaze shifting to Yu Yang before looking away, seemingly aware that he intended to lure it inside. After pausing for about 10 seconds, it turned its attention to the retreating crowd. Zhu immediately became alert, saying, it's coming this way. Jin Fazai spoke into the walkie-talkie, Captain, did you hear that? It has stopped. Yu Yang abruptly halted, a sudden jolt in his heart. This wolf infected by the virus had intelligence. The black wolf had lost interest in Yu Yang and charged towards Bai Xiaobei and the others, moving with lightning speed, reaching them in an instant. Perhaps it was frustrated from not having eaten meat for so long, its growl became more frantic. Damn it. You fickle wolf. Yu Yang ran back after it continuously firing at the wolf. To protect Tai Youqian earlier, Zhu had dislocated his arm and was now unable to exert much strength. He threw the backpack filled with ammunition to Dami, shouting, use explosive rounds. Understood. The others opened fire frantically at the black wolf's face. Even Bai Xiaobei, who had never used a gun before, was holding a submachine gun, shooting recklessly at the wolf. A mist of blood enveloped the black wolf and the leg that had been injured by a grenade was blown off by the gunfire, slowing it down. Everyone close your eyes and cover your ears. The explosive round was fired and the immense force sent the black wolf flying backward, knocking down several zombies before it finally came to a stop after hitting the ground. Dami was jolted back by the recoil, rolling twice. The black wolf's belly had been ruptured, lying on the ground, convulsing faintly, its insides spilling out. Dami got back up and patted his backside, surprised at how effective the explosive round had been, killing the black wolf outright. That was satisfying. He shouted as he ran towards the black wolf, already filled with anger and thinking he couldn't escape. Since he couldn't kill it from afar, he aimed his gun at its head, determined to finish it off. He crouched down and poked the black wolf's head with his gun, saying this counts as dead, right? It's been shot to bits. Zhu warned Dami, don't get too close, let the captain check it out. Dami turned back and laughed, what are you afraid of? It's dead for sure. Suddenly the black wolf's tail, which had been lying on the ground, stood upright. Yu Yang, who had approached from behind Dami, felt a tremor in his pupils. He quickly grabbed Dami's arm, trying to pull him up from the ground. Dami, confused and just about to look up, suddenly felt a shadowy moon enveloping his vision, plunging him into darkness. Phut! In the blink of an eye, the person who had been alive and talking just a second ago was now decapitated by the black wolf. Blood gushed like a waterfall from his neck, staining his black combat uniform and the ground red. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone was frozen in disbelief. Bai Xiaobei felt dizzy and nearly collapsed, his stomach churning uncomfortably. Dami had died, leaving a daughter at home waiting for him. He instinctively looked towards Yu Yang, who was now close at hand. Yu Yang's pupils constricted, blood splattered across his face, turning his vision blood red. Dami's body slumped forward, yet he did not let go of his arm, gripping it tightly, then slowly turned his head to gaze at the black wolf on the ground. The black wolf's mouth was moving, emitting a strange creaking noise as it stared at Yu Yang, seemingly mocking his helplessness. Dami's head was crushed by the wolf, rolling out and tumbling twice before coming to rest at Yu Yang's feet, face up, motionless. Dami's face was already a bloody mess, but when Yu Yang looked down, he could still see his wide, bewildered eyes, which had no time to close. The black wolf's body could no longer rise, yet it still bared its bloody mouth in defiance. Yu Yang showed no reaction, continuing to gaze at Dami. He did not feel anger, he merely thought that Dami should not have perished like this. He had investigated each team member's background. Before offending the higher-ups, Dami was a hero, having undertaken countless dangerous missions, saving civilians and quelling riots, earning numerous accolades and honors. He had given everything for his country, even at the cost of seeing his family. Such a hero should die heroically in the spotlight, where everyone would remember him and all that he had done, not in obscurity, killed by a damned beast. Bai Xiaobei shouted in anger, Yu Yang, kill it. Almost simultaneously, Yu Yang moved. He darted in front of the black wolf, using its nose as a springboard to leap high before it could open its mouth, drawing his military knife and plunging it down into its skull. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, 4 stabs. The black wolf ceased to move entirely. Yu Yang halted just 2 centimeters from the wolf's head, which was already oozing brain matter at the 7th stab. 2 meters away from his feet, Dami's head was making sporadic sounds. Everyone present had become accustomed to this sound in just a few days. As long as the brain was not completely destroyed, the dead would return from hell in another form. Captain, if we don't leave now, we'll all die, Meng Yusong said calmly. If Yu Yang appeared to be unaffected, it was only because his face bore no expression. He knew that according to social customs, the team would mourn the fallen, thus he turned to leave in the direction pointed by Zheng Yiwen. Zheng Yiwen's vision was obscured by white mist. He took off his glasses, blinking hard to hold back tears, saying, let's go, we shouldn't waste the time Dami left us. Xiao Tan couldn't help but cry out loud, the sorrowful emotion infecting everyone, even the tumor turtle Guo Xiaogua had reddened eyes. They knew that this place was dangerous and not suitable for a prolonged stay, but the thought of leaving Dami behind rooted them in place. Yu Yang wiped the knife clean on the black wolf's corpse. Zhu vaguely guessed what he was about to do, his brow furrowing. He had words of protest on the tip of his tongue but chose to hold them back. I know your biggest concern is your daughter. As long as any member of Team 9 survives and returns to North City, she will be safe. We swear to protect her. If she dies, we will ensure she is sent off properly. Yu Yang said this to Dami's head, then plunged the knife into his temple. Dami's grotesque expression, akin to that of other zombies, was frozen at that moment. He was sent back to hell. Zhu pulled out Dami's soldier ID and a photo of his daughter along with a necklace from the pocket of his jacket. In the photo, a little girl in a pink dress was happily sitting on Dami's shoulder, wearing a blissful smile. In the North City, at the Central Command Center for Operations, Commander Jin is orchestrating a counter-offensive against the zombie invasion from the north. A display screen the size of half a basketball court is divided into over 30 smaller screens. The largest one in the center shows the latest developments of the counterattack in the north, surrounded by combat videos sent back from various locations. The battle is fierce, and judging by the background music of the fight and the zombies dominating most of the view, the living space for humanity is shrinking. People in white coats, military uniforms and suits are bustling about in the command center, their faces either serious or pale, with hardly any voices being heard. Or rather, there is no good news to speak of. No, there is some. 2 hours ago, the 9th Special Operations Team far away in the Tsangshan Mountains reported that they could not find Professor Xie, who is either dead or escaped with the active substances. According to the 9th Special Operations Team, it is very likely that Professor Xie developed an antibody ahead of the 7th Research Institute. This news invigorated the entire command center. Even the usually uncooperative General Tai stomped his cane in excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, good. Currently, various locations are in a passive state. Small human bases are gradually being established, but against the backdrop of thousands of deaths per hour it feels like a drop in the bucket. On another large screen, the construction of a human base is underway. North City is set to become the largest and most fortified last stronghold for the entire nation, even for all humanity. Suddenly the screen in the lower right corner, which had been silent, emitted an alarm sound. Commander Jin looked over and one of the 11 figures on the screen had turned red. The subcutaneous tracker allows Sun Yuan to locate his teammates and enables North City to grasp their vital information. It is both a safeguard and a shackle of control. Commander Jin clenched his fist and sighed heavily, relieved it was not his grandson. An assistant approached and said, "Commander, should we send the nearest troops to assist them?" "Which unit is the nearest?" "There is a small team stationed at a temporary base near Dali Airport." "What about others?" "There is one in Chun City as well, but it is too far away. It would take time for them to arrive and they are busy. No place is free right now." Commander Jin thought for a moment. "Tell the other old men not to rush. Let them find Professor Xia first before we assist. We must hurry. If time drags on, the likelihood of various places acting out will significantly increase. By then no one will be able to help them. Now the 9th team is the only spark visible in the despairing ruins. They must succeed and keep that spark alive to inspire everyone's determination to survive." The descent down the mountain was unusually smooth. The scattered zombies they encountered were swiftly dealt with by Jin Fazai, who felt no joy in the process. They circled back to where they ascended, thankfully finding their vehicle still in place with no signs of zombies passing through. Tai Youqian quickly dragged out the suitcase to change clothes. The others who previously complained about him bringing so many now had complex expressions seeing him don clean attire. Their luggage and rice had been left on the mountain. Jin Fazai leaned over and said, "Hey wealthy brother, lend me a piece of clothing to wear. You won't fit in my clothes, will you?" Tai Youqian sized him up, noting that he was a head taller. "I can wear it. I smell too bad," Jin Fazai said ingratiatingly, playing his part perfectly as if he were about to kneel and rub Tai Youqian's feet. "Just show a little kindness." "It's a small matter, don't thank me too much," Tai Youqian replied. He was not one to be easily swayed. If someone flattered him he would respond kindly, but if they spoke ill of him he could retaliate with even harsher words. He generously brought out oversized clothes, saying, "Everyone take your pick." Bai Xiaobei also pulled out his clothes, saying, "Brother Guo, sorry, but even the largest size won't fit you." "It's fine, I'm not dirty," Guo Xiaoguo replied, humbly waving his hand. Jin Fazai touched his pink sequin jacket, saying, "Wealthy brother, I want that black tactical jacket." "Don't get greedy," Tai Youqian said, putting the coveted tactical jacket back in the suitcase. "Babe, don't take those clothes, they are filthy. They are just dirty. I brought Bai Xiaobei as laundry detergent. Once we find water we can wash them and wear them again. It's a waste to throw them away now that we lack everything," Bai Xiaobei said, picking up the clothes that Tai Youqian and the soldiers had taken off and putting them into a plastic bag. "Babe, you're really so considerate." Tai Youqian blew him a kiss and waved at Ram as if playing a dress-up game. "Ram, come here, I've prepared a little set of overalls for you." Ram shook his head while backing away. "No." Tai Youqian pretended to threaten him. "If you're dirty, your brother Bai won't sleep with you tonight. You'll have to sleep alone." Ram blinked, knowing he would have to take turns on guard duty at night, but he could still sleep with Bai Xiaobei for a few hours, which was warm and nice since he smelled good. "Got it," Ram said, scanning the array of colorful clothing with hesitation in his eyes, ultimately resigning himself to let Tai Youqian do as he pleased. After discussing their route, Yu Yang and Zheng Yuan got out of the car, seeing everyone dressed in bright delicate colors, doubting their vision. Especially Jin Fazai, whose pink outfit paired with blue pants was extremely trendy. "What are you guys doing?" he asked. Jin Fazai, looking pleased, replied, "Borrowing wealthy brother's clothes to wear. They look good, right? Wealthy brother, North brother, you should dress the captain and vice captain too, they look the worst." Yu Yang spread his arms, striking a pose like a peacock. "It's just a piece of clothing. Does it affect my handsomeness?" Zheng Yuan silently shuffled to the side, distancing himself from him. One was reeking of blood and filth, while the other wore clothes that had become mere rags. No, even zombies were better dressed than they were. Tai Youqian disdainfully remarked, "You two should just join the zombie horde. Stop standing here. The captain is still very handsome, but clean clothes would add bonus points." Bai Xiaobei encouraged, pulling out 2 white t-shirts. "These are the 2 largest. Try them on and see if they fit." He also pulled out a black hoodie he had kept for himself, saying, "Yu Yang, try this on." Jin Fazai let out a wail, tugging at the hoodie's hem to complain, "Brother Bai, you actually hid this from me. If I had known it was for the captain, would I have grabbed it?" Bai Xiaobei felt a bit awkward from his loud response. "Well, I can't say for sure." Yu Yang pulled the clothes away, saying, "Don't pull on my hoodie." Yu Yang and Zheng stripped off their shirts right in front of everyone. Tai Youqian was about to mock the 2 show-offs for lacking a sense of decency, but then he saw there was actually something under their clothes. Decency no longer mattered, his eyes were glued to them. Their physiques were robust and flawless, inverted triangles with lean waists, 8-pack abs and lines. Bai Xiaobei's loose t-shirt clung tightly to their bodies, making their muscles seem ready to burst out. Their bodies looked like they were cloned, but their faces were completely different styles. Perhaps due to genetics, Zhu Sheng was much fairer than the weak-skinned Yu Yang. Tai Youqian unabashedly looked them up and down, almost whistling like a lecher. Wouldn't have guessed you had such great bodies. You guys been chugging protein powder? All natural, 100% genuine. Yu Yang basked in the praise while Zhu Sheng embarrassedly lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck. His eyes kept darting to the rags he had just taken off, now in Bai Xiaobei's hands. No doubt about it, if his clothes hadn't been torn to shreds he would have put them back on immediately. Bai Xiaobei tossed their clothes far away without even looking. Too dirty and torn to bother washing. Good. That protein powder stuff is poison. Tai Youqian recalled his romantic history and shook his head regretfully. My ex-boyfriend overdid it with protein powder. He looked good, sure, but... He held up his pinky finger. All show no go. Everyone fell silent. Had they heard correctly? Boyfriend. No go. Their expressions shifted from starry-eyed admiration of the captain and vice-captain's bodies to utter shock. Even Meng Yusong, who usually kept to himself, stopped wiping his pistol and looked over in confusion. The air grew still. Bai Xiaobei had a bad feeling the moment Tai Youqian called it poison. Sure enough, he steered the conversation toward inappropriate territory. It was one thing to joke around with him privately, but was it really okay to say such things to a group of special forces soldiers? See. They were all stunned. Everyone, did I hear that wrong? Did I catch the word boyfriend? Jin Fazai asked, doubting himself. Did I not speak clearly? Why are you all so shocked over a boyfriend? What century is this? Still stuck in feudal times, or are you planning to gossip behind my back? You can control everything, especially someone's sexual orientation. Tai Youqian deliberately prodded Zhu Sheng. Don't you agree, Vice Captain Zhu? Zhu Sheng had no interest in arguing. He took the clothes from Bai Xiaobei and put them on immediately. I don't interfere. I'm only responsible for your life. Tai Youqian froze. He had been ready to roll up his sleeves and trade barbs with Zhu Sheng, but this caught him off guard. What responsible for your life meant to a straight man he didn't know. But to a pure gay man it sounded no different from sweet talk. You're insane. Tai Youqian rolled his eyes, the back of his neck flushing slightly. He wordlessly tossed his jacket at Zhu Sheng. Consider this repayment for saving me from the wolf's jaws just now, since you're so responsible for my life. We're even. Thanks. Zhu Sheng caught the jacket. Though he didn't understand why Tai Youqian had cursed, from what he knew of him the man acted on impulse and always did the unexpected, even 7 or 8 years ago. Mentioning the terrifying black wolf brought back memories of Dami for Jin Fazai. His joy over the new clothes quickly faded. Dami was the last to join the team. He was a real man. Such a waste to lose him. Lamo said, when I got to Beicheng he bought me a candied hawthorn. If it weren't for me he'd still be in Beicheng and wouldn't have come this way, Zheng Yuan said ruefully. He had spent the most time with Dami, having worked with him on a dark web case before. He was also the one who suggested Yu Yang bring Dami onto the team. Feng Xuan said, Xiao Zheng, don't blame yourself. As the old saying goes, everyone has their own fate. Dami's fate ended here, no one is to blame. Dami's death had been too sudden, catching everyone off guard. No one had anticipated that zombified animals could be so ferocious, retaining both sight and intelligence. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. Partly from grief over Dami's death and partly from the premonition that moving forward their own fates might be even worse than his. Bai Xiaobei comforted them, everyone did their best. Once we're back in Beicheng you'll help look for Dami's daughter. I believe she's still alive. Zheng Yuan's expression softened slightly. I believe that too. When we left the military sent people to protect the family quarters. Feng Xuan said, his daughter must be alive. If she's dead then our loved ones are likely in grave danger too. Even if she's alive, so what? She's not his biological child. He was an only son, his family line is finished. But times have changed, forget bloodlines, even survival is counted by the day, Meng Yusong said inappropriately. I have a suggestion, do we really have to follow Beicheng's orders? With Captain Yu and Vice Captain Zhu's skills, keeping us alive is more than enough. His cold gaze swept over everyone present. Bai Xiaobei had always been somewhat afraid of him. In the few conversations they'd had he came across as sinister and condescending. Later when he learned from Fazai that Meng Yusong enjoyed torturing people he grew even more wary. Now hearing him speak so casually about undermining team unity, Bai Xiaobei was even more convinced of the saying the face is the index of the mind. He couldn't muster any goodwill toward him. Zhu Sheng was the first to object. Impossible. As long as I'm a soldier I must obey orders. Even if it means death I will complete the mission before I die. For the mission, who will die next? Feng Sun Jiayuan Xiaoguo Vice Captain Zhu himself or me? Xiao Tang's voice trembled. Dami's death had left a deep psychological scar on him. Li Jiayuan also wavered. Maybe Professor Xia is already dead. It's pointless to keep searching. We'd be better off heading back to Beicheng to do something more useful. Jin Fazai objected. We need to see the body to confirm death. Even if Professor Xia is dead, we still need to find the active substance. While the others argued back and forth, Yu Yang slowly pulled on his hoodie. Bai Xiaobei, help me with the hood. Bai Xiaobei thought, bro, we're about to split up and you're worried about your hood. Despite his thoughts, he helped adjust it. Yu Yang asked, looking good. Bai Xiaobei nodded perfunctorily. MMHMM. His vanity rival Tai Youqian's. Good enough. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help reminding him, don't you have something to say? Alright, let's get down to business. Meng Yusong, you were right about one thing, our survival is counted by the day. No one knows how long we'll last. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop you and I won't take your guns. Those who don't want to leave have no time for sentimentality. Wolves are pack animals, I suspect there are more in the mountains. Let's head to Bai Xiaobei's place first. If Wu Dao and his group haven't caused trouble, the house should be safe. If we can stay the night, good, otherwise we'll head into the city. Yu Yang got into the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. Who's coming with me? Bai Xiaobei was shocked, his mouth agape. No way, big brother, it's not about persuading division but rather reconciliation here. Can't you say something nice? Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. It was the first time Bai Xiaobei spoke to him so bluntly, clearly worried about the team falling apart. If Bai Xiaobei knew that once they left the team the subdermal tracker would turn into a lethal bomb taking their lives in an instant, he would likely be even more anxious. Should he try to keep them from leaving? But you know, if you leave you'll be really sad. Count me in, Zhu Sheng said, sitting in the passenger seat. Whether Yu Yang said that last sentence or not, he would follow. Ram and Jin Fazai jumped up from the ground and into the car. Jin Fazai deliberately said loudly, Yin, when your shooting skills are poor, why not just leave? Life with us isn't easy. If I leave you won't be able to contact Beicheng. In a sense I'm more useful than you are, Zheng Yuan said as he deliberately kicked Meng Yusong while passing by. Our temple is small and cannot accommodate a great Buddha like you. Meng Yusong shrugged. He didn't expect the first person to act against him would be the weakest in the team, Zheng Yuan. I merely proposed a choice. People do not act for themselves shall be cursed by heaven and earth. Bai Xiaobei asked, what are the benefits of ignoring Beicheng's words? Meng Yusong was stumped by the question. If it were before the apocalypse, the benefit would be freedom. However, now in the apocalypse, ignoring Beicheng means fighting alone, while listening to him means saving lives. There's no difference. In fact, compared to that, banding together for warmth is the wiser choice. Meng Yusong replied, there's no benefit. Bai Xiaobei smiled, saying, right. Although being alone is quite nice and I enjoy the peace of being by myself doing whatever I wish, it can be lonely. Being with everyone is truly more enjoyable. Meng Yusong looked at his smile and for some reason a faint smile appeared on his lips as well. Clearly Bai Xiaobei was saying this just to keep him, yet he found what he said rather agreeable. Bai Xiaobei inadvertently resolved his desire to leave. Meng Yusong said, you're right. Bai Xiaobei was taken aback and Meng Yusong echoed his words, thank you. Did his own words make him laugh? Meng Yusong continued, now that everyone is so united I feel reassured. I will definitely follow the main group. Bai Xiaobei thought. What a thief calling out to catch a thief, you are the least united here. In the end no one chose to leave. For some reason Bai Xiaobei felt a sense of comfort, as if watching his own child avoid straying onto the wrong path, unable to help but reminisce while sitting in the car. It's really good they didn't leave, Yu Yang said with a smirk. They made the right choice. As they got closer to home his mood shifted from comfort to excitement. Having narrowly escaped from the jaws of hundreds of zombie black wolves, he could now actually return home to his comics, his figures and his collection. Bai Xiaobei's stomach growled. Hungry? Yu Yang said flatly. Bai Xiaobei nodded a bit embarrassedly. The soldiers were made of iron, he was not. Escaping from the laboratory felt like a dream, and now that he had relaxed a little his stomach naturally protested. You have to endure the hunger. If we're lucky we may find food tonight, if not it'll be tomorrow's problem, Bai Xiaobei said optimistically. I have quite a bit of stuff at home, it's only been 3 days and Wu Dao and the others can't have finished all the supplies. Yu Yang glanced at the rearview mirror. What if they refuse to give us anything? We have guns, we can forcefully take it. With you backing us up I'm not afraid they won't comply, Bai Xiaobei said, his bravado not coming off as annoying but rather somewhat endearing. Nice, your courage has grown, Yu Yang praised, but then added somewhat regretfully, but your home is probably already a zombie's paradise by now. No, that can't be possible, Bai Xiaobei said, unwilling to believe that his comics and figures had suffered inhumane treatment. Zhu Sheng said. Before leaving, Yuan detected over 50 zombies within 100 meters of the target range. Bai Xiaobei was taken aback, then Wu Dao and the others. Yu Yang said nonchalantly, they chose your home as their base, they must bear the risk. That's not entirely incorrect, but... Bai Xiaobei's throat tightened, unsure how to phrase it without sounding like he was blaming the soldiers. You knew the zombies at the target range would come here, why didn't you warn them? They were soldiers. Even if Wu Dao and the others had bad intentions, they were still the ones to protect. Yes, I knew, but we still have a mission. We can't waste bullets there. Bai Xiaobei felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He lifted his head and coincidentally met Yu Yang's gaze in the rearview mirror. His dark eyes were like a bottomless pool, as if nothing could disturb its surface. Tai Youqian asked, why are you suddenly asking us to go to Bai Xiaobei's house? Bai Xiaobei withdrew his gaze and turned to look out the window. Yu Yang said, I didn't mention it before because you all were going along anyway. It wasn't necessary. I mention it now because there's tension in the team. If I don't offer some benefits and they really decide to leave, he'll only be left crying on Zhu Sheng's shoulder. Zhu Sheng said seriously, you won't be crying on my shoulder. Yu Yang shrugged, who knows? If you leave, I will definitely cry my heart out. Zhu Sheng pondered for a moment and said, you won't. If I leave, you'll probably shoot me. Yu Yang remained non-committal, we haven't wasted the past 6 months. Bai Xiaobei interjected, don't forget your benefits are fake. How will it all end? Yu Yang seemed to think of something amusing and said sinisterly, of course it's fake. If they dare to have thoughts of running away, I'll make them experience what it means to be given hope and then despair, stepping from heaven into hell. Bai Xiaobei hugged his bag tightly, silently noting in his heart that one should never provoke Yu Yang. He was no carefree noble, he was a backstabber skilled in psychological warfare and a very cunning person. The 9th team was filled with illegal elements. Those who could sit in the captain's position were certainly the heads of villains. Zhu Sheng, who seemed kind and upright, was also someone whose true nature was hard to know. Bai Xiaobei was filled with worries about his future, hoping not to be betrayed by the 9th team before being devoured by zombies. Suddenly the vehicle came to a halt and Yu Yang raised his voice, shouting into the walkie-talkie, why have we stopped? Li Jiayuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie, we can see Bai Xiaobei's home, but there are many zombies around. Captain, what should we do next? Why would there be zombies? Yu Yang exaggeratedly dragged out his words, what should we do? Where should we go? Fazai Meng Yusung Xiao Tang Fang Kun Jia Yuan Xiaoguo, what do you think? Where should we go? If he weren't in the driver's seat, Bai Xiaobei felt that Yu Yang would be leaning back, kicking his feet and snacking on seeds while gloating over everyone's misfortune. Why are there zombies? Yu Yang deliberately dragged out his tone. What should we do? Where should we go? Come on, Fazai Meng Yusung Xiao Tang Fang Suan Jia Yuan Xiaoguo, tell me, which way should we take? If he weren't in the driver's seat, Bai Xiaobei felt that Yu Yang might as well be lounging with his legs crossed, shaking his foot and gleefully scolding everyone while cracking sunflower seeds. There was a few seconds of silence, a hint of unease creeping in. Well, follow the captain. Yu Yang said with satisfaction, good kids. First let's go check if the door is open. In his peripheral vision 2 female zombies appeared. One had a chest half shredded, her clothes torn to rags hanging loosely on her body. Aside from the blood, she was relatively clean and her facial features were still discernible. She approached numbly, her face thumping against the car window. Behind her trailed another female zombie with a kitchen knife embedded in her abdomen. Yu Yang said, no need to check. Li Qingqing is right beside me. Yi Wen scout nearby for a small town or scattered homes. Well, scavenge supplies and find a place to stay tonight. I know a nearby town. We can take a shortcut. Bai Xiaobei's eyes were still fixed on Li Qingqing. All right, Yi Wen, no need to search. Follow us. Yu Yang started the engine and Li Qingqing's body was flung to the ground by the inertia. Bai Xiaobei felt a pang of reluctance. We knew her once. Why not give her a bullet and let her find peace? Don't waste bullets. Yu Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, shifted into reverse and backed up. The wheel accurately crushed her head, turning it into a bloody, gory mess. The sound of the skull being compressed was like the final press of a jianbingguzi. Bai Xiaobei's skin crawled. He thought that if Li Qingqing had known she would end up like this, she might have preferred to remain a zombie. He tugged at Tai Youqian, who was watching with fascination. Stop looking. You'll have nightmares. Tai Youqian shook his head. No, I won't. Xiaobei, don't feel sorry for her. When they drove us away, they didn't think we were pitiful. Look at that female zombie with the knife in her belly, they probably killed her at the shooting range. They claimed it had nothing to do with them, but they still laid hands on innocent people. And by coincidence, that female zombie might be Xiao Yu, whom Li Qingqing said was infected without any reaction. They harbored malicious intent, so they deserved this fate. Even if they were bad, they were still human. Bai Xiaobei sighed heavily. In just a few days having to accept a world of zombies eating people and humans harming humans, he couldn't adapt as quickly as Tai Youqian. He was still shaken. I'm just wondering, when we meet living people in the future, should we save them or not? Should we just let them fend for themselves like the Wu Tao group? Of course we save them, Yu Yang answered without hesitation. The harder the times, the less the government can reach everyone, but they never give up on anyone. That's what we're here for. Bai Xiaobei quietly rolled his eyes, but unfortunately Yu Yang caught it. Yu Yang, what's that expression? Bai Xiaobei puffed out his cheeks like an angry pufferfish. Nothing. I just think you're hypocritical. Now Yu Yang claimed to be a soldier, but why hadn't he warned them earlier? Hypocritical. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Yu Yang's eyes. Are you complaining that I didn't tell them? His tone was casual and teasing, and Bai Xiaobei, emboldened by anger, blurted out, exactly. You didn't have to save them, just a word would have been enough. The next second he realized he had spoken his mind and his toes nearly clawed through the car floor. He wasn't a saint, but Yu Yang's actions left a thorn in his heart that was hard to swallow. The appearance of the special forces felt like angels descending from heaven, giving him someone to rely on. A big reason he and Tai Youqian chose to follow Yu Yang was because of that identity. They had almost blindly believed that soldiers would do everything to protect them. But Jin Fakai's words about Squad 9 being all villains made him wary, and thinking that Yu Yang had hidden the zombie threat to let the Wu Tao group die made him feel that soldiers weren't as loyal and dedicated as imagined, just deified. Zhu Sheng said, "You've misunderstood the captain. He told Wu Tao about the zombie horde and that there was an army stationed near the ring road for help. Wu Tao chose to stay." Bai Xiaobei was stunned, his mind blank. The next second he bit his lower lip in agonizing regret. What had he done? Why didn't he ask clearly before spouting off? His little gestures didn't escape Yu Yang's notice, since Bai Xiaobei was sandwiched between Lamu and Tai Youqian in the back seat, and Yu Yang could see him with a single glance. Yu Yang didn't feel wronged or upset about being falsely accused. He just found Bai Xiaobei's expressions quite amusing. Tai Youqian couldn't stand seeing Bai Xiaobei so pitiful. If you had told them, you should have said it earlier. Why wait for someone to guess? Yu Yang said, "I didn't plan to tell you. We weren't going to see each other again anyway." Bai Xiaobei stammered, I thought you deliberately kept quiet. I'm sorry. Yu Yang tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. I'm the one who was wronged, yet you're acting like the aggrieved party. It's okay. I'm used to it. He didn't care about misunderstandings or others' opinions, but from the moment he handed the gun to Bai Xiaobei, they were comrades. If Bai Xiaobei harbored doubts, how could he trust him to watch his back? Used to it. Was he often wronged? Bai Xiaobei felt even more drowned in guilt. He had never spoken harshly to anyone, and now his first time had ended in such an embarrassing mistake. Yu Yang, I won't accuse you without knowing the facts next time. Yu Yang, like a cat being petted, was soothed by Bai Xiaobei's words. Don't worry. You're now official family of Squad 9, enjoying the same treatment as Zhu Sheng. You'll also reflect and be more forthcoming in the future. However, he couldn't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. With an exaggerated epiphany-like tone he cried, "Wait, did you hear Jin Fakai's words and think we're a bunch of murderous thugs who'd throw you to the zombies in a crisis? Is that why you doubted me?" Bai Xiaobei, already embarrassed for misunderstanding Yu Yang, dared not admit to such a heavy accusation. He quickly denied, No. I believe you're a good man with all my heart. From now on, whatever you say, I'll never question it. Yu Yang saw the fish had taken the bait. Since you trust me so much, I'll show my sincerity. Let me clarify, everything Jin Fatsai said about Squad 9 is true. I knew he was just scaring me. Huh. Tai Youqian seized the opportunity to interject, so what did you and Zhu Sheng do to get sent to Squad 9? That's classified. If you want to know, you'll have to earn it. But don't be too nervous, we're not really bad guys. Yu Yang wore a smug expression. Back to what I said, do as I tell you. If I use your manga as toilet paper again, will you still give me that dirty look? Bai Xiaobei, still reeling from Yu Yang's seal of approval, showed a momentary blankness on his face. No, please enjoy it as you wish. Yu Yang wasn't quite satisfied with Bai Xiaobei's response. He preferred seeing Bai's aggrieved yet restrained demeanor. So can I use 3 sheets each time? Well, actually, I think half a sheet is enough. You can tear it apart to wipe, Bai Xiaobei suggested cautiously. If you really need more, 1 sheet is acceptable. 1 sheet it is, Yu Yang said, feeling utterly refreshed and beaming with joy. Babe, you've been completely played, Tai Youqian remarked, too lazy to even roll his eyes. Yu Yang is the fusion of me and Fatsai. Bai Xiaobei asked, what do you mean? Tai Youqian replied, half wealth, half money, utterly shameless. Yu Yang. Zhu Sheng, sitting in the front, couldn't help but chuckle softly, but quickly regained his composure under Yu Yang's glare. Bai Xiaobei couldn't hold back his laughter. Youqian, you're hilarious. Tai Youqian then said to Ram, don't learn from your captain in the future. He's got 800 tricks up his sleeve, who can outplay him? Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said, thanks for the compliment. Zhu Sheng added, he's not praising you. That phrase means you're cunning. Yu Yang. A world where only he was hurt was achieved. Tai Youqian leaned close to Ram's ear and whispered, and don't learn from Vice Captain Zhu either, he's a blockhead. By the time they drove to the outskirts of the town, it was already deep into the night. Contrary to Bai Xiaobei's imagination, there were no hordes of zombies roaming the streets. The path was eerily empty. However, they dared not advance carelessly. First they had Ram and Fang Jiayuan scout along the town's periphery for a standalone house with a yard that was habitable. Don't use guns. Find a cleaner one, Yu Yang continued. What's Meng Yusong up to? Zheng Yiwen glanced at Meng Yusong, who was sitting right next to him. He's checking Bai Xiaobei's blade. He says it can be used if it's unsealed. Leave the blade for tomorrow. Tell him to search too, starting from the opposite direction of Ram's group to save time. Meng Yusong's hand slipped. If the katana hadn't been unsealed, he would have injured himself. He wondered if Yu Yang did it on purpose. While others searched in groups, he was alone. It was blatant retaliation. Got it, Captain Yu. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian couldn't help but give Yu Yang a thumbs up. Captain Yu had truly mastered the art of settling personal scores under the guise of official duty. Watching Meng Yusong disappear alone into the darkness, Yu Yang contentedly reclined his seat, propped his feet on the steering wheel and said, so boring. Bring me that manga. At the mention of manga, Bai Xiaobei perked up, leaning forward over the seat. Captain, what kind do you want? Adventure, action, dark fantasy. Let me recommend this one. It's about people yearning for freedom within walls. You might not get it from my explanation, but you'll definitely understand it when you read it. It's a once-in-a-century masterpiece. Yu Yang turned his head. His face was less than 10 centimeters from Bai Xiaobei's, too close. With that gift of gab, it's a shame you're not in sales. I'm only experienced in the realm of anime and manga. I even thought about opening a merchandise store before. What's merchandise? A sort of token among fans. The more he heard, the less he understood. Yu Yang lost the will to ask further. Too complicated. Got anything lighter? This one looks good. He picked a flashy-covered manga from Bai Xiaobei's stack. Monthly Girls. Let's go with this. This one's about romantic tension, and it was his first choice to serve as Yu Yang's toilet paper. That's exactly what I want to read. Bai Xiaobei. He never expected Yu Yang to be into this kind of thing. He had brought over a dozen expensive manga and one precious collection. Aside from this romance one, there was another that Tai Youqian had given him last year, themed on pure love with content not meant for outsiders' eyes. If he really wanted to read it, it wasn't impossible. Soon Meng Yusong found a single-stay self-built house with a yard. I checked it out. The place is messy, but there's no blood. The family probably fled. As soon as the gate opened, Bai Xiaobei rushed straight into the house, searched through several rooms to find the kitchen, and headed directly for the refrigerator. The fridge had no power. He picked through the crisper and grabbed a few salvageable carrots, then eagerly opened the freezer. Unfortunately, the meat inside had gone rancid. When he opened the door, bloody water from the frozen meat seeped out, emitting a foul smell of thaw. Yu Yang surveyed the room and walked into the kitchen, hauling up the dejected Bai Xiaobei, who was crouched in front of the fridge. I found this. A ham. Bai Xiaobei's eyes lit up and his stomach, empty all day, let out an excited growl. We're having meat tonight. I saw some potatoes in the cardboard box, perfect for a ham and potato rice stew. Yu Yang's ever-vigilant nerves relaxed at his excited demeanor. Hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Bai Xiaobei worked quickly. He first found the largest iron pot, directed Ram to light the fire in the stove, and started cooking the rice. He diced the carrots and potatoes, then scooped out the half-cooked rice. He poured a generous amount of oil into the pot, stir-fried the vegetables, placed the rice on top, and sprinkled a thick layer of ham cubes. Within minutes, the aroma wafted out. Fatsai, turn up the fire. Tai Youqian grabbed a small stool and sat beside Jin Fatsai and Ram, nearly drooling. Is it ready yet? Almost there. Bai Xiaobei found the farmer's pickled vegetable jar. The homemade fermented bean curd and pickled cabbage were full of flavor, strong and punchy. The soldiers initially maintained their composure, doing their duties and patrolling. But once the potato rice stew was ready, they swarmed into the kitchen, lining up to grab a large bowl and devouring it ravenously. Jin Fatsai finished one bowl with satisfaction, grabbed the ladle for a second, and leaned in to say to Bai Xiaobei, who was stir-frying shredded potatoes, so delicious, brother Bai. If you don't eat soon, Thee'll finish it all. The food from the earthen stove was fragrant but smoky. Bai Xiaobei coughed a couple of times while stirring the ham. I made a huge pot, there's plenty for everyone. I'll join you after I fry this dish. He had seen the soldiers' appetite, so he always cooked in maximum quantities to ensure everyone had enough. After a hearty meal, the group felt a glimmer of hope for their seemingly bleak future and began arguing over room assignments. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian wisely forfeited their voting rights, voluntarily taking the sofas so the soldiers could rest well. Yu Yang didn't stand on ceremony either. After planning the watch rotation, he fell into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, Bai Xiaobei applied medicine to Tai Youqian's wounds. The soldier's medicine was effective. The scabs on Tai Youqian's knee had formed, though the surrounding skin was still red. Bai Xiaobei gently blew on the wound as he applied the ointment. "I'm not a child anymore. Blowing on it tickles unbearably." Bai Xiaobei's mouth was almost pressed against his knee. Tai Youqian, who was hugging his knees, touched his forehead with his own. "Don't look so glum. I'm perfectly fine." Bai Xiaobei touched his own deeply furrowed brow. "I wonder when it'll heal. What if it leaves a scar?" Tai Youqian said nonchalantly, "So what if it scars? I'm not a celebrity anymore. I don't need to fuss over my skin. A scar would be great, so masculine." The entertainment industry changes rapidly, yet he had managed to remain popular from his debut at 20 to his current age of 28. Though he had never won a Best Actor award, his fame was immense. His delicate comic book perfect face often embroiled him in plastic surgery controversies. Bai Xiaobei knew that because of this he cared deeply about his face and was anxious about any scar that might be seen by the media. Habits aren't so easily changed. "You said I was lucky, didn't you? I hope you won't get scarred or hurt." Tai Youqian laughed. His lips were thin, his nose straight and prominent. He usually didn't like to smile, often landing on trending topics for being aloof or having a cold expression. But when he did smile, it was breathtakingly beautiful, gentle like a pool of blue water, bright and warm. "Luck isn't used that way. That's called having a prophet's mouth. Then let it be a prophet's mouth. You can't risk your life to save me like that again. Even if you do, I won't be happy. So saving you was a mistake." Bai Xiaobei was momentarily confused by his logic, unsure how to explain. "Anyway, I'd rather get hurt myself than see you get injured." Tai Youqian pinched Bai Xiaobei's cheek and conceded, all right, I give in, okay. Take care of yourself and he'll protect you too." This was a promise from their childhood. Since they were young, Tai Youqian had told him to protect himself, but in the end it was always Tai Youqian who dealt with those who bullied him, leaving them thoroughly subdued. Tai Youqian had never once broken his word. The greatest fortune in Bai Xiaobei's life was meeting such a good friend. He brought him not only a confidant but also confidence and courage. Well survived together. That night Bai Xiaobei got up to use the toilet. Just as he finished relieving himself and before he could pull up his zipper, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside and a blinding light shone in. He only had time to raise his hand to shield his eyes, and as his hand loosened, his pants slid down with a swoosh. Yu Yang, who had just finished his shift, clearly hadn't expected anyone to be in the bathroom. He paused for a second, shifting the flashlight slightly downward. Realizing he was shining it on Xiaobei like a pervert, he quickly averted his gaze, pointing the light at the ceiling, his Adam's apple bobbing rapidly several times. "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" "Using the toilet," Bai Xiaobei replied, his voice thick with sleep. He didn't notice Yu Yang's odd behavior, lowering his hands to tidy his clothes. Yu Yang cleared his throat, conspicuously trying to cover his embarrassment. "You don't have weak kidneys, do you? Why are you insulting me? I just drank too much water because the ham was too salty. Aren't you here to use the toilet too?" Bai Xiaobei was very sleepy, his voice sounding like a child's plea. "Coincidentally, I'm here to hide from Zhu Sheng," Yu Yang said as he started to pull down his pants. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaobei instinctively backed into the corner. "If you need to use the toilet, just wait until I'm out." The bathroom in the rural self-built house was as big as a bedroom, and the two of them were as far apart as if separated by a galaxy. He didn't know what Yu Yang was hiding from. "Why are you hiding so far away? Come help me apply medicine. I got kicked by that wolf today and didn't notice." Yu Yang placed his foot on a small wooden stool and shone the flashlight on it. On his thigh was a bruise over 10 centimeters in diameter, black and blue, a shocking sight. Bai Xiaobei gasped. "How did it get so bad?" "Yu Yang, I didn't expect it either." Bai Xiaobei obediently walked over, crouched down and helped him apply the medicine. The bruised area was scorching hot. His fair fingers spread the cool ointment over it, creating a strangely comfortable sensation. Yu Yang let out a satisfied sigh. "Zheng Yiwen asked if you were hurt earlier. Why didn't you tell him?" Bai Xiaobei looked up and asked. Yu Yang grinned cheekily. "I'm the captain after all. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to admit it hurts?" "Doesn't it hurt?" Bai Xiaobei looked into his eyes, deliberately pressing his fingers down a little harder. When he saw no reaction, he pressed even more forcefully. Yu Yang didn't even frown, let alone cry out in pain. His deep eyes remained calm and indifferent, as if to say, "Don't underestimate him." Bai Xiaobei pressed until he almost left a fingerprint, but seeing no change in the other's expression, he let go. "You're getting bolder and bolder." Bai Xiaobei looked away and stood up, abandoning their staring contest. Next time you don't want to lose face, I'm available to help you with the medicine. Then you'll thank brother Xiaobei in advance, Yu Yang said, even going so far as to blink his eyes, playfully feigning cuteness. Bai Xiaobei suppressed a smile. My cousin talks like that too. He was an only child, so he doted on his cousin who was the same age as Yu Yang, like a real brother. His cousin was also very dependent on him. A month before the apocalypse he had just sent his cousin, who had finished his Ph.D. early, to the research institute for a 5-year secret project. At the time he had teased his cousin for crying his eyes out as if they would never see each other again. His words had turned out to be a prophecy. He wondered if his cousin was still alive and safe. Thinking this made him feel closer to Yu Yang, so he reached out and twisted Yu Yang's ear. If it doesn't hurt, are you cold? Hurry up and pull your pants up. Your ears are red from the cold. Huh. It's very hot. For a moment Yu Yang's breath nearly stopped. Bai Xiaobei, who had leaned in close, smelled of the same fragrance as his own clothes. When he had first put on the hoodie he had found the scent too effeminate, but now it felt so fragrant it made his mind go hazy. Seeing Yu Yang in a daze, Bai Xiaobei stood on his tiptoes and pressed his hand to his forehead. Are you running a fever? No. Yu Yang denied vehemently. I naturally have a hot constitution. Get some sleep. With that he turned and left, slamming the bathroom door shut with a bang. Locked in the bathroom, Bai Xiaobei was speechless. The next morning he rummaged through everything, gathering all the food. He took what he could carry and cooked everything else. Considering they could probably only eat 1 meal a day, even the picky Tai Youqian ate until his belly was round. Their mission was to find Professor Xie. If the professor was still alive he should know to seek shelter. Zheng Yuan had contacted the stationed military near the airport expressway, but there were too many refugees and they couldn't determine if Professor Xie was among them. However, if Professor Xie wanted to seek refuge, that was the nearest place. Searching blindly was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yu Yang suggested they focus their search along the route from their current location to the stationed military. If they found him, good. If not, only the military's helicopters could get them back to Beicheng the fastest. Guo Xiaoguo returned to the vehicle first and checked the fuel tank. We're almost out of gas. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian returned to the car. The rest of you form groups of 3 and search for gasoline. Meet back here in 1 hour. Yu Yang took the walkie-talkie from his collar, a small square device, and asked Bai Xiaobei, do you remember the way back? Yes, Bai Xiaobei replied, caressing the pistol holstered at his waist. Rich and I can make it on our own. Good, Yu Yang said, clipping the walkie-talkie onto Bai Xiaobei's collar. Take this. What about you? Yu Yang was the captain, how could he be without a walkie-talkie? Yu Yang replied, you'll take for Kai's. Inside the house, Jin Fazai, who was scraping the crispy rice from the bottom of a pot, sneezed. Bai Xiaobei stepped out the door laden with bags of food. Just as they were about to part ways he asked in confusion, do you guys hear something? Zheng Yuan activated the detector. Nothing within 100 meters. As soon as he spoke, Yu Yang, Zhusheng and Ram raised their rifles, aiming steadily toward the cluster of houses. From a distance of over 700 meters the sounds of barking dogs and commotion did not escape their ears. In the past this would have been ordinary, but having just endured the Black Wolf incident, the animal noises now seemed eerily ominous. Ram, who had grown up in the mountains, was more familiar with animals than people. There are living creatures ahead. There are several distinct sounds, zombie moans, dog barks and... Yu Yang paused abruptly, taking a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, I hear a child crying. Bai Xiaobei prided himself on his hearing. Back at the hotel everyone praised his ability to detect the hum of machinery on the rooftop, which led to the hotel installing soundproof walls, though there might have been some flattery involved. He could only make out faint noises and indistinct barks, yet Yu Yang could discern such detail. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, a special forces soldier truly excelled in every aspect. Zhusheng looked at Yu Yang. There are still people alive in this village. They had initially regarded this village merely as a stopover. Now, with the clear knowledge that survivors existed, they awaited Yu Yang's decision: continue forward to complete the mission or take time to rescue them. Yu Yang didn't hesitate long. Looks like we have an extra mission. Let's go check it out. He'll go with you, more hands make lighter work, Bai Xiaobei said. Though he knew he might be more of a burden, he still wanted to contribute and help save someone. I'm going too, Tai Youqian said, unwilling to let him take risks alone. Yu Yang didn't refuse. He strode quickly toward the source of the sound. A child could be in danger at any moment and not a second could be wasted. Turning a corner around a house, they discovered a group of zombies with their backs to them. The alley was extremely narrow, the innermost part barely wide enough for a single person. The zombies were howling into a tight crevice between 2 walls, trying to squeeze inside. Yu Yang swiftly retreated. Inside the zombie ring was a dog which had been barking for some time. Its voice was hoarse, yet it still tried to confront the zombies. Yu Yang gestured to indicate 7 zombies, signaling for them to circle around and attack from the other side. 2 of them seized the moment and ran. Yu Yang alone stepped into the zombies' line of sight. He didn't make much noise, merely scraping a knife against the wall. The 4 zombies on the periphery turned around. They wore simple clothes stained with dried blood, now a dark brownish black. These stains might have been from wounds sustained in life or from blood splattered while attacking others. In any case, it seemed they had endured a brutal struggle before ultimately falling into hell. The zombies' faces were twisted in rage as they raised their arms and shambled toward Yu Yang. He stepped back, luring them out of the alley. Jusheng and Meng Yusong thrust knives into the zombies' brains from behind, while Jin Fatsai and Feng Xuan finished off the other 2. Without a sound, they neutralized 4 threats. The remaining 3 were still fixated on the lure of dog meat, refusing to turn back. It was then that Bai Xiaobei realized the 2 in front were wedged into the narrow passage, unable to move forward. Yu Yang and Jusheng swiftly dispatched 2 of them with their blades. The last, a skinny one, stumbled into the alley, groping forward with its hands. Jusheng grabbed the zombie by the leg and dragged it out, while Yu Yang plunged a knife into its brain. The dog, with its keen sense of smell, detected no scent of decay on Yu Yang and the others and ran out, placing its front paws on Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei was actually a bit afraid of dogs and stepped back. But the dog was too enthusiastic. He crouched down, stroked its body and checked for any wounds. It's not infected. Yu Yang reached out to pet the dog, but the once fiery yellow hound dodged his hand and wagged its tail, following Bai Xiaobei instead. Yu Yang wasn't embarrassed. He simply shifted his hand and patted Bai Xiaobei's head. It should be with a child. Bai Xiaobei grew anxious, his eyes darting toward the crevice. Right, but where's the child? There's not even a sound. The yellow dog seemed to understand them. It slipped back into the crevice and dragged out a muddy blanket. Bai Xiaobei helped pull the blanket out. Ignoring the dirt, he cradled it in his arms and opened it, exclaiming in surprise, "It's a baby." The infant slept peacefully, its tiny hand occasionally twitching. Probably because it was dressed too thinly, its face was pale and its lips were cracked. It looked utterly pitiful. Guo Xiaoguo's stern face softened at the sight of the little life. For such a small child to survive. It's a miracle. Meng Yusong stretched. Whether it lives or not is still uncertain. I'm going to look for gasoline. Bai Xiaobei stood up excitedly. You'll get some clothes from the car. It must be freezing. Nothing was more uplifting than holding a life in one's arms. Since the apocalypse began, they had encountered nothing but bad news. In the truest sense, this was the first life they had saved. A flicker of doubt crossed Yu Yang's eyes. Is it asleep? Bai Xiaobei's smile never faded. Yes, it's asleep. Yu Yang's doubt deepened. Do all babies breathe so weakly? Bai Xiaobei explained, its lungs are small, so naturally its breaths are shallow. It's probably still at the age for formula. I know there's a supermarket nearby. Yu Yang, if possible, could we check if there's any baby formula? All right. Bai Xiaobei spoke gently, and little clothes, little cups. Never mind, he'll go with you. A newborn needs so many things. Everything had happened too fast in these days. Life was trampled not just in dignity but even in existence itself. Now the solid weight of the baby in his arms made him feel the heaviness and tenacity of life. He was a sentimental person by nature, and without exaggeration, at that moment his eyes burned faintly, tears nearly spilling over. This was a life, a continuation of humanity. Judging by Yu Yang's intentions, it seemed the baby would be kept. He would take good care of it until he could find a safe harbor for it. Bai Xiaobei hugged the baby tighter, opening the blanket and leaning down slightly, wanting to brush his cheek against the infant's seemingly cold face. A strange scent drifted to Yu Yang's nose, a milky smell unique to infants, one he often encountered in the lab as a child, yet mingled with another foul odor, the scent of rust. Just as Bai Xiaobei's face neared the baby, its eyes snapped open. The unnaturally large eyes weren't the worst part. What was more horrifying was the absence of whites. Black pupils filled the entire sockets like a demonic doll from a horror film. Bai Xiaobei. Yu Yang couldn't draw his blade fast enough. He reached out to cover Bai Xiaobei's face and pulled him back, then thrust his head forward, kicking the baby, still biting his hand, along with the blanket away. What's happening? What's wrong, Yang Ji? Yu Yang drew his gun with his left hand, aiming at the writhing thing on the ground. Bai Xiaobei pulled away the hand covering his eyes. What are you? In an instant Bai Xiaobei froze. The blanket's lining had come undone, coagulated blood stabbing into his eyes as the baby crawled out from within. It couldn't walk yet, supporting its twisted body on soft knees and the backs of its hands, crawling toward Bai Xiaobei, slowly yet resolutely letting out intermittent mournful cries. One of its tiny feet had been bitten off. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. It's so young, just arrived in this world, hasn't even remembered its parents, knows nothing, has seen nothing. Bai Xiaobei choked, turning his head away, unable to believe what was happening. Tai Youqian was terrified out of his wits. You're still worried about it? Be grateful you weren't hurt. Snap out of it. It was already dead, Yu Yang said, seeing the infant posed little threat. He holstered his gun, pinned the squirming baby to the ground and drove his blade into its brain. The baby stopped moving. No living being could escape the ravages of this virus. All they could do was under its persecution strive to find a crack of survival. Jin Fakai's tongue tied. Yang. Yang Ge, were you bitten? What? What do we do? Yu Yang stared at the back of his hand, lost in thought, his brows drooping, a low pressure enveloping his entire being. Bai Xiaobei hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the baby's death. Hearing this, his mind went blank, staring at him in astonishment. Yu Yang had for him used his bare hand to block the zombie infant. Everyone fell silent, unable to believe what had just happened. The invincible Captain Yu had been bitten, becoming the second to meet a glorious end. It was utterly baffling. Jusheng, who had seen it most clearly, knew that the baby's bite had sunk solidly into Yu Yang's hand. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Captain, rest assured I'll lead Team 9 back." Rest assured about what? A hint of confusion flickered in Yu Yang's eyes, mingled with a touch of despair. He still couldn't accept the reality of being bitten. Bai Xiaobei snapped back to reality and quickly grabbed Yu Yang's hand. "Let me see." The teeth marks and saliva on the back of his hand were clearly visible. He wiped it clean with paper taken from the house they had stayed in last night. Aside from a slight redness, the skin wasn't broken. The others rubbed their reddened eyes and let out a huge sigh of relief. Jin Fazai, who had been looking down, his shoulders heaving violently, finally couldn't hold it in and burst into a loud wail. "Yang Ji, Ram just went to scout the terrain. He admires you the most. You have to wait for him to see you one last time before you turn. Let me send you off. Let me end your life with my blade. Don't worry, I'll make it dignified for you." War, Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't want to deal with Jin Fazai. He hadn't expected to be so lucky. No one wasn't afraid of death, and he cherished his own life even more. When he looked at his hand just now, it was trembling. Jin Fakai's howling was unbearable. He said, "Shut up. I'm not dying." Jin Fazai, with a big snot bubble, said, "Yang Ji, you didn't die after all. If you keep saying die, you'll be on night duty." Jin Fazai sucked his snot bubble back in. Bai Xiaobei was still shaken, his emotions on a roller coaster of ups and downs. But after this scare, he swore he would never waste time lamenting lost lives again. That time was better spent taking care of the people around him. "I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise I'd be guilty for life. He hasn't reached teething age. If he had teeth, I'd be biting you now," Yu Yang said. "I'm starting to believe you're lucky." Bai Xiaobei gave a bitter smile. "It has nothing to do with me. If I were lucky, I wouldn't have mistaken it for a normal baby. It's your fortune. You saved me again. I won't be so careless from now on." The corners of his eyes were slightly red with fine glimmers of tears. His rosy lips parted and closed, then he gently bit his plump lower lip. Yu Yang couldn't tell if he was grieving for the zombie infant that had been stabbed to death or anxious about the possibility of him being bitten. But regardless of the reason, Bai Xiaobei's appearance made his heartbeat quicken a couple of beats. Just as Captain Yu was lost in reverie, Ram, who had been on reconnaissance, ran back. He paused for only 2 seconds at the gruesome scene on the ground before saying, "A horde of zombies is approaching from the east." Meng Yusong, who had gone to find gasoline, also ran back, a big nest to the south. Zheng Yuan said, "The detector shows the eastern group has entered the 50-meter range." No sooner had the words been spoken than they could already see the silhouettes of the zombies. Jusheng shot one zombie that moved like an athlete parkouring. The others realized this wasn't a time for quiet one-by-one blade kills, and they all drew their guns, driving back the approaching zombies. Tai Youqian was furious. "We busted our asses just to save a stupid dog, and now we're trapped." Bai Xiaobei hid behind Yu Yang. "A dog's life is still alive." The zombies from both sides surrounded them simultaneously, and they were trapped like fish in a barrel. On the Tsangshan mountain, Yu Yang's bullets had already been depleted by 2/3. Now they were reluctant to fire, retreating step by step like helpless chicks trapped in a cage. Yu Yang shifted his gaze from one side of the wall where there was broken glass to the higher side where there was no glass. He pressed against the wall, hands clasped together. "Ram. Go in and clear it." Without hesitation, Ram took a running start, stepped on Yu Yang's hand, who lifted up, allowing Ram to use the leverage to step onto his shoulder, pushing himself over into the courtyard. Jusheng followed suit and crouched down. "Captain, step on me to go in first. If there are zombies inside, you can clear them out faster. Don't underestimate Ram. I haven't forgotten your earlier expression as you plotted to take advantage of the situation. I'm afraid you might collude with the zombies inside and intentionally send me into their jaws," Yu Yang said calmly. Jusheng. He just thought Ram was about to die. Who could argue with such petty-mindedness? If he didn't want to go in first, he should just say so instead of sounding like he was holding a grudge. Aside from his overwhelming combat prowess, the captain was a total waste in other aspects. "Come on," Yu Yang ignored Jusheng's ashen face and nodded at Bai Xiaobei. "I also have to go over." Bai Xiaobei's whole demeanor screamed reluctance. He tried to step back but was dragged forward by Yu Yang clinging to his thigh like a child. You have to go in even if there are zombies on the other side. Think positively. I hope there aren't zombies but a large group of living people. Being forced to comply, Bai Xiaobei could only step on Yu Yang's hand with a grimace. Don't think too optimistically. Ram had remained silent, probably indicating there were no zombies inside. Yu Yang commanded, step on my shoulder with your other foot. Bai Xiaobei was lighter than Ram and Yu Yang easily pushed him up to the wall. However, Bai Xiaobei struggled to find strength in his legs, clawing at the wall for a while before finally managing to mount it. His legs trembled, afraid to jump down, and just as he was about to call out to Ram to catch him, he was stunned by the sight before him. There were actually people. Living, breathing people. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have wanted to shout, the heavens have manifested. The courtyard was filled with people, all looking panicked, brandishing weapons at Ram below the wall. Ram drew his gun, pointing it at them as both sides were locked in a standoff, completely unlike the imagined camaraderie between soldiers and civilians. Yu Yang shouted from outside the wall, Tai Youqian, it's your turn. Bai Xiaobei quickly turned back to yell, Yu Yang, wait. But it was too late. Tai Youqian was thrown over the wall in a perfect arc, landing with a thud next to Ram. Ram reached out to catch him, but he fell too quickly, only managing to touch one foot. Tai Youqian was knocked dazed, nearly face-planting. Frustration boiled in his chest as he propped himself up with one hand on his waist and the other on the wall, slowly uttering one word. Damn. His blood-red, fierce appearance startled the people in the courtyard, making them think a zombie had learned to climb walls, prompting them to take a step back. He first glared at Ram, who failed to catch him, and when Ram averted his gaze, he shouted with anger, Yu Yang, you bastard. Are you intentionally seeking revenge? Just say you want my life. I'd rather become a zombie than be killed by falling. The first thing I'd do as a zombie is bite you. Bastard. Yu Yang shouted back, sorry, you're just too light like a piece of paper. Idiot. Tai Youqian viciously flipped the bird towards the wall, then turned to see a large group of people brandishing sickles and hoes, feeling so scared that he blurted out a curse. What is this? I survived being bitten by zombies and not being killed by falling, and now I'm going to be beaten to death by a group of people. Bai Xiaobei, unable to get down from the wall, said, hey, you let me down first. Get out. Get out now. Otherwise we won't hold back. A fat uncle seemed terrified, clearly aiming at Tai Youqian with his sickle, attempting to intimidate him into retreating, wanting him to go back where he came from. Tai Youqian, who was even tougher than him, retorted, are you all insane? Do you really think I'm not as capable as this guy? Picking soft persimmons to squeeze her. No matter where you came from, you can't stay here. Just leave. An older man pulled the frenzied uncle back. Some of them were neatly dressed, likely having hidden in there right after the zombie outbreak, while others bore varying degrees of dirt and bloodstains, most of whom had escaped from the jaws of zombies after suffering some hardships. Tai Youqian declared, we are definitely not leaving. Bai Xiaobei quickly intervened, we are soldiers here to protect you. Grandpa, there are still several soldiers outside fighting zombies. Can you open the door and let them in? Yu Yang, Bai Xiaobei, who are you talking to? Zombies. Bai Xiaobei ignored him. The heavens had manifested, but whether they would be willing to help was still uncertain. Soldiers. The old man's eyes roamed over the three of them, almost writing don't joke with me on his face. A kid in suspenders, a casual young man, and a thin pale fellow. He wouldn't believe they were security, but the sound of gunfire was very real. The front door is blocked by us. You should find another way out, don't attract more monsters. Yes, you have no idea how many will come if you fire outside. Exactly, don't put us in danger. Please just leave. Bai Xiaobei glanced at the outer wall where zombies were already closing in. Yu Yang held golden fortune, wanting to pull him in, but the zombies had already crowded behind him. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of being a cushion and began to shoot. Little Tang was overwhelmed by zombies and fell to the ground, instantly submerged. The others rushed over to pull him out and retreated to the corner of the wall. The space for the few of them was becoming smaller and smaller while the zombies kept squeezing in between the two walls. Bai Xiaobei watched anxiously. You believe us, right? Saving a life is better than building a pagoda. Zombies are already here. If you don't open the door, do you have any ropes or something? This? The others exchanged glances, looking at the old man whose eyes flickered with hesitation. Tai Youqian said, we have food. What food? Ham, noodles and flour. It's fair to trade a rope for that, Tai Youqian urged. This is a matter of life and death. Don't delay. This time the old man did not hesitate and had someone fetch a rope. The crowd outside climbed in, using the rope, with Yu Yang being the last. When he jumped in holding a golden dog, he saw Bai Xiaobei still hanging on the wall, clutching it tightly, suppressing a cough. Bai Xiaobei with drooping eyebrows said, brother, can you stop laughing while carrying me? I'm not laughing. Yu Yang jumped down from the wall, opening his arms towards Bai Xiaobei. Come down, he'll catch you. You better catch me. Bai Xiaobei stepped down on the air and Yu Yang held onto the sole of his shoe. Bai Xiaobei relaxed and let go, sliding down until Yu Yang caught him around the waist just before he touched the ground. Is this rope your idea? Bai Xiaobei nodded. I contributed some money and effort. We were almost out of bullets and nearly wiped out. If it weren't for you, I'd have been ready to save the last bullet for myself. You're amazing. Yu Yang's exaggerated praise was delivered with practiced skill laced with a hint of pride upon closer listen. Ram, whom he had tossed in, was a man of few words. Though his acquaintance with Tai Youqian was brief, the latter had a volatile temper that flared at the slightest provocation. Only Bai Xiaobei was somewhat reliable, shy but useful in critical moments. You're exaggerating. I just swapped something out, Bai Xiaobei said, not losing himself in the praise. At Songshan he had witnessed the soldiers' prowess. Without that rope they would have found another way to escape. Being hailed as their savior was a compliment he couldn't bear. What did you trade? Ham noodles and flour. You gave away everything. That's a bit of a loss. Ahem. Zhu Shen coughed twice, signaling the two, whispering as if no one else existed to mind their surroundings. Bai Xiaobei's cheeks inexplicably warmed as he murmured, "You can let me go now." Yu Yang released him, cleared his throat and began, "You all. Big Yellow." A man in his 40s rushed out of the crowd, embracing the yellow dog and looking it over. "Where's the child? I could hear him just now." The elderly woman behind him slapped her thigh in desperation. "Have you seen my grandson?" "My grandson? If you mean the infant in swaddling has been infected." "My condolences," Zhu Sheng said. "Impossible, impossible," the old woman muttered, shaking her head as she fell backward. Those behind her caught her, and seeing her agony they were reminded of their own losses, sobbing uncontrollably, each more sorrowful than the last. In such a state, even if they wanted to learn more, they had to wait until the crying subsided. But some disagreed. "It's noisy enough outside. Keep it down." Outside they had been pressed by zombies, Facito face no different from the blare of a nightclub speaker. Now inside there was no respite. Yu Yang's displeasure was written all over his face. Tai Youqian was no better. Cry, cry, cry. It's driving me crazy. The villagers. Weren't they soldiers? Would soldiers talk to civilians like that? The crying softened a bit. The old woman asked, "Is he really dead? How did my grandson die?" "If he was gnawed by zombies, of course he's dead. He's not made of iron. Rest assured he's thoroughly gone. We all saw it," Tai Youqian added bluntly. Hearing this, the old woman wailed uncontrollably, her volume rising again. The man, red-eyed and furious with no outlet, kicked the yellow dog, wagging its tail beside him in the belly. "What good is it that you came back? Useless dog." The yellow dog, not understanding why its owner kicked it, fell to the ground whimpering in pain. Yet it limped back to its master, whining to appease him. The man raised his fist again. Just as Bai Xiaobei moved to stop him, Yu Yang had already flashed beside the man, gripping his arm. "Why hit the dog? Hit yourself if you must. With all that noise outside, unless you're deaf you couldn't have missed it. So your own child, you hid inside and didn't save him but expected a dog to do it. And now you want to beat the dog that saved lives. Where do you get the nerve?" Yu Yang finished shaking off the man's hand and wiping his own as if in disgust. The man froze for a moment, then burst into wails like a boiling kettle. Annoyed by the noise, Yu Yang was about to issue another warning when Bai Xiaobei quickly tugged his sleeve, signaling him to hold back. After all, they were still on someone else's turf. Yu Yang's insult-laden tirade might provoke the other side. "Who exactly are you?" the elder inquired politely. Though Yu Yang's words were harsh, it was clear he wasn't a killer. As for whether they were soldiers, he glanced again at Jin Fakai's pink exterior, hesitant to draw a conclusion. Zhu Shen produced his credentials. So rest assured, we're not bad people. We're here on a mission. The elder, a respected village chief, was astonished upon seeing the ID. "You're so young and already a major. Are you really soldiers?" Though it was his first encounter, he knew such a rank shouldn't belong to someone in their 20s. Yu Yang muttered, "Has impressive, several first-class merits and some powerful backing." Zhu Sheng shot him a glance. "Don't talk nonsense." Tai Youqian whispered, "Really?" He had grown up in a military compound. Though he couldn't recall where he'd seen Zhu Sheng before, they were about the same age and entrusted by his grandfather, likely raised in the same compound. Logically, there were only about a dozen kids from that compound. If Zhu Sheng was this remarkable, he should have been a standout among their generation. Tai Youqian couldn't have missed hearing about him. Jin Fatsai turned to clarify, "It's true. That ID can't be faked." "Tai Youqian, do you have one?" "No, I'm not qualified." Bai Xiaobei asked curiously, "Yu Yang, what about you? What's your rank? Take a guess." "You're the captain, so you must be more impressive than Zhu Sheng," Bai Xiaobei said. Yu Yang neither confirmed nor denied. "Just so-so. I'm not that great. The zombies won't break in anytime soon. So could you please brief us on the village's situation? Instead of explaining hastily, the elder pointed to a bungalow behind the yard bearing a sign reading, XX Village Committee. Let's talk inside. Inside the bungalow, the villagers gave up their seats to the soldiers and crowded behind the chief. Bai Xiaobei pulled a white rabbit candy from his bag and waved it at a 5 or 6-year-old girl hiding behind her mother. The girl wanted to take it, but her mother held her back. Bai Xiaobei withdrew his hand awkwardly. Yu Yang took the candy from him. Where'd you get this? From home. Just one. Yeah, you have it, Bai Xiaobei said, scooting his stool back. He couldn't let Yu Yang know he had a whole pack stashed at the bottom of his backpack, or it would suffer the same fate as his comic books. Yu Yang peeled back a corner of the wrapper, about to pop it into his mouth, but then thought better of it and tucked it back into his pocket. In the village, chief. Call me Old Li. That's Li Lauer. He found me with the dog. The yellow dog is smart, it can find living people and paths. It once brought his mother over. This time he went to get his wife and child. Both are gone. What a tragedy. At my age I never thought I'd live to see a world where people eat people. I have no children. This village is my life's work. Now I can only watch as villagers turn into monsters, bitten to death or starve, powerless to stop it. Xiao Liu from the village committee, he just graduated from college. He went out on his own after being bitten while saving a child. I let him down. I let everyone down. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the village chief couldn't help but choke up, and others began to sob softly. The loss of loved ones and the horror of zombies had dealt them a heavy blow. Yu Yang, Old Li, why did you stop? Keep talking. Bai Xiaobei trembled, thinking how oblivious this person was. Now was the time to offer comfort. Tai Youqian, stop crying, your snot is about to drip onto your legs. Bai Xiaobei trembled again, wondering what kind of words these were. It was truly heartless. Zhu Sheng, please take care of yourself. Bai Xiaobei's stiff body relaxed. I can see that you're not in good spirits. I don't know if you've been bitten or scratched by zombies, but if you have, please just like Xiao Liu walk out yourself. The village chief. Villagers. Bai Xiaobei. He froze again. Meng Yusong pointed at a villager's knife. Your machete looks quite effective, I'll trade you mine. Bai Xiaobei could no longer bear it, silently shouting in his heart, could everyone please consider the occasion when speaking instead of saying everything out loud. The world has truly changed. He, a socially anxious person, had been pushed to take charge of the situation. He frantically tried to compensate. Li. Old village chief, you have done your best in the face of this calamity for all humanity. Before entering the village we never thought so many would still be alive. It is because of you that we narrowly escaped death. You are their hero and you must not falter at this time. What he said was heartfelt and eloquent, though a large part of it was fueled by anger. The village chief wiped his nose. I understand, young brother. May I ask how to address you? My name is Bai Xiaobei. I understand that you are saddened, but there are more pressing matters. I would like to ask how you managed to gather the villagers here. The broadcast was still usable before. Once I sensed something was off, I notified each household to bring food here. Later, when the monsters came, Xiao Liu took the second dog to find people. Do you have a generator? Zheng Yuan asked as the black box mimicking a zombie's head was running low on battery. No, the power was cut off long ago. What do you want to do? It's necessary for the task, Zheng Yuan said as he began fiddling with the computer. The government had turned the temporary base into a shelter and published all information about the shelter on the internal network. The signal from the shelter was intermittent, so he hacked into the system to find registered refugee photos, comparing them to see if Professor Xia was among them. No electricity is still acceptable. Lack of food is the real issue. Our food ran out yesterday. Bai Xiaobei, what you just said. Bai Xiaobei took out the ham and the villagers quickly accepted it. The meager amount of food was barely enough for over 30 people to eat until they were somewhat full. Fang Kun said, staying here is temporarily safe, but it's not a long-term solution. Have you considered going out to find food? Of course we've thought about it. Rural areas are rich in vegetables, but there are several rabid dogs lurking outside that have already killed several people. You are lucky not to have encountered them. The two who went out yesterday to find food have yet to return and their situation looks dire. I heard on the radio that there is a shelter at the airport expressway. If worse comes to worst, we can go there. Yu Yang became interested. How do you plan to get there? The village chief's casual tone indicated that they had a means of transport. Li drives the bus. We can take the bus to get there. Li, the one who kicked the dog, said, I just filled up the gas the day before the incident. As long as no one steals it, running to the airport 3 times will be no problem. Where is the bus? Zheng Yuan asked. Bai Xiaobei thought to himself that Zheng Yuan was just short of openly telling others, your vehicle is parked there, I need to borrow some fuel. The villagers indeed remained silent, their faces regaining a look of caution. Yu Yang said directly, we are short on fuel. If you leave today we can escort you to the shelter while we get some fuel. Being escorted by you would naturally be great. A glimmer of hope flashed in the village chief's eyes, but the next moment he hesitated. But is it too rushed to leave right now? Yu Yang, then let's go get the fuel now. It will be a pleasure to meet again. The village chief. At a time like this it shouldn't be. Yu Yang said it's not rushed, it's better to leave early. Then he said, oh, it's too rushed, let them pack up. Yu Yang said again, let's leave quickly, this place is not suitable for long stays. The chief then said, all right, let's go. With a few back and forth exchanges this deal was made so quickly he gave in too easily. Bai Xiaobei, village chief, leaving early is better than leaving late, especially since you will be with the soldiers. It is much safer than going alone. Please consider it carefully. The village chief fell silent for a moment, nodding heavily, having made up his mind, bending his knees as if to kneel. The villagers wanted to help him up but were firmly pushed away. Old village chief, what are you doing? I can't bear that, Yu Yang said, steadying his arm. The village chief no longer insisted on kneeling but gripped his hand tightly instead. We can leave, but old Liu's family of 5 is still trapped inside. Surely there are others alive as well. Can you help them? Help them. Let them leave with us. Bai Xiaobei looked hopefully at the soldiers, believing that with their abilities they could easily rescue a few people. Zhu Sheng, it's our duty to save people, but how many we can find is beyond our control. Yu Yang nodded. Zheng Yiwen, calculate the time. Zheng Yiwen pulled his head out of the computer, staring straight at Yu Yang. Upon closer inspection his eyes behind the glasses were unfocused, instead appearing somewhat scattered as his eyeballs rapidly moved. The black box can connect to my computer. I estimate it will run out of power in 7 hours. Considering various factors such as distance, road conditions and unexpected incidents, our time to stay cannot exceed 2 hours. Did you account for my time in the restroom? Everyone. All eyes were on him, and Bai Xiaobei sighed at him in silence, just short of writing inconsiderate on his face. Jin Fad sighed, the atmosphere is too serious. I just wanted everyone to relax a bit. Haha, Yu Yang, if you keep talking you can go outside and play with the zombies. Jin Fad sighed. Oh? Zheng Yiwen turned the computer around, showing the satellite map of the village. I have previously used satellite maps to count. There are a total of 216 households here. Our time is limited, so we can search at most 40 of the area, provided we do not encounter a zombie group larger than 10. Captain, I must remind you that our task progress is 0. While this may sound cruel, our mission is far more important than finding people. Rest assured we will definitely depart within the specified time. Yu Yang quickly scanned the map, memorizing the routes in his mind. Professor Xia's life is valuable, but the lives of these villagers are also important. If one must compare, Professor Xia's life is of greater worth. Therefore he would leave within the specified time but would never ignore those in need. Yu Yang said to the villagers, you all heard it, we need to make choices. You have 10 minutes to decide which families to save. Team 9, quickly rest and prepare to leave. There are currently 196 households in our village. How are we to choose? The village chief was momentarily at a loss, realizing that choosing one family meant abandoning another. It was difficult to make such a decision. Is there a map in the village committee? Bai Xiaobei asked. There is. Bai Xiaobei took out a marker and sketched the location of the village committee on the map. Since we must make choices, let's first abandon those who have already turned into zombies. Think back, have you seen any familiar faces among the zombies? Following everyone's recollections, he handed the marked map to Zheng Yiwen. Zheng Yiwen quickly planned 3 routes that would maximize the search area. Yu Yang glanced at it, then set off with the team. He also took Da Huang with him. Da Huang could find living people and would help them significantly. Tai Youqian and Zheng Yiwen will wait here. Contact me if anything happens. We'll be back in an hour and a half. Understood. You all go and come back quickly and be safe. After Yu Yang and the others left, Bai Xiaobei also kept busy. He guided the villagers to recall any overlooked areas, then had Zheng Yiwen simulate the movement trajectory of the zombies to conduct further eliminations, while Tai Youqian helped the villagers select tools to deal with zombies. What if Captain Yu and the others don't pass by Li Li's house? Maybe we can go get the car first, Bai Xiaobei suggested to everyone. Li Li's house isn't far, just a few turns and we can get there. Bringing the car here in advance can save some time. Sure, not too many people are needed. Village chief, you pick 2 to go with us, Tai Youqian said. What if there are zombies outside? Going out is just asking for death. The villagers stepped back a little, unwilling to step forward. Li Li also said, I'll tell you where I hid the keys. You are soldiers and can survive, but we are just ordinary citizens and cannot. Yeah, let's wait for the soldiers to come back. Can they even come back? Keep your voice down. Tai Youqian scoffed, a surge of anger rising within him. What? The soldiers are out there looking for people for you and you won't even lift a finger. Think carefully. They can just turn around and leave. Now finding people and taking you along is a thankless task. For you to ask them to find a car and make it this difficult, it just decided that they shed blood in front while you enjoy the fruits behind. The villagers were provoked by his words, whispering and pointing. Normally idle, now it's their duty. Exactly, their job is to protect us. That soldier leader looks tough. They aren't just a bunch of brutes, are they? Bai Xiaobei said, we are ordinary people too. If it weren't for Captain Yu and his team, we would have died long ago. Therefore we should help as much as we can within our abilities. Everyone fears the zombies outside, I fear them, and so do the soldiers. In times like this, if we don't band together and fight, our chances of survival will be even lower. He paused here, noticing the initial wariness and vigilance in the villagers' expressions, as if an invisible barrier had been erected in between. Bye, don't waste your breath with them, let's go find the car, Tai Youqian said loudly on purpose. When we meet Yu Yang later, just say the zombies bit them all to death. We'll grab the oil and leave them to fend for themselves. The villagers instantly became tense, fearing they would really leave, yet still unwilling to take a step forward. Zheng Yuan had already packed up the computer and followed them out of the house. The probability that they wouldn't come out is 96. Why didn't you say that earlier, making us waste our breath? Tai Youqian said. I calculated that the probability of you being idle until the captain returns is 85. Zheng Yuan seemed very interested in the situation of his miscalculations. Perhaps I should reset your attributes. What attributes did you assign us? Bai Xiaobei asked. Zheng Yuan's expression flickered. I read in a book about communication skills that if you knew my assessment of you, you would be very angry, so I won't tell you. Forget it, Tai Youqian said dismissively, it's certainly not anything good. Those who knew him understood that he was the type who would retaliate tenfold if someone insulted him. Right now he was just thinking that one day when Zheng Yuan fell asleep, he would sneakily take a look at his computer. They moved the clutter at the entrance. Zombies locate themselves by sound and should now be heading toward Yu Yang and the others. The process of finding the car went surprisingly smoothly, only encountering 2 zombies stuck in a septic tank and unable to move. Bai Xiaobei wanted to take this opportunity to practice his aim, but Tai Youqian found it disgusting and warned him that if anything splattered he would be in trouble. After aiming for a while, he had to give up. After checking that the fuel tank was fine, Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian drove the car to the village committee. The roads in the village were narrow and Tai Youqian was quite frustrated operating the unfamiliar bus. It's so annoying, I really want to just drive through and let them cry without a place to do so. Zheng Yuan said, I calculated that without Bai Xiaobei your probability of not managing the village committee is as high as 70. Tai Youqian rolled his eyes once again, secretly determined to steal Zheng Yuan's computer to see how negatively it portrayed him. You calculated wrong again. Even without me, money will still come back. Let's hurry in, Bai Xiaobei defended Tai Youqian. He could understand the villagers' reluctance to come out. If it were him, after weighing the pros and cons, he would also choose silence. Survival is paramount. But this was before meeting Yu Yang and the others. Though their time together was not long, he had already come to regard himself as part of the group that faced life and death. He was one of them, one of the rescue team, not just a bystander. With 5 minutes left until the designated time, the last group of Yu Yang returned, bringing back 2 people along with a horde of zombies behind them. The earliest returnee, Jin Facai, clicked his tongue and said, now I know why we had it easy. It turns out Brother Yang's charm is great and all the zombies are chasing after him. Stop talking nonsense, get out and provide cover. Xiaoguo, start the bus, Zhu Sheng said, grabbing his gun and running towards Yu Yang. Seeing his teammates coming, Yu Yang no longer fled blindly. He turned and shot at the horde of zombies, buying time for the villagers to get on the bus. Once all the villagers were on the bus, Xiaoguo reversed back to Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng. Bai Xiaobei opened the door and shouted, Yu Yang, let's go. Zhu Sheng got on the bus first. Tai Youqian kicked a zombie in the face that was following Yu Yang and his body nearly fell off due to inertia, but fortunately Zhu Sheng pulled him back. Yu Yang got on the bus panting as he sat down on the stairs by the door. Xiaoguo accelerated out of the zombie circle, crushing all the zombies in front into meat paste. In the bumpy ride, Bai Xiaobei lost his balance and fell sideways. Yu Yang only felt a shadow pass before his eyes, and as he reached out to catch it, Bai Xiaobei landed in his arms in a princess carry, his legs lifted high. Even though Bai Xiaobei was light, he was still the weight of an adult male. Yu Yang's thigh was nearly crushed and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, saying, what a sudden embrace. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I'm sorry. I lost my balance. Bai Xiaobei tried to get up, but as Guo Xiao turned, he sat back down. In a daze, he thought he heard something shatter. Get down. Bai Xiaobei's dazed expression shifted to panic as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. He struggled to reach out his hand toward Tai Youqian. Money, hurry. Pull me up. As he struggled, Yu Yang's face turned from white to green, on the verge of vomiting blood, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Tai Youqian pulled Bai Xiaobei up and teased, getting crushed like that you'd think you were dying. A flush crept from Bai Xiaobei's neck to the tips of his ears. The sensation of what his bottom had pressed against was unmistakably. What a sin. If he, a man, had been hit by something weighing nearly 70 kilograms, he'd probably be on the ground foaming at the mouth and rolling around. Yu Yang, are you? Yu Yang interrupted him, don't say it. Don't say anything. He held his forehead with one hand, the other resting with restraint by his side. If not for the hands clenched so tightly that veins bulged, it would have been a picture of a handsome man in thought. Bai Xiaobei feared he might jump up and beat him at any moment, so he silently moved farther away, thinking to himself that Yu Yang truly was a special forces soldier with extraordinary endurance. His admiration for Yu Yang rose another level straight from the heart. Back at their previous parking spot, thanks to the bus, they transferred the items from the van into the SUV. Zhu Sheng, Yu Yang and Jin Fatsai along with Zheng Yiwen, who was carsick, took the SUV to lead the way. Not being in the same space as Yu Yang, Bai Xiaobei breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted to be stared at with such a resentful gaze. Tai Youqian said, did you see that? Bai Xiaobei was frantically trying to soothe a crying little boy. The village chief had been holding him, but seeing the old man getting beaten by the child's fists and feet was pitiful, so he took the boy. What did you say? Tai Youqian replied, Yu Yang's posture when he got into the car was really strange. Really? I didn't notice. Do you think I believe that? Did you maybe hurt his? Tai Youqian made a snapping motion like breaking a chopstick, his eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly thinking of something indecent. No, right. Tai Youqian said, he didn't even get angry. Don't tell me he's actually into you. Bai Xiaobei took a punch from the little boy on the chin. Where do you get that idea? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Do you have feelings for him too? Baby, let me tell you, it's the apocalypse. Live each day as it comes, enjoy happiness when you can and be happy when you can. Yu Yang's personality may be hard to stomach, but that face is a knockout. No matter where he is, he's a top-tier catch, once-in-a-century hottie. Why not take this chance to lose your virginity? Tai Youqian nudged Bai Xiaobei's shoulder. You're getting more ridiculous by the minute, Bai Xiaobei said, his face flushed red, voice growing softer. I'm so ordinary, how could he possibly be interested in me? We just don't match. And besides, didn't you see his homophobic expression when you mentioned your boyfriend earlier? Tai Youqian thought for a moment. Really? I think Zhu Sheng's expression was weirder. Bai Xiaobei hadn't noticed Zhu Sheng's expression at all. And even if he's into guys, the two of us were probably the same type. Even though he wasn't tall, had no muscles, his voice lacked depth, and his personality was weak and not dominant, he couldn't deny that he was a top. And as for Yu Yang, he'd just experienced it firsthand. Without exaggeration, Tianzhu. Big Tianzhu. A true alpha male wherever he goes. How could someone like that ever submit to him? Tai Youqian let out a wry chuckle. He'd almost forgotten that this guy was still unclear about his own role. He didn't care about top or bottom as long as he got pleasure, but having been in this circle long enough, he understood some people's fixation on that. That doesn't matter. What if he bottoms for love? Bai Xiaobei shook his head, trying to clear the dirty thoughts from his mind. How can I think about that now? I just want to get back to Beicheng and see my parents alive, that's enough. Tai Youqian said, finding your parents is one thing, but you also need to grasp your own happiness. I didn't have time to help you before, but now I do. You'll find you someone perfect. He still had the mood for that. Then he'll leave it to you, Bai Xiaobei said with a forced laugh, and before he knew it, the child grabbed his hair and yanked hard. Tai Youqian slapped the child's hand. What do you think you're doing? If you bully brother Xiaobei again, he'll spank your bottom. The child rubbed his reddened hand and wailed. He had just narrowly escaped death from a zombie's jaws, been yelled at by a tall man with a gun, and now scolded by a sister. He couldn't hold it in anymore, his fear pouring out. Sister hit me. Sister hit me. Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian reached out, and Bai Xiaobei thought he was going to hit again. Don't be mad. He mistook you for a girl because of your long hair. If you hit him again, he'll cry himself unconscious. Who said I was going to hit him? Give him to me, Tai Youqian said, taking the child. He'll sing you a song. Will you stop crying? The child nodded through tears. Tai Youqian had a decent voice and had even released a few albums. Many villagers recognized him as a star, and now his androgynous voice softly hummed a cartoon-themed song. Gradually everyone fell silent, stopped crying, and turned to watch. The light, cheerful tune sung in his gentle voice magically soothed everyone's fear. Jin Fatsai opened the walkie-talkie. Yu Song Yiwen threw up. You owe me a magazine, don't cheat. What's that noise over there? Tai Youqian is singing, Meng Yusong said, placing the walkie-talkie beside Tai Youqian. Zhu Sheng reached over and pressed the record button on the walkie-talkie. When the song ended, the little girl from before said, I want to hear Pleasant Goat. Tai Youqian chuckled softly. Okay. The song was much livelier than before, and Bai Xiaobei, remembering the lyrics, hummed along. The singing coming through the walkie-talkie was indistinct, yet it inexplicably calmed everyone. Yu Yang's fingers lightly tapped on the steering wheel in time with the melody, and Zhu Sheng, always serious and composed, relaxed his furrowed brow. Behind them zombies pursued ahead lay an uncertain future. This moment was a rare respite. The child's crying stopped. Thank you, big brother and big sister. Tai Youqian. Still calling me that. Bai Xiaobei quickly returned the child to the village chief. After driving smoothly for half an hour, the bus came to a halt. Bai Xiaobei rubbed his tired eyes and looked out, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. An endless line of cars, bumper to bumper, some crushed flat, no end in sight. A desolate scene stretched before them. Yu Yang ordered Guo Xiaogui to ram the guardrail, and they drove a bit further on the left lane before finally stopping in front of the jammed road. They could no longer proceed by vehicle. The signal at the shelter is down again. We can't reach them, so we'll have to go on foot. The straight line distance to the destination is 7 kilometers. If all goes well, we can make it in 80 minutes, Zheng Yiwen said, pulling a black case from the vehicle and handing it to Meng Yusong. Meng Yusong took the case, but Zheng Yiwen didn't let go. I didn't throw up. What? It was just nausea. Meng Yusong realized he was referring to the bet between himself and Jin Faozi about whether Zheng Yiwen would vomit or not. He looked up. Aren't you all about professionalism? Professionally speaking, nausea is a symptom of vomiting. Teacher Zheng, no need to save me that magazine. Zheng Yiwen frowned. I didn't. I made no vomiting motion. Meng Yusong shrugged indifferently. Fine, have it your way. Meanwhile, Yu Yang decided to scout ahead. After all, traveling with a car full of people, young and old, was both troublesome and made them a bigger target. We can take this road. It'll take 5 people to check things out. You all stay put. Bai Xiaobei, you're coming with us. Me. I think it's better if I stay in the car. Hurry up. Oh, Bai Xiaobei muttered, dragging Tai Youqian out of the vehicle. Revenge, pure revenge. Was Yu Yang going to kill him to silence him just because of that little accident? The highway was clogged with vehicles, severely slowing their progress. The sun was blazing, the UV rays harsh. Bai Xiaobei crawled over one car, his palms nearly blistering from the heat, panting heavily. Yiwen, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Zheng Yiwen was lagging behind with them. After their shared experience searching for the bus, Bai Xiaobei felt he had been accepted into the little group. Even with his face flushed from the sun, Zheng Yiwen kept his blank expression. Why would you think I have any? Don't lie, Tai Youqian said, peering into a car with a broken window. Spotting food on the dashboard, he squeezed his upper body inside. I have 100% feeling you're hiding some. It wasn't a feeling, actually. Had seen Zheng Yiwen stash a few compressed biscuits. Zheng Yiwen replied flatly, your feeling is wrong. Don't be so stubborn or I'll search your bag. I'm warning you. Damn it. What? Bai Xiaobei saw him with his rear stuck out almost entirely inside the car. He cursed at something, and Bai Xiaobei was curious enough to stick his head in too. Tai Youqian stopped him. A dead baby. Starved to death, rotting face full of maggots. Disgusting as hell. You can look if you want, you won't be hungry afterward. Let's go. Bai Xiaobei pulled back. Had seen plenty of bizarre malformed zombies, but he wasn't desensitized enough to handle a rotting corpse. Ahead, cars were piled up in a crash, completely blocking the road. They had no choice but to keep climbing over vehicles. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Xiaobei's legs began to tremble. Zheng Yiwen finished off a half-corpse crushed under a tire. Bai Xiaobei asked, puzzled, we've only run into 2 immobile zombies this whole way. Where are the rest? Did no one survive? They are all over there, Yu Yang said, standing atop a tour bus. The wind swept up, dead leaves enveloping him. His hair flowed in the breeze, his chiseled face and slightly melancholic expression appearing almost mystical under the setting sun. His handsome was Bai Xiaobei's first thought. Then he felt the loneliness radiating from Yu Yang. Yu Yang reached out to the stunned Bai Xiaobei. Come up. Bai Xiaobei climbed up with his help. The blinding orange light made him squint. When his eyes adjusted, he saw the long line of cars snaking down the highway. At the very front, a dense mass of zombies writhed and churned like disgusting insects, countless as if they intended to devour the horizon itself. And at that horizon stood an endless barbed wire fence. Behind it lay their destination, a large factory converted into a shelter. Yiwen still can't reach the shelter. The connection's completely dead. Their signal tower must be down. Then, how do we get in? Bai Xiaobei asked. Unless they could fly, how could they break through the horde, thousands strong, as thick as 10 cars lined up? Their flesh would be devoured down to the bone before they even reached the fence. Easy. See that? Yu Yang pointed at a makeshift high platform inside the fence. There are 2 soldiers and a Gatling gun up there. We just get their attention for cover, lure the horde over, have them blow a hole in the fence, and then we sprint through the zombies. Simple. Looking at his confident demeanor, Bai Xiaobei turned to the others. Everyone wore a flicker of confusion, even Zhu Sheng. Bai Xiaobei asked, you can see that. He couldn't even spot the tower, let alone the people on it. Yu Yang mentally cursed his slip and nodded. Zheng Yiwen muttered under his breath, so this is Zero's physical limit. Tai Youqian asked, what Zero? Zheng Yiwen replied, nothing. Jin Fatsai was already raring to go. Let's do it, Brother Yang's plan. A running race. Bai Xiaobei immediately balked. I don't think that'll work. Those zombies are too fast. You'll just slow everyone down. Run through a zombie horde. What did they think, he was a sprinter? Yu Yang thought for a moment. Alright, how about this, you and Tai Youqian stay here as bait to draw the zombies in. We'll sneak around the side, get reinforcements and come back for you. No way. We can't defend ourselves. Bai Xiaobei shook his head so hard it nearly flew off. This plan was no different from the last, it would still get him killed. Yu Yang said, this bus is tall. The zombies won't get to you for a while. You've got strength, just knock them off as they climb. Hell, sit on them if you have to. Easy. And you've got great luck, you won't die. Zhu Sheng shot him a look. Bai Xiaobei was speechless. Oh, he wasn't even pretending anymore. He was blatantly messing with him. But Bai Xiaobei couldn't muster any bravado. He could only plead, I'm really not that strong. I can't survive without the captain. Captain, please don't abandon me. Even now he was still teasing him. What a petty jerk. Yu Yang smirked childishly, feeling pleased. Well. Wang Qiong stepped forward righteously. Captain, leaving them here isn't ideal. How about you Song and I stay to protect them? This fierce-looking man with 2 scars on his face, who had barely made his presence known throughout the journey, turned out to be so kind. Bai Xiaobei was moved to tears of gratitude. Brother Wang, thank you. You're a good man. Yu Yang's face darkened. Bai Xiaobei's demure demeanor seemed pleasing when directed at him, but when the target changed he found it utterly repulsive and unappealing. It seemed he had asked for too few comic papers. Sensing a resentful gaze around him, Bai Xiaobei looked up to meet Yu Yang's gloomy eyes and couldn't help but freeze. He was always so carefree, appearing unafraid of anything and invincible. This was the first time Bai Xiaobei sensed such intense dissatisfaction from him. Could he still be holding a grudge? Did he need to humble himself again? Bai Xiaobei bit his lower lip, reasoning with himself, when under someone else's roof one must bow their head now for future comfort. Captain, I don't want to stay here. A protected bait is still bait, the essence hasn't changed. I've thought carefully about your strategy of racing with the zombies and it seems quite feasible. You said I'm lucky, so if I stay by your side your luck will double too. Yu Yang's expression softened slightly. He still remembered his presence and desperately wanted to be with him. It seemed he held a special place in Bai Xiaobei's heart. He ruffled Bai Xiaobei's hair, not minding that it was sticky from not being washed for 5 or 6 days. I never meant to use you as bait, Zhu Sheng, and I will do it. Enough talk, let's wrap this up quickly. Suddenly urged, Zhu Sheng said, Captain, how should I act as bait? As the vice-captain he was good in every way except for being a bit slow-witted. Just follow me and run. Jin Fatsai chimed in, Brother Yang, I want to be bait too. No, you protect Bai Xiaobei. If he gets lost you won't get good missions next time. Jin Fatsai groaned, why am I always the babysitter? Tai Youqian's eyes darkened, his suspicions growing stronger. If Yu Yang didn't have feelings for Bai Xiaobei, he'd eat his own name. Zheng Yiwen had just mentioned Zero. Could Bai Xiaobei have actually found a match? If they can spot us we won't have to race with the zombies. Preferably they can pick us up by car. I really don't want to run, Bai Xiaobei said, stubbornly standing up and jumping and waving on the overpass. Hey! We're here. Someone's here. Help. Help, Yu Yang said, stop shouting. Even if you scream your lungs out they won't hear you. Zheng Yiwen added, the east wind is blowing now, so even if you beat drums and fire guns the zombies by the barbed wire won't hear a thing. Bai Xiaobei drooped his head in frustration. This is the Dali shelter. Whoever is on the bus opposite, if you hear us wave again. Everyone was speechless. Yu Yang muttered, damn, that's incredible. The soldiers on the overpass signaled them to wave for yes or no, then directed them to walk north along the barbed wire to the shelter's main gate. Did you secretly contact the shelter without telling us? Yu Yang couldn't believe such a coincidence. Their bitter expressions delighted Bai Xiaobei. He waved modestly, pure luck, don't praise me. Zheng Yiwen said, luck isn't scientific. You just said a few more words before the sentries spotted us. Don't be so dismissive, Tai Youqian began about to extol Bai Xiaobei but then thought they might not believe him. Time will tell. Just watch, though Xiaobei's luck comes and goes, it's unpredictable. Bai Xiaobei said, yeah, sometimes good luck is followed by bad, like winning the lottery and then tripping outside dodging a falling object but getting a leg cramp while swimming. Yu Yang said, is that good luck or bad? Either way, I'll wait to see your next stroke of luck. Thumping DJ music blared from the overpass, drawing the zombies' attention. Following the direction indicated, Yu Yang and his group saw fewer and fewer zombies until they spotted a military off-road vehicle. Fully armed soldiers came to pick them up. Yu Yang showed his credentials and the soldiers let them aboard. After dropping them at the shelter's main gate, they drove off. 2 strict checkpoints stood before the main gate with spiked wooden stakes placed crosswise to keep zombies at bay. Passing the stakes, the first checkpoint's door slowly opened. As Bai Xiaobei and the others entered, sprinklers on both sides began spraying disinfectant. Caught off guard, Bai Xiaobei swallowed some, numbing his tongue. He wanted to spit it out but feared getting more in, so he stood stiffly with closed eyes. The disinfectant stopped and they moved forward. Emerging from the shed into an open area, a few soldiers approached with a doctor. "Which unit are you from?" "We contacted you earlier, here from North City on a mission," Yu Yang said, opening his credentials. The soldier glanced at them, stood at attention and saluted. "Senior Colonel Yu, please wait a moment while I report to Battalion Commander Zhong. Meanwhile, please cooperate with the doctor for a checkup." "Senior Colonel. So impressive." Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but take a closer look at Yu Yang. To hold such a rank at a young age, what remarkable military achievements or background did he have? He was curious about Yu Yang's experiences. Yu Yang said, "Please hurry." The doctor led them to the second checkpoint, scanning them from head to toe with an instrument and checking for wounds before letting them through. Battalion Commander Zhong hurried over, wiping fine sweat from his brow as he jogged. He had a square face, a potbelly and an unremarkable appearance. "Captain Yu Zhong from the 72nd Corps. When communications were still possible, North City contacted us instructing us to assist you as needed. Please follow me to the operations room and we can discuss things slowly," he said. Yu Yang replied, "Let's keep it brief. North City should have told you, we're here to find Professor Xie." Zhong's expression tightened. He dismissed the nearby soldiers. This was top secret, but coming from North City they showed no hesitation. "We've been searching for Professor Xie these past few days, but due to confidentiality only I and 2 subordinates know. We can't conduct a wide search. The shelter is overcrowded, people move quickly and our equipment is limited, it's time-consuming and laborious." Zheng Yiwen said, "That's easy. I'll develop an automatic recognition software. Just let me scan the people collecting supplies and we'll find him quickly." Yu Yang introduced, "This is Technician Zheng Yiwen. You can leave the search entirely to him." "That would be great. You'll have Xiao Liu take Technician Zheng over later." Yu Yang continued, "One more thing. On our way here we rescued over 60 villagers. They are now stranded on the highway with my team. Every extra minute outside is dangerous. If possible, I'd like you to arrange for someone to bring them back." "Of course, but..." Zhong rubbed his hands together hesitantly. "To be honest, things haven't been peaceful here lately. We have few supplies and many people, and we've suppressed several riots. Aside from those sent out for rescues, I can't spare anyone left here. So I can only assign you a few people." Yu Yang stared at him silently as if gauging whether he was lying. Finally he chose to trust the battalion commander, whose dark-rimmed eyes clearly showed signs of overwork. "We'll go pick them up ourselves. Just have the tower distract the zombies like before and send someone to receive us." Hearing his words, the battalion commander breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. I'll pick 2 men to accompany you shortly." Just then voices came from outside. "Battalion Commander Zhong, we've brought the food. Also the soldiers from the 2nd factory building are..." Before he could finish, Battalion Commander Zhong interjected, "Everyone, you must not have eaten yet. Our conditions here are modest, this is all we can offer for now." It was a few packs of compressed biscuits, dry and choking, but to Bai Xiaobei and the others they were like rain after a long drought. They feared eating too slowly would mean missing out. As they ate, Battalion Commander Zhong briefly explained the situation of the shelter, then led Zheng Yiwen outside. Yu Yang ate quickly. Seeing Bai Xiaobei struggling to swallow, he handed him his water. "You and Tai Youqian stay here. You heard what Battalion Commander Zhong said. Hell, tidy up this place for us. Don't wander off, just wait here." Bai Xiaobei, afraid he might insist on going back to fetch someone, nodded repeatedly, barely suppressing the grin on his lips. All right. Go and come back quickly. Stay safe." His cheeks puffed with food, yet he still worried about Yu Yang and urged him to be careful. A warmth spread through Yu Yang's heart and he couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Bai Xiaobei's cheek. The icy tips of his fingers touched Bai Xiaobei's soft warm cheek, sparking a strange sensation, like an electric current flowing from his fingertips through his arm and into his heart, a tantalizing ache that was also a deeply satisfying fullness. "Bai Xiaobei. Got it. You'll be back soon. You stay safe too." After saying this, even Yu Yang was startled. Such a doting tone had come from his own lips. He had never been so saccharine, so affected in his entire life. Tai Youqian was utterly exasperated. Just get lost. Damn it, this was an eyesore. His Bai was tainted. Jin Fazai whispered to the person beside him, I've never seen Brother Yang this gentle. Has he been possessed? Or has he changed his nature? No idea. Zhu Sheng pushed his head away. Initially Yu Yang hadn't cared much about Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian joining them, even feeling some resentment. But now his attention seemed to be overflowing. Perhaps he had come to see them as comrades too, after all they had been through life and death together. Jin Fazai wondered, would Brother Yang ever be this gentle with me? Impossible, Zhu Sheng shattered his fantasy. At least he had never seen Yu Yang treat anyone so well. In the past, rumors in the military painted Yu Yang as irritable and unruly. But ever since he took over Squad 9, aside from being a bit talkative, everything had been normal. This showed how one-sided others' opinions could be. Just like now, Zhu Sheng's view of Yu Yang had changed once again. The recipient of the cheek pinch was first puzzled by Yu Yang's physical gesture, then instinctively flashed a placating smile. The compressed biscuit nearly fell from his mouth, so he quickly clamped his lips shut. Blinking his innocent, guileless eyes at Yu Yang, he nodded obediently. Like a little hamster so adorable. Yu Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand. Jin Fazai stays. The rest of you, let's go. Bring the people back and we can get a good night's sleep tonight. Why am I not included again? Jin Fazai wailed. Battalion Commander Zhong worked efficiently, quickly setting up the tents. This row had 5 tents in total, each with 2 sleeping bags and a table. Though Bai Xiaobei had never stayed in such a crude tent, it was considered decent in the apocalypse. Supplies will be distributed uniformly at Factory Building 4 at 6 in the evening. Of course you don't need to join the crowd, you'll have them delivered. Battalion Commander Zhong, is there a place to shower here? Bai Xiaobei couldn't wait to get clean and crawl into his sleeping bag for a long sleep. Yes, he'll get you some shower tickets. The bathhouse opens at 9 with only 10 minutes of cold water. Don't miss the time. These two clearly weren't soldiers, and Captain Yu had allowed them to stay together. Battalion Commander Zhong dared not treat them like ordinary refugees. Feel free to come to me with any problems or find the patrol officer in this area. You'll put in a word with him. Thank you. After seeing Battalion Commander Zhong off, Tai Youqian lay down in his sleeping bag, holding up a small cardboard card stamped with a seal between his fingers. Great. If I had to stay any stinkier, I'd slit my own throat. I'm going to sleep. Wake me at 9, no, at 8:40. I need to wash for the full 10 minutes. Bai Xiaobei asked, Youqian, don't you want to go out and look around? No, and don't you wander off either, Tai Youqian replied before drifting off to sleep. Outside anxiety had kept him from sleeping. Now that he could relax, his whole body ached, but Bai Xiaobei found himself wide awake. He rummaged through everything in the tent, then went to another tent to find Jin Fazai, but he was nowhere to be seen. Gone for a stroll. The place was so big, where could he have gone? Should he go look? According to Battalion Commander Zhong, the tents were located between the operations area and the civilian zone. Bai Xiaobei headed toward the civilian area he had mentioned. After walking for 5 minutes, he arrived at a row of large factory buildings. He approached one with a half-open door. Before even stepping inside, the rustling sounds amplified like entering a massive exhibition hall filled with all sorts of noises. He could only imagine how lively it was inside. He walked in. The factory was stifling hot, partly due to poor ventilation and partly because of the crowd. The smell was indescribable. There were 18 such buildings housing tens of thousands, yet many still had no place to sleep and set up tents outside. Most people were awake, some stretching, some staring blankly, others huddled in groups talking. Their postures varied, but everyone wore anxious, pallid expressions. Bai Xiaobei thought it's good that so many people are alive. He noticed some civilians carrying guns, their builds unlike soldiers, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, surrounded by followers. Recalling Battalion Commander Zhong's mention of being shorthand, he guessed they were something like a self-defense force managing the factory buildings. Bai Xiaobei's presence caused a slight hush in the building as people cast appraising glances his way. Feeling uneasy, he quickened his pace and ran out, wandering toward less crowded areas. Has the one from Factory 4 arrived yet? Could he have gone to inform on us? Impossible. We're all in the same boat. He wouldn't dare. If he doesn't show, we'll leave on our own. Any more delay and none of us will get out. Hold on, let's wait a bit longer. The voices sounded familiar. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaobei peered over. 2 men with cigarettes in their mouths wore hostile expressions. 2 others were crouching with their backs to him. On the ground lay 2 bound motionless figures in military uniforms. One had a gaping wound the size of a fist on his head, blood pooling everywhere. Bai Xiaobei's breath caught. Oh my God, had he stumbled upon a scene of mutiny and murder? It was terrifying. He slowly pulled back, but one of the men with a cigarette spotted him, charged over and grabbed him. Who are you? I've never seen you before. What are you doing hiding in the corner? The man's tone was harsh, his grip firm and his face fierce. Bai Xiaobei struggled but couldn't break free, and he didn't want to stir up trouble. He stammered, "I'm new here. Hello brothers. I just came out to relieve myself." The smoking man spat out his cigarette and growled, "What did you hear?" If he dared to say he heard anything, his fate would be no different from the two lying on the ground. "Nothing at all, I swear." One of the men squatting on the ground looked up, startled at first, then tentatively called out, "Boss." Bai Xiaobei glanced down and gaped in astonishment. Xiao Cao. He knew his ears were sharp. If it weren't for hearing Xiao Cao's voice, he wouldn't have been eavesdropping. "Boss." Cao Zi stood up and threw his arms around Bai Xiaobei. His momentum was so forceful that Bai Xiaobei, with both hands pinned behind his back, felt a sharp pain in his chest as if struck by a bull, and he coughed violently twice. Cao Zi quickly let go, his eyes brimming with tears. "Boss, you're still alive. I thought I'd never see you again. Didn't you take that patient bitten by a dog to the hospital? I thought you died there." Bai Xiaobei was overjoyed. By sheer coincidence, he had run into the one person in the hotel he was familiar with, someone he could call a friend, a warm, radiant soul. "I didn't die. I was among the first to be evacuated with the hospital staff." Hey, do you two know each other?" The smoking man's eyes were full of suspicion. Cao Zi introduced, "Yeah, this is my boss. Boss, this is Brother Liu." "Brother Liu, let go of the boss, please." The smoking man released Bai Xiaobei's hands. Cao Zi grabbed Bai Xiaobei's hand, trembling with excitement. Bai Xiaobei patted his shoulder reassuringly, trying his best not to look at the two soldiers lying on the ground. Discretion was the better part of valor. Playing on emotions might work with Cao Zi, but these men looked dangerous. He would escape first, and when Yu Yang returned, he could satisfy his curiosity then. "Xiao Cao, I have something to attend to, so how about? I'm late. The southern guard is the weakest now, the net there was damaged before. Well, go through there. Are you all packed? Why is there an extra person?" The newcomer, dressed in military uniform like the two on the ground, looked tense as if fleeing from something, and his suspicious gaze immediately fixed on Bai Xiaobei. "Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before. I remember now. He was among the people Battalion Commander Zhong just met. Has connected to the military." "Bai Xiaobei. Could your timing be any worse, big brother? Not late at all, not at all, boo-hoo." "Bai Xiaobei, I have a forgettable face." The others stared wide-eyed, clearly not buying his nonsense. The one called Brother Liu even pulled a gun from his waistband, pointing it at Bai Xiaobei's head, threatening to kill him. Cao Zi was equally shocked. "Boss, are you a military informant?" Bai Xiaobei's heart trembled with fear, and he indignantly distanced himself. "How is that possible? I was just rescued by them. There's no connection at all." The one in military uniform, surnamed Wang, added, "Has been living with those soldiers. Bai Xiaobei, I just had nowhere else to stay. The beds were tight, so there was no choice. Understanding is a virtue." His excuses seemed feeble to Brother Liu, who was already convinced he wouldn't cooperate. "Cao Zi, will you do it, or should I?" "Do what?" "Like the two on the ground." Bai Xiaobei's neck went cold. He had only stepped out for some fresh air. How had he stumbled into such rotten luck? What should he do in a situation like this? Wait. He remembered a scene from a TV drama he'd acted in before. What had he done back then? He had spat at the threatening man, and then the man had killed him. But he didn't want to die yet. Wasn't there any other way out? In a comic, the protagonist would descend from the heavens to save him right now. Cao Zi quickly said, "Brother Wang, the boss is a good man. He won't tell anyone." Yes, I won't," Bai Xiaobei said with an awkward smile at the group, trying his best to appear friendly. "Stop smirking," Brother Liu growled, pressing the gun against Bai Xiaobei's head. "So what do we do? He absolutely can't go back. I can't let the plan have any risks." Cao Zi frowned in deep thought, finally coming up with an idea. "How about we knock him out and hide him so he can't tip anyone off?" Bai Xiaobei's heart ached. Hearing such a suggestion from Cao Zi was truly disheartening. This ungrateful brat had forgotten who had cooked him delicious meals and helped him gain over 10 pounds. What a vicious idea. Wang immediately rejected it. "No, who knows how long he'll stay unconscious. Either way, we can't let him stay and give the shelter people something on us." Bai Xiaobei seized the opportunity, raising his hand. "What if I take a nap? 7 or 8 hours, that should be enough, right?" The others shot him a glare, clearly dismissing his suggestion. Cao Zi scratched his head in frustration, obviously lacking influence in this group. Then let Bai Xiaobei come with us." Bai Xiaobei's eyes twitched. "Isn't there any other way?" Wang said, "I think it works. Worst case, if we get caught, we can use him as a bargaining chip." The final decision rested with the fierce brother Liu, who pondered for a moment. Fine, tie him up and take him. Let me do it, Cao Zi said. Boss, hold out your hands. Bai Xiaobei clenched his fists and extended his hands. Cao Zi bound them and guided him forward. Boss, bear with it for now. Once we're out of here, as long as you behave, I'll untie you. Just follow me. They were leaving. Bai Xiaobei said nothing, staring at the sky as two streams of hot tears flowed silently in his heart. He had just crawled out of a zombie horde, endured countless hardships to reach the shelter, and no one cared to hear his opinion. He had only managed to eat a single compressed biscuit. He hadn't even tasted the cabbage at the back of the shelter, let alone taken a bath. His whole body was practically marinated, and now he was dragged into this mess. Can I at least take a bath? Brother Liu sneered. Oh, quite the clean freak, huh? Once we're out, you'll get your bath. Getting out to bathe meant washing in zombie blood. What difference was there between being knocked out or shot dead? Bai Xiaobei said, how about you just knock me out instead? Knock him out and toss him anywhere. Before he could finish, a cloth strip was tied over his mouth, gagging him. Liu Ji and Cao Zi changed into the uniforms of two soldiers lying on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. Pretending to escort a prisoner, they evaded the questioning of the soldiers in the square and took a detour along a narrow path to the wire fence on the western side. There were hardly any traces of zombies in this area. Liu Ji used a tool to pry open the wire fence and slipped out first. Within minutes he returned driving a military off-road vehicle, clearly having made ample preparations for today's prison break well in advance. Bai Xiaobei was shoved into the back compartment by the man named Wang. The group of 6 drove off, heading away from the settlement. From start to finish, his incessant whimpering proved utterly futile. If this pretty boy whines any more, we'll be exposed, Brother Wang said, turning around and slapping Bai Xiaobei across the face. I should have just shot him. Bringing him along is nothing but a burden. It's no use blaming the boss now, Cao Zi said, untying the cloth strips. He tried to touch Bai Xiaobei's face, but Bai Xiaobei dodged him. Seeing the wariness in his eyes, a flicker of hurt crossed Cao Zi's face. Boss, are you all right? Brother Wang was just too anxious. Does being anxious give you the right to hit people? Bai Xiaobei tried to open his mouth, but a sharp pain shot through his cracked lips. Truly a soldier's hand, ruthlessly heavy. That slap had used at least 80% of his strength. The last time he'd been hit was back in elementary and middle school, when he was bullied by classmates. The worst time had left him with a fractured arm and a swollen face. After that he had never been struck again. He had almost forgotten how searingly painful a beating could be, how utterly unbearable it felt. Back then Tai Youqian had been there to back him up. But now who could he rely on? A name suddenly flashed through Bai Xiaobei's mind: Yu Yang. Would he come looking for him if he knew he was gone? Probably not. He had no idea where he was being taken. Yu Yang had a mission to complete. Once he found Professor Xie, he would head to the northern city. He might try to find him if he had the means, but with his abilities it would be impossible. It was better for him to go to the northern city, at least there he would have family and safety. Cao Zi removed the cloth strip from his mouth. Bai Xiaobei asked, what exactly are you planning to do after escaping from the settlement? Cao Zi glanced at the 2 men in the front seat. We're heading to the city. Brother Wang found a place during a rescue mission, a large supermarket warehouse. We can survive there for a good while. The city was densely populated. He couldn't imagine what it looked like now. Going in there was like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Are you crazy? You'd give up a decent life to go there. Is food more important than your life? Cao Zi pressed his lips together, a bitter smile spreading across his face. At least we'll live longer there than here. Bai Xiaobei turned his head away. Do whatever you want. But I'm useless to you now, so just throw me out. Liu Ji said, in your dreams. It's less than half an hour's run back to the settlement. We'll dump you when we reach the city. Bai Xiaobei's heart sank. They made it sound like they were just letting him go, but in truth they were offering him up as a snack for the zombies in the city. Cao Zi's face crumpled like a bitter gourd. Boss, do you think we're bad people? Bai Xiaobei shot him a glance, lifting his wrists, pale from the ropes cutting off his circulation, and indicating his swollen cheek. He couldn't even be bothered to speak. We had no choice. The military doesn't give a damn whether we live or die, Cao Zi said, opening the floodgates. He had a bellyful of grievances with no one to confide in. Let me start from the beginning. The day I drove a client to the hospital, that client turned into a zombie and nearly bit me to death. The military showed up and I was taken to a collection point, then sent to the settlement. Boss, did you come from the highway? Yes, Bai Xiaobei replied with a heavy nod. The pain in Cao Zi's expression sent a chill creeping up his spine. Aren't you curious why the zombie hordes are all concentrated on the highway? There used to be a lot of zombies in the west too, but as you can see, everyone formed small groups to maximize their interests. We crossed the people empowered by the military, the administrators. 2 members of our group were expelled on charges of disrupting order. And the way they were expelled was by being driven out through the highway entrance. In the military's words, they were used as tools to concentrate the zombie horde, fed to the zombies. All those zombies were gathered using human flesh. A chill shot up from the soles of Bai Xiaobei's feet, making him tremble uncontrollably. How could that be? This was the military. Was this how the military protected the people? Such cruelty. Even if it was expulsion, it shouldn't mean feeding them to zombies. Liu Ji let out a cynical laugh. You don't believe it? Sacrificing a few recalcitrant individuals to make an example of them, it keeps everyone in line and saves more people into the settlement. Fair and cost-effective, isn't it? And with fewer people, supplies go further. Bai Xiaobei couldn't comprehend it. He refused to believe the military would allow the administrators to run amok. Even if you escaped to save yourselves, you shouldn't have killed anyone. If you were treated unfairly, why didn't you report it to the military? Those 2 soldiers were bullying girls, acting like emperors and demanding that girls trade their bodies for food. We were ridding the world of vermin. As Cao Zi spoke, a faint trace of hatred lingered in his eyes. He was a gentle, humble and honest man, which was why Bai Xiaobei had promoted him after witnessing him arguing with the head chef about refusing to cook with unwashed ingredients. Though Bai Xiaobei didn't know what kind of people the administrators were, the phrase "a dog that bites on its master's authority" applied everywhere. After the apocalypse, the law held almost no sway in the face of life and death. Everyone could only be responsible for their own actions, and some even encroached on others' ability to survive. Bai Xiaobei didn't know what to say. In their eyes, this was a good deed, something the government couldn't touch, ridding the world of evil. Boss, we did report it. All we got was 2 days without food. The administrator is a relative of Battalion Commander Zhong, and the military's word is law. The next round of expulsions is coming soon. No one can guarantee we won't be among them. The only way to survive is to escape. Cao Zi sighed again. Honestly, we never dared to resist. But Brother Qing Yuan inspired us. He was the first to defy the military, denouncing their actions as worse than beasts, and the first to escape. Bai Xiaobei asked, where is he now? I don't know. Brother Wang told him about the warehouse location. If all goes well, we might meet again. He's a good man just like you. He's a doctor who defied the administrator's orders to treat Liu Jie's daughter, although Liu Jie's temples bulged with veins. He slammed his fists against the steering wheel, roaring in agony, "Stop talking." Silence fell over the group. Bai Xiaobei understood. He hadn't realized there was such a backstory. But what did it have to do with him? He was clinging to Yu Yang's coattails, a golden opportunity he wouldn't trade for anything. Once they found Professor Xia, they could wash their hands of this mess and head toward a bright future. The military, no matter how bad, wouldn't touch him. Give me back my thigh. Brother Wang said, spill it. Why were you with those soldiers? I'm truly just an ordinary person. They rescued a useless mortal. Bai Xiaobei declared with unwavering certainty. A swollen handprint marred his face, nearly sealing his eyes shut. His fair, delicate skin made the mark starkly visible, lending him a pitiful air that skyrocketed his credibility. Brother Wang said, fine, I won't throw you out. You're one of us now. If you lack ability, find a way to gain it. Hitting you was my mistake. You better watch yourself. If you lose your mind again, you'll put a bullet in you. Bai Xiaobei, utterly despondent, leaned sadly against the car window. Got it. Can you untie my hands now? I won't run. Cao Zi didn't bother checking with the others this time. He untied Bai Xiaobei and even rubbed his wrists. Boss, your wrists are bruised. Don't call me boss anymore. You don't like me calling you boss. Back when the hotel's earnings were dismal, Cao Zi was on the verge of being laid off by the head chef. It was Bai Xiaobei who helped him find his place again, who tirelessly arranged doctors when his mother fell ill, and who managed the funeral when she passed. Though it might have been a small favor to Bai Xiaobei, to Cao Zi it was a debt of gratitude he could never fully repay. Bai Xiaobei withdrew his hand, still simmering with anger that Cao Zi had tied him up without a second thought. He said coldly, the apocalypse has no bosses. Just call me Bai Xiaobei. Then can I call you Brother Bai? Brother Bai, have some water. Bai Xiaobei's throat was parched, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Seeing him willing to drink, Cao Zi breathed a sigh of relief. These past days, what I've missed most is the egg fried rice you made. Remember the last time you came to the hotel and made it for me? I lied and said I finished it, but I didn't. I secretly threw it in the trash. Now I wish I could go back and slap my past self. I should have eaten as much as I could when I had the chance. His words helped Bai Xiaobei relax slightly. He had made so much that it could feed 4 or 5 people. It would have been strange if Cao Zi had actually finished it all. At only 20, the few pounds Bai Xiaobei had fattened him up with had melted away in these days. If you want some, you'll make it next time. But you'll have to find usable cookware and ingredients. With things as they were, he had to rely on himself. If an opportunity arose, he would escape back to the shelter. If not, he would follow this group to survive in the wild. At least he had Cao Zi, the sole comfort in this misfortune. Bai Xiaobei thought that after his adventure with Yu Yang and the others, his mental fortitude had grown considerably. The virus had transformed everything, turning the world upside down. Yet the plants remained unchanged. The trees outside the window were lush, though some branches bore withered leaves. Soon, when winter arrived, they would be stripped bare. Never before had Bai Xiaobei longed to live until winter, until the season when trees withered as much as he did at this moment. The forest sped past, giving way to a highway, scenic overlook, then to cramped low-rise buildings. They seemed to have planned their route, encountering no zombies along the way. The road itself had been cleared. Brother Liu said, the army entered the city to search for survivors and supplies. This road was cleared at the cost of many lives. But from here we go on foot. Normally Bai Xiaobei took this route into the city center. He used to think it was narrow and cramped, forcing him to shuffle along. Now it seemed impossibly wide. He followed Brother Liu and the others, turning a few corners and gazing into the distance. If nothing went wrong once they crossed that street, he would see the rooftop of his hotel. Where's the supermarket warehouse you mentioned? Cao Zi replied, just 2 streets away from the hotel. The hotel's exterior was a reflective design. Bai Xiaobei's mood was as cold and icy as the windows that glinted with a chill light. On holidays, traffic would be backed up for at least half an hour. It was crowded with people and cars, a veritable Disneyland for zombies. Were these people insane? He had followed a bunch of lunatics. You do know that's a bustling downtown area, right? 3 wandering zombies on the road were dispatched by Brother Liu and Brother Wang. The rescue efforts aren't over. The best thing the army did was clear a path through there. We can take that route and circle around from the back. Brother Liu had participated in many rescue missions and knew how to avoid zombies. Though their progress was agonizingly slow, they managed to bypass the wandering corpses that didn't require combat. Passing an intersection, they saw it had been completely cut off by barbed wire, clearly the army's handiwork. On the other side of the wire was a dense mass of zombies packed tightly together, their backs to the group. They wandered aimlessly, writhing and tumbling, occasionally letting out low growls. Bai Xiaobei's scalp crawled. These zombies weren't as mutilated or dismembered as the ones on Sangshan. Most were dressed neatly with floral skirts and bright clothes weaving among them. But they were just as eerie and terrifying. He even heard barking. The wolf on Sangshan had left him deeply traumatized. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gripped the baseball bat studded with steel nails that Cao Zi had given him. Brother Wang signaled for silence. The slightest sound could attract the zombies, and that flimsy barbed wire wouldn't hold against a swarm as dense as ants. The group crouched low, hugging the storefronts as they turned left. Only when they were over 10 meters away from the zombie horde did Bai Xiaobei exhale the breath he had been holding. Panting heavily, he asked, did the army do that too? Among the zombie crowd he spotted several in green military uniforms, fallen soldiers no doubt. Yes, it was part of the army's plan. They placed cages with dogs inside. The zombies are drawn to the noise. It's effective. But the soldiers who set the cages don't make it out alive. The army has done it twice. Once this batch of dogs dies, new soldiers will have to go in. Brother Wang's gaze turned icy. Old Liu had lost all will to live because of his daughter. As for himself, he had a decent relationship with an administrator who tipped him off he was on the next list to go in and release the dogs. Staying meant certain death. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream erupted behind them. A woman clutching a child burst out from the path they had just taken. Her leg seemed injured, causing her to limp with 2 zombies hot on her heels. Bai Xiaobei froze. She. Brother Wang growled, quiet. The woman was quickly pinned down by the zombies, one on each side. One zombie lifted her thigh and tore away a chunk of flesh, blood spurting out. She wailed in agony and despair, her face twisted in pain. Yet her arms clung desperately to the child, refusing to let go. Her other leg kicked feebly at the zombies again and again. Brother Wang glanced at the barbed wire. His expression shifted. Move. The horde has been alerted. Bai Xiaobei's heart also tightened and he cried out urgently, the child. There's a child. The child can still be saved. His voice seemed to reach the dying woman, who looked up and fixed her gaze on them accurately, her face streaked with tears. Her abdomen was already torn open, a mass of bloody flesh, yet her maternal instinct compelled her to use her last shred of consciousness to slowly part her lips. Bai Xiaobei couldn't tell what she was saying, perhaps she made no sound at all. But he didn't need to guess, she was begging them to save the child. Just as Bai Xiaobei took a step toward the woman, Cao Zi grabbed him and pulled him back, running. Her child can still be saved. Bai Xiaobei tried to pry Cao Zi's hand away but couldn't budge it. The barbed wire fence crashed to the ground. He turned back to see zombies swarming over the woman, engulfing her in an instant along with the child in her arms. The zombies spotted them too and sprinted over. Bai Xiaobei had no time to dwell on the doomed mother and child. Pulled by Cao Zi, he bolted away. Racing against zombies and death was a dreadful feeling. His lungs ached from oxygen deprivation, every breath a stab of pain. In his ears besides his own gasps were the spine-chilling moans of the zombies growing closer, as if icy hands would grab his shoulder any second. He slowed down a bit and Cao Zi tugged him, shouting, "Brother Bai, don't stop." A man 2 steps behind Bai Xiaobei suddenly pitched face first to the ground. Behind him surged the zombie horde. The next second a piercing scream rang out, then silence. Another man turned to help, but before Bai Xiaobei could shout a warning, his screams erupted. Death loomed behind them. Bai Xiaobei gritted his teeth and ran, his legs nearly blurring with speed. The second man's cries lingered in his ears for no more than 5 seconds before fading. Besides Cao Zi, Brother Wang and Brother Liu, he hadn't even recognized the faces of the other 3, let alone known their names. Now at least had identified 2 by their voices. The zombie horde behind them paused briefly for 2 minutes, then resumed the chase. Suddenly Bai Xiaobei's foot slipped and his body pitched backward. He tried to steady himself, but his legs lost strength and his center of gravity failed. Amid a dizzying spin, a sharp pain shot through his tailbone. "Brother Bai." Cao Zi's heart-wrenching cry made Bai Xiaobei think he was about to die here. But isn't it said that when you die your life flashes before your eyes? Why didn't he see his parents, his friends, his manga action figures or game saves? Instead all he saw was a gaping black-toothed mouth stretched to its limit, reeking of filth. If that black mouth took a bite out of him, he'd die with eternal regret. Tai Youqian woke up feeling as if he had slept for a long time. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, it pointed to 8 o'clock. He called out to Bai Xiaobei, but there was no answer. Assuming he must have gone out, he sat up and noticed a small note on the low table, in going out for a stroll and to look for Fatsai. So he was searching for someone. Stretching lazily, he slowly walked out of the tent. Outside it was already completely dark. The shelter had limited electricity, reserved only for essential areas, so visibility outside was poor with only a few dim lights here and there. A figure blocked the light and approached. Jin Fatsai raised the food he was carrying. "Brother Youqian, I've brought back something good for you." Tai Youqian took the warm meal. "Did you see Bai Bai? He said he went to find you." "No, I was wondering why you guys weren't at dinner. Did Brother Bai get lost?" "He's not stupid, how could he get lost?" Knowing Bai Xiaobei, Tai Youqian was sure he wouldn't stray from the group. Even if he was wandering, he wouldn't be back this late past dinner. "You'll go look for him." With the army and barbed wire protecting the shelter, it was highly unlikely Bai Xiaobei would meet with an accident. But with so many people around, he might have been bullied and be hiding somewhere crying. Jin Fatsai said, "Wait, he'll call Brother Yiwen to come along. That reminds me, Zheng Yiwen's computer might be able to help." Zheng Yiwen from the neighboring tent adjusted his glasses and offered a suggestion. "The surveillance system in the shelter's factory is easy to crack. I can scan all the factory footage from the past half hour." Tai Youqian nodded. For some reason a wave of unease rose in his heart. Please do it as quickly as possible. Xiaobei shouldn't be this late without coming back. Zheng Yiwen glanced at him. This was the first time he'd heard the polite word please from Tai Youqian. His fingers flew across the computer, operating swiftly. While the screening results were pending, Tai Youqian and Jin Fatsai didn't idle but searched nearby. The results came back quickly. No surveillance camera had captured Bai Xiaobei. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The more Tai Youqian thought about it, the more wrong it felt and the more his heart raced. He turned and strode out of the tent. Yu Yang, stepping in with long strides, felt a ball bump against his chest, then the ball bounced back, causing neither pain nor itch. "No need to rush to the toilet like that. There's a big rock at the door. If it weren't for me, you'd have fallen flat on your face." Yu Yang scanned the tent. "Where's Bai Xiaobei?" The villagers had been escorted into the shelter. With so many people as a big target, he had carried the old village chief on his back the whole way, inevitably attracting the zombies' attention. They had only escaped after over a dozen people died. Among the dead was the little boy who had cried in Bai Xiaobei's arms. He seemed to be quite upset about the deaths of these children. He had gotten a pack of spicy sausage and a bag of chips from Battalion Commander Zhong, a rare treat in the apocalypse. If Bai Xiaobei was sad about the little boy's death, he wouldn't mind giving them to him. Zhu Sheng was the first to notice Tai Youqian's unusual state. "What's happened?" Tai Youqian's face was pale and he instinctively looked at the speaker, his usually glib tongue tied. "Bai? Xiaobei is missing. Have you seen him?" "Don't panic," Zhu Sheng grabbed his shoulder. "Tell me slowly." Yu Yang explained clearly. "How did Bai Xiaobei disappear?" I fell asleep. I told him to wake me up, but he didn't. When I woke up, he was gone. I've searched everywhere nearby, but nothing." Tai Youqian's voice grew softer. Even Yu Yang, oblivious as he was, could see he was panicking. "Zheng Yiwen, you explain." Bai Xiaobei is missing. No trace of him within a 30-meter radius. He hasn't been to the factory in the past half hour. Found it, everyone. Take a look at this. Zheng Yiwen turned the computer around. On the screen appeared the word match in green with the timestamp showing 1 hour and 55 minutes ago. Bai Xiaobei's hands were bound, a cloth gag stuffed in his mouth as several men in military uniforms twisted his arms and marched him through a factory. The 3-second shot was blurry with no clear faces, but Bai Xiaobei seemed to spot the surveillance camera craning his neck to look in its direction. Jin Fatsai, did Brother Bai commit some crime and get caught? Yu Yang watched again. With his slender build, what crime could he commit? Slow it down. He paused on one soldier. His posture isn't like a soldier's. Bai Xiaobei's body language is stiff as if he's signaling for help. Can we check other feeds? Other surveillance systems can be checked, but it'll take time. I suggest we directly ask Battalion Commander Zhong for access, it'll be faster. Fatsai, go fetch Battalion Commander Zhong to identify these men. Zhu Xing, you head to that location and investigate. Yes. When Battalion Commander Zhong arrived and saw Zheng Yiwu had cracked the factory's surveillance system, his expression darkened considerably. It was as if the base's information lay bare before them. With a mere flick of his fingers, Zheng Yiwu could know everything the base had done. Yet he was utterly powerless. Confirmed. Half an hour ago 2 soldiers were found stripped of their uniforms outside factory No. 2, 1 dead, 1 severely wounded. Among those who took Comrade Bai, 1 is my soldier, the others are the most troublesome refugees. They've been quiet lately. I thought they'd seen reason, but they are still incorrigible. Yu Yang's expression remained unchanged, but his unfathomably dark eyes seemed to brew a storm. As you can see, Bai Xiaobei from my team has been taken by them. May I ask to let Zheng Yiwu access the internal surveillance for investigation? Zheng Yiwu, Battalion Commander Zhong, rest assured I know the rules. I haven't touched anything except the factory surveillance. I'm waiting for you to grant access. This? Yu Yang was indeed going to investigate. Given his military rank, Zhong could only comply. But if they saw. If Yu Yang let it go, it would be fine, but if he pursued it, the entire base would be in deep trouble. We still don't know their intentions, nor can we be sure Comrade Bai Xiaobei is with them. Perhaps I could first send men to search within the base. Comrade Bai seems like a sensible lad, he might just be wandering somewhere. Tai Youqian shot up, a knife at his throat, and you call it wandering? Would you be in the mood to stroll if you were taken? If we delay rescuing him? You're hiding things and refusing to investigate. I bet you've captured him for human experiments or to feed the zombies. Cough. Young man, don't speak recklessly. Battalion Commander Zhong choked on his spit, coughing uncontrollably. Battalion Commander Zhong, please understand, we're all worried about the missing person. Our Xiaobei is timid and well-behaved, never causing trouble. If he hasn't returned now, he's definitely in trouble. If you won't help, we'll have to turn the shelter upside down myself. And how I do that won't be up to you. Yu Yang's tone was as calm as if discussing lunch, not even the curve of his lips changing. The only hint of emotion was in his deep, unwavering voice, and his eyes dark as an abyss. It was like the calm before a storm, seemingly serene yet harboring a colossal tsunami. It made Battalion Commander Zhong wipe the imaginary cold sweat from his brow, secretly wondering if the delicate-looking Comrade Bai Xiaobei was some important figure. Otherwise, why would the special forces from the North City be so tense? Yes, he'll have someone hand over system access right away. Yu Yang's meaning was clear, either Zhong provided access or they would bypass him. For now, compliance was the best choice. No need to connect, I'm already in, Zheng Yiwu said. Soon he spotted Bai Xiaobei's trail at the western square. Based on the simulated trajectory, they should have taken these routes. No surveillance covers those areas. On the monitor, Bai Xiaobei struggled desperately until one of them twisted his wrist and struck him several times on the head, finally subduing him. Battalion Commander Zhong said, I can't even see who's tied up. Are you sure it's your man? Captain, I found a white rabbit candy on the ground at the square. Zhu Sheng's voice came through the walkie-talkie. White rabbit candy. Yu Yang had no time to dwell on Bai Xiaobei deceiving him about having only one candy when he'd actually hidden some. He simply thought how clever, using the candy to show them where the kidnappers had taken him. In a cold voice, he ordered the fastest runners Lama and Li Jiayuan to search along the simulated trajectory, looking for traces of the group's departure and for more white rabbit candies. Tai Youqian trembled with rage. Why grab Xiaobei? He's useless. Jin Fatsai kicked the table in anger. Brother Bai is not useless, he cooks and his food is damn delicious. In his eyes, those who dared kidnap their team's precious chef were already dead men. Soon Li Jiayuan reported back. We found a damaged section of barbed wire fence. Outside are fresh tire tracks and messy footprints, plus another white rabbit candy. Bai Xiaobei was likely taken out of the base with the vehicle heading toward the city. Should we search along the route? Come back first, Yu Yang asked Battalion Commander Zhong. Battalion Commander, what's in the city? Do you really not know why they left or why they kidnapped Bai Xiaobei? The city is full of the undead. People only flee from it, never enter. Even our search parties go in prepared for death. Their families are gone too, they have no reason to go die. Captain Yu, I truly know nothing. Cold sweat poured down Battalion Commander Zhong's forehead. He feared Yu Yang would dig deeper. Bai Xiaobei's death was a minor matter, but if the base's secret came to light, he would have to take his own life to atone. By the way, have you found that Professor Xia? Yu Yang paused, his grip on the gun loosening slightly. He admitted that for a moment, no, from the moment he heard Bai Xiaobei was missing, he had forgotten about finding Professor Xia. At the first moment back at the base, he should have asked about Professor Xia, not Bai Xiaobei. No, he's not here. Should we report to North City? Zheng Yiwu said. Yu Yang looked up at Zheng Yiwu. Report to North City that Professor Xia's whereabouts are unknown. We await further instructions. Zheng Yiwu reminded him, at North City speed orders will arrive in half an hour. Tai Youqian was stunned. What do you mean by that? Did it mean that in half an hour when the orders came and they got a new mission they would abandon Bai Xiaobei? Zheng Yiwu said, why are you so angry? Bai Xiaobei's fate isn't up to us. We were just bringing you back as a side task from the start. Meng Yusong, who had been silent, said, Teacher Zheng, that's rather cruel. He hadn't joined Yu Yang to bring back the villagers, instead he had found a place to sharpen the katana head brought from Bai Xiaobei's home. He held the katana with a white handle and a long blade, intending to show Bai Xiaobei how it could now cut through iron like mud. But now had lost the chance. Zheng Yiwen stated, I'm merely stating facts. A soldier's principle is to obey orders. If the directive is to rescue Bai Xiaobei, then the captain will surely execute the order. Tai Youqian stepped before Yu Yang, gazing up at him without a trace of fear. Yu Yang, I'll ask you just once, will you help or not? Zhu Sheng returned, pressing a hand on Tai Youqian's shoulder. Feeling the trembling beneath his palm, he pressed his lips together and offered a stiff consolation, calm down. Tai Youqian growled in a low voice, how can I calm down? Xiaobei is in trouble. Meng Yusong said with a smirk, Captain Yu's time is precious, he follows orders from above and doesn't help just anyone. The prospect of not having to retrieve someone seemed to lift his spirits, so he offered a bit more insight. Whoever took Bai Xiaobei either intends to use him as a hostage or a shield. I lean toward the latter. In the apocalypse, using someone as a shield is the smartest move. Old Meng, don't be so grim. Bei may not be a comrade, but he's still a friend, Jin Fatsai muttered, calling him a freak, then probed, Yang Ji, are we really not going to do anything? Just then a message arrived from Beicheng. Zheng Yiwen announced, higher-ups have ordered us to abandon the search for Professor Xia and head to Shuzhong to protect a political figure. The helicopter arrives in 2 hours. Captain, time is tight. Tai Youqian stood alone, abandoned. These soldiers, despite their brief bond, were insignificant before the weight of command. Yu Yang, if you truly refuse to save Xiaobei for the sake of your mission, then I've misjudged you. His words were harsh, but his voice had softened, carrying a hint of pleading. Yu Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaobei's silhouette on the computer screen. Then he shifted his eyes to the small note beside it. The person who wrote it had no contribution or use to the nation. Reporting it to Beijing would almost certainly result in an order for their immediate return, 100% certainty. But he was a man of results. This was his first mission failure, yet he felt neither the expected resentment nor anger. All he could think was that a man nearing 30 wrote like a high schooler, crooked and utterly unappealing. Tai Youqian gritted his teeth, if you won't go, I'll find him myself. Do you know how many zombies are out there? I don't even know if Bai Xiaobei is dead or alive. Get out of my way. Don't waste my time. He pushed Zhu Sheng aside. Zhu Sheng frowned, I know you're anxious, but rushing out recklessly won't save him. You might end up trapped too. Then what do we do? Bai Xiaobei. He's so timid. How scared must he be right now? Tai Youqian's eyes were red and tears welling but refusing to fall. I swore I'd protect him. I know you have your concerns and I won't fault you for leaving. But we were comrades for a few days at least. Is it too much to ask for a gun? Zhu Sheng's deep eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Yu Yang, Captain, are we really not going to save him? Guo Xiaoguo added, Captain Xiaobei is a good person. There might still be a chance. Lamu called out in frustration, Captain. Zhu Sheng, seeing Yu Yang's silence, assumed he was set on the mission. Impulsively he said, Captain, I request. Your request isn't excessive, Yu Yang interrupted Zhu Sheng, unslinging his own submachine gun and handing it to Tai Youqian. He then pulled 2 magazines from his pocket. Is this enough? Tai Youqian wiped his face with his arm and reached out. But Zhu Sheng stepped in, gripping Yu Yang's hand, holding the magazines. Captain, are you really not going to care? Yu Yang countered, if I say no, will you disobey orders and follow him? Zhu Sheng's grip slackened and he lowered his head. Tai Youqian took the magazines but was yanked back by the collar before he could take 2 steps. What are you doing? Did I say I wouldn't help? What's the rush? You could at least wait for me if not my deputy. Look how anxious he is, Yu Yang said, a familiar roguish grin returning to his lips. I won't disobey orders, Jushin denied. Oh, cut it out, Yu Yang punched him lightly on the chest and turned serious to the group. I can't bear to lose comrade Bai Xiaobei either. Well, search for him, but this isn't an order. Each of you decides whether to stay or go. Meet outside the tent in 10 minutes. Battalion Commander Zhong, I need to discuss something with you. Let's step outside. After Yu Yang left, Tai Youqian was still stunned. Did Yu Yang mean he would help? He grabbed Jusheng's hand excitedly. He's going to help me. Jusheng nodded firmly, yes. Well, bring Bai Xiaobei back. Before departure, Zheng Yuan injected the rescue team with a drug. It was harmful to the human body, causing dizziness, vomiting, or even death. Yu Yang and Jusheng showed little reaction, but Jin Fazai howled in agony the moment the needle went in. Isn't there a gentler way? This hurts too much. No, this is the only method to temporarily block the central monitoring system. Otherwise Beicheng would track your movements and you'd be in deep trouble. This drug was developed to suppress riots. Don't move or you'll need another dose, and then you might not even be able to scream. Jin Fazai gritted his teeth and endured. Tai Youqian was unaware of this layer. It was his first time hearing that they carried a locator inside them, constantly monitored, ready to trigger a warning at the slightest misstep. They were soldiers, yet they felt like chained savage dogs. Tai Youqian said, thank you. If there's anything I can do, I'll repay you, even if it means slaving away for life. The group looked at him. No need to thank us. Jin Fazai waved a hand, his groaning subsiding slightly. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Lamu said, sing. Tai Youqian asked, what? Guo Xiaogui explained, he wants you to sing for him. Tai Youqian chuckled softly, all right, he'll sing for you later. The group was stunned. It was the first time they'd seen him smile. He was strikingly beautiful with an androgynous allure. Despite his disheveled hair and dusty clothes, his noble and aloof aura remained undeniable. Jin Fazai remarked, now I get why rich bro with that temper could stay a star for so long. Tai Youqian. Was that a compliment or an insult? Watching Jin Fazai writhe as if being sliced, Tai Youqian suspected he hadn't received the same injection as Jusheng and Yu Yang. But Zheng Yuan had only used one yellow glass syringe. Doesn't it hurt? It's killing me. I wasn't talking to you. Jusheng, who had just lowered his head, looked up and met Tai Youqian's gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, his ears turning an unmistakable red. It's bearable. To prevent the northern city from discovering the issue, Zheng Yuan would stay at the shelter and find ways to stall for time. Battalion Commander Zhong said, Captain Yu, I hope you can successfully find Comrade Bai Xiaobei and smoothly retrieve the guns and armored car they had extorted from him. Zheng Yuan withdrew his hand that had been in his pocket, revealing a small device lying in his palm. Once the signal is blocked, I won't be able to locate you. This is an ordinary positioning communicator, the signal is decent. Don't break it. Also come back quickly. The people in the northern city aren't fools. Yu Yang took it and said, thanks. Everyone watched them as they headed toward the city. Back in the tent, Zheng Yuan sat in front of the computer and said abruptly, why didn't you go? Meng Yusong replied, why should I? You begged me to help you block the system before, but now that you have the chance, you don't want it. Could it be that seeing their reaction made you afraid of the pain? Meng Yusong said, say whatever you want. Zheng Yuan sneered, how ridiculous. You clearly enjoy making others suffer. That boy just now. Before he could finish, a large hand grabbed his hair and yanked his head back. To keep his scalp from being torn off, he had to stretch his neck backward, his brows furrowing in pain. Watch your words, Meng Yusong said, leaning close to his neck. He ran another hand over Zheng Yuan's pale skin, pressing his nails into the flesh until a red welt rose. I can kill him now, but if you keep talking nonsense, I won't hesitate to make you feel some pain. The warm breath fell on Zheng Yuan's neck, yet he felt a chill run through his entire body. Bai Xiaobei survived. When the sticky red drool dripped onto his face when he thought he would die in the jaws of the Black Fang zombie, Cao Zi grabbed his arm, dragged him out of the zombie horde, picked him up and ran. His heart, which had been in his throat, only settled back into place after they rushed into a convenience store, the rolling door crashing to the ground and the zombies pounding against it with creaks and clatters. Bai Xiaobei gasped for air like a drowning man, but the stench of rotting flesh in the air made him retch uncontrollably. Brother Bai, are you okay? Bai Xiaobei slowly shook his head and struggled to his feet. Brother Wang said, there are more zombies than I thought. It's a shame about those two. We won't be able to get out for a while. Let's split up to look for exits and supplies. The shelves had long been stripped clean of anything useful. Bai Xiaobei thought the rotting smell in the air came from the freezer, which had lost power, and thawed the frozen meat. but when he approached the freezer his face turned pale and his stomach churned. He spun around and vomited next to a shelf. He had only eaten a piece of compressed biscuit, so his stomach was empty and he only brought up some yellow bile. Brother Bai, what did you see that scared you so much? Cao Zi ran over to look, but Bai Xiaobei quickly grabbed him. Don't. Cao Zi's face also turned pale. Lying by the freezer was a person, or rather it could no longer be called a person, not even a corpse. His clothes were tattered, writhing with white maggots and unknown black long worms. His head had been gnawed to the bone with only one eye staring blankly ahead, hollow and eerie. His mouth was wide open, strips of flesh hanging from his jaw, and half of his body was grotesquely swollen as if injected with water. The remaining intact skin showed an eerie black-green hue. Beside him lay several empty cans and a green plastic bottle with liquid still inside. Cao Zi turned away after one glance. I've never seen anything like this even in movies. It's too cruel. For humans, being caught in this catastrophe was itself a cruel thing, Bai Xiaobei thought. He wondered how he would die, whether he would also perish in fear and hunger like this person. On the shelf in the household section lay a lonely floral bedsheet priced at 69 yuan. Bai Xiaobei covered the unrecognizable corpse with it. The body, still wearing AJ sneakers, seemed to be only in his 20s. He might have liked this festive red floral pattern. Brother Liu walked over and said, he poisoned himself. Choosing to die like this is what he deserved. Why waste a cloth? Take this and eat. He didn't choose not to live, he just couldn't survive. Between being killed by zombies and taking his own life, he had simply chosen the latter. Bai Xiaobei wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Thanks, Brother Liu. He took the crushed biscuit pack Liu handed him, tore it open and forced himself to eat despite the nausea. Brother Liu said, since we're out here, let's try to live a few more days. The ordinary rolling door had already been dented inward by the zombies outside, the creaking growing louder. Breaking through from the front seemed impossible. If they couldn't find another way out, they would be trapped here like the dead body on the floor. The five of them were at a loss. Come over here, Brother Wang called from the back room. The convenience store's bathroom had a ventilation window that led to a narrow alley behind. Brother Wang smashed it open and tried to squeeze out, but his muscular shoulders were 5 or 6 centimeters wider than the window, making it impossible. His gaze fell on the thinnest of the group, Bai Xiaobei. There aren't many zombies outside. You go through. Bai Xiaobei stuck his head out to test it, but his shoulders were also stuck. I can't get out either. He tried to pull back, but Brother Wang suddenly pushed his shoulders outward. Ouch. Ouch. Bai Xiaobei cried out. This was too brutal. He didn't have the skill of bone shrinking. Stop pressing on his flesh. Cao Zi couldn't bear to watch and tried to pull the screaming Bai Xiaobei down, but Brother Wang was relentless. He forced Bai Xiaobei's shoulders through, lifted his legs and tossed him out. Bai Xiaobei felt as if the flesh on his shoulders had been scraped off by the window frame. He was thrown from the 2-meter-high window and landed on the ground, unable to tell if his shoulders, waist or buttocks hurt more, a searing pain. He could now fully understand how Tai Youqian felt when Yu Yang threw him over the wall. Go around to the front and find a way to lure the zombies away. Well, break out from the front. Bai Xiaobei clicked his tongue, slowly raised his hand and flipped the bird at the window. He wasn't going to do that. He would escape, go back to cling to his powerful patron and leave these people, neither good nor particularly bad, to fend for themselves. Cao Zi said, Brother Bai, move aside. I'll throw you the baseball bat. Bai Xiaobei shifted to the side and the bat fell from above, landing right beside him. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand, wondering if this bat could get him back to the shelter. Brother Bai, why aren't you saying anything? Did you get hurt from the fall? No? That's good. You're our only hope now. I believe you can get us out of here. Bai Xiaobei thought, forget it. Cao Zi is still in there. You'll see this through and help them out. The alley was narrow and long, stretching endlessly out of sight. Bai Xiaobei warned, I don't know how long it'll take to circle around to the front. You all just hold on as best you can. After what felt like an eternity, Cao Zi was nearly dozing off from the weight. Outside, the zombies still pounded against the door with relentless energy, showing no sign of shifting their target. Finally, the rolling shutter door crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, unable to bear the strain any longer. The deafening noise startled everyone. They shoved the shelves outward to block the zombies' advance, but there were far too many. Some were crushed beneath the shelves while others climbed over them, their eyes fixed greedily on the fresh meat before them, drooling uncontrollably. Brother Wang's bullets were nearly spent. With no retreat left, they were forced back into the bathroom and bolted the door. Damn it, that kid didn't run off, did he? Cao Zi said, no way, Bai wouldn't abandon us. Maybe he ran into trouble. Trouble? Could it be worse than what we're facing here? Damn it, I should have shot him when I had the chance. Would have saved us all this mess, jinx. Cao Zi wanted to defend Bai Xiaobei, but the zombies pounding on the door cut off his thoughts. His eyes gradually filled with fear. Was this really where they would die today? 15 minutes earlier, Bai Xiaobei rubbed his sore backside, surveying the length of the alley in both directions. He chose the side that seemed shorter. Just as he neared the exit, a zombie wandered past the mouth of the alley. The flashlight beam fell upon the zombie's face. It wore a dress, its form gaunt and withered, one hand clutching a thin child's leg. It was the mother and child who had been attacked by zombies earlier. Bai Xiaobei froze, stepping back cautiously. Zombies didn't react to light, he reminded himself silently. She can't see me, she can't see me. But as luck would have it, the female zombie halted at the alley's entrance. After a few seconds, her head turned slowly but firmly to the left, her gaze locking onto Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei didn't hesitate, he bolted back the way he came. The female zombie shrieked and gave chase, but being female and only recently infected, she wasn't fast. The virus hadn't fully taken over her mind and she stumbled and fell after just a few steps. Bai Xiaobei dared not stop or look back. The female zombie scrambled to her feet only to trip over her own feet again. Her cries attracted other zombies. Several grotesque figures charged into the alley, trampling over her without a shred of teamwork, pursuing him relentlessly. Bai Xiaobei sprinted like he was running a 100-meter dash, holding his breath and charging forward. Fortunately, there were no zombies lying in wait outside. Two paths lay before him, one led left to an unknown destination, the other curved right, winding around a few corners to where Cao Zi and the others were trapped. With pursuers behind and potential danger ahead, he had no idea what the situation was like in front of the convenience store. How could he divert the zombies' attention while keeping himself safe? A massive horde of zombies had gathered there. Bai Xiaobei thought about going left, figuring out a plan before engaging. Avoiding harm seemed wise. Cao Zi and the others should be able to hold out until then. But for some reason his legs disobeyed, turning right instead. He mentally berated himself for wanting to help despite his lack of skill and worried he'd end up like a sandwich crushed between two waves of zombies. At that moment, Bai Xiaobei felt like a warrior marching to his death. Though his heart pounded with panic and his face twisted in terror, his steps remained steadfast as he ran forward. Suddenly a pair of hands shot out and yanked him away. We've entered the city limits, Captain. Where should we search first? Yu Yang had the entire city map spread before him. Honestly, he had no idea where those people would have gone, but it was likely either to find someone or scavenge for food. If we stick to the main roads, we'll be too conspicuous, a dinner bell for the zombies. Battalion Commander Zhong gave us a route they'd cleared before. We'll take it and see where it leads. Before setting out, Yu Yang finally realized what was off about the surveillance footage. The soldier in the footage was the same one who had lifted the tent flap when they met Battalion Commander Zhong. That man knew Bai Xiaobei, which might explain why Bai Xiaobei was kidnapped. Moreover, Commander Zhong had been evasive, clearly hiding something. Head specifically reminded Zheng Yiwen, who had hacked into the surveillance system to go all the way and cross-reference every recording from the past month. Let's see how long Commander Zhong can keep his secrets hidden. The vehicle hadn't gone far before it was blocked by a chaotic mess of parked cars. Everyone got out and continued on foot. Tai Youqian urged, maybe we should split up to cover more ground. Yu Yang refused, there are too many hiding spots here. A single misstep and we'll be ambushed by zombies. Splitting up would be like throwing mice into a snake pit. Tai Youqian didn't argue further. He had no combat experience and Yu Yang was right, but his desperation to find Bai Xiaobei made him wish the next corner would bring him running out. Wait, I hear something. Yu Yang stopped the group. Jusheng, what's up ahead? Jusheng hopped onto a car roof, set up his sniper rifle and peered through the night scope. A massive horde up ahead. Can't count them all. If we go further, we'll alert them. Yu Yang had memorized the map by heart. There's a small alley behind us. Well, loop around, he said, leading the team into a side path. This route had few zombies and they dealt with them easily. Along the way they passed a female zombie that looked like it had been trampled. Its upper body seemed broken, forcing it to crawl forward on the ground. Yu Yang didn't waste a bullet, he stepped over it and the others followed suit. There's someone there. Jin Fatsai suddenly shouted. It was obvious to anyone, a faint light flickered from a small window in the wall. Ram climbed up like a monkey, grabbing the bars and peered inside. Where's Brother Xiaobei? Cao Zi, lost in thoughts of impending doom, looked up to see a child clinging to the window staring in. Surrounded by zombies, the sight was surreal. Cao Zi froze. Ram repeated, where did you put Brother Xiaobei? Cao Zi snapped back, he. Brother Liu interrupted, the place is swarming with zombies. Get us out and we'll tell you where he is. Cao Zi frowned, Brother Liu Bei is. Brother Wang slapped him on the back of the head. Kid, just get us out and we'll take you straight to him. Ram hated making decisions. He turned to Yu Yang, who was leaning against the wall listening intently. These people had no way out, they needed their help to survive. But only if Bai Xiaobei was still alive. If they were lying, there was no point in saving them. Zhu Sheng asked, Captain, should we break through directly or use a bait tactic? His words gave Yu Yang pause. Yes, he was a soldier. A soldier's duty was to save lives, he shouldn't hesitate. But in that instant he found himself thinking that if Bai Xiaobei was dead, those inside didn't deserve to live either. Bai Xiaobei, where the hell are you? Yu Yang instructed the smallest ram to act as bait, leading the horde of zombies into the alley, and then he would wait until the right moment to crawl through the vent. Cao Zi watched as Yu Yang kicked open the bathroom door, his imposing aura making Cao Zi's heart quiver. Liu Ji and Wang Dage exchanged glances and immediately turned to flee. The person coming to rescue them was dressed in an expensive L-brand hoodie, but judging by their build and the gun they held, it was clear they were a soldier. Yu Yang coldly grabbed one man's collar and slammed him violently against the wall. I will ask one last time, where is Bai Xiaobei? The man named Wang struggled to catch his breath after being slammed, unable to respond immediately. He slowly slid down to the ground, starting to cough violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and cracks visible in the tiles behind him, leaving one to wonder just how much strength Yu Yang had used. Liu Ji, who had run out, was also blocked by Zhu Sheng and others. Cao Zi quickly said, Bai Ji went out through the vent earlier. He said he would come back to rescue us, but we haven't seen him since. This group claims to be soldiers, yet they came in and immediately drew blood. It's not an exaggeration to call them thugs. To ask someone being held hostage to come rescue them is quite audacious. Yu Yang, do you know him? Yes, in his hotel manager. Yu Yang replied calmly, then you really are ungrateful. Cao Zi opened his mouth, unsure how to defend himself. Tai Youqian squeezed in, anxiously asking which direction did he go and when. Cao Zi replied he went right down the alley. It's been about half an hour. Wang finally regained his composure and harshly said if he hasn't returned by now, he has either run away or is dead. Yu Yang stepped forward, causing Wang to tremble and lean against the wall. If anything happens to him, I won't bring you back to Lieutenant Zhong. I will let you all die here. Do you understand? His tone showed little fluctuation, yet each word pressed down on the others, making it hard for them to breathe, for no one doubted the truth of his words. Yu Yang walked past Tai Youqian, who looked up at him and saw his shadowed expression, the anger in his eyes barely concealed. Yu Yang only showed a playful side in relaxed situations. No one had ever witnessed his anger. His current demeanor was a stark manifestation of his extreme emotions. He had previously thought Yu Yang was unwilling to seek out Bai Xiaobei, solely focused on completing his mission, a cold-blooded individual. Now he realized he had completely misjudged him. He was anxious to find Bai Xiaobei. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobei was suddenly dragged into a shop by a hand covering his mouth. The person shut the glass door behind him and gestured for silence, don't make a sound. Then they dragged him upstairs. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered at the tip of Bai Xiaobei's nose. His first reaction was that the person must be a doctor, but the next moment he wondered how even in an apocalyptic world a doctor could still smell of disinfectant. Moreover, how could a powerless doctor survive in a city swarming with zombies? The sense of security he had felt instantly turned into panic. Bai Xiaobei stiffened and leaned back, unwillingly resisting going upstairs. Although the person was taller than him, his weight was not insignificant. After several attempts to pull him up, the person had to give up. Dr. Xia, can I shoot now? A childish voice came from upstairs. The person covering his mouth responded affirmatively, startling Bai Xiaobei with the sudden voice of a child, causing him to lose his strength and be pushed to the stairs, where he saw a cleanly dressed child standing by the window using a slingshot to shoot at the zombies. With a child present, Bai Xiaobei felt slightly less repulsed by the disinfectant smell, mentally excluding the option of labeling them as man-eaters. Seeing that Bai Xiaobei was less agitated, the person released their grip on his mouth. I saved your life. Bai Xiaobei asked, what is he shooting at? They both spoke at the same time, with the person answering Bai Xiaobei's question first. Chunks of meat. Bai Xiaobei was taken aback. Who would let their child play with meat chunks? It can't be human flesh, right? The man with a refined appearance and an unsettling pale face, dark circles under his eyes, looked at Bai Xiaobei with a flicker of curiosity. How did you figure that out? Bai Xiaobei responded, what do you mean by that? Could it really be human flesh? The man raised an eyebrow, casually stating, they are already dead. If I borrow a piece of meat, they won't even feel the pain. This isn't about feeling pain, this is about them playing with human flesh. Even if the world has fallen, their degradation is happening far too quickly. Bai Xiaobei awkwardly stepped back a few paces. Thank you for saving me, I need to go find my companions now. The man seemed unwilling to let him go. I saved you, aren't you going to repay me? Bai Xiaobei thought so, he has ulterior motives. What do you want me to do? He didn't feel scared of the man in the white shirt and jeans regarding his strength, especially since he still had a baseball bat. I noticed you run fast, I need some medicine. There's a pharmacy after turning left on the next street, go get it for me. Bai Xiaobei's running speed had been developed over the past 2 weeks, but he was not particularly fast. This person was clearly deceiving him. You want me to go deliver myself to death, right? The man remained silent, effectively agreeing. Bai Xiaobei frowned. My life is quite valuable too, I appreciate your help, but I'm leaving now. Is your team nearby? The man also seemed skeptical that Bai Xiaobei could wander around the city alone. A hint of melancholy flashed in Bai Xiaobei's eyes. His team was at the shelter and he was merely a pitiful child who had been taken hostage. Feeling despondent, he asked flatly, "What do you want?" The man did not answer his question but said, "My name is Yuan. I'm a doctor and I hope we can be friends. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere but I can't recall right now. I'm Bai Xiaobei. I can help you get back to your team." "Where is your team now and how many people are there?" Yuan said. Bai Xiaobei was taken aback. He could say more, fearing others wouldn't realize his ulterior motives. He didn't want to be a scapegoat but rather wanted his entire team to be the scapegoat. The vigilant child eyeing Bai Xiaobei said, "Brother Yuan, aren't we going back?" Yuan patted the child's head. "We will, but I need to get the medicine first." Bai Xiaobei suddenly recalled where he had heard that name. Brother Yuan. Yuan was taken aback. Although he had said he wanted to be friends, this person was far too familiar, calling him brother excitedly. "Just call me by my full name." Bai Xiaobei continued, "Actually, do you know Cao Zi? He's the one who called you brother Yuan. Little Cao." Yes, that's him. He mentioned you, saying you're the first person to resist the shelter." The child asked, "Brother Yuan, who is Little Cao?" "An acquaintance." Yuan's eyes showed no joy upon hearing the name of an old friend, only disappointment in Bai Xiaobei's team's capabilities. "Aren't you leaving?" "Hurry up, I can't fit one more person here." Bai Xiaobei was taken aback. This attitude had indeed made a 180 turn. Perhaps everyone has a rebellious streak. When urged to leave, Bai Xiaobei decided he didn't want to go. He said, "Where are you from? Is it just you and a child?" "From not far away. There were 2 others with us, they are dead now. Half of their bodies were eaten by zombies and I chopped the other half into pieces." As he spoke, Yuan seemed almost wistful. "If I had been quicker with the knife I could have cut even more meat." Bai Xiaobei's face turned green at his calm description of dismemberment. "There's no need for such detail." "Wasn't it you who asked?" Yuan patted his bag. "Blame the zombies for being picky, they only eat the flesh of the living, not the infected. Want to see some?" Afraid that Yuan might casually pull out intestines or kidneys and invite him to admire them, Bai Xiaobei quickly waved his hand and retreated to the window, standing beside the child. Yuan pulled 2 scalpels from his pocket and began dissecting as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Driven by curiosity, Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but glance back. Yuan's blade fell with seamless precision like slicing pork. But the moment he remembered that the flesh was structurally identical to his own, nausea overwhelmed him. The child poked his head out the window and looked downstairs. "Brother Yuan, they're gathering again." Yuan handed him the cut meat. The child pulled back a slingshot and launched a chunk far into the distance. The zombies, catching the scent, swarmed toward it. The glass door was far from sturdy. Their ability to hide here largely depended on luring the zombies away with chunks of meat. Disgusting as it was, the strategy was undeniably effective. As long as the zombies' attention was elsewhere after eating the meat, they would be drawn away by other sounds. "You're an excellent shot." The child complimented himself. "I'm even better than the adults." Bai Xiaobei thought he reminded him of Yu Yang, the same narcissism. Yes, you're amazing." "So what's the amazing little one's name?" The child puffed up with pride, lifting his chin. "Xiaoming." "Bai Xiaobei." That name was almost too ordinary. "What a wonderful name. It suits you perfectly." That was what he thought, but praise was still necessary. Xiaoming happily drew back his slingshot. "Tell me where to shoot and I'll hit it." Bai Xiaobei pointed at a tree across the street that had been snapped by zombies. Xiaoming aimed for 2 seconds and let loose. He hit it dead on. The child was such a sharpshooter, yet Bai Xiaobei hadn't killed a single zombie. His record was 0. How pathetic. A wave of sorrow washed over him and he sighed. "What's wrong?" Bai Xiaobei ruffled the child's hair. "I was just wondering if my teammates will come to rescue me." "Aren't you going to find them?" Bai Xiaobei didn't feel as guarded around the child. In fact, he liked kids. His relatives' children always loved playing with him, provided they didn't destroy his figurines and manga. "I wasn't talking about them." The child looked at him, puzzled. "Let me put it this way, these people aren't my companions." "They are." Bai Xiaobei instinctively glanced at Yuan, who had his back to him, rummaging through a black duffel bag by the wall. Probably cutting more meat again. He really loved cutting. Wait, he cut meat, even the flesh of his own companions. So, wouldn't it be only natural for him to cut Bai Xiaobei too? What was he thinking, letting his guard down like that? You can't judge a book by its cover. Now that he looked closely, Yuan had a rather sinister appearance. And why had he left his baseball bat at the top of the stairs? Wasn't this like walking right into the tiger's den? Xiaoming watched Bai Xiaobei whip his head around, his expression shifting dramatically as he stared straight ahead with a grim face. What's wrong with you now? This adult was too fickle and no fun at all. Brother Qingyuan was much better, decisive and efficient. He liked Brother Qingyuan the most. Nothing, Bai Xiaobei stammered, a cold sweat prickling his back. My companions are very strong. They'll definitely come to save me. Xiaoming, her. Xia Qingyuan, who had been listening to Bai Xiaobei all along. His topic shifts were certainly rapid. Bai Xiaobei felt he might have tipped his hand. Xia Qingyuan was looking right at him. I was taken hostage, dragged here from the shelter. When my companions find out, they'll definitely come to rescue me. Yes, they will. They're incredibly powerful, practically invincible in the North City. Bai Xiaobei's goal was simple: to bluff by borrowing the might of his teammates, using their strength as a deterrent. North City, Xia Qingyuan's eyes grew vacant as if lost in some memory. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. Bai Xiaobei was puzzled. A long time. He didn't look over 30, how long could a long time be? The next moment a flicker of emotion he couldn't read passed through Xia Qingyuan's eyes, making him seem almost fragile. Clatter clatter. Suddenly the sound of shattering glass came from downstairs. Damn it! Xiaoming shouted. Thief broken through the door. Snapping back to reality, Xia Qingyuan immediately zipped up the duffel bag and slung it over his back. Rushed to the window and looked down. Bai Xiaobei quickly said, we can't go downstairs. What do we do? Jump from the window. Xia Qingyuan, there's a mattress in the break room. Bai Xiaobei swallowed hard. He didn't have time to ask if they were really going to jump from the second floor. Frantically he helped drag the mattress out. They're coming up. Xiaoming ran back from the stairwell clutching a baseball bat. He was just a child, and facing the zombies up close he was so scared he was almost in tears. Bai Xiaobei rushed over and took the bat. Imagining the feel of swinging a golf club, he brought the bat down on the head of the first zombie that crawled up. The long nails on the bat embedded deep into the zombie's skull. Bai Xiaobei yanked hard and the zombie toppled stiffly to the ground. If the timing weren't so dire, he would have twirled the bat in celebration of his first kill. Another zombie approached. Bai Xiaobei swung upward in a backhand strike. The nails pierced half of the zombie's face, leaving countless bloody holes. Bai Xiaobei tried to pull the bat free, but the zombie raised its hand and clamped onto the end of the bat, unfeeling even as the nails tore through its flesh. Come here quick. Xia Qingyuan had already adjusted the mattress angle. He knelt on his left knee on the mattress, both hands gripping the window frame, with Xiaoming crouched in front of him. Bai Xiaobei abandoned the bat and sprinted backward. Just as he neared the window, he accidentally stepped on a stray piece of meat scattered on the floor, slipped and sent the mattress, along with the people on it, tumbling out of the window. At that moment Bai Xiaobei thought, it's over. They'll survive on the mattress, but I didn't even touch its edge. I'm done for. Meanwhile Yu Yang and his group, heading in the direction Cao Zi had pointed, crossed 3 intersections. Spotting a horde of zombies ahead, they were about to take a detour. Suddenly a white rectangular object appeared in midair. And with it came the sound of a living person screaming in terror, their voice cracking 3 times. The rectangular object landed, crushing the zombies beneath it. The person who had screamed scrambled to his feet, cowering behind the child. Through the dense writhing mass of zombies, Yu Yang immediately spotted the one he had thought lost. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1, 2012, a moment etched deeply into Yu Yang's memory. In the laboratory, a girl suddenly rose while watching television, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Yu Yang still recalls that scene vividly, the girl lying on the floor, her blood pooling around her, mirroring the woman enveloped by red blossoms in the ending theme playing on the TV. The television had not been there originally. The girl had insisted upon it after overhearing a researcher discussing a popular drama throwing a tantrum until the lab installed it, claiming it was to keep them from boredom. Yet in truth only the girl 5 years their senior had the right to use it. The other 7 children did not, yet none found it unfair, for she was kind to them all. The girl was called number 6, Yu Yang was once 0. Their names followed a numerical sequence, yet he never saw a number 3, 8 or 16. Later he noticed some children vanishing and newcomers arriving, realizing their disappearance meant death, while the numbers continued to count on. The television played every day without interruption. 0 initially disliked it, preferring to play chess with others, draw or observe the small fish in the tank. But unable to resist the others' curiosity and discussions about the shows, he fetched a small stool and joined them. The content was varied cartoons, historical dramas, romance films. 0 became captivated, for it was all so novel. His favorite were cartoons, yet number 6 always pestered the researchers to play incomprehensible love stories, leaving him without a single cartoon for a long time. He disliked shows with people. First, he could not understand them, and second, he could not grasp their actions. The characters on TV all had names. They had code names. Initially everyone clamored to choose names, but after much deliberation, constrained by their limited education, they found numbers easier to use and abandoned the idea. Zero, however, had no desire to change his name, for he cherished it. When the teacher spoke his name, her expression was beautiful and her voice melodious. Zero was not the youngest among the children, in fact he was the second oldest at 10, yet he did not react as strongly to the TV content as the 15-year-old number 6 did. He did not understand why humans harbored such intense emotions, joy or sorrow, that left them disheveled, nor why number 6 would wipe her tears when characters on screen wept. Moreover, number 6 looked so ugly when she cried. On the day she died, Zero thought she had cried herself to death from overwhelming sorrow, for the TV was playing a tragic love story. A few days later the other children perished in the same manner. As each one disappeared, Zero dared not even watch cartoons. Though he did not know what death felt like, he did not want to die. Researcher number 2765 had said that death meant nothingness, no perception, no sight, and he wanted to see the teacher again. Within a month over 30 children had died, leaving only 3, including Zero. One was a frail child who spent his days in the medical room, likely nearing his end, and another was a 1-year-old who could not yet walk. The entire laboratory was on high alert. Researchers came and went in waves. Zero was grateful that the teacher remained. With fewer people he had to play chess against himself. Though he had never been particularly close to the other children and felt little emotion about it, he found the sudden silence of the once bustling lab somewhat unsettling. The quiet bored him. Every night before sleep he hoped the researchers would bring back more children the next day. Every day they had lessons on understanding their own bodies. Today was Zero's least favorite pain perception. He dawdled for a long time, only reluctantly following the researcher out of the lab after the third call. He reached out to tug at the researcher's sleeve to stop her. Slap. The researcher turned, her smile vanishing in half a second, replaced by that familiar wrinkled expression everyone always wore toward him. Zero withdrew his hand. The researcher had struck quite hard. He felt the pain, though he was more tolerant of it than the other children. The teacher also liked him best. Seeming to realize her rudeness, the researcher tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stammered, "What is it?" This was a new researcher. Zero did not yet know her name. "When will the new children come?" "I don't know." "Isn't that your job?" "Why don't you know?" Zero said coldly, angered by the slap on his hand. No one had ever struck him, except the teacher, perhaps 5 or 6 times when he bullied other children. The researcher did not know how to answer. Fortunately they had reached the pain perception room. She pushed open the door and urged, "Go in quickly, don't keep Professor Xia waiting." The Professor Xia others spoke of was the teacher, the only one he could call teacher. That thought slightly improved his mood. Zero obediently walked in, climbed onto the familiar examination bed and lay down, fastening one of the handcuffs on the bed's sides. He managed one but could not lock the other. A pair of fair slender hands reached out from behind the instrument, gently resting on his wrist. "Let me do it." A gentle yet firm voice. It was the teacher. Zero smiled for the first time that day. "Teacher, help me fasten my feet too." "All right," the teacher chuckled softly, her delicate face emerging from the shadows. "Today's session is on pain perception. Are you ready?" Zero's body stiffened for a moment, but he forced a smile. "I'm ready." Though his smile was strained. A flicker of an unreadable emotion passed through the teacher's eyes. "It will be over soon," she said, pressing the instrument switch before retreating outside to observe through the glass door. Today's task was to test Zero's regenerative ability. The other children had perished from cellular destruction agents. His momentary leniency had allowed Zero to survive until the end. Yet regardless, he had to be injected with the agent. It was his reason for existence. Zero was the Institute's last hope. Miraculously, Zero survived and became the sole survivor. He did not understand what had happened, only that the researcher's expressions toward him grew more wrinkled. No new children arrived and no one played with him when the teacher was absent. He spent his days watching television. The characters on screen displayed myriad expressions, so he asked a researcher for a small mirror and mimicked them. He could replicate them all. Once he even made himself cry in front of the teacher, startling him. Yet he realized his tears were different from those on TV. He could not comprehend why emotions could be derived from others, or why one's mood could swing between heaven and earth due to another's feelings. Only much later did he understand no one had taught him how to handle emotions, how to exchange sincerity with others. He was merely meant to be a tool. Eventually he met a boy 4 years his senior, frail and weak. He no longer wanted to be a tool, he yearned to understand what human emotions truly were. In the critical moment of falling from the 2nd floor, Bai Xiaobei resignedly closed his eyes, convinced his life would end just like that. However, upon landing his head happened to strike a cushion. Though he was battered and dazed with a throbbing pain in the back of his head, it was still far better than hitting the bare ground. "Are you all right?" Xia Qingyuan had attempted to catch him, but in the weightlessness of the fall he couldn't get a grip on him. Fortunately, Bai Xiaobei was still relatively lucky. Bai Xiaobei's first instinct was to touch his face, his second was realizing he could still hear voices, he was alive. Mom, I'm incredible. I fell from the second floor and didn't die. Xie Qingyuan had intended to rebuke him for their reckless push that got them into this mess. He pulled out a flashlight and shone it behind Bai Xiaobei, his pale face unreadable, then yanked him to his feet. You're about to die. Zombies burst through the shattered glass door while more converged from the other side. They were trapped in the middle like turtles caught in a jar. Bai Xiaobei barely had a moment to savor the joy of surviving before finding himself once again in peril. It's over, he muttered, pressing his back against Xie Qingyuan's with Xiaoming sandwiched between them. Unarmed, their options were either to bite off their tongues or feed the zombies. As the zombie before him was about to sink its teeth into him, Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but shut his eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out and he opened his eyes. The zombie in front had fallen and his vision was flooded by a blinding light. He squinted, and as the intense beam shifted upward he looked again. Yu Yang emerged from the darkness holding a beam of light as he strode forward. In that instant Bai Xiaobei's eyes reddened. He couldn't control himself and ran forward, desperate to return to his teammates. Unbeknownst to him, in this apocalypse they alone had become his sanctuary of peace. Yu Yang. Yuqian. Bei Bei. Tai Youqian, positioned in the middle of the group, saw Bai Xiaobei rushing out in excitement. Zhu Sheng followed behind him, shooting approaching zombies in the head. The teammates surged forward from behind, opening fire on the zombies at his back. Without needing Yu Yang's instructions, they had already taken the initiative to clear the undead. Bai Xiaobei stumbled into the protective circle of his teammates, his eyes blurred with tears. Tai Youqian opened his arms, his own eyes equally red-rimmed. Bai Xiaobei spread his arms too, but just as he was within a meter, then half a meter, Yu Yang suddenly sidestepped in front of him, shoving Tai Youqian aside. Bai Xiaobei only saw darkness flash before his eyes, unable to stop his momentum, and he tumbled headlong into a warm, broad embrace. He crashed into the other's arms, his head knocking against a chest of hard muscle, causing a dull ache. Yet the other person didn't even flinch, not a sound escaping his lips. It was his hoodie, it was Yu Yang. Bai Xiaobei grabbed the hem of his jacket with both hands, tilted his head up, resting his chin on Yu Yang's chest, and looked at him with tear-filled eyes, mumbling, "Yu Yang, you really came to save me, woo-woo." Yu Yang's exceptional vision served him well. Now he could clearly see Bai Xiaobei's fair skin tinged with a faint pink from crying, the tip of his nose a deeper shade, and the stray strands of hair on his forehead parting as he looked up, leaving a few wisps stuck to his brow. He looked utterly obedient and pitiful. And somewhat adorable. Yu Yang's Adam's apple bobbed a few times as he wanted to brush that strand of hair aside. I'm late. I made you scared. Bai Xiaobei had only felt a little wronged. Anyone would feel wronged being snatched while taking a stroll, but he couldn't blame others. It was his own choice to go out. I'm sorry. He had resolved to save himself and not be a burden, but he was too weak. His self-rescue efforts had been poor, and in the end he still needed Yu Yang and the others to save him. Yu Yang's words instantly drowned him in remorse. He had made a mistake, wasted their time, and made them risk their lives for him. I'm truly sorry. He uttered 2 apologies in a row, but before he could finish the second, Yu Yang reached out and pinched his cheek. You don't need to say sorry. If anyone's to blame, it's me for not protecting you well. But I'd rather blame those kidnappers. What do you think? Bai Xiaobei looked at him, tears streaming down like broken pearls. He was truly aggrieved. He didn't want to be kidnapped, leave the shelter, or face zombies. Yu Yang said it wasn't his fault. He nodded while crying, but with half his face in Yu Yang's grip he could only bob his head like a pecking chick. He had been utterly terrified this time. Tai Youqian, who had been shoved by Yu Yang and nearly fell on his backside only to be caught by Zhu Sheng, watched their sweet interaction with utter exasperation. What kind of nonsense was this? Bai Xiaobei's embrace should have been his. How could Yu Yang hijack it? That madman, didn't he know the right moment for competing for affection? Are you going to get up? Tai Youqian snapped back to reality, realizing he was still halfling in Zhu Sheng's arms. He quickly pushed himself up using the man's arm. To his surprise, Zhu Sheng's arm was quite firm. Reflexively he gave it a squeeze. It was an ingrained habit, he couldn't help but linger when he saw a handsome guy. Zhu Sheng froze, then quickly withdrew his hand, frowning with displeasure. Tai Youqian was unperturbed by him, or rather by Zhu Sheng's perpetual look of someone who owed him money. What's the matter? It's just a little touch. No need to be so stingy. Zhu Sheng replied, please don't do that again. I don't like it. Tai Youqian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time Zhu Sheng had resisted him and voiced his feelings. If you'd said you didn't like it earlier, I wouldn't have touched you. You're such a clam, you need to use words to say what you want and what you don't. Zhu Sheng. Wasn't he the victim? Why was he being lectured? Captain, Vice Captain, can you stop chatting? We need to survive first. Hearing Jin Fakai's desperate shout, Bai Xiaobei seemed to realize they were still on the battlefield. He quickly wriggled out of Yu Yang's embrace. I'm fine now. The fingertips that had pinched Bai Xiaobei's cheek were moist with his tears. On a whim, Yu Yang brought his hand to his lips and flicked out his tongue to taste them. Bai Xiaobei. What? What was he doing? Yu Yang didn't notice Bai Xiaobei's reaction. He was merely thinking that Bai Xiaobei's tears were sweet and then wondering why at the sight of Bai Xiaobei he had suddenly recalled memories from the lab. He hadn't thought about those things in a long time, or rather he had wanted to forget those days when he was treated as an anomaly like an object. Long time no see. Zero. Yu Yang's gaze shifted from Bai Xiaobei's soft hair to the speaker. No wonder he had deliberately avoided those memories for years only for them to all flood back in an instant. It was because he had encountered an old acquaintance. Long time no see. It seems the heavens didn't heed my wish, you're still in this living breathing form. Yu Yang draped his arm over Bai Xiaobei's shoulder, twisting him back around and cast a nonchalant disdainful glance at Xie Qingyuan. Xie Qingyuan let out a light laugh that didn't reach his eyes. You've become more humorous than before. What's the matter? Are you so displeased that I haven't turned into a biter yet? It's truly disappointing that I haven't become a zombie. Yu Yang let out a snort through his nose. Bai Xiaobei glanced at Xie Qingyuan then looked up at Yu Yang. They clearly had a history and their words were far from polite. Xie Qingyuan. Professor Xie. Could it really be such a coincidence? A flash of inspiration struck Bai Xiaobei. He wouldn't be the Professor Xie you're looking for, would he? Yu Yang replied without any particular joy, in fact with a hint of impatience. Your running off might have been a good thing. You've done a great service. He'll reward you later. If he hadn't come out, Yu Yang and his team wouldn't have come looking for him, nor would they have encountered Xie Qingyuan at this moment. By a twist of fate he had found Yu Yang's mission target. With that thought, Bai Xiaobei's guilt eased slightly. Xie Qingyuan pulled the curious Xiao Ming to his side. Let me guess, seeing you here is no accident. Bei Cheng is looking for me. Yu Yang countered, you don't know. Xie Qingyuan said, the Research Institute and Bei Cheng have little contact. I merely sent over my latest findings. He didn't seem to be lying. Yu Yang was about to ask further when his peripheral vision caught a zombie breaking through the defensive perimeter. He raised his gun and fired. This was no place for conversation. Without Zheng Yuan they had no idea how many zombies surrounded them, only that the safe circle was shrinking. They couldn't stay. Yu Yang made a swift decision, prepare to break out. Zhu Sheng asked, the road we came from is swarming with zombies. Where do we go? It was a real problem. They needed to leave the city quickly but the nearest route was blocked. They'd have to find a detour. Xie Qingyuan quickly said, I know a safe place. A bad feeling crept into Bai Xiaobei's heart. The pharmacy 2 streets away. It's safe there. Bai Xiaobei. Just as he thought. Xie Qingyuan wanted Yu Yang to take him to the pharmacy, his intention to use his teammates' help practically slapping Bai Xiaobei in the face. Just as Bai Xiaobei was about to call him out, Xie Qingyuan spoke rapidly, if you don't hurry your ammunition won't last. Then he strode ahead on his own. Yu Yang watched Xie Qingyuan's retreating figure for 2 seconds. Follow. Bai Xiaobei asked, can you give me a gun? The gun Yu Yang had given him earlier was still at the shelter, he hadn't been able to bring it. Yu Yang handed him the gun hanging from his belt, it was Bai Xiaobei's own. Bai Xiaobei exclaimed in surprise, you brought my gun out. Yu Yang wanted to correct him, the gun was only lent not his, but seeing Bai Xiaobei's delight he swallowed his words and said, Next time you lose it I won't keep it for you. Bai Xiaobei lovingly wiped the gun and nodded emphatically. Don't worry. As long as I live the gun lives. When I die the gun dies. Yu Yang couldn't help but smile, his heavy mood lightening. Xie Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the gun in Bai Xiaobei's hand. A familiar feeling stirred within him. That's. Yu Yang cut him off, saying to Bai Xiaobei, even if you lose the gun you must survive. People are more important than guns. Bai Xiaobei nodded eagerly, the tips of his ears flushing suspiciously red. Fortunately it was too dark for anyone to notice. Yu Yang seemed to care about him quite a bit. The group struggled through the horde of zombies. Bai Xiaobei noticed Cao Zi, who seemed to have something to say but hesitated. However, their priority was to get out of the open area. He could only nod at him, signaling they'd talk later. After a few turns the zombie crowd thinned slightly and they broke into a sprint. Xie Qingyuan was slow, so Guo Xiaoguo and Wang Qiong without a word hoisted him up on either side, letting him just direct them with his mouth. They reached the pharmacy without losing a single member. Yu Yang and Zhu Shen pulled down the rolling door together while Jin Fazai and Lama swept the place first, killing 3 zombies. For now it was safe. Xie Qingyuan said, from my observations zombies' mobility at night drops by about 60 compared to daytime. You should count yourselves lucky you didn't enter the city during the day, or it wouldn't have been this easy. Yu Yang shone his flashlight into Xie Qingyuan's face. What did you bring us here for? What else does one do in a pharmacy? Xie Qingyuan squinted, dodging the bright light, and slipped behind the counter to search the shelves for medicine. Xiao Ming quick-witted pulled a large bag from his backpack and followed Xie Qingyuan. Yu Yang asked, "Are there still people in the city?" Xie Qingyuan looked perfectly healthy. The medicine he was gathering was likely for others. Yes, Xie Qingyuan continued. There's a team of about 30 people in the supermarket warehouse. I'm a doctor. Someone has a fever, someone's injured, so I came out to get medicine. A doctor's duty is to heal the sick and save the dying. His words were reasonable. And they sent only you. Yu Yang didn't believe a word of it. Sending a defenseless, valuable doctor with just a child seemed far too trusting of the doctor's ability to coexist peacefully with a zombie horde. Mentioning this reminded Bai Xiaobei of the human flesh in that black bag, and he felt a wave of nausea. There was someone else. There was another person. Bai Xiaobei has seen part of his body tissue, Xie Qingyuan said, not hiding his act of cutting human flesh at all. What do you mean by part of? Tai Youqian was confused. A person is a person, what did it mean to see body tissue? Bai Xiaobei explained, he cut off flesh from a person not yet infected and used it as bait to lure away the zombies. Tai Youqian. He shouldn't have asked. Zhu Sheng saw his hesitant, somewhat disgusted yet regretful expression. His eyes darkened and a sudden inexplicable anger flared within him. Weren't you the one who asked? Tai Youqian was taken aback by his response. How was I supposed to know he looks so clean-cut but has such a morbid taste? Are you sure he's the Professor Xie you're looking for? Zhu Sheng averted his gaze and fell silent. Feeling snubbed, Tai Youqian clicked his tongue and turned to lean bonelessly against Bai Xiaobei. While others were disgusted, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Bai Xiaobei had no idea how he arrived at that conclusion. Sticking to the belief that Yu Yang was younger than him, he advised earnestly, there are plenty of methods. Don't limit yourself to such immoral, boundaryless ones. He really didn't want to have to fight zombies while holding a chunk of flesh. The psychological pressure was too much. Yu Yang thought for a moment. So what do you think? Human flesh versus dog meat? Bai Xiaobei blinked. Oh, that was a tough choice. Xie Qingyuan moved to another shelf, continuing his search for medicine. I will go to Beicheng with you, but not right now. This child's mother is waiting for me to return and save her. Let me be blunt. The people in the warehouse don't trust me. If I don't return by tomorrow afternoon, they'll expel the boy's mother. I have to settle them or take them to a safe place before I can leave with peace of mind. Besides, the culture dishes Beicheng wants are also in the supermarket warehouse. Either way, you'll have to make the trip. In other words, Yu Yang's team had to escort him back. The 4 members of Cao Zi's group, who had been silent and trying to stay invisible, exchanged glances. Brother Liu stepped forward. Our destination is the warehouse. If possible, we'd like to follow. They spoke cautiously and earnestly, their tone tinged with fear after what happened to Wang being slammed against the bathroom wall, a far cry from their initial rudeness, let alone the arrogance they had shown in front of Bai Xiaobei. Yu Yang let out a cold laugh, almost forgetting about this bunch. I've already let you tag along without complaint, and now you want me to take you to the supermarket warehouse. Go wash up and hit the hay. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Brother Liu's face. I know it's a tough ask, but since you're heading that way anyway, why not take us along? He instinctively glanced at Dr. Xie, the only ones he knew among the group being Xie Qingyuan and Bai Xiaobei from the shelter. Given the current circumstances, Bai Xiaobei was unlikely to help them, so he pinned his hopes on Xie Qingyuan, who seemed like an important figure and might still be approachable. Dr. Xie, I never got the chance to thank you properly for treating Xiao Ari. Xie Qingyuan replied, it was my duty. Is she doing well? Brother Liu lowered his head and gave a slow shake, a wave of sorrow radiating from him. My condolences. The dead cannot return. Xie Qingyuan wasn't surprised. His daughter had been gravely ill, and without medication death was inevitable. If only Brother Liu had agreed to leave the shelter with him back then, perhaps her life could have been saved. Of course, that was all in the past. Bai Xiaobei recalled what Cao Zi had said about Brother Liu's daughter and couldn't help but sigh. Tai Youqian asked, what's wrong? Bai Xiaobei didn't know where to start and shook his head just like Brother Liu had. He had no personal connection to Brother Liu's daughter, so he felt no deep regret, only a sense that in this apocalypse, beyond being killed by zombies, there existed such a stifling way to die from a lack of medicine. Illness, hunger, clean water, things that once posed no threat to life had now become death warrants. Tai Youqian pressed further and Bai Xiaobei patted his hair. It felt sticky, likely he had rushed out to find him without even washing up. Now they were a pair of grimy brothers. What are you laughing at? Tai Youqian looked up at him. Bai Xiaobei smiled and said, we're both filthy. But with Youqian around and with Yu Yang and the others, the apocalypse didn't seem as unbearable as imagined. Oh, so you're looking down on me? Tai Youqian pouted and deliberately rubbed against Bai Xiaobei's clothes. Yu Yang averted his gaze. By the way, haven't you apologized to Bai Xiaobei yet? Bai Xiaobei was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. This was the first time someone other than Tai Youqian had stood up for him, and he felt both incredulous and warm inside. Cao Zi was the first to stand up. Bei, I'm sorry. Thank goodness you're okay, or I'd never forgive myself. Bai Xiaobei opened his mouth to say it was fine. After all, he hadn't managed to go back and save Cao Zi either, but Tai Youqian clung to his clothes, preventing him from speaking. Now you know how to say sorry. Where was that brain of yours when you led him away? Xiaobei, ignore him. Cao Zi pursed his lips. He was just an ordinary person around Yu Yang's age, inexperienced in life. In his past, an apology had always been met with a polite acceptance. Bai Xiaobei couldn't bear it. I don't blame you. You had your own reasons, and besides, I'm fine now. Seeing his magnanimity, the other three also offered their apologies. For a moment the atmosphere was almost harmonious, as if they were law-abiding citizens thanking their rescuers. Apologies accepted, but I still won't take you along. You'll have to go on your own. Yu Yang's calm voice shattered the pretense. His voice was pleasant, not the gentle warmth of a spring breeze but the crisp authoritative tone of a news anchor. It didn't soothe like a river, instead it felt as solid as a mountain, evoking both awe and a sense of security. But what sounded good to Bai Xiaobei didn't sit well with others, at least not with the content of his words. Brother Liu clenched his fists, struggling to contain himself. We've apologized, and old Wang is in this state because of you, probably nursing internal injuries. If you don't want to help, just say so. No need to humiliate us. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, utterly unfazed by the accusation. If anything, he found them too thin-skinned. Already upset. Do you really think the law stops mattering in the apocalypse? A simple apology can erase your crimes of kidnapping and confinement. You talk nobly, but it's just self-preservation driven by self-interest. The group stared at him blankly, as if the last shred of their moral facade had been torn away. Yu Yang, never one to mince words, wasn't about to spare anyone's feelings, determined to drive the embarrassment home. Spare me the righteous talk. You claim you want to survive, but the apocalypse has become your playground for reckless fantasies. Since that's the case, maybe I should send you back to the shelter. Wouldn't that be more humane? The four of them hesitated, shifting uneasily. Yu Yang's gaze swept to the man hiding at the back, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Cao Zi hung his head and said slowly, going back means death for us. The shelter won't let us off. No matter how he looked at it, the shelter wouldn't take in those who had betrayed them. Even if they did, they'd likely end up as zombie fodder, just like the rebels. Yu Yang said coldly, every base has its rules for survival. You have to follow them if you want to live, there's no other way. From Battalion Commander Zhong's evasiveness, he had already sensed something amiss. A little prodding had made Zhong reveal his weakness, scrambling to change the subject while repeatedly mentioning some Professor Xia he didn't know. Yu Yang wasn't one to dig endlessly, especially when Zhong was already flailing, trying to argue without any real ground to stand on. Still, he owed Zhong's guilty conscience, otherwise he wouldn't have managed to extort so many firearms and ammunition. His target was Professor Xia, the rest didn't interest him, nor was it his obligation to deal with. A bitter smile crept across Cao Zi's face. You're right. We have no reason to ask for your help. But since it's dark now, if possible, let us stay until morning. Fine, but there's something to take care of first. Yu Yang chambered around in his gun, and everyone tensed, watching him warily, unsure of his intentions. Yu Yang raised the gun, aiming it at Cao Zi's face. A look of blank shock crossed Cao Zi's features as he instinctively stepped back, blinking rapidly. What are you doing? Bai Xiaobei straightened up. The atmosphere had been tense, but this was too extreme. Yu Yang, you, step aside. Yu Yang cut him off. Cao Zi froze, then realized the command was for him and shuffled to the side. Behind him stood a man who had come with Brother Wang and Brother Liu. The man quickly backed away until his lower back hit a medicine cabinet. He reached behind him, gripping the cabinet as if to keep himself upright. What did I do? You smell of blood and decay, Yu Yang said coldly, staring at him as if he were already a corpse. Unfortunately, you've been infected. After the near miss with Bai Xiaobei and the zombie infant, he had learned never to mistake that scent again. Tu wasn't bitten. I'm fine standing here talking to you. What gives you the right to say I'm infected? The man frantically waved his hands, then rolled up his sleeves and scrubbed at his skin vigorously, trying to prove his innocence. Look for yourselves. My skin is clean, there's nothing. Cao Zi was reluctant to believe it, especially since the man seemed perfectly normal. Yeah, we've been together this whole time. There's no way he got infected. Brother Liu, already fed up with Yu Yang, snapped, are you just going to slander him? You soldiers treat us like we're nothing. The man had been with them all along. If he were infected, it would have shown by now. Yu Yang was clearly acting on a whim or deliberately finding an excuse to drive them away. They spoke with such conviction, but Yu Yang let only the facts speak. Whether it's slander or not, we'll know the truth once we see the injuries on his body. Brother Liu was even more displeased. What injuries? He's perfectly fine, where are the injuries? His bluster was a stark contrast to his earlier apologetic demeanor. Just as Yu Yang was about to suggest they clean their eyes lest they be blinded to what was right before them, Xie Qingyuan had already noticed something wrong with the man. He said, there seems to be a bloodstain on his lower back. Everyone's gaze converged on the man and they kept a certain distance from him. Yu Yang stood aside with an expression of understanding, but Bai Xiaobei felt a faint hint of displeasure from him, as if someone had stolen his thunder. The man had been facing them the whole time, making his lower back impossible to see. Bai Xiaobei didn't know how Yu Yang had spotted it, but he trusted Yu Yang's words, for he had once saved his life from the brink of death. Eager to prove himself, the man forcefully lifted his shirt. I told you I don't have anything, why won't you believe me? His protest died in his throat, for everyone saw a thin red line on his waist beading with blood. The man's face drained of color, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, this can't be. I wasn't caught, I didn't feel a thing. How could this be? In moments of extreme tension one can indeed be oblivious to physical pain. The man's frantic denials were futile against the evidence before their eyes. No amount of protest could change the undeniable truth. Without his own knowledge, he had been accidentally injured by a zombie. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but think of himself, recalling how a zombie had torn his hat and a baby zombie had bitten him. Was he fortunate, or was he fortunate? Neither incident had infected him with the virus. But who could guarantee he wouldn't fall victim next time? Xie Qingyuan said without tact, kill him while he's still human, maybe I can harvest some useful flesh. The man's legs gave way and he slumped to the ground. Bai Xiaobei, his train of thought derailed, thought perhaps the more educated and intelligent a person is, the lower their emotional intelligence. Not only that, but they also lack compassion and are rather cruel. Yu Yang, sharing the same sentiment as Xie Qingyuan, aimed at the man's head. The man's gaze darted around before fixing on Brother Liu. He crawled over pleading and grabbed Liu's leg. Brother Liu, I don't want to die. Save me. Tell him I'm not infected. Brother Liu turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of the pitiful man. Everyone knew that if the man didn't die now, they would all face a greater risk of infection. He had only his own ill fortune to blame. At that moment no one pleaded for the man. Yu Yang was swift. A single bullet ended the man's life, barely spilling any blood, which only slowly seeped out beneath him. Xie Qingyuan produced a scalpel from somewhere, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the still warm corpse. Yu Yang holstered his gun and looked at Bai Xiaobei beside him. Frowning so hard, doesn't your face hurt? Bai Xiaobei touched his face, unaware of the deep furrow between his brows. He didn't know what to say. Yu Yang's action was correct, but a living, breathing human, not yet a zombie, had been shot in the head, his face wet with tears, and had fallen silent before his eyes. It was a first-time experience. Not hard to accept, but it was heartbreaking nonetheless. This was the unequal relationship between the virus and human life. Scared? Yu Yang asked again. Bai Xiaobei looked up at him. Yu Yang's gaze fell on his face, his eyes unreadable, yet Bai Xiaobei felt that if he admitted fear it would somehow wound the officer who had just resolutely executed a man. What a strange thought. Bai Xiaobei shook his head slightly and whispered, just not used to it. Yu Yang nodded, there will be many more instances like this. The next one could be us. Bai Xiaobei said sincerely, I hope that time never comes. He hoped they could all return alive to the northern city, back to their families. Tai Youqian rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. Couldn't you have dragged him farther away to kill him? How am I supposed to sleep here with all this disgusting blood on the floor? His interruption slightly lightened the heavy atmosphere. After all, not everyone could rebuke a dead man for dirtying the place where they intended to sleep. His mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. Yu Yang for once agreed with him. These are the conditions. Make do. Next time he'll go farther. Hearing that, Tai Youqian decided not to engage in a verbal battle. Like a cat that had just had its fur ruffled and then smoothed, he said grudgingly, be more careful next time. Xie Qingyuan was eager. Should I dissect him here? Bai Xiaobei seriously doubted whether this professor was a botanist, an anatomist, or a coroner, given his fondness for playing with corpses. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't allow that. He had Wang Qiong and Guo Xiaoguo drag the body to the back, letting Xie Qingyuan work alone. Xie Qingyuan withdrew his gaze and asked a question that had been on his mind. Can you describe the smell you detected? He hadn't smelled anything, and he believed the others hadn't either. If the man hadn't twisted his body, revealing the blood on his waist, he wouldn't have seen it. If Yu Yang could indeed smell it, then it meant that the research team in the northern city had truly succeeded in creating a monster. Yu Yang glanced at him. What do you have to trade? What do you want? Why are you the only one who survived? They exchanged cryptic remarks without regard for the outsiders present who couldn't understand their riddles anyway. Xia Qingyuan shrugged nonchalantly, touching his ear, a scalpel tucked between his fingers as he walked away. Forget it then. I'm not that interested. Yu Yang replied, best if it stays that way. Xia Qingyuan was unwilling to explain why he was the sole survivor of the Tsongshan laboratory's destruction, nor why the lab was in chaos inside while showing no signs of external damage, clearly indicating the virus had spread from within. But that was simply impossible. The only explanation was that the Institute of Botany had been conducting viral experiments and the virus had leaked, allowing someone to escape. That explanation was barely plausible. Professor Xia, who had sabotaged the northern city's latest research results and was subsequently exiled, carried secrets that had to be uncovered before he could be safely returned to the northern city. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. Bai Xiaobei, having listened to their cryptic conversation, thought that Xia Qingyuan was undoubtedly dying of curiosity. He only pretended to drop the matter because Yu Yang wouldn't tell him without asking a question he didn't want to answer. At the same time, Bai Xiaobei was intensely curious. He wondered how their relationship, seemingly antagonistic yet friendly, had come to be. How had they met and what had they been through? And what kind of friends were they exactly? Bai Xiaobei shook his head, dispelling his wild thoughts. Yu Yang then addressed the group, rest here for 5 hours. 1 hour shifts for guard duty. Old Ju, the noise outside has died down a bit. Come with me to check. Zhu Shen quickly gathered his belongings. Tai Youqian said lazily, thank goodness, finally some sleep. Staying up this late, my face will be a wreck tomorrow. Jin Fazai grinned, brother Rich, your face won't just be wrecked, your eyes will be puffy too. Tai Youqian gave him a firm slap on the shoulder. You little rascal, getting cheeky aren't you? Didn't you hear your captain say we need to stand guard? Go to sleep. Jin Fazai didn't quip back. He and Wang Qiong were on the next shift. He wasn't made of iron, he hadn't rested for nearly a full day and night. He quickly found a spot by a medicine cabinet and leaned against it to catch up on sleep. Tai Youqian yawned and leaned over to Zhu Shen, watching him pull items from his military bag. With his arms crossed, he asked, how about lending me your bag to use as a cushion? November was nearly upon them and the temperature difference between day and night was stark. Dressed too thinly, Tai Youqian couldn't help but feel the chill. Moreover, Dali, which was usually spring-like all year round, seemed much colder than in previous years. Zhu Shen emptied his military bag and spread it on the ground, silently signaling his consent. Before leaving, he hesitated, then turned back, took off his coat and handed it to Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian froze for a moment, not reaching out to take it. He tried to read something in Zhu Shen's eyes, but they were too upright, straighter than the ornamental trees outside the door, revealing no hidden intent beyond offering the coat. Tai Youqian, who had charmed countless men, felt an unfamiliar unease. If you give it to me, what about you? You still have to stand guard outside. Zhu Shen seemed not to have considered this. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, I can find another one. Tai Youqian let out a soft laugh. Where would you find one? Did he not care about his own warmth, offering his coat so readily? Zhu Shen truly couldn't articulate how to find another. This time his hesitation stretched longer, and then with a resigned shrug he said, just take it. I don't need it. He really was terrible with words. Tai Youqian wondered how this team had formed at all. The captain was a chatterbox and the vice-captain was a taciturn lump. Tai Youqian felt the urge to tease him again. Fool, in this life I only wear coats handed to me by two people, my Xiaobei and my husband. This time Zhu Shen stood frozen in place. His hand retracted slightly, then remained extended toward Tai Youqian, neither withdrawing nor insisting. Embarrassment was plain on his handsome face. Tai Youqian silently marveled that a handsome man looked stunning in any gesture. Now that you know, take it back. Thanks for the kind thought. With that, before Zhu Shen could react, he lay down on the spread-out bag and called Bai Xiaobei over to sleep. Bai Xiaobei lay down beside him in his clothes, still wide awake. Unlike Tai Youqian, who needed beauty sleep, he was used to staying up late. If not for his job managing the hotel, he would have been an even more extreme night owl, a slave to the grind. Sometimes he stayed up to snag front row seats for the latest anime episodes, other times to pre-order limited edition manga or to debate plotlines with fans from around the world, each stubbornly clinging to their own views. Those were such beautiful, hopeful days. Even the restless frustration of losing a debate to an online friend, only to realize they were right, was now a constant, no longer a spice of life. Come to think of it, he hadn't watched several episodes of the ongoing anime. He didn't care if certain characters died or not, but he wished they'd finished the series before kicking the bucket, just to leave him with something to remember. He really liked the white-haired, devastatingly cool teacher in the latest series. He wondered how the story would unfold. Probably a power fantasy with the protagonist crushing everyone in sight. The more Bai Xiaobei thought, the less he could sleep. He sat up and walked toward the faint light behind the medicine cabinet. As he drew closer, the intermittent sound of cutting grew louder. Xia Qingyuan had his back to him, sleeves rolled up, dissecting a corpse. Xiaoming lay nearby asleep in the lowest compartment of a medicine cabinet, a coat draped over him. Bai Xiaobei thought it wasn't good to perform such grisly work in front of a sleeping child, it might warp his psyche. But then again, in an apocalypse, who cared? Normal people wouldn't last long anyway. Need a hand? Xia Qingyuan glanced at him, peeled off his blood-stained gloves and put on a fresh pair. There are plenty of disposable medical gloves left in the pharmacy. Grab a pair and bring me the thigh. Bai Xiaobei awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth, trying not to look at the bloody floor, fixing his gaze instead on the back of Xia Qingyuan's head. Did you find the medicine you need? He asked. No, the prescription drugs I need aren't here, but these meds have some effect, Xia Qingyuan said, glancing at Xiaoming to ensure he was still asleep before continuing, "Feel by his mother a few more days." Bai Xiaobei understood Xiaoming's mother didn't have long. What about going to the hospital? He asked. Xia Qingyuan paused his work and looked up. The hospital is over 10 kilometers away and it's swarming with people like mosquitoes at night. Do you think I'd risk my life for a stranger I just met? Bai Xiaobei looked down at him from above, and in the beam of his flashlight he could clearly see the tear mole at the corner of Xia Qingyuan's eye. He hadn't noticed it before, or rather had never really taken a close look at this professor. Xia Qingyuan had dark circles under his eyes, but from this angle it actually complemented him, making his skin seem to glow. He had long light eyebrows, narrow eyes, a straight prominent nose and lips with a distinct cupid's bow. Undeniably he was good looking. If there was one consolation on this journey, it was being accompanied by an incredibly handsome man. The people Yu Yang was looking for couldn't be ordinary. Someone so young with such achievements must have extraordinary qualities. But for now all Bai Xiaobei could see was that he enjoyed dissecting and had an ambiguous relationship with Yu Yang. Beyond that nothing stood out. But you didn't abandon Xiaoming, did you? I know my suggestion was far-fetched. Even if we had the medicine, Xiaoming's mother probably couldn't be saved. I believe you're a good person, a professor researching viruses to save everyone, a selfless professor. Suddenly burdened with such a lofty label, Xia Qingyuan's instinct was to deny it. I'm not. Don't put me on a pedestal. I'm just someone who's naturally afraid of death. Bai Xiaobei didn't feel rebuffed. Instead he thought Xia Qingyuan's vehement denial only proved he was exactly that kind of person. He smiled faintly. All right, dishonest professor. Xia Qingyuan frowned, puzzled. You really are a strange person. He knew his own nature well. When he was ostracized by Beicheng and fell from being a sought-after scientist at the 9th Research Institute to a mere researcher in a place like Sangshan, he harbored no resentment. The 9th Research Institute was now a shell of its former self. If the old crew was still around, they'd probably drown him in a torrent of spittle. Yet this person didn't seem to think so. Even after his denial he clung to his judgment, stubborn as a mule. How can you be so sure that the fungal active substance I have can definitely kill the virus? I don't know, Bai Xiaobei admitted, stumped. He had no clue how to destroy a virus. But right now you're the best hope, so I choose to believe in you. Xia Qingyuan turned back, bent the dead man's leg and began to slice the flesh from it. In a spot Bai Xiaobei couldn't see, the corner of his mouth curled upward. I don't need the belief of someone who can't even do a single thing right. Bai Xiaobei froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xia Qingyuan was actually looking down on him. He was no delicate young master. Throughout this journey he had never complained about hardship or fatigue, never cried out in pain no matter how harsh the environment, and he had never wept. While crying when meeting Yu Yang didn't count, those were tears of joy and happiness. He was tough, wasn't he? How dare they say he was useless? He was very useful. Bai Xiaobei couldn't recall any specific instance of his usefulness for a moment and muttered under his breath, I have killed zombies before. The smile at the corner of Xia Qingyuan's mouth deepened. All right, if you can't sleep, don't just idle about. Go find Yu Yang and ask him to get me some axes, tweezers and tools for dismemberment. Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei, oh. The day had already begun to carry a chill, with a large temperature difference between day and night. At night it was only a little over 10 degrees. Bai Xiaobei stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and crawled out from under the half-open roll-up door. Xia Qingyuan had said that zombies that hadn't fed would move slowly at night to conserve energy. At this moment everything was quiet outside the roll-up door, with nothing in sight. He had no idea where the zombies had gone nor where Yu Yang and the others were. The moon was very full tonight, its light exceptionally bright, a rare sight illuminating the pitch-black paralyzed city. In the darkness Bai Xiaobei could vaguely make out shadows cast on the ground, slightly darker than their surroundings. He stared for a long while, feeling a surreal sense of time displacement, as if he were walking through the city streets in an ordinary time. Though he couldn't recapture the ordinary feelings of the past, this moment was already a precious treasure. Once Xia Qingyuan retrieved the medicine, he and Tai Youqian would have to follow him back to the northern city. The road ahead was uncertain and he doubted he would ever return to this city again. Before long a shorter shadow appeared on the ground. Bai Xiaobei turned his head to look. It was Yu Yang. The dim cold moonlight cast his wheat-colored skin in a pale white, stripping away his ruggedness and making him appear more delicate and alluring. Bai Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat. Why had such a strange word come to mind? What are you doing out here? Yu Yang felt that Bai Xiaobei's vacant stare at him suggested he had something awkward to say. Bai Xiaobei blinked. Xia Qingyuan wants something like an axe, probably for dismemberment. Yu Yang said irritably, where am I supposed to find that for him in the middle of the night? Even if he could find it, he wouldn't bother. He wasn't about to indulge that bad temper of his, expecting everything to be handed to him. Bai Xiaobei awkwardly scratched his chin. Mentioning Xia Qingyuan's request was just a passing comment. What truly unsettled him was that he seemed to be developing feelings for Yu Yang that went beyond seeing him as a powerful ally. It was only natural to regard Yu Yang as a pillar of support, strong in combat and handsome. In the old days he would have been the object of everyone's admiration, and in this apocalypse he was a prized asset. Being able to latch onto him was Bai Xiaobei's good fortune. Yu Yang was younger than him, and though he sometimes spoke flippantly when serious, he could lead the team. He never called Bai Xiaobei weak like Xia Qingyuan did. He was strikingly handsome when focused, even more so when saving people. Bai Xiaobei had been rescued by him several times. He shook his head. No, he couldn't think about this anymore. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With his belly barely full from one meal to the next and the constant threat of becoming zombie chow, how could he have the nerve to dwell on such frivolous thoughts? A line flashed through Bai Xiaobei's mind: a dead pig fears no scalding water. Seeing him lost in thought as if his soul had drifted away, Yu Yang snapped his fingers in front of him. Daydreaming. Bai Xiaobei snapped back to reality, realizing he had been indulging in fantasies right in front of the subject himself. His face began to burn. Nothing. You're right, it's too late to find those things. You came out just to tell me that. Yu Yang was curious about what had been on his mind, but seeing him change the subject so quickly, he figured Bai Xiaobei didn't want to talk about it and didn't press further. Yeah, Bai Xiaobei replied. Noticing Yu Yang's slight frown, he quickly added, I also wanted to ask if you're tired. I can take a shift on watch. Yu Yang looked at him, head tilted up, eyes sparkling, lips gently pressed together, the corners of his mouth lifting as he gazed at him with eager anticipation. For a moment Yu Yang was stunned. He didn't look like someone about to stand watch, he looked like someone about to ask for a gift. Yu Yang couldn't resist ruffling Bai Xiaobei's hair. The texture wasn't great, but the way Bai Xiaobei wanted to dodge yet didn't, and his cautious searching gaze filled Yu Yang with delight. My hair is really dirty. I haven't bathed in days, Bai Xiaobei said pitifully. Yu Yang replied, it's fine. I haven't washed my hands either. Bai Xiaobei. How could this guy have the nerve to mess up his hair without washing his hands first? Yu Yang's towering image in his heart shrank just a little. Yu Yang rubbed his head a few more times harder. With that look on your face, anyone would think him bullying you. Your mouth is pouty enough to hang a sausage. Wasn't he bullying him though? Bai Xiaobei deliberately pouted even more. My mouth can hang 10 sausages. As soon as he said it, Yu Yang raised his other hand, palm open and facing up. A single red plastic-wrapped Shuanghui sausage. Bai Xiaobei's eyes lit up instantly. You. Where did you find this? I asked Battalion Commander Zhong for it, Yu Yang said, waving it in front of him. Don't want it. Fine, he'll give it to someone else. Bai Xiaobei couldn't believe his luck as he took the sausage, itching to tear it open with his teeth and savor it slowly. This was a rare delicacy. But he held back. Thank you. You'll share it with Youqian tomorrow. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten who gave it to you? You did, Bai Xiaobei replied, then caught on to his meaning and said with a smile, well, each have a small bite. Yu Yang grabbed his wrist and led him to the roll-up door. Don't share it with him. Let's keep it just between us. Bai Xiaobei hesitated for 2 seconds before readily agreeing. The two of them sat down against the wall next to the roll-up door. In the past, walking home on streets like this would have required changing shoes to avoid dirtying the house. Now sitting on the ground was nothing if necessary. Bai Xiaobei could sleep under the open sky with the earth as his bed. Cleanliness obsessions only existed when conditions allowed. He tore open the wrapper, broke the sausage into 2 pieces, compared their lengths and gave the slightly longer piece to Yu Yang. Yu Yang took the shorter half. I'm not hungry, he said, tossing it into his mouth and chewing. That half a sausage was hardly enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Bai Xiaobei whispered, thank you. He took tiny bites of the sausage, but even so it was gone in 3 or 4 mouthfuls. It was so delicious it made him want to cry. Too exquisite. He let out a sigh. Yu Yang, who had been watching him the whole time, asked, sighing while eating something good. Who knows when he'll get to eat this again, Bai Xiaobei said, smacking his lips. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had this sausage. I feel like I'm just a burden. I don't want to keep holding everyone back. I want to help too. Why the sudden melancholy? Don't be too hard on yourself. To reach my level you'd need at least 10 years of training. What's the use of worrying about it now? Yu Yang's words were blunt but true, yet they left Bai Xiaobei feeling a chill in his heart. You have a point, but the desire to improve weighs heavily on me. Yu Yang thought for a moment. Speaking of improvement, you've made some progress. At least you haven't shot your own people. Bai Xiaobei's mouth twitched. Thanks for the vote of confidence. This was the first time Bai Xiaobei had spoken to him with such discouragement. From their very first meeting he had always presented a gentle image, though somewhat timid, not particularly manly, even cowardly, with a waist that was both slender and pale. But compared to the noisy Tai Youqian he was incredibly tranquil and worry-free. Tai Youqian said he was lucky. Yu Yang remained skeptical about this. After all, his luck was random, sometimes good, sometimes bad. When it was good, a single sentence got them into the shelter and led him to encounter a toothless zombie. When it was bad, he even got kidnapped. If someone else had experienced such an ordeal, let alone feeling guilty for holding everyone back, they would probably be cursing them for not arriving sooner. Yet he felt sorry for everyone. When they met again, aside from burrowing into his arms and shedding a few pearly tears out of grievance, he now seemed to have completely recovered without any complaints about the hardships he had endured. He was stronger than he himself, stronger than any of them had imagined. Yu Yang felt he should offer him more comfort. Besides, although he had initially considered Bai Xiaobei a burden, he no longer thought that way at all. Thinking this, he said it aloud. When Bai Xiaobei heard him call himself a burden, his eyebrows nearly shot up to his forehead. But upon hearing "I don't think that anymore," his brows lowered and he touched his chest. Yu Yang, you don't believe me. Bai Xiaobei was a bit speechless. It wasn't disbelief but shock. What a consolation, stirring his emotions like a roller coaster. Yu Yang, the wolf confidant, continued, I mean it. Look, although you can carry heavy loads or fight and you lack combat capability, in critical moments you can cook. None of Squad 9 can cook, they only know how to eat. In a sense, that's your core competitive advantage. Bai Xiaobei muttered dejectedly, thank you for praising my cooking. We'll work hard to make sure none of you can do without me. Yu Yang belatedly realized he hadn't hit the mark and said mischievously, besides, you have toilet paper. What? Toilet paper? Bai Xiaobei's eyes widened. Enough was enough. This wasn't the first time he had called his beloved comics toilet paper. It was too much. You're trampling on someone's hard work. They are manga. Every page is drawn with the author's blood and sweat, the essence of essence. You're too much. He was so angry he stammered, his words incoherent. Yu Yang burst into laughter, completely unrepentant for hurting someone's cherished possession. He draped one arm over Bai Xiaobei's shoulder, pulling him closer. Bai Xiaobei strained backward as if being forced. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Bai Xiaobei pouted and said grumpily, I don't find it funny. Yes, my fault. I'm not good at comforting people, Yu Yang said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Bai Xiaobei turned to look at him. Perhaps because Yu Yang seemed somewhat vulnerable, his courage instantly soared. Since you apologized, I'll forgive you this time. But don't do it again. Yu Yang said, all right, if I ever mention toilet paper again you can hit me. I meant to say you're stronger than you think. You held out until we found you, didn't you? When he heard that Bai Xiaobei had been kidnapped and taken to a zombie nest, his palms were sweating. Except for Tai Youqian, everyone had sensed that Bai Xiaobei would be the first to be abandoned when encountering zombies, or perhaps he would have already turned into one. In the dilemma of whether to rescue Bai Xiaobei, he hesitated. Zheng Yuan said Bai Xiaobei's probability of death was as high as 73, extremely high, perhaps not worth the risk. He should carefully decide whether to wade into this muddy water. In his view, Bai Xiaobei's chances of survival were so low that he should heed Bai Sheng's advice and return immediately. Yet for some reason he suddenly reached into his pocket and grasped the white rabbit candy Bai Xiaobei had given him. He was a decent person, kind-hearted. Although his kindness nearly got him bitten by a baby zombie, luck had saved him. On his wrist was the expensive watch Bai Xiaobei had given him, very costly, very beautiful. This was only the second time someone had given him a gift with no ulterior motive, simply because they thought it looked good on him. Moreover, Bai Xiaobei always gave him a sense of déjà vu, even though in his memory there was no such delicate face. His mind was completely occupied by Bai Xiaobei in that instant, so when Tai Youqian questioned him, he blurted out his agreement to rescue Bai Xiaobei. After that he was stunned for a moment, doubting himself, but soon he followed his heart's choice. He had rarely lived for himself in this life, once treated as a tool, an experiment, later as a machine, a weapon belonging to the nation. Although Meng Yusong often made anti-state remarks, one thing he said was right: if they were to break free from the state's control, Yu Yang would undoubtedly be the first to respond. His feelings toward the nation and the military were too complex, so tangled that even he couldn't sort out whether it was hatred or not. As someone rarely praised for anything other than luck, Bai Xiaobei was skeptical. Don't try to comfort me. I know my own worth. Surviving is all thanks to luck, and I was fortunate to meet Xie Qingyuan. I still have a long way to go before I stop holding you all back. I'm not lying. Don't sell yourself short. Luck is also part of strength. You're already impressive. Yu Yang didn't miss the subtle expression on his face when he mentioned Xie Qingyuan. Why do you suddenly feel useless? Did Xie Qingyuan say something to you? Bai Xiaobei shook his head. No, the moonlight is enchanting. I just felt a surge of emotion. Suddenly he thought of something, clapped his fist into his palm and declared earnestly, but I did kill a zombie today. Yu Yang was just looking for something to praise him for, and Bai Xiaobei had actually killed a zombie on his own. For others this was a small step, but for him it was a huge leap. That's even more impressive. You don't just have luck, you have real skill too. His expression was so astonished, as if he had seen a pig climb a tree. Bai Xiaobei's face instantly flushed crimson, though it was hidden by the moonlight. It's my first time killing a person, no a zombie. It feels strange. It wasn't that hard to do, but the sound of the skull cracking open keeps echoing in my ears like an auditory hallucination. That's normal. In your mind, zombies are living, moving, noisy creatures. It is indeed harder at first, but once you get used to the sensation, it's no different from slaughtering chickens or sheep. Gradually you'll become accustomed to it. Bai Xiaobei sighed softly, resting his chin on his knees. How many do I have to kill to get used to it? He wanted to adapt quickly, not wanting his mind to progress like leveling up in a game step by step. Yu Yang was taken aback, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. 214 people. Bai Xiaobei didn't miss his use of the word people. Over 200 people. Yu Yang didn't elaborate further but said, let's work hard together, comrade Bai Xiaobei. Let's get used to this cruel world and survive together. Yu Yang stood with his back to the moon, and Bai Xiaobei couldn't see his face, but he instinctively felt that Yu Yang was smiling at him. His heart suddenly felt as if it was stuffed with cotton, swelling to the point of overflowing. Bai Xiaobei took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Aren't you going to ask me how I killed them? How did you kill them? It was the baseball bat Cao Zi gave me. Without it I'd probably have been devoured by zombies. Bai Xiaobei finished speaking and cautiously studied Yu Yang. Yu Yang understood immediately. You're here to plead for them? Absolutely not. I just came out to relay Xie Qingyuan's message, but it suddenly crossed my mind, Bai Xiaobei said, seeing that Yu Yang wasn't displeased. He continued, taking them along wouldn't hurt. Brother Liu and Brother Wang are pretty accurate with their guns. Yu Yang saw through him. You're doing this for that kid Cao Zi, aren't you? It's good enough that I didn't take them back as prisoners. They should be grateful. Dreaming of me taking them to the supermarket warehouse. Impossible. Bai Xiaobei, seeing his thoughts exposed, let out a dry chuckle. We used to be colleagues. I can help a little where I can. Yu Yang countered, is it necessary to go this far for a colleague? Besides, he led you away. How can that be considered a good colleague? He had no choice. Under those circumstances, if he hadn't taken me, I'd have been killed. Looking at the outcome, I'm still alive, Bai Xiaobei knew he was being too optimistic. The attitude Tai Youqian held, as if he could bite Cao Zi to death, should have been his own. But he always felt it was right to help others within his means. Call him superstitious or too saintly, but he firmly believed that his help would one day return to him. If those with ability don't help others, their power remains unused. Besides, he was only talking now, he had no real ability to help the authorities on his own. His long-standing spirit of helping others wouldn't let him ignore Cao Zi's plea for help. Yu Yang, please do me a favor and help them. Bai Xiaobei instinctively begged Yu Yang, his eyes shimmering like water, as if he would lower his gaze in disappointment if Yu Yang refused. Kindness is a good thing, but when it exceeds its limit it can backfire, Yu Yang warned, then added, it's just a few more people. Taking them along won't cost me anything. Bai Xiaobei said happily, thank you. Little did he know then that he would later pay a heavy price for his kindness. Yu Yang said, I'm doing this for you. You should give me something in return, right? Bai Xiaobei's inner alarm bells rang. I can give you a few more comics. I don't want that. Yu Yang's gaze shifted slightly downward from Bai Xiaobei's eyes to his lips. Having just eaten a rare delicacy, Bai Xiaobei kept licking his lips. His small tongue darted in and out as if adding color to them, making his pale lips appear fuller and tinged with pink. Was the sausage good? Hidden by the night, Bai Xiaobei didn't notice the predatory look in Yu Yang's eyes. It was good. Bai Xiaobei was puzzled by Yu Yang's sudden mention of the sausage, but his thoughts drifted, lost in the taste of the delicious sausage. He smacked his lips, wistfully wondering when he'd eat it again. The pink of his lips deepened. Yu Yang's gaze darkened. I almost forgot something else. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Thanks to the white rabbit candy you dropped, we found out you were taken from the West. Clever. Do you have any more white rabbit candy? Yes. Bai Xiaobei unsuspectingly reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of white rabbit candy. I only took 3. I didn't get a chance to drop them while being taken, or maybe you'd have found me sooner. Yu Yang pressed on. 3. So you have a lot. I have a. Bai Xiaobei's expression froze as he finally caught on. Yu Yang was tricking him. Head told Yu Yang he only had one piece of white rabbit candy before and now 3 had popped up. Head practically handed Yu Yang proof of his lie. He hadn't expected to be caught sneaking the candy but rather exposed for saving his own life. Seeing Bai Xiaobei frozen like a paused video, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh. You're so expressive, comrade Bai Xiaobei. Hoarding food, huh? Bai Xiaobei. He couldn't bring himself to say, let me explain, because there was nothing to explain. He had indeed tricked Yu Yang. While he was feeling utterly frustrated, the other party, seeing his scheme about to succeed, felt his heartbeat quicken inexplicably. You lied to me, ate my sausage and asked me for a favor. You'll have to think carefully about what compensation I want. Bai Xiaobei weakly retorted, you gave me the sausage. If you've done something wrong, you have to behave and not talk back. Bai Xiaobei. Oh, feeling like he was being treated like a kindergartner. You know that nurse soldier statue in Times Square, right? That's the proper way to treat a lifesaver. Lifesaver. I don't remember it being like that. That's the victory kiss. It's. Yu Yang snapped his fingers in front of him, cutting him off. It's that victory kiss. On a small scale I granted your request, on a large scale I saved your life. This should be easy. Bai Xiaobei watched Yu Yang's slender fingers retreat from before him and land on his own thin lips. Bai Xiaobei. What does this mean? He wants me to kiss him. Kiss? Kiss him. 2 men in the dead of night asking for a kiss. Bai Xiaobei's head felt like it was about to explode and his face flushed bright red. You're joking, right? Yu Yang lowered his hand. Do I look like I'm joking? Bai Xiaobei shook his head then nodded. I don't know. Am I misunderstanding? You want me to kiss you? Bai Xiaobei's mind was about to explode. Stop talking, his thoughts were in chaos. Were both men? Could Yu Yang be into men too? He couldn't tell at all. Could Youqian have been right? His mouth was too sharp. Next time he said anything, Bai Xiaobei wouldn't doubt a single word. Yu Yang tilted his head. Is it not allowed? Can't a kiss express gratitude? In his memory that was what little white bun had told him, kissing him out of gratitude. He had been young then but still harbored doubt, so he later tested it on his teacher. The teacher and that person were the same. Whenever he did something right or obeyed, they would kiss him. It was a way to thank those close to you. Though he didn't yet understand why he felt the urge to kiss Bai Xiaobei, he was used to following his whims and he desperately wanted this kiss. Bai Xiaobei flusteredly waved his hands. That's not the same thing. Yu Yang said matter-of-factly, when I was little my family did this. Bai Xiaobei was speechless. Who teaches a child to kiss like that? This parenting philosophy was way ahead of its time. Seeing Bai Xiaobei hesitate, Yu Yang felt he might be forcing him. If you're not willing, forget it. I'm not a dictatorial captain. You should go back to sleep. He turned to leave but caught a glimpse of a fluttering hem from the corner of his eye. Before he could look over, Bai Xiaobei reached up, placed a hand on his shoulder and used a bit of force to tilt Yu Yang toward him. Then standing on tiptoe he shut his eyes and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Yu Yang stared ahead, his pupils dilating instantly at the soft touch on his face. Don't say we're not close. This is a kiss of gratitude. Yu Yang stood frozen, watching Bai Xiaobei lower his head and hurriedly duck through the rolling door. He didn't look away for a long time, the confusion in his eyes deepening. Why did those words sound so familiar? Early the next morning they were to set out for the supermarket warehouse. Cao Zi was utterly astonished when he realized Yu Yang was willing to bring them along. The next second his gaze shifted to Bai Xiaobei, who stood at the back of the group. Bai Xiaobei nodded at him. Before departing, Yu Yang spoke in a routine tone, let's get this straight first. If you encounter a horde of zombies and I catch you hiding in the back without contributing, I'll throw you all into the midst of them. He hardly seemed like a noble soldier or a stabilizing force for society, threatening others with such practiced ease. Bai Xiaobei, who had already experienced this firsthand, thought to himself that it was all deceptive. But Cao Zi and the others were experiencing it for the first time. They nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice, terrified that displeasing Yu Yang would get them abandoned. Xia Qingyuan called Jin Fatsai over. Carry this black bag. The black bag was bulging. The thought that it was filled with body parts made Jin Fatsai irritable. I don't want to. Carry it yourself. A bag of meat is too unlucky. I won't be able to handle my gun properly and I might even get covered in blood. Xia Qingyuan explained, you won't have to carry it for long. Given the rate the temperature's rising, the meat will spoil in at most 3 hours. Well, use it up after encountering just 2 waves of small to medium-sized zombie groups. Jin Fatsai asked, what's a small to medium-sized zombie group? Xia Qingyuan replied patiently, it means a small scale, temporarily defined as a group of fewer than 20 zombies. Then just say that directly. How am I supposed to understand your fancy talk? Jin Fazai understood but still chose to refuse. I don't want to. Xia Qingyuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, truly a teammate of Yu Yang treating work like a joke. I'm a professor. Jin Fazai asked blankly, so what? Does being a professor mean you can't speak plainly? Xia Qingyuan was speechless. Was that even the same thing? Had this soldier forgotten that he himself was the mission's objective, the key person to protect the golden asset the research institute desperately needed? He dared to refuse his request without a moment's hesitation. Xia Qingyuan felt as if his throat was choked, unable to find words. He could only look at Yu Yang. Is this how you train your soldiers? Yu Yang almost laughed at Xia Qingyuan's frustration. In fact he did. Yes, but his conduct isn't my responsibility. Why don't you ask General Jin? Xia Qingyuan asked, General Jin's grandson. Yu Yang nodded. The grandson of his top superior was a crown prince. It was understandable that he showed no respect. After all, he himself had been exiled to this desolate place because of that very superior. There was an old saying, the father's debt is repaid by the son. No, that wasn't right, the grandfather's debt was repaid by the grandson. Jin Fazai felt a chill on the back of his neck. Puzzled, he scratched it and ran over to Bai Xiaobei. Brother Bai, let me carry that for you. What Bai Xiaobei carried were the medicines Xia Qingyuan had found. No, I can manage this little bit. Let me. I'm strong. Really, it's fine. I can't trouble you like this. It's no trouble at all. Carrying things for Brother Bai is my honor. Watching Jin Fakai's sycophantic behavior, Xia Qingyuan felt that Bai Xiaobei must be different from the pure kindness he outwardly displayed. He must have some extraordinary qualities. After 2 rounds of polite refusal, Yu Yang grabbed Jin Fazai by the ear and dragged him away. You wanted this, so take the lead. Jin Fazai happily took Xia Qingyuan's hand-drawn map and scurried to the front. Wang Qiong stepped forward. Professor, let me carry it for you. Xia Qingyuan patted Wang Qiong's shoulder with an inscrutable expression. Thank you for your trouble. Bai Xiaobei actually wanted to help Xia Qingyuan, but the thought that the bag contained things made of the same cellular structure as himself rooted him to the spot. Brother Liu asked Xia Qingyuan, are there many people at the supermarket warehouse? Is there still plenty of food? The emphasis was on the second part. Xia Qingyuan didn't hide anything. There aren't many people. When I left there were only 12. There's probably enough food for 5 months. Most importantly, it's very safe. A glimmer of hope lit up Brother Liu's eyes. At least we can survive a while longer. Xia Qingyuan continued, but I have to warn you, the warehouse isn't as wonderful as you imagine. It's already been taken over by people. Anyone deemed useless will be driven away. Brother Liu nodded, but the yearning look on his face showed he hadn't truly taken it in. He was probably already fantasizing about a comfortable life in the warehouse. Bai Xiaobei said softly, I wonder if they have any starch sausages. Tai Youqian asked, why are you suddenly craving those? Bai Xiaobei didn't dare admit he'd eaten alone last night, so he laughed it off. I just feel like eating meat. Yu Yang seemed to hear him. He turned his head. Comrade Xiaobei, don't walk at the very back or you might become a zombie's meal. Walk in the middle with Professor Xia. Bai Xiaobei jolted. He had spoken very quietly. Yu Yang's ears at the front were far too sharp. The thought of Yu Yang brought back the memory of that inexplicable kiss from last night. Just thinking about it made Bai Xiaobei's ears burn. Under Tai Youqian's probing gaze, he responded with a simple, okay. Without looking at Yu Yang, he walked with his head down to the middle of the group and introduced, this is Tai Youqian, my childhood friend. Xia Qingyuan nodded at Tai Youqian. I know him. He's a big star. He recently played a dissolute prince in a hit period drama. I really like you. If you have a pen, could I get your autograph? Bai Xiaobei doubted his words. He had seen the frenzy of Tai Youqian's fans surrounding him like a rare animal. Xia Qingyuan was far too calm. Tai Youqian raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's easy. Do you research folks even have time to watch TV? Xia Qingyuan's expression didn't change. It's impossible to work 24 hours a day. The work is tedious, so I have to find some interest. My hobby is watching dramas. By the way, my phone is in the supermarket warehouse. Could I take a photo with you? If the network ever gets fixed, I can show everyone in my group. And for the record, I'm an admin in the 10 Little Sons fan group. Bai Xiaobei hadn't believed him before, but hearing that he even knew the fan group's name for Tai Youqian, he finally did. He couldn't help but think, what a small world. The very person who might save the world turned out to be a fanboy of Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian was susceptible to flattery and hated being ignored. His gloom vanished instantly. He happily winked at him. No problem at all. Meeting you, big brother, is fate. He'll tell you everything, photos, showbiz, gossip, whatever you want to know. I'm probably older than you. Then you're my big brother. Is there anything you want to know? A lot. Can you really tell me everything? It's the end of the world. What's there to hide? I'd say it even to his face. Let's start with that guy Xie. Has been married twice and has a son, but he always claims to be single in public. Bai Xiaobei wasn't paying attention at first, but Tai Youqian's gossip was too explosive. He was soon hooked, listening in stunned amazement. Along the way they encountered a few zombies wandering by the roadside. Yu Yang and his team used the chunks of meat to lure the zombies into a side alley, passing through smoothly without firing a single bullet. Bai Xiaobei and the other two, interrupted from their gossip session, started again. I didn't expect them to get along so well, Yu Yang remarked. The three walking in the middle never stopped talking, though their voices were low. It was like a symposium. Even Jin Fazai, who was focused on leading the way, couldn't help but prick up his ears to listen. Jushin turned his head to look. Tai Youqian seemed genuinely happy. He hadn't seen him in this proud, peacock-like manner that he always displayed on TV in days. He couldn't help but take a few extra glances before looking away. His averted gaze met Yu Yang's in the air. It took him a beat to realize Yu Yang was speaking to him. Yu Yang was dissatisfied with his reaction. I wasn't wrong about the rich kid, you're a total clam. Jushin frowned in disagreement. I'm not. Then can't you say a few more words? Jushin had his own reasoning. I stick to the point and don't waste words. His deputy was so upright he seemed almost unreal. Team 9 was a gathering of troublemakers. Meng Yusong was the most annoying. Zheng Yuan had his own ideas and obeyed superiors more. Jin Fazai seemed respectful and admiring but got carried away emotionally, and even the youngest Lamu acted on his own whims. Only Jushin was 100% obedient. Yu Yang suspected that if he ordered him to cut himself, Jushin would do it without a second thought, treating the command as sacred. The only time he had objected was over Bai Xiaobei. Yu Yang crossed his arms. I don't like discussing others' private matters, but you're not an outsider. Jushin sensed what Yu Yang was about to say. Either he couldn't answer or didn't want to. I don't want to discuss this. Yu Yang put an arm around his shoulder, pretending not to hear. Be honest with me, brother. If I ordered you not to save Bai Xiaobei, would you disobey? Hypotheticals have no meaning. Yu Yang rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Let me put it another way, do you have feelings for the rich kid? Jushin froze his grip on the gun, tightening abruptly. He said calmly, "Here's a man. Don't change the subject. I'm no feudal leader, I don't forbid team romances. But remember mission first. You're my deputy, you can't abandon me for a man." Jushin's gaze lifted slightly. Yu Yang was a few centimeters taller, his eyes roguish and words flippant, yet Jushin felt a chill run down his spine. Asking about his feelings was a pretense. The real intent was to warn him against breaking discipline and to make an example of him. He recalled when he first joined Team 9. Commander Jin had called him to the office and said not to be fooled by Yu Yang's appearance. His experiences were extraordinary and he was cold, self-centered and ruthless at his core. He had spent the most time with Yu Yang. They had fought on their first meeting and Jushin had lost fair and square. Yu Yang was talkative and hard to read, but he was the strongest person Jushin had ever met, powerful enough to hold his own against swift zombie wolves. That was enough. All he could do was trust Yu Yang and not fall too far behind him. If he had once doubted Commander Jin's words after the zombie outbreak, Yu Yang's actions were nothing like the cold, ruthless description, especially in front of Bai Xiaobei. What about you? Yu Yang tilted his head and pointed at himself. Me? What? Jushin glanced back. You. What are your feelings for Bai Xiaobei? Yu Yang also turned to look. Bai Xiaobei lifted his head and met his gaze, then flinched in panic and looked down awkwardly, stretching as if to cover it up, only to hit his head with the medicine bag he was carrying, wincing in pain. Yu Yang chuckled softly, then coughed twice and said seriously, "Don't you think he's like a little rabbit?" Jushin. No. Yu Yang wanted to tell Jushin to get his eyes checked, but finding an eye doctor was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So he reluctantly explained, "He cooks and does laundry like a snail girl, like a little wife." He didn't know why, but he didn't want to say that last part out loud. He wanted to keep it to himself. Jushin was even more confused. What does a snail have to do with a rabbit? Yu Yang said, "Snails aren't cute, rabbits are." Then what about Jin Fazai? You said he's your dog. Is Bai Xiaobei the same? Jin Fazai, hearing his name, bounded over cluelessly. You called me. Yu Yang waved him off. Shoo, don't bother your dad. Jin Fazai grinned slyly. Got it, dad. Before Yu Yang could say more, Jushin understood. You wouldn't make Bai Xiaobei call you dad. Yu Yang kept his arm around him. Smart. Don't ask such stupid questions again. No one in this world doesn't love gossip. I don't. Why are you so argumentative? Girls will hate you. You've never been in a relationship, have you? Zhu Sheng's eyes flickered and he pressed his lips together. I have been. Yu Yang. What? His exclamation was so loud that everyone turned to look at him. Unfazed, Yu Yang gritted his teeth without any dignity as if he had heard something unbearable. He practically shoved his head into Zhu Sheng's, forcing the words out like toothpaste. Who would like someone like you? He had been in a relationship. Wouldn't Zhu Sheng had? Yu Yang hadn't even dated, he was still a virgin. Impossible, unfair. Zhu Sheng said, if I have to say, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding where he was deceived. Yu Yang didn't care about misunderstandings. All he could think was that Zhu Sheng had dated, that Zhu Sheng was better than him, and he was about to explode. How dare you? Who would like you? Lamu asked, why is the captain so angry? Jin Fazai said sagely, men are boys at heart. Lamu. Guo Xiaogua said weakly, captain, too much noise will attract zombies. Zhu Sheng hadn't expected him to get this angry, he had thought Yu Yang would mock him. He stepped back and continued provocatively, actually I'm quite popular. Jin Fazai interjected, I can vouch for that. Lots of girls from the neighboring women's team come to see Deputy Zhu. Yu Yang, no one comes to see me. Jin Fazai said, everyone says you're handsome but annoying. Yu Yang questioned his existence, muttering, impossible. I don't believe it. How can anyone like you? It's too surreal. Zhu Sheng could no longer follow his train of thought and felt he was about to shatter. He asked bluntly, you can date if you want. Yu Yang, who? A zombie. Zhu Sheng chose his words carefully. You seem to like Bai Xiaobei. I do like him. I mean romantic love. The implication was that he could date Bai Xiaobei, and Bai Xiaobei probably wouldn't refuse for whatever reason. Yu Yang waved his hand without a second thought. As a well-raised youth, I only like women, curvy, fair-skinned, slender-waisted women. Zhu Sheng glanced behind him. Really? Yu Yang shook his head even more vigorously. No doubt about it. My orientation is perfectly normal. Xia Qingyuan spoke up coldly. Just a reminder, you took the wrong path. Yu Yang blinked and turned to see Bai Xiaobei, who had approached without him noticing while he was busy refusing. Bai Xiaobei twitched the corner of his mouth as if trying to smile but failing. Tai Youqian clicked his tongue. Two lunatics, he said, dragging Bai Xiaobei forward. Babe, why do you keep looking to one side? Does your eye hurt? Tai Youqian asked, leaning against Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei let out a couple of dry laughs. It's nothing at all. Last night he had suffered from insomnia because with a muddled mind he had kissed Yu Yang. The soft sensation on his lips lingered, refusing to fade, and he spent the entire night staring into the darkness, pondering the meaning of his existence. He really had kissed Yu Yang. He had taken the initiative to kiss Yu Yang. How incredibly bold of him. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, why had he done it? Yu Yang's loose tongue was nothing new, the man was a chatterbox. Bai Xiaobei knew full well the other was joking, so why had he still leaned in and kissed him? Was it because he believed Yu Yang wouldn't push him away, or because he wanted to? Though he had been single for years and had honestly resigned himself to spending his life with his comics, why had he suddenly become so desperate as to kiss the leader of their team? Was it out of gratitude? He wasn't noble enough to sacrifice himself out of thanks. And he was acutely aware that this feeling was entirely different from when he had previously thanked Tai Youqian for having his back. What was it then? Haunted by this question, Bai Xiaobei thought all night and arrived at a conclusion that left him both amused and exasperated. He seemed to have fallen for Yu Yang. A savior-like presence, a handsome face, a somewhat infuriating yet endearingly talkative personality. He was a good man who was always helping him. A man like that had stirred the heart of Bai Xiaobei, who had been single since birth, in just a few short days. But he had no idea what to do. He had taken the initiative once before, encouraged by Tai Youqian to confess his feelings to someone, only to be met with ridicule and hurt, followed by isolation from his classmates that lasted until graduation. If something like that happened again this time, it wouldn't be a matter of simple isolation. He could even lose his life. He wanted to tell Tai Youqian and ask for advice on what to do now, but from the moment he woke up until now there hadn't been a single moment for them to talk in private. Tai Youqian looked at Bai Xiaobei's complex expression. Because of the intense inner turmoil, his brows were furrowed into and not making him look as if he were deeply wronged. Got something to tell me? Bai Xiaobei thought that Tai Youqian really could read his mind. He'll tell you later. Tai Youqian understood. This meant Bai Xiaobei had a little secret to share. Let him guess. Is it about that thing? He tilted his chin forward. All along the way Yu Yang had been pestering Bai Xiaobei like a grade schooler. No one else could make Bai Xiaobei this conflicted. Nothing ever got past him. Bai Xiaobei nodded sheepishly. Tai Youqian said, "Tell me all about it tonight." He figured Yu Yang had probably done something childish again or was just being a nuisance. Yet despite knowing Bai Xiaobei inside out, he could never have guessed that Bai Xiaobei had been audacious enough to make the first move and kiss the man. Xie Qingyuan watched their silent exchange utterly confused. "Who are you two talking about?" "Nothing," Tai Youqian said dismissively. "What lovely weather." The sky was overcast without a single cloud or ray of sun. Where he saw lovely was a mystery. Just then Yu Yang's voice grew several times louder, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Yang was jumping around, clutching his head, looking as if he was about to start a fight with Zhu Sheng. Bai Xiaobei asked, "Are they fighting?" Tai Youqian replied, "No idea. Yu Yang's probably just losing his mind." Xie Qingyuan added, "Let's go see. Besides, I think my map is wrong." The three of them quickened their pace. Just as they could make out Yu Yang's words, they heard him declare that he liked women and that his sexual orientation was perfectly normal. Bai Xiaobei's mind went blank. His first thought was, did Yu Yang believe that liking men was abnormal? Was he that averse to men? So he was the only one whose heart had been in turmoil over last night. Yu Yang must hate him for being a man he despised and having kissed him. He probably wanted to curse him out at the very least. Good thing he had run off right after the kiss last night, or he might have gotten beaten up. This was for the best. Yes, this was good. Knowing Yu Yang's stance in advance meant he wouldn't entertain any futile hopes nor make a fool of himself later. This was what they called nipping pain in the bud. He wasn't heartbroken at all. Yu Yang silently cursed himself for being so careless as not to notice someone approaching. This had never happened to him before. Was it because he was so eager to deny things that he ignored other sounds, or was his own heartbeat so loud it drowned everything else out? Bai Xiaobei stared blankly at him, seemingly not having processed the situation. By his nature at a time like this he would have snapped his fingers in front of Bai Xiaobei and asked if he was dazzled by his good looks. But recalling what he had just said, his heart tightened. He felt an impulse to explain himself to Bai Xiaobei or to say something to cheer him up. Anything would do. He just didn't want to see Bai Xiaobei wear such a sorrowful expression. "Well, I know," Bai Xiaobei cut him off abruptly, averting his gaze. He didn't know what he knew. He just didn't want to hear Yu Yang's voice, didn't want to hear him say anything hurtful again. Unlike Tai Youqian, he was weak and terrified of causing trouble. So he had no intention of confronting Yu Yang about those ambiguous words that seemed to suggest he had feelings for him. He just wanted to spare himself further humiliation, to return to normal as quickly as possible and to appear normal in front of everyone. Tai Youqian grabbed his hand, cursed at Yu Yang, and shot a vicious glare from his beautiful fox-like eyes, including at Zhu Sheng, who had been fanning the flames. Bai Xiaobei was simple-minded, wearing his heart on his sleeve. He was far too easy to read. Though his taste in men was terrible, Tai Youqian respected his choices. Bai Xiaobei had already developed a crush on this crazy kid, and now being so thoroughly crushed like this, it was truly pitiful. He pulled Bai Xiaobei aside and took a tissue from his pocket. "Don't cry. There's no need to be sad over a bad man." Bai Xiaobei forced a smile. "I'm fine." His eyes stung and swelled, making his breathing quicken. He bit his lower lip hard, but he couldn't hold back the moisture welling in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see him like this, losing control of his emotions over someone else's words. So he sniffled hard, rubbed his eyes and said, "The wind is so strong. My eyes hurt. Did I wipe my face with dirty hands?" His words were all jumbled. He was truly heartbroken. "And you say you're fine? Your smile is uglier than your tears." Tai Youqian sidestepped to block Yu Yang's prying gaze. "I'm not one to say I told you so, but first it was that song guy, now it's a you. Your taste in men is atrocious. But it's good to see through those straight men's dirty minds early on. Saves you from getting entangled later." Bai Xiaobei sniffled. "I was foolish. Nothing is more important than staying alive." Tai Youqian hugged him. "When we get back to North City, I'll introduce you to some good men." Bai Xiaobei said, "I don't want male models. Still have a professional bias even in the apocalypse. Fine, I'll have my old man find you someone proper. Make sure he's handsome. You got it? Captain Yu, are you listening?" Xie Qingyuan cupped his hands around his mouth and enunciated each word. "We're going the wrong way." He waved a hand in front of Yu Yang's face. Yu Yang furrowed his brow, slightly tilting his face away to evade Xie Qingyuan's annoying hand, his expression unreadable as he gazed in Bai Xiaobei's direction. He felt he might have offended Bai Xiaobei. Given the latter's earlier woeful demeanor and Tai Youqian scolding like a hen shielding its chicks, he reasoned he couldn't have misinterpreted. Bai Xiaobei was indeed upset by his words. But what was he upset about? That his type didn't match his own. That he didn't prefer curvaceous women. Wait, he recalled Tai Youqian mentioning he liked men. Did Bai Xiaobei feel the same? Surely he couldn't forbid someone from liking a different gender just because he himself liked men. Or did Bai Xiaobei's heart belong entirely to him, seeing him as his most beloved, unable to accept their differences? Why on earth? And why was he now laughing with Tai Youqian as if nothing had happened? Could it have been his imagination? A giant question mark loomed in Yu Yang's mind, filled with tangled black threads. He murmured, "What's really going on? Does Bai Xiaobei have a problem with me? Is he mocking me now?" Jushin consoled him, "Clearly not. The captain was usually too clever for his own good, his schemes clicking like an abacus, making it easy to fall into his trap. Yet in interpersonal matters he was astonishingly dense. Then again, if he had any emotional intelligence, he wouldn't be infamous in the northern city military for being a pretentious poser. Anyone with eyes could see his feelings for Bai Xiaobei. But he, blinded by his own confusion, dismissed it as brotherly camaraderie. Would a normal person find a brother adorable? Yu Yang grew more perplexed. Is there something wrong with me liking women? Did I say something wrong? Jushin pondered for a moment. I don't know, but he seems in good spirits now, so probably not. I don't think I said anything wrong either, but what if he ignores me? He doesn't seem the type to hold grudges. The priority now is getting to the warehouse. Yu Yang rolled his eyes half doubtfully and concluded, "You're right. In being too sensitive." "Stop," Xie Qingyuan interjected, unable to bear it any longer. These two brothers were as clueless as greenhorns, utterly ignorant of a boy's heart. "Yu Yang, what now? Did you misremember again?" "No, this turn leads to the warehouse," Xie Qingyuan said, deciding to help Bai Xiaobei out. "You made Bai Xiaobei angry." Yu Yang's eyes drifted back to Bai Xiaobei, practically glued to him. He spoke slowly, doubtfully, "Can't be." He drew out the word "be," a mix of distrust toward Xie Qingyuan and a baffling self-assurance that he hadn't hurt Bai Xiaobei's tender heart. Xie Qingyuan found him brainless, trusting Jushin, who couldn't read a room over him, a professor. An experienced one at that. "Bai Xiaobei told me you're an incredibly capable person. After all these years you haven't changed a bit. Some people just can't be taught." Xie Qingyuan's words cut off abruptly. The first half of the sentence exploded in Yu Yang's mind, bursting into countless pink bubbles that floated and bobbed in the air. I am impressive. He's not wrong. He knew Bai Xiaobei wasn't mad, why else would he speak well of him to others? "Still don't get it." Xie Qingyuan sneered. "You're such a poser. If you have no intention, stop leading him on." Yu Yang bristled. "Who am I leading on? Watch your words." Xie Qingyuan shrugged. "Fine, I misspoke. Think it over yourself." Bai Xiaobei was truly unlucky to like someone like that. He'd probably never get a response. Should he tell Bai Xiaobei about Yu Yang's past? Let him know Yu Yang's heart was ice? No, he had no obligation to meddle. Once they reached Northern City, they'd go their separate ways. The contempt in Xie Qingyuan's eyes before he turned away popped all of Yu Yang's pink bubbles. What was wrong today? He hadn't said anything harsh, so why was everyone treating him like this? Especially Bai Xiaobei. Last night he'd kissed him and said such warm words, only to abandon him now, though that term didn't quite fit. Jin Fatsai, "Captain, what's wrong with you? Is it that time of the month?" He'd somehow gotten a fishing rod with a piece of meat tied to the line. Yu Yang scowled. "Where'd you get that rod?" Jin Fatsai grinned smugly. "There's a fishing shop over there with plenty of stuff. Gotta say, $0 shopping is amazing. Want one, bro?" Yu Yang forced a smile. "Having fun, are we?" "Loads. Dealing with zombies is like walking a dog," Jin Fatsai demonstrated, then added cluelessly, "I eavesdropped earlier. Turns out Bai Ge used to date." Ouch. Yu Yang kicked him in the rear. "Might as well take a megaphone and tell the zombies in here. Don't you know they have sharp noses? Always asking for trouble." Ram, mimicking his meat-carrying antics, swiftly tossed the rod far away. Bai Xiaobei moved from the middle to the back of the group, standing with Cao Zi and the others. Cao Zi, baffled by the levity during their escape, wanted to speak. After several attempts he managed a quiet, "Thank you." Bai Xiaobei heard him but said nothing. Before the apocalypse they'd been superior and subordinate. He'd occasionally noticed this younger, often bullied boy. But now everyone fought for survival and all he could offer was a trivial plea. Besides, he instinctively knew Yu Yang would take them along regardless. Thinking of Yu Yang led to last night's kiss, which had clarified his own feelings, but understanding only went so far as a racing heart. A flicker of loss passed through Bai Xiaobei's eyes. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was just a flutter of the heart, it would fade in days, mere hormonal mischief. A zombie dog suddenly burst from the roadside, its half-torn mouth gaping, flesh ripped from gum to chest, black-red blood matting its fur, a disgusting, filthy sight. Yu Yang hurled the thigh meat from Jin Fakai's rod at it, but the dog charged at them without pause. Ram sprinted toward it, veering aside at the last moment to kick it in the belly. Despite his small stature, he was immensely strong. The dog tumbled several times before stopping, and Wang Qiong rushed over to crush its head underfoot. Just as Yu Yang was about to praise them to boost morale, a yellow blur flashed before his eyes. Without time to think, he swiftly raised his gun and fired at the shadow. The shadow was hit, flying backward and landing on the ground. Only then did everyone see it was an orange cat. It let out a low hiss, its eye sockets hollow and empty. Jin Fazai rushed over and drove his knife into its brain. Poor little cat. When we came out, one person fell here, Xia Qingyuan said worriedly. Ahead is the residential area. There are many zombies and even more pets. Infected pets are incredibly fast and have terrifying bite strength, while the sheer number of humans makes it a difficult breakthrough. Past the residential area and around the corner is the supermarket warehouse. Next to the warehouse is a park, so there shouldn't be many zombies there. The real challenge now is breaking through this residential area to get through. Yu Yang holstered his gun and looked at the zombies gathering in their direction, drawn by the gunfire. It's simple. Just take a detour and run. With that, he dashed into a nearby alley. The others froze for a moment before quickly following. The alley was narrow. Bai Xiaobei lagged slightly, practically pushed along by those behind him, while he in turn pushed Tai Youqian ahead. For a moment it felt like the chaotic scramble for food in the university cafeteria, both absurd and frustrating. Wang Qiong yelled from behind, "Captain, the zombies are catching up." Unlike their single-file formation, the zombies surged through any available gap, flooding into the alley like a tide. "Open fire," Yu Yang ordered, then told Zhu Sheng, "Turn right ahead, then left at the second intersection and left again at the end of the road." He then pushed his way to the back. Those behind instinctively made way. When he reached Bai Xiaobei, the latter pressed himself against the wall, stubbornly refusing any contact. After Yu Yang passed, Bai Xiaobei realized his reaction had been too extreme. But at a time like this, Yu Yang was busy holding off the zombies and didn't care about his closeness or distance, yet Bai Xiaobei had let his mind wander to inappropriate thoughts. Tai Youqian shouted, "Xiaobei, keep up." Bai Xiaobei hurriedly ran forward. Yu Yang reached the rear where Jin Fazai, Xiaoguo and Wang Qiong were firing at the approaching zombies, taking down the nearest ones. But the zombies seemed endless. For every one killed, two more pushed forward, grotesque and multiplying. Yu Yang said, "Stop firing and fall back." Jin Fazai asked, "Captain, do you have a plan?" "Wait for them to surround us, then fire simultaneously." Guo Xiaoguo exclaimed, "I get it. Build a human wall, no a zombie wall." Yu Yang replied, "At least it'll slow them down." "All right," Jin Fazai said, shoving Wang Ji, who was at the back. "Make room for us. Move it, move it. My kidneys hurt, I can't run fast." Wang Ji, clutching his waist, gritted his teeth in pain. Thanks to Yu Yang, everything below his waist still ached and his ribs were definitely broken. This man was terrifying. Who could throw someone with such force? He was a soldier himself, but even during the national military competition he had never seen anyone this formidable. This person was definitely someone extraordinary, frighteningly so, like a monster, not a normal human. The zombie horde drew closer. Yu Yang could now see the pink hair clip on the leading zombie's head and the bare chest beneath its torn nightgown marred by a vicious scar. Wang Qiong took a step back, but Yu Yang said calmly, "Don't move." Wang Qiong swallowed hard, stomped his feet and gripped his gun tightly, holding his ground. Half a meter, 30 centimeters, 15. Yu Yang was now well within normal social distance of the zombie before him. His nostrils were filled with the stench of rotting flesh mingled with an indescribable smell of urine. Just as the female zombie opened its gaping maw close enough to bite him with a mere stretch of its head, he raised his gun, pressed it to its forehead and pulled the trigger. The others immediately opened fire with their submachine guns, picking off the zombie horde. The front ranks fell and those behind climbed over them, piling layer upon layer. Soon a wall of corpses about 1.5 meters high had formed. Seeing that it was enough, Yu Yang ordered a retreat. The zombies blocked by the wall struggled to climb over, tripping and falling in place. Only a few managed to scramble across, stumbling as they gave chase. Yu Yang ran to the front and instinctively looked down at Bai Xiaobei as he passed. He had prepared a few words of comfort, like how the zombies were held back or to run slowly and not fall, but Bai Xiaobei didn't spare him a single glance, focused entirely on escaping. A surge of frustration lodged in Yu Yang's chest. Bai Xiaobei knew he was right beside him, yet deliberately avoided looking at him. Bai Xiaobei sensed Yu Yang running alongside him without overtaking him. He fought the urge to look, even though he could feel Yu Yang's gaze boring into him. What did he want? Had he forgotten to zip his pants? Bai Xiaobei checked his zipper and then his clothes. No, everything was fine. So why was Yu Yang still staring? Then a sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that Yu Yang was about to confront him about last night? He still had his pride to maintain in public. If Yu Yang exposed him in front of everyone, it would crush his dignity completely. How could he ever show his face in the group again? Cold sweat broke out on Bai Xiaobei's back. His mind raced, conjuring several possible things Yu Yang might say, but he couldn't think of a single reply. Yu Yang watched him for a few more seconds, parted his lips to call out to him, but Tai Youqian cut him off. Mute, he's calling you. Don't stand there like a zombie. What, want to apologize to Bai Xiaobei? Yu Yang retorted, why should I apologize? His sincerity was so genuine that Tai Youqian twitched his mouth in exasperation, shooting Bai Xiaobei a look that asked, how did you end up with this one? Bai Xiaobei blinked rapidly at him, signaling him to get rid of this imposing figure. Tai Youqian said, forget I asked. I talk too much. Go on. Yu Yang was confused, but Zhu Sheng called out from ahead, so he had to move to the front to lead the way. How do you know such a hidden route? Are you a local? Xia Qingyuan's map only showed one path through the residential area, and these were places he had never been before. Yu Yang was in a bad mood. Is that funny? Xia Qingyuan replied, sort of. He knew Yu Yang's background better than anyone, so he knew Yu Yang couldn't have been born in Dali. Why did you leave the shelter? Xia Qingyuan said, couldn't stay there anymore. Yu Yang pressed, you're a rare doctor, a precious resource in the apocalypse. There's no way they'd let you leave. Xia Qingyuan's expression flickered. The shelter is supposed to protect ordinary civilians, but where there's power, fairness is bound to be lost. Is that reason enough? I never took you for someone with a sense of justice. Thanks for the compliment. These few years out here have accumulated some humanity in me. Aren't you the same? Yu Yang had let two helpless stragglers join the team, even defied orders to find one of them. He was far from the machine that only followed commands. I guarantee when you go back, those old men will be shocked. Yu Yang didn't understand his cryptic words, assuming he was just impressed by his skills, a case of looking at someone with new eyes. The group stopped in front of a shabby two-story brick house with the words, Art Studio, painted on its wall. Zhu Sheng, there's no way. Yu Yang walked to the stairwell outside the building. I've memorized the map Yutao mapped out. If we climb over from here, we'll see the warehouse. The building wasn't tall. Getting from the outdoor stairwell to the second floor and then onto the roof didn't seem too difficult. The real problem was how to get down on the other side. Zhu Sheng didn't recall when he had memorized the map, probably during the half hour of silence on the way there. Is there a stairwell on that side? Yu Yang, no. So we'll go first and cushion your fall. He said it so casually, as if he were an inflatable mattress. Bai Xiaobei felt a strange sense of déjà vu. When he tremblingly climbed from the roof to the other side and descended to the second floor balcony, his legs so weak he had to cling to Tai Youqian to stay upright, he looked down at Yu Yang, who stood below with arms outstretched, exuding a sense of security. He reminded him of the village. His mind grew even more chaotic. Yu Yang looked up at him, eyes crinkling with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his high nose bridge casting a small shadow on his face. If you ignored his clothes, he was the spitting image of a cheerful athletic student basking in the sun. He had secretly vowed to remain indifferent to him, so why did he have to make such a dashing move again? Youqian, you go first, Bai Xiaobei said hesitantly. Tai Youqian pointed downward. Switch. Let Zhu Sheng catch us. Zhu Sheng, now addressed, spread his hands in a businesslike manner. Come on down. If the situation weren't so dire, Bai Xiaobei would have hugged Tai Youqian and kissed him profusely. No one knew him better than his childhood friend. Tai Youqian climbed over the railing, turned around with his back against it, and tentatively tried to jump down. Seeing how high it was, he climbed back, faced the railing, and carefully extended his leg downward. Zhu Sheng raised his hands. Tai Youqian was already crouching outside the second floor railing, but the tips of his toes were still a distance from Zhu Sheng's hands. Jump. Tai Youqian didn't want to admit he was still traumatized from being flung by Yu Yang last time. I know. Don't rush me. The zombies haven't caught up yet. Yu Yang drove his military knife into the head of a zombie that had risen from a corner, trying not to cause a commotion. The zombies haven't caught up, but the ones here will be waiting downstairs with their mouths open, letting you dawdle right into them. They'll gnaw off your toes one by one, then your legs. You'll scream, attracting more zombies, and then you'll be torn apart. Tai Youqian. This guy was really annoying. Apart from having a handsome face to fool naive, inexperienced guys like Bai Xiaobei, what good was he? He never said a single nice thing. Jin Fazai and Lamo leaped down beside him, landing lightly. Jin Fazai, brother Youqian, it's not high. Just jump. Lamo looked up. I can jump even higher. Tai Youqian gritted his teeth. Little black monkey, don't think I can tell you're mocking me. Lamo blinked innocently, a look of utter incomprehension on his face. Jin Fazai added, even if you fall you won't die. That didn't help at all. Tai Youqian only grew more reluctant to let go, his feet dangling in the air. Zhu Sheng comforted him, don't be scared. Tai Youqian. He was stubborn and didn't like being coaxed. Zhu Sheng's words sounded like he was soothing a child. Who did he think he was? He was Tai Youqian, the man who consistently topped the charts for the most commercially valuable male star and the most handsome male celebrity. The condescension in Zhu Sheng's tone reminded him of how his assistant told him about his scandals, being difficult, bad-tempered and unpopular, making him feel insulted. He let go of his hands and fell straight backward. Fortunately, Zhu Sheng reacted quickly, stepping aside and adjusting his stance to catch the stiff, defenseless Tai Youqian. It's okay. Tai Youqian heard a deep magnetic voice beside his ear and snapped his eyes open. He was lying in Zhu Sheng's arms, being carried like a princess, his hands still frozen in the air, clenched like chicken claws from releasing the railing. He withdrew his hands and clenched them into fists against his chest. Zhu Sheng looked down at him. His mixed-race heritage gave his pupils a light brown gleam in the light. Above his deep eyes were sharp dark brows, and his high nose bridge created a sculpted curve on his face. Tai Youqian's heart skipped a beat. Hey? Zhu Sheng looked at him. Have we met somewhere before? Zhu Sheng's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then he said firmly, no. No? He had met too many people. He might forget them the next day. His profession made him adept at feigning familiarity with strangers, but those he truly remembered and befriended were few. He felt a sense of familiarity with Zhu Sheng, and it was growing stronger. How could he not have met him? Besides, Zhu Sheng was sent by his grandfather to check if he was still alive. He couldn't possibly not know him. Tai Youqian didn't believe him. He tilted his chin up and said logically, then how did you know I was the person you were looking for the moment you saw me? Zhu Sheng, your photo is plastered all over the most luxurious commercial center in the North City. Tai Youqian was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect you to like shopping malls. Zhu Sheng, I don't, he said, then realizing something he averted his gaze in slight embarrassment. This fool couldn't even lie properly. He had gotten the truth out of him with just a casual remark. If an enemy captured him, he wouldn't know how to keep a secret. It didn't matter. Since Zhu Sheng was unwilling to say, he still had plenty of time to pry the truth out of him. Tai Youqian was in a great mood. He hooked his left arm around Zhu Sheng's neck, gently pinched the back of his neck, feeling his stiff response, and leaned close to his ear. That poster, I would have torn it down if the brand hadn't liked it. It didn't capture even half of my beauty. My hair was a greasy mess. What do you think? Zhu Sheng had never experienced anything like this. His mind flashed back to when Yu Yang was in the military, obsessed with audiobooks, especially cheesy CEO romance novels. He had listened to a few episodes. The plots were interesting and the female leads were pitiful. Now for some reason he involuntarily superimposed the image of a cruelly abandoned destitute heroine missing a kidney onto his own face. He immediately set Tai Youqian down. Tai Youqian hadn't expected to be suddenly dropped and nearly lost his balance. If his arm hadn't been hooked around Zhu Sheng's neck, he would have fallen backward. He was thin but weighed about 60 kilograms. Jumping from a height of 4 or 5 meters, Zhu Sheng had caught him with his arms. Even though the arm beneath him radiated immense power even through the fabric, it wasn't made of reinforced concrete. One could only imagine how much it hurt. Tai Youqian was about to lose his temper, but then he thought of this and forgave him as if struck by a sudden conscience. He murmured thanks. Zhu Sheng didn't look at him. He turned to Bai Xiaobei and said, you can come down now. Ignored Tai Youqian, pursed his lips indifferently and reached out to ruffle Lamo's hair. Bai Xiaobei, still thinking about Yu Yang's description of being eaten from the feet up by zombies, climbed over the railing and faced outward. He told himself not to dawdle, took a deep breath as if resigning himself, leaned forward and jumped. He saw a blush creep across Zhu Sheng's handsome face along with his reddened ears. It overlapped with the face of a boy he had seen in his memory. Before he could dwell on it, Zhu Sheng's figure blurred. In the fleeting moment of shifting faces, a pair of hands caught his legs, tightening firmly to support his body. Bai Xiaobei's hands touched the other's shoulders. When he saw the face clearly, he shuddered. As if by reflex, he slapped his palm against the other's face and pushed him away. Zhu Sheng, who had been displaced, felt a dull ache in his waist. He turned to see Yu Yang holding Bai Xiaobei, a head taller than himself. Bai Xiaobei had his hand pressed against Yu Yang's face, leaning back, and Yu Yang was also leaning back from the push. The pose was nothing short of bizarre. Pure primitive reflex made Bai Xiaobei instinctively try to distance himself from Yu Yang, who was so close. His feet began to kick, attempting to escape from Yu Yang's arms. Oh oh oh. Yu Yang cried out as he tightened his grip. His voice made Bai Xiaobei realize how rude he was being, so he quickly withdrew his hands, allowing his tilted head to return to its original position. You almost snapped my neck. Bai Xiaobei stammered, sorry, I got scared. Yu Yang's arm was right beneath his bottom, making him feel uncomfortable no matter how he sat, so he could only use his thigh strength to keep as far away as possible. Why did you? Bai Xiaobei hesitated. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. What about me? Bai Xiaobei glanced sideways at Zhu, wanting to ask why it was him who caught him, why he had pushed Zhu away. But he dared not ask, unwilling to hear Yu Yang's matter-of-fact explanation of help, unwilling to continue misunderstanding that Yu Yang had feelings for him. Zhu can hold you, but I can't. That's not what I meant. Anyway. Put me down. Yu Yang's expression darkened. Bai Xiaobei kept squirming as if trying to find a comfortable angle to sit, his inner thigh occasionally pressing against him, but his words grated on Yu Yang's ears and his evasive expression clearly showed he wanted to stay far away. An inexplicable anger welled up in his heart. Smack. Bai Xiaobei. What was that sound? Zhu, what is the captain trying to do? Tai Youqian, what a dog. Everyone, what are you doing in broad daylight? Yu Yang slapped Bai Xiaobei's restless bottom. Bai Xiaobei froze, then his arms, which had been trying to avoid contact, rested on Yu Yang's shoulders as he attempted to keep his body away from his arm. His ears and neck burned red. If there were a crack in the ground, he would have crawled into it. Why did you hit me? Bai Xiaobei's voice was no longer timid and stuck in his throat, it rose 8 pitches, trembling with both anger and panic. Yu Yang was a good kid, always speaking his mind since childhood. Comrade Bai Xiaobei, what's your problem with me today? What did I do wrong? Bai Xiaobei's mind went blank and he snapped, what does my being upset have to do with you? Why do you care so much? Realizing he had said too much, he bit his lower lip hard, turning it white. Yu Yang jostled him, making Bai Xiaobei stop biting his lip. How is it not my business? You're angry at me. Whether it's something I said or did, you can just tell me. Bai Xiaobei looked at his sincere face with a complex expression, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. What angered him was precisely Yu Yang's behavior, so close that it gave him illusions. Yu Yang seemed oblivious, treating him only as a friend, offering help and insisting on distinguishing right from wrong like a child throwing a tantrum. He was angry at himself for being moved by this version of Yu Yang, for flattering himself into thinking Yu Yang liked him too. If he kept this feeling hidden forever, Yu Yang would probably never know. Bai Xiaobei, put me down. Yu Yang insisted on getting an answer, unable to let go otherwise. No. Bai Xiaobei squirmed even more, wriggling like an eel in Yu Yang's arms. Move again and I won't hesitate to give you another slap, Yu Yang said, intending to voice his suspicion. Is it because of last night when you key? Before Yu Yang could say anything irreparable, Bai Xiaobei quickly covered his mouth. No, I'm not angry, okay? I'm just in a bad mood. Yu Yang was skeptical. Really? His words landed on Bai Xiaobei's palm, muffled and indistinct, the warmth lingering in Bai Xiaobei's hand, making him pull away quickly. Really? I was just too scared of being left behind and I haven't recovered yet. Yu Yang temporarily believed him. So will you avoid me today? Bai Xiaobei shook his head as he said, no. Most of the time Yu Yang exuded a sense of security, leading the team forward, but sometimes his inner childish side would emerge, taking over his body, speaking stubbornly, demanding everyone comply with him. Bai Xiaobei sneered inwardly. Ironically, he was equally defenseless against this version of Yu Yang, as if he were someone Yu Yang treated with care, someone important. He had a feeling it would take a long time for his feelings for Yu Yang to completely fade. Yu Yang curled his lips. And don't worry, I won't abandon you. His eyes shimmered with light so clear that Bai Xiaobei could see his own reflection. The azure sky seemed to be sucked into his pupils like a devouring black hole, drawing in all the fragmented light and reflecting a glass-like gleam. Glass. Bai Xiaobei blinked. Yu Yang's eyes were a sparkling black. Just now he had clearly seemed different. Yu Yang seemed to sense something, setting the startled Bai Xiaobei down and turning to walk forward. Follow me. A large horde of zombies is coming. The onlookers snapped out of it and followed Yu Yang's retreat. Gossip was important, but life was more so. Tai Youqian pulled Bai Xiaobei up. Sorry you had to go through that. Bai Xiaobei. Yu Yang took a winding path that indeed avoided the zombies. The warehouse was in an alley that could only fit one truck. It was piled with clutter, blocking the warehouse entrance, and a car was parked sideways at the opening, clearly defensive measures against zombies. Yu Yang climbed over, weaving through the debris, then stopped. Zhu thought Yu Yang had reached the warehouse, but upon closer look he too halted, frowning deeply with veins bulging on his forehead. Bai Xiaobei first smelled an indescribable stench. In front of the warehouse was a truck, its bed filled with cargo, 3 ropes hanging down, each tied around the neck of a zombie, and 2 dead men. The zombie was in the middle, still alive, swinging back and forth, trying to break free, occasionally clawing at the rope around its neck, but its forearms had been completely severed, leaving it only able to lift and lower them helplessly over and over. Helpless, Bai Xiaobei never thought he would feel pity for a zombie. The 2 men on either side had been dead for a long time. They were naked, emaciated, their stomachs especially hollow, skin a grey-black color as if it would peel off the bone with a touch, their heads twisted at an unnatural angle. One of the men near the zombie had a large gap at his side, as if bitten by the zombie, but from his lifeless state it was likely bitten after death, or he would have turned into a zombie too. This was clearly an execution. Yu Yang said flatly. Xie Qingyuan, you didn't tell me this was a group of heinous criminals. Xie Qingyuan, now you see. In the apocalypse, what's more terrifying than zombies are humans. The suspended zombies, sensing their presence, began to stir, their hands reaching forward in vain, desperately clawing at the air. Xiao Ming suddenly clung to Bai Xiaobei's leg, a damp warmth seeping through the fabric. This child, who had been as resilient and capable as a little adult throughout the journey, finally broke down in tears. Bai Xiaobei, assuming he was disturbed by the gruesome scene, patted his back and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Xie Qingyuan added that zombie was his father. He tried to save someone but was bitten by a concealed wound. The people in the warehouse hung him here as a warning. The other two died of starvation after stealing supplies. Bai Xiaobei paused, then crouched down to embrace Xiao Ming, repeating softly, don't be afraid. Well, help your father. Even in his sobs, Xiao Ming dared not cry aloud. He was truly a well-behaved child. Yu Yang swept his gaze across the warehouse area, a fully enclosed space with the main gate as the sole exit. No guards were posted, and those inside likely remained unaware of their arrival. He drew the knife from his waist, hurled it with precision, and struck the zombie's head, granting Xiao Ming's father release. Ram! Ram took a few running steps, leaped onto the truck, retrieved the blade and handed it back to Yu Yang. As Yu Yang wiped the short sword on a nearby crate, he said, now that we're here, aren't you going to elaborate on the situation inside? Xie Qingyuan had intended to remain silent, fully aware that human nature gravitates towards self-preservation. If he spoke, he might never return. But with the arrow already on the string, speaking could at least serve as a warning. Otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. Besides, there were many innocent people inside. The leader inside is named Li Qi, a man in his early 20s. Despite his youth, everyone follows him for one simple reason: he ensures his followers have enough to eat. He was among the first to flee to the warehouse. Initially he was unremarkable like the other refugees. But when a zombie appeared from nowhere, he was the only one brave enough to behead it with a knife, and the others began to regard him as their leader. His group expanded rapidly, and he enforced strict compliance with his orders. Anyone who disobeyed was cast out, silencing all dissent. He gathered everyone into the warehouse, but food was scarce. He soon realized that a larger crowd meant more trouble. More people attracted more zombies outside. After that he expelled the ordinary people, keeping only the useful ones, technicians and doctors. Those who refused to leave could stay, but they had to serve as bait to lure away any approaching zombies. Jin Fadsai remarked, being a leader sure is easy. Xie Qingyuan continued, everyone was panicked. The one who stepped up naturally drew attention, and by the time people realized what was happening, it was too late. The rules were already set and they had no choice but to obey. Xie Qingyuan looked at Cao Zi and the others. This is why I said it wasn't as good as you imagined. Brother Liu, Brother Wang and Cao Zi turned pale after hearing this. They had expended great effort to escape the shelter, only to find that this place was equally a den of predators. Where else could they go? Was there any chance of survival left? The useless are used as bait, yet you still brought medicine back to save people and tricked us into coming, Yu Yang said, having guessed his ulterior motive, though he hadn't expected it to be so treacherous. Do you want us to bring them out? Calling it a trick was harsh, but he had indeed lied. Xie Qingyuan replied sharp. But whether you save them is up to you. I'm just here to retrieve the active substance. By handing the choice to Yu Yang, it seemed like a gesture of non-coercion, but in truth it was a hot potato. If Yu Yang saved them, fine; if not, he would appear indifferent to human life, a dilemma that placed him squarely on the fire. Tai Youqian murmured, easy for him to say. Yu Yang has no choice but to act. Bai Xiaobei sighed. Yeah, if we don't take these people away, it'll be hard to wrap things up. They had gained yet another person they couldn't afford to offend. Offend Xie Qingyuan and he would scheme to destroy you. Tai Youqian added, Yu Yang will have to negotiate with those inside. Just thinking about it is amusing. Bai Xiaobei. Huh? Why did the rich guy's tone sound so gleeful? Didn't you hear Xie Qingyuan? The people inside are ruthless. We're walking into a death trap. That's what makes it exciting. It'd be even better if Yu Yang gets taken down. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to see it? Bai Xiaobei recalled the time in the village when Yu Yang had been injured without telling anyone, and he had helped apply medicine. His face flushed and he remained silent as if in tacit agreement. The two whispered to each other as if no one else was around, but everyone nearby could hear them. The members of Squad 9 thought to themselves, how much does Tai Youqian hate Yu Yang to wish for his defeat? And Bai Xiaobei, who usually fawns over the captain, apparently wants to see him humiliated too. These words naturally didn't escape Yu Yang's ears. After hearing them, he said coldly to Xie Qingyuan, so your earlier claim about fleeing the shelter due to class oppression, can I assume that was also a lie? Xie Qingyuan pursed his lips in a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. Being outmaneuvered didn't sit well with Yu Yang, who was used to being the one pulling the strings. If it weren't for the fact that Beicheng wants you, I'd really love to punch you right now. Xie Qingyuan replied, too bad. I'm not only capable but I'm also a tattletale. Yu Yang had long experienced his knack for twisting the truth, he could turn black into white. With a cold glare he began to remove his gear. Yang Ji, what are you doing? Yu Yang placed his belongings on the passenger seat of the truck. Are you going to walk in with a gun and announce you're a cop? Disguise yourselves as people seeking help. It'll lower their guard. Once inside, grab the supplies and find a way to get everyone out. That's the fastest and easiest plan. It was fortunate they hadn't changed out of their branded clothes. Without weapons they looked like ordinary people, except for Bai Xiaobei, who was still in his black combat suit. Yu Yang stepped out with his short knife and returned with 2 extra pieces of clothing. Xiaogui and Fatsai change into these. Jin Fatsai protested, why me? I'm not wearing a combat suit. You're dressed like a peacock, too flashy. Mess up your hair and dirty your face. In the apocalypse you can't afford to look plump and well-fed. Jin Fatsai reluctantly removed his pink coat, cherishing it as he hung it on the driver's seat back. After days of wearing it he had grown attached to the garment. Xia Qingyuan warned everyone entering will be searched. You can't bring anything in. Zhu Sheng silently pulled out the Swiss knife hidden in his shoe, but as he placed it on the passenger seat a slender fair wrist brushed past his, depositing a shiny object atop his knife. These aren't dangerous items. The implication was that he didn't have to remove them either. I know, Tai Youqian said, already tugging at his watch strap. But beware of envy, never underestimate a person's jealousy. Especially since he was a highly recognizable celebrity. Zhu Sheng realized that while others might pass under disguise, Tai Youqian would have a much harder time. He wasn't as confident as he appeared about many things. Zhu Sheng said, if you need help he'll assist you. Tai Youqian let out a soft laugh. As he withdrew his hand after setting down the watch he almost patted Zhu Sheng's shoulder but pulled back mid-air. Then thank you in advance. As Xia Qingyuan approached the warehouse door and knocked, Yu Yang rubbed his hand against the nearby white wall and leaned closer, saying, it seems like there's something here. Bai Xiaobei really wanted to pretend he didn't know what he was talking about, but inadvertently their eyes met, clearly looking at him. He took a few steps forward, mimicking Yu Yang's posture to see, what is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yang reached out and smeared something on his face, instantly leaving a white mark on Bai Xiaobei's cheek. Yu Yang, satisfied, said, it's just a little kitten. Bai Xiaobei wiped it with the back of his hand, pursed his lips and said to the smug Yu Yang, don't do that next time. Yu Yang nonchalantly replied, this is more authentic, your face is too clean. As the white mark on Bai Xiaobei's face was smudged, it became lighter but also spread wider. He wiped several more times, saying, making my face look like this is intentional. Yu Yang, realizing he seemed a bit unhappy, said, the little kitten is quite cute, are you really that concerned about your looks? Bai Xiaobei furrowed his brows in resignation, speaking each word deliberately, I don't like it, don't be so childish, and asked him to stop making gestures that could lead to misunderstanding. The warehouse door swung open inward and Bai Xiaobei turned to follow, leaving Yu Yang frozen in place. Not liking it. He was childish. What did that mean? Bai Xiaobei was disgusted with him. Goodness, he wasn't avoiding him anymore but was now starting to disdain him. It was like he was just another gold fortune in the army. Yang Ji, let's go, why are you just standing there, are your legs cramping? Yu Yang glanced at Jin Fatsai with a complex expression. His sunny, optimistic face showed no trace of the past when he was targeted in the army for being a privileged child. He absolutely did not want to become like that. Okay, it'll catch up right away. Jin Fatsai felt an inexplicable itch at the back of his head. He didn't know that Yu Yang was looking at the back of his head, seemingly having made a certain decision. Xia Qingyuan was not sure what he said to the person inside, but they let them all in. However, the door only opened a crack and every person entering had to be searched. Except for Xiaoming's slingshot, which they treated as a toy, all their medicines were taken away and they surrounded them with makeshift weapons like sticks fitted with kitchen knives or wooden rods. A young man approached from behind and one of the people who had just searched Xia Qingyuan handed him a bag. He opened it, glancing at its contents, his eyes surveying each of them. As expected, his gaze lingered on Tai Youqian. Tai Youqian immediately felt nervous. Li Qi said nothing and turned back to Xia Qingyuan, asking, Dr. Xia, was it just you and the child who returned? I am very fortunate to have returned alive, Xia Qingyuan replied. His tone was no different from when he spoke to Yu Yang, and at this moment Bai Xiaobei confirmed that he was listless, with everyone lacking any spirit in his speech. Not just fortunate you brought back so many people with you. They escaped from the shelter and saved me. They are all very useful, they are. Xia Qingyuan paused for a moment. Athletes with excellent physical fitness. I trust these few, but that older one and this white one, the younger one, is quite spirited. Jin Fatsai glared at the finger pointing at him, furious. Clarify what you mean, who looks spirited? My grandfather says I have a face full of righteousness. As he moved, the people beside Li Qi pressed forward, the tip of the knife almost poking Jin Fakai's nose. Yu Yang pulled Jin Fatsai back, staring directly at Li Qi, his eyes revealing no fear. Don't get agitated, although he looks unreliable, his jujitsu skills are quite good. Li Qi had been especially attentive to Yu Yang from the start. He might not have had this vigilance before, but now as a small leader he quickly noticed Yu Yang, who was also a leader in their group. This group managed to escape from the shelter and even saved Xie Qingyuan, which indicated they likely had some strength. Seeing is believing. After Dr. Xie left, we organized a major cleaning initiative here. We indeed need talent. It goes without saying that he meant cleaning out useless people or perhaps killing them. Xiaoming anxiously shouted, "Where's my mother?" Before Li Qi could respond to him, he glanced at Tai Youqian, who was very close to Xiaoming. Tai Youqian lowered his head, and when he raised it again, Zhu Sheng was standing in front of him. "I am not someone who breaks promises. Since I agreed with Dr. Xie, I will naturally spare your mother's life." Xiaoming was frantic, and Xie Qingyuan said, "Can I save her first? Her illness cannot be delayed." Li Qi made way. "Please go ahead." His subordinate brought over a chair. Li Qi sat down, crossed his legs and casually opened a bag of chips, saying as if chatting, "Let's talk. If we reach an agreement you can stay, otherwise you can either leave on your own or I'll send you away." Xie Qingyuan left, leaving the group of people he referred to as athletes to face Li Qi's questioning alone. "First let's talk about how a celebrity ended up among you." He hadn't mentioned Tai Youqian's celebrity status until now, seemingly waiting for this moment. "I thought he looked familiar. Turns out he really is a celebrity. How could a celebrity end up in such a place?" "My daughter's room is plastered with his posters. What a disaster. Get him out of here quick." "Why kick him out? He's a celebrity. I remember he can sing too. Let him entertain us a bit." Before they could start to explain, Li Qi's subordinates began discussing, with opinions split evenly on whether to keep him or not, leading to a very heated debate while others remained silent. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Yu Yang's eyes. With such a small stature, trying to lead and gain followers is no easy task, and perhaps they were gossiping behind his back, saying all sorts of bad things. Jin Fazai quietly remarked, "Why are they only focusing on the rich guy? Our captain and vice captain are handsome too. If not, there's still you and me." Not looking at the celebrity, Ram said, "Him very handsome." Wang Qiong added, "Our captain is too serious." Guo Xiaoguo argued, "Nonsense. If our captain became a celebrity he'd probably be more famous than him." Jin Fazai disagreed, "Forget it. With his temper few can compare to his sharp tongue. He hasn't even debuted yet and has already stirred up a lot of trouble." Yu Yang. "There's no way someone with a sharp tongue can accuse another of having a sharp tongue. Openly discussing their superior means he'll have to write a 20,000-word reflection later." Bai Xiaobei was quite perceptive. Without saying anything about Li Qi, Yu Yang felt like he was about to erupt. He could almost hear the grinding of teeth. "When it comes to sharp tongues, you're all equally matched. Don't point fingers at each other." Yu Yang felt no comfort. The previously soft and fragrant Bai Xiaobei seemed like a dream. "Base Ge, why do you have to say that about me?" Jin Fazai drooped his eyebrows like a sad puppy. Bai Xiaobei looked at him like this, feeling that he hadn't hurt his little heart. Jin Fazai mentioned the captain, vice captain and even himself and Ram, yet he hadn't mentioned the two words Beige Ge. He thought to himself, didn't he look decent too? Why wasn't he being discussed? Meng Zi and the others were completely perplexed, wondering why it felt like they were having a casual chat instead of an interrogation. Li Qi remained silent as his subordinates discussed for so long that they almost started to quarrel. They realized they had spoken too much and fell silent. Once Li Qi had quieted down, he tossed the chips he was holding onto the ground. Bai Xiaobei thought to himself, truly a case of drought and flood. No wonder Meng Zi and the others risked everything to come. Life was too comfortable. In this short time, Tai Youqian had devised a flawless lie. He had just finished filming and wanted to relax, so he came to Dali for a stay. After finishing the food in his room, he went out to forage and happened to run into the group that had escaped from the shelter. He was just about to speak when Zhu Sheng jumped in first. "He came to find me. I am his boyfriend. Tai Youqian. Yu Yang. Bai Xiaobei. Everyone." If such a rumor had been revealed a month earlier, they could have safely enjoyed the gossip at home, adding some fun to their lives. Zhu Sheng's words rendered everyone present speechless. Li Qi thought he had misheard and repeated, "You say you are the boyfriend of a big star?" "Yes," Zhu Sheng replied quickly. During his time in the military carrying out special tasks, he often attended disguise courses where the most discussed topic was playing the role of a couple, as it could most effectively relax the suspects. Tai Youqian reacted and stood beside him, reaching out to grasp his hand. Zhu Sheng spoke with conviction, but as soon as Tai Youqian grabbed his hand, he instinctively recoiled. Fortunately, Tai Youqian held on, otherwise if others saw him unwilling to hold hands, it would be even more difficult to explain. He pressed his pinky finger firmly into the flesh of Zhu Sheng's palm where Li Qi could not see, venting his frustration. "I am used to not discussing personal matters openly." Li Qi looked at them with curiosity now that society was more accepting of same-sex couples. It was occasionally seen on the streets, though still not very common, especially since Tai Youqian was a former public figure. The thugs behind him began to whisper, their eyes filled with obvious malice. Tai Youqian asked, "What's wrong? Is this place not welcoming to couples?" "Of course not. Everyone is too busy surviving to care about this." Li Qi shifted his gaze to Bai Xiaobei. "What about you? Don't tell me you also practice sports." Tell me what use you are. Bai Xiaobei racked his brain. The most admirable thing in his life was managing several international comic groups, being the leader of hundreds of otaku and a fan of several well-known cousas, the favorite target of two-dimensional businesses. Oh, and he could cook. Other than that, he seemed to have no other advantages. He used to get out of breath after walking a few steps, but now it was a bit better and he was dragging others down less. That wasn't completely useless. Bai Xiaobei's mind was filled with thoughts of uselessness, looping infinitely as if he had been branded with an indelible label, feeling like he had lost all value and visibly becoming despondent. Suddenly something warm and soft grasped him, but it felt different from the touch on his body, and his instincts told him it was not a good sign. Li Qi looked at the other party as if poked in a sorrowful spot, appearing somewhat troubled with a sarcastic smile. I don't take in the useless. Before he could finish, Yu Yang interrupted him, seriously, mimicking, he is my boyfriend. Bai Xiaobei. No one would believe that, it was too fake. Li Qi. Do you think him easy to fool? He could tolerate one of them, and Zhu Sheng looked quite sturdy. Keeping him around would also be a significant advantage. As for Tai Youqian, being in the warehouse for too long could lead to boredom, so he was just an entertainment option. But this did not mean he could tolerate everyone being in a strong and weak pairing, especially since Bai Xiaobei did not seem to possess any outstanding qualities. What did he think this was, a sweet little haven? Li Qi was somewhat angered. He stopped lazily leaning against the chair and leaned forward, crossing his hands on his knees, squinting at Yu Yang. Yu Yang noticed his disbelief and thought he had not done well enough, changing from holding hands to putting an arm around Bai Xiaobei's shoulders and pulling him into his embrace. Bai Xiaobei's head crashed onto his hard chest muscles, momentarily dazed. He was not like Yu Yang, who loved to tease people and then act irresponsibly. This was too much. Since my brother has spoken the truth, I have no reason to hide it. As you can see, he is my lover. Li Qi replied, but I don't think this little brother feels the same way. Bai Xiaobei suppressed the sour feeling in his heart, affectionately wrapping one arm around Yu Yang's waist and looking up. I can cook. Can I stay? Li Qi said, that's hard to say. We already have a chef. I'm still curious, are you really a couple? Yu Yang's appearance is quite outstanding, while Bai Xiaobei, though he is quite handsome, seems much less impressive in comparison. There are many ways for couples to prove their relationship, mere hugs are not enough. Bai Xiaobei immediately thought of a way, without any hesitation, boldly tugging at Yu Yang's collar and kissing him on the lips as he leaned down. Anyway, Yu Yang had also teased him many times, so he viewed it as a request for some verbal advantage and a compensation for the misunderstanding. That's right, he is my man. After speaking, Bai Xiaobei's ears turned red. If it weren't for Li Qi watching him closely, he would have been unable to stop himself from biting his lip and swallowing the words back. Where was he? What was he doing? Did he just say he was his man? Did he accidentally blurt out the word man? Man and boyfriend are entirely different species, roughly equivalent to husband and boyfriend. The distinction is clear. How embarrassing! Why was he so quick to speak? After kissing a man, he couldn't even get his words right. Li Qi suspected he was having a bad day, as if he had stumbled into a den of homosexuals with one after another eager to flaunt their love in front of him. Yu Yang was stunned by the kiss, feeling a strange floating sensation. It was a wonderful feeling, as if every sensation in his body had been magnified tenfold. He could distinctly feel the warmth of Bai Xiaobei's palm, this warmth spreading down to his waist and throughout his body, electrifying him, causing a swelling sensation in his chest. But this swelling did not cause discomfort, rather it made him want to laugh. Tai Youqian felt as if his teeth might shatter. Although it was Bai Xiaobei who took the initiative, he still felt like his prized cabbage had been gored by a wild boar. The more he looked at Yu Yang's smug face, the more displeased he became. Zhu Sheng slightly furrowed his brow. He wanted to tell Tai Youqian that if he pressed any harder he would draw blood, but seeing his rapt attention on Yu Yang, he held back, thinking that if he said something Tai Youqian would pull his hand away. Kaozi, Boss Bai is in the hotel business. The largest hotel in the city is his, the XX Hotel. You should all have heard of it. This year he even received a citywide Young Entrepreneur Award. Kaozi's words brought joy and surprise to Yu Yang. You have a very successful hotel. He only knew that Bai Xiaobei seemed quite wealthy, but he didn't expect him to be so capable, managing a large hotel so well. Bai Xiaobei himself had forgotten about this identity. He hadn't been online for too long and had almost forgotten that he seemed quite impressive in reality. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and humbly said, it's nothing to mention, nothing at all. This hotel should be known by everyone here. I didn't expect you to have management skills, Li Qi continued, you are accepted. As the most useless person in the room, to everyone's surprise, he was the first to be accepted. Then Li Qi began to ask one by one. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, thinking he would let them all in, an unexpected event occurred. Li Qi waved his hand and a burly man behind him stepped forward with a large axe, and in the instant when everyone hadn't reacted yet, he swung it towards the person called up for questioning, Brother Wang. Brother Wang's head was instantly severed in half, blood spraying out wildly mixed with white brain matter. The severed area was a gruesome sight and his eyes widened in horror as he fell straight back, the scene disturbingly bloody. Cao Zi stared in disbelief, taking 2 steps forward only to be stopped by Liu Ji crying out helplessly. Li Qi treated it like a minor issue, not even blinking an eye. Those who come with illness, I consider this a release for them. They should be grateful to me. The phrase granting him release draped a sickening veneer of false compassion over the act of treating human life as mere chaff and killing wantonly. Cao Zi watched helplessly as this older brother who had helped him at every turn in the shelter breathed his last with ease, life thinner than paper. Grief overwhelmed him and he could no longer restrain himself. On one hand he was anguished over Brother Wang's death, on the other he was filled with despair for the future. They had toiled and risked everything to escape the shelter only to end up in a place like this. The sheer irony was laughable. In the shelter punishment meant being fed to zombies, yet here these people killed without a second thought, using nothing but fabricated words, making them 1,000 times more terrifying than the soldiers in the shelter. Even Yu Yang couldn't help but grow serious at the sight. The collapse of a law-based society was laid bare here, where people embraced individuals, replacing the law as the supreme authority of a place. Li Qi picked his ear and said, "Stop your blubbering, it's hurting my ears. If you really think he died unjustly, I wouldn't mind going the extra mile to send you to join him." With red-rimmed eyes, Brother Liu grabbed Cao Zi and dragged him back. They had no other path left to survive here. They had to stay invisible and avoid drawing the ire of the local boss. But Yu Yang was someone who didn't fear being targeted. He was injured but not beyond cure. There was no need to end his life outright. Seeing the boss speak up, Jin Fatsai no longer cowered and blustered, "Exactly. Do you have no regard for the law? In ancient times this would be considered extrajudicial punishment and cost you your head." Li Qi hadn't heard anyone dare speak to him like that in a long time. Everyone here feared him and only through fear could he control them. "You two must be the troublemakers here. Killing was meant to intimidate, and that man was just an unlucky fool head caught on a pretext." But these two not only showed no fear but dared to speak insolently. Yu Yang said, "We're not troublemakers, we're just law-abiding citizens who stand up for justice. A good leader doesn't kill at the drop of a hat to flex their authority." He laid Li Qi's intentions bare and Li Qi's face darkened instantly. Through gritted teeth he said, "Say that again." Bai Xiaobei blinked frantically, trying to make Yu Yang notice his all-too-obvious hint. They were outmatched and outnumbered in this situation, surely he should think before speaking. The cleaver that had just killed Brother Wang was still dripping with blood. Yu Yang remained as calm as if chatting about everyday matters. "I think you understand human speech. I mean no offense, just speaking the truth, your methods are inhumane. I believe the greatest difference between humans and animals is humanity." Bai Xiaobei's mouth twitched. He was implying Li Qi didn't understand human speech and calling him less than human. How was that not offensive? Did he have to literally dance on the man's head for it to count? Was Yu Yang courting death? He wondered if he could even run when that cleaver came for them. In the apocalypse, food is everything. During famines people ate bark and useless people just waste supplies. Yu Yang seized on a flaw in his words, "But none of this stuff here is yours. Your wealth surely isn't enough to buy the entire warehouse. Simply put, you're a thief too." With every word Yu Yang spoke, Li Qi's face darkened a shade and Bai Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat. He silently prayed, "Please stop talking. Stop challenging the authority." Li Qi let out a bitter laugh. "So what if I am? Here I am the law. I do as I please and no one can oppose or question me." Yu Yang feigned sudden understanding. "So is that how you see your own men? Keep the useful, discard the useless, or like just now hypocritically grant them release?" Li Qi snorted and waved behind him. The burly man whose cleaver still dripped with blood stepped forward again. If he didn't teach Yu Yang a lesson, he'd think he was a pushover. "Don't try to provoke me on purpose. Since you're so unafraid of trouble, why don't you give it a try?" Bai Xiaobei watched the bloodstained cleaver draw closer to Yu Yang, his legs turning to jelly. He turned to Zhu Sheng and Jin Fatsai, hoping they'd persuade Yu Yang to stop his suicidal antics. But not only did they not persuade him, Zhu Sheng's expression didn't even flicker. When he noticed Bai Xiaobei looking at him, he gave a nod as if to reassure him. Jin Fatsai even seemed amused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. These two just loved watching the drama unfold. If something happened to Yu Yang, what would they do? The sight of that cleaver brought back Brother Wang's tragic end, dying without even a whole body to bury. He paced frantically, shuffling forward on trembling legs, his hands waving like fans. "MMR. Li, he doesn't know how to talk. Please be magnanimous and let him off. He doesn't look like he wants to be let off," Li Qi said, as if Yu Yang wanted to replace him. Two tigers couldn't share one mountain. If he wanted to recruit these people, he had to either crush Yu Yang or drive him away. Bai Xiaobei could only shout at Yu Yang's back, "Yu Yang, what are you trying to do? You're unarmed, how can you fight? Come back." Yu Yang casually rolled up his sleeves, turning back with a smile. "Xiaobei, while I appreciate your concern, you're underestimating your man far too much. Xiaobei. Your man." Bai Xiaobei's mind went blank for 2 seconds. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the burly man closing in, raising the cleaver with a ferocious expression ready to strike. Bai Xiaobei's eyes went wide and he let out an uncontrollable scream of terror. "You young." Li Qi said, "All of you watch closely and see who's in charge here." But his words caught in his throat. Without even looking back, Yu Yang easily dodged the burly man's swing. The man missed, then slashed horizontally and Yu Yang sidestepped backward. "How dare you dodge? I'll hack you to death." The burly man's swings grew wilder and more forceful, yet Yu Yang evaded with ease, retreating step by step without a hint of panic. Soon the burly man was drenched in sweat, realizing Yu Yang was toying with him. But he had no other move besides swinging his cleaver, pinning his hopes on landing the next blow. Li Qi yelled, "Enough. Stop making a fool of yourself. Get back here." Bai Xiaobei stared, dumbfounded, admiration flooding his eyes. Lately they'd been constantly fleeing from zombies, avoiding direct confrontations whenever possible, dodging without hesitation, sprinting at the first chance, skulking like cornered mice. Even when conflict arose they'd used weapons, never engaging in close combat with zombies. Had almost forgotten, Yu Yang was an elite among special forces, someone who had single-handedly taken down zombie wolves with abnormal speed and strength. If he wasn't afraid of zombies, why would he fear humans? As Bai Xiaobei relaxed, he felt a bit foolish for worrying, like patting a horse's rear end instead of its head. All that effort for nothing. And it seemed had been verbally taken advantage of again. Wait, had Yu Yang deliberately provoked the other side to give them a taste of their own medicine, turning their intimidation back on them? Then why the hell had he been so worried? Yu Yang walked back and, seeing Bai Xiaobei's complicated expression, assumed he was still concerned. "I told you I'm strong. You have to trust me." Bai Xiaobei said, "If I could, I'd take back what I said earlier. Words once spoken can't be taken back. I've remembered every one." The attempted intimidation failed, instead revealing Yu Yang's effortless grace as he deftly evaded every strike. Li Qi shot the burly man a venomous glare, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and tremble uncontrollably. A younger man, somewhat disgruntled, believed Yu Yang merely exploited his youth and agility, lacking the nerve to fight back. He was certain he could subdue him if given the chance. "Brother Li, let me handle him." Li Qi's brow furrowed with fury. "Enough. Haven't we been humiliated enough?" He hadn't anticipated Yu Yang's arrival causing such a headache. His sole consolation was having gathered everyone in the warehouse to a distant corner lest they witness Yu Yang's valor and rebel against him. "You're not here to pledge allegiance, are you? You're here to challenge me." Yu Yang's provocation served two purposes: first, to assert his dominance and deter Li Qi from mistreating anyone, especially the vulnerable Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian; second, those newly in power found little interest in ordinary submissions, preferring to see capable men grovel at their feet. "Brother Li controls the largest food supply nearby, so I naturally seek refuge with you," Yu Yang said, switching to a fawning demeanor. "I merely wish to demonstrate my worth, to show you my utility. Taking me in will surely prove advantageous." Being called boss by a formidable man instantly gratified Li Qi's vanity, dulling the sting from his bruised face. Yet he wasn't entirely swayed, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "With such skill, why stoop to serving me? As you said, in this apocalypse food outweighs life. Brute strength without sustenance is futile," Yu Yang replied, seeming to touch on a personal truth. He wiped his face, walked to Bai Xiaobei and gazed at him with tender affection. "I only wish to prolong my beloved's life." Bai Xiaobei's face darkened with embarrassment. Though he knew it was an act playing opposite a handsome man, stirred an involuntary flutter in his heart. To any onlooker, this was a love-struck man willing to become a henchman for his partner's sake, a tale both moving and tragic. Jin Fatsai sighed with genuine emotion. Brother Yang is so devoted. Li Qi cared little for their affection. He only valued Yu Yang's abilities. "Since you wish to stay, I won't refuse. But let me be clear, this is my territory. My word is law. Food belongs to me, you eat only with my permission. Disobey and you're out. Also attend the evening meal punctually. You'll stay in the north part of the warehouse, not with us," Li Qi said with a flimsy excuse. "I must guard against any ulterior motives that might harm my people." Zhu Sheng asked, "What about Dr. Xia?" "Dr. Xia will stay with you along with the injured patients." "That's perfect, but..." Yu Yang's expression turned troubled. "We haven't eaten in 2 days. Could we possibly get an advance on some food?" Li Qi counted the men and figured a dozen wouldn't consume much. "I'm no heartless capitalist, I'm generous with my subordinates," he said, pointing to a man. "You take them to eat." Yu Yang politely thanked him and led Bai Xiaobei along. Once behind a shelf out of Li Qi's sight, Bai Xiaobei pulled his hand away. Yu Yang paused, staring at his empty palm, then at Bai Xiaobei. Bai Xiaobei turned his head. "He can't see us now. No need to keep up the act." "Oh," Yu Yang replied, still feeling the lingering warmth of Bai Xiaobei's hand. "Your hand is so soft. Your hand is so soft." Bai Xiaobei. He took a large step back. Yu Yang added, your face is red. Bai Xiaobei instinctively covered half his face then quickly dropped his hand. This could be considered harassment. Isn't that an exaggeration? I just touched your hand. Bai Xiaobei suddenly realized that Yu Yang's cunning was no less than Xie Qingyuan's. He was like a hunter disguised as prey, not revealing his true nature even after trapping his quarry, even tricking them into walking into his mouth. Able to bend and adapt, his rise to such heights at a young age likely wasn't solely due to his exceptional abilities. Bai Xiaobei's thoughts drifted again to the nature of their relationship and their shared past. With this in mind, he found Yu Yang's recent behavior even more offensive. My silence doesn't mean I'm not angry. You'd better watch yourself. With that he strode ahead. Yu Yang. He turned to Jin Fazai and Zhu Sheng. Harassment. Tai Youqian sneered. In the old days you'd have been lectured by the police countless times. And you call yourself a soldier, disgracing the badge on your chest. Hey, don't pull me. I'm not done. Zhu Sheng pulled Tai Youqian past Yu Yang and ahead. Jin Fazai nodded, lacking a hand to hold. He draped his arm over Lama's shoulder. Brother Yang, we can't harass ordinary folks nor take a single needle or thread from them, while we can't touch their little hands. Yu Yang kicked him. After a moment Tai Youqian said, have you held long enough? Zhu Sheng quickly released his hand. Sorry. The apology lacked sincerity. Tai Youqian suspected that if he hadn't spoken the fool would have kept holding on. Your hand. Zhu Sheng raised his palm, revealing red marks and crescent-shaped dents from fingernails. Tai Youqian felt a bit embarrassed. Why didn't you say it hurt? I thought it didn't. Zhu Sheng replied honestly, it didn't hurt much. I didn't notice. Tai Youqian had never encountered this before. Usually someone would throw a tantrum and demand he take responsibility, leading to a flirty back and forth and eventually a relationship. Moreover, when asked if he'd held enough, they'd usually say something ambiguous. But Zhu Sheng was rigidly honest, speaking in a straightforward manner, leaving no room for innuendo. Tai Youqian didn't know how to continue the conversation, and even his guilt over pinching Zhu Sheng's palm raw diminished. Tai Youqian had dated countless men, too many to count on both hands, but he had no tactics for dealing with a simple honest man. He could tell Zhu Sheng was interested in him, yet the man always seemed elusive. This made him wonder, could he be mistaken this time? Maybe Zhu Sheng had no feelings for him at all. Tai Youqian sighed in dismay. I'm going to get bread. Zhu Sheng's eyes showed confusion, sensing his words had upset Tai Youqian, but he didn't know what he'd said wrong, assuming the man was just hungry. They ate some instant cookies and bread. Because they ate so much, the faces of those who brought them turned green, constantly urging them to eat less, not like starving ghosts reincarnated, as there would be more to eat in the evening. Bai Xiaobei secretly slipped a lollipop into his pants pocket. They walked to the dormitory in the north, a very empty area far from the shelves, surrounded by cardboard boxes like an isolated zone. Xie Qingyuan walked out from inside, removed his disposable gloves and said flatly, you're here. Yu Yang said, you don't seem surprised that he let us in. Otherwise he wouldn't have left them there for Li Qi to interrogate, and walked ahead himself. The supplies in the warehouse will run out one day. Li Qi plans to go out and search for resources. He needs people, many people, so naturally he won't let go of capable ones like you who came right to his door. Yu Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing he had been played by Xie Qingyuan again. Xie Qingyuan didn't notice his plummeting gaze and continued, the people we need to save include a few patients here and those locked up in the south of the warehouse, about 20 or so. Well, go recognize faces during dinner, then plan how to escape, the sooner the better. Yu Yang didn't answer him. Xie Qingyuan turned to look at him, why aren't you saying anything? Yu Yang grabbed his throat. Xie Qingyuan, caught off guard, stumbled back several steps. The air in his throat was instantly taken away. He wanted to cough but couldn't, his face turning pale from suffocation. He slapped Yu Yang's arm hard, but his arm was like steel, unmoving. Zhu Sheng stepped in and held Yu Yang back. He's the one Bei Cheng wants. Watch your influence. Yu Yang had enough awareness. He wouldn't actually do anything serious to Xie Qingyuan, but a little roughing up wouldn't be noticed by anyone. He growled, if there's a next time he'll definitely beat you up. He shook off Zhu Sheng's hand, walked past Xie Qingyuan to a mattress in the corner, lay down facing the wall and went to sleep. As if sulking. Jin Fazai yawned and said, I didn't sleep much last night either. You'll sleep first. Wake me for dinner. It was only 3 or 4 hours until dinner. They needed to catch up on sleep quickly, as they would have to stand guard again at night. Why is he so angry? Xie Qingyuan didn't think hiding something from them was such a big deal, especially since it was for their benefit. He looked at Bai Xiaobei, did you two have a fight? Bai Xiaobei didn't understand how he connected Yu Yang's anger to a fight with him. Even if they had fought, given Yu Yang's sometimes dull, sometimes sharp personality, he probably wouldn't know the reason for the quarrel. No, it's because you made him act in vain. Act? Bai Xiaobei briefly recounted what had happened. Xie Qingyuan's eyes twitched as he listened, gaining a new understanding of Yu Yang's foolishness. The dignified captain of the 9th Squad and the plan he comes up with is pure heroism. In his view, such a tactic was not only inefficient but also added many unnecessary steps, like claiming Bai Xiaobei was his lover. Bai Xiaobei didn't think there was a better way under those circumstances. Of course, if Xie Qingyuan had informed them earlier, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. He did his best. Xie Qingyuan asked Bai Xiaobei, "Did you all get in?" Bai Xiaobei felt uncomfortable thinking about Brother Wang, who had been chopped up. Brother Wang had kidnapped him, but during the escape from the zombies he had also saved him. As he said, they were even. He was just a man trying to survive. Yet by a twist of fate he became a death warrant. That Brother Wang, the one with Cao Zi, was killed by a blade. What a pity, he said, his tone devoid of any trace of pity or sympathy, merely stating a fact almost matter-of-factly. Bai Xiaobei couldn't help but ask, "Don't you care at all?" Xie Qingyuan found Bai Xiaobei's sensitivity intriguing. He thought he hadn't revealed anything, but looking into Bai Xiaobei's pool-like eyes he felt nothing could escape his notice. What's the use of caring? Look on the bright side, at least the 9th Squad had no casualties and the capable ones are still here. Besides, losing one person versus saving 20, the latter is clearly more cost-effective. His words were logical, yet they left a bitter taste, feeling too callous. Regardless, that was a human life. A large group came. Li Qi isn't stupid enough to do nothing. Xie Qingyuan paused, then continued, "You accusing me?" A haughty expression befitting his status appeared on Xie Qingyuan's face, as if saying, "You should have no right to accuse me." Capable people seem to have a pride that ordinary people found hard to understand. He was like that, and so was Yu Yang, which was why he resorted to violence over Xie Qingyuan's concealment. Bai Xiaobei felt like a ball squeezed between two mountains, kicked back and forth. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm not accusing you. I'm just telling you that your habit of revealing information only when asked, like squeezing toothpaste or hiding the truth to bait us, makes it hard to trust you. Without trust between companions, it's hard to move forward together." Bai Xiaobei glanced in Yu Yang's direction. "I think that's what Yu Yang is angry about too. I've been with him longer than you can imagine. I understand Yu Yang better than you think. 4 people like us, partners, are just convenient tools. He wouldn't get angry over me, he only despises others for his own pride." Bai Xiaobei half understood. Xie Qingyuan lumped himself and Yu Yang together as the same kind of people, as if they were kin separated from him by an unbridgeable river. He disliked this feeling of having a fishbone stuck in his throat. He tried to argue several times but didn't know how to say it. After a long silence he said softly, "Partners aren't tools. Yu Yang knows that better than you. I hope you can also understand how important trust is." Xie Qingyuan paused in his task of grinding medicine, then continued without a word. Inside the shelter, Battalion Commander Zhong had just come down from the command front line, collapsing into a chair to rest with his eyes closed. The soldier who had been with him said, "This zombie riot is lasting longer than before." Battalion Commander Zhong picked up his teacup. The water inside was still steaming. "We haven't sent anyone out for days and suddenly we did. Those zombies outside have tasted flesh, so naturally they'll crave it. They are no different from beasts." The soldier thought of a possibility. Could their increased activity be because we executed the rioters? Battalion Commander Zhong spat the tea leaves back into his cup and retorted, "If we hadn't executed them, did you have a better way to lure the zombies away?" The soldier fell silent, then continued, "What if the 9th Squad from Beicheng finds out? That depends on whether they can come back. Entering the city at a time like this is suicide." Battalion Commander Zhong snorted coldly. "Keep a tight watch on those in the shelter and don't let them contact the civilians." "Understood. By the way, the protective net in the west hasn't been repaired yet. A day ago the 6 rioters along with a kidnapped key figure from Beicheng had escaped from there." Battalion Commander Zhong had inspected it and ordered the barbed wire to be covered with wooden boards for now. That matter could wait. The priority was to deal with the restless zombie horde stirred up by Yu Yang's group going out. "No rush. There are fewer zombies over there. Let's handle this area first. Any news from Shuzhong?" "No, it's been 3 days. Maybe they're unwilling." The soldier didn't finish. Battalion Commander Zhong sighed heavily, thought for a moment and said, "Keep trying to contact them. Shuzhong is closest to us and our best option." At dinner time the man who had brought them earlier returned carrying a plastic bag. He handed the bag to Xie Qingyuan and said, "Give this to the people inside for food." Xie Qingyuan glanced at the contents of the plastic bag, just some snacks with little nutritional value. "They are patients. I said they need meat or at least vegetables." The man snorted coldly, wearing an expression that said, "Take it or leave it. There's not much left in the cold storage. If they don't eat they can get lost. Just take it to them now." Xie Qingyuan frowned and grabbed the bag. "There must be meat tonight. That phase is already at its final stage." The man replied, "You'll have to talk to Boss Li about that." Xia Qingyuan's gaze swept backward. Bai Xiaobei, come with me to distribute the food. Bai Xiaobei nodded. Tai Youqian followed suit, saying, one more person will make it faster. Intuitively he felt Xia Qingyuan was not a good person. After what happened when Bai Xiaobei was taken away at the shelter, he wanted to keep Xiaobei glued to his side, never out of his sight. Xia Qingyuan didn't mind an extra hand, especially since he was a fan of the other man. But precisely because Tai Youqian was a celebrity, he seemed like someone whose daily needs were taken care of by others, and Xia Qingyuan subconsciously kept looking to Bai Xiaobei for work. Xia Qingyuan asked, can you handle this? Tai Youqian let out a soft chuckle. Though his face was bare of makeup and his lips were pale, he was still exceptionally handsome. I was just a celebrity, it doesn't mean I can't do anything. Bai Xiaobei added, usually it's still Youqian who takes care of me more. Xia Qingyuan warned, if they recognize you, you might be in for some trouble. Tai Youqian said, no trouble at all. I've been swarmed at airports countless times over the years. I can handle it. Jin Fazai whispered gossip, I feel like Youqian treats Xiaobei like a little dog hares raising, no more like a son holding him for fear he might drop him, keeping him in his mouth for fear he might melt. Throughout the journey they had all seen it. Although Tai Youqian was sharp-tongued, vain, intimidating with his words, and physically weak, he was undeniably good to Bai Xiaobei. If anyone dared to speak ill of Bai Xiaobei or do anything to him within Tai Youqian's sight or hearing, that person would have a miserable time for the rest of the trip, just like Yu Yang, who was constantly hounded and humiliated. Guo Xiaogua teased, you know, it's just like Hes treating him like a wife. This somewhat obsessive possessiveness was something only Bai Xiaobei could tolerate. Zhu Sheng's eyes showed a hint of approval. He cherishes the people around him. The others from Team 9 were stunned, craning their necks to look at the vice-captain who had uttered such a miraculous remark. Yu Yang, who had remained silent listening to their chatter, spoke up to Xia Qingyuan, I want to go too. Without turning his head, Xia Qingyuan raised a middle finger behind his back. Tai Youqian did the same. Only Bai Xiaobei turned around, offering an apologetic smile, though it was unclear what he had to apologize for. Yu Yang was in high spirits, letting out a comfortable sigh. The others from Team 9 stepped back a few paces, whispering behind his back that their captain must have some hidden masochistic trait. After being flipped off, he was still humming a tune. Entering the isolation center made of plastic sheeting, they saw a dozen or so people lying on rows of floral sheets, all with varying degrees of injury. Among them was Xiaoming's mother. She lay in a corner facing the wall. Xia Qingyuan first walked over and crouched beside her. From the plastic bag he took out the most filling item, a small chocolate bread, and handed it to her along with a pack of dried fruit and nuts. The woman reached out with a bony hand to take them, but returned the dried fruit. Give this to Xiaoming. He loves sweets. Xia Qingyuan didn't refuse and put it away. He wants to come see you. The woman shook her head, tears streaming down. Don't let him see me like this. Don't let him come here. Just let him stay over there. Tell him I'm fine. Dr. Xia, please take care of him. He's a good boy and can definitely help you. Xia Qingyuan nodded. I will. You need to rest well to get better. Tai Youqian was recognized. A child overjoyed limped over to him, asking for an autograph. Others also gathered around, staring at him as if he were a rare creature. Tai Youqian maintained a graceful smile throughout, telling them to take good care of themselves and to listen to the doctors. After they finished distributing the food, there were still a few bags of chips left in the plastic bag. Xia Qingyuan said, there are more people inside. Beside the area partitioned by cardboard boxes there was a narrow path. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian followed him past the cardboard boxes, weaving through shelves and heading deeper in. Bai Xiaobei asked, what illness does Xiaoming's mother have? Xia Qingyuan replied, if I'm not mistaken, it's complications from cancer. Without medical equipment she probably only has a day or two left. Bai Xiaobei fell silent. The warehouse's layout seemed irregular. Bai Xiaobei felt as if they were walking deeper and deeper with no end in sight. Finally they arrived at a very thick iron door. Cold storage. Xia Qingyuan said, yeah, come give me a hand. Bai Xiaobei helped him push open the cold storage door. The cold air turned into white mist, obscuring his vision. His confusion deepened. It's this cold inside. Could there really be people in here? Tai Youqian grew alert. What are you playing at? What exactly is this place? Xia Qingyuan walked in with practiced ease, fumbling along the wall until he found a table. He opened the items on the table and checked them. The electrical system here is independent and hasn't lost power. This is the active substance you're looking for. Bai Xiaobei walked over to look. Inside a black iron casing connected to a power cord was a rectangular transparent box glowing with blue light. The box was sealed. Inside a white mass floated in green liquid. Upon closer inspection the cotton-like white ball quivered faintly. Bai Xiaobei asked, it's alive. An active substance is naturally alive. It survives in the culture medium. There's still a week until the medium turns transparent. What happens when it turns transparent? It means it has lost its activity and can no longer be used. Traveling from the southernmost to the northernmost part of the country in a week, even Yu Yang couldn't guarantee that. Tai Youqian said, Yu Yang has a zombie head. You can experiment in advance. Bai Xiaobei added, yes, it's at the shelter, a still living head. You can do whatever you want with it. A brain that has already turned into a zombie is useless for active substance experiments. It seems Bai Cheng didn't receive the last message from the Tsangshan laboratory, Xia Qingyuan said as he closed the box. One of the reasons I left the shelter was to conduct experiments. He looked behind them. Bai Xiaobei turned around in confusion, but his body instantly stiffened. It wasn't because of the sub-zero temperature in the cold storage, but because as the white mist dissipated, iron cages began to emerge one by one. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian exchanged glances, questioning, what kind of patients are these? The patients were confined in cages meant for transporting goods, huddled against the iron frames. Their hair was disheveled, they wore short nightgowns scavenged from the supermarket. Dried blackish bloodstains marked their exposed skin, which had taken on an unnatural greenish-black hue. They exuded an aura of death. Their lifeless, gloomy appearance stood in stark contrast to the brightly colored, even cute patterns on their sleepwear. More like test subjects than patients. Tai Youqian immediately thought of the worst-case scenario, pulling Bai Xiaobei back a step. You're experimenting on living humans. Xia Qingyuan was at his core a researcher. He had once played a scientist in a story about abandoning humanity for ideals or some other vague nonsense, a tale easily accepted by the masses, yet it still differed from being a doctor. Don't misunderstand. These people were Li Qi's men. They were bitten by zombies while setting up the protective wall outside. I didn't deliberately make them test subjects. Xia Qingyuan walked over to a cage and handed a bag of chips to the person inside. The person didn't react. He stood up, retrieved a stick from under the table where the box sat, and poked the figure. Finally the person inside stirred, reaching out a trembling, dark and withered hand to take the chips. The person seemed to want to speak, but his mouth only moved to emit hoarse whimpering sounds as if his tongue had been cut out. The person inside showed none of the frenzy of a zombie. Apart from an appearance infinitely close to that of a zombie, his behavior seemed more human. Yet surviving in a sub-zero freezer meant he could no longer be described as normal. Honestly, I can't guarantee whether the military will come looking for me or if they'll find me. So I have to experiment on my own. I can't waste the opportunity that all the personnel of Tsangshan Laboratory sacrificed their lives to give me. So I made a deal with Li Qi. I help him dissect human corpses to use as bait, and he provides me with a place and asks no questions, sending over those who are infected at different stages but haven't turned into zombies yet. Bai Xiaobei realized that Xia Qingyuan's skilled proficiency in dissecting human bodies hadn't been voluntary from the start. As you can see, the active substance has shrunk significantly, now less than half its original size when first brought out. That's because I've been using it continuously in experiments on those infected and turning into zombies. Xia Qingyuan's expression revealed nothing. Bai Xiaobei asked, did it work? Xia Qingyuan walked back to the table, opened the box and drew something up with a syringe. In the freezer, only the sound of the person who had taken the chips chewing mechanically remained. Crunch crunch, like the gnawing of a zombie, sending chills down Bai Xiaobei's spine. He stopped halfway through eating, then flung the chips away. The bag hit the edge of the cage, scattering chips everywhere. The sound of vomiting drew Bai Xiaobei's attention from the scattered chips to the person in the cage. He vomited violently, expelling all the chip crumbs, then began to throw up blood. The blood was light at first, then turned dark and finally became an ink-black hue. His body started convulsing abnormally, limbs twisting and slamming against the cage bars. Bai Xiaobei's eyes were glued to him. He seemed to grasp what Xia Qingyuan had left unsaid. The progress of the experiment was grim. Xia Qingyuan said, move aside. Bai Xiaobei stepped to the side. Xia Qingyuan grabbed the person's hair, leaned his head against the cage and injected the syringe into his neck. The syringe contained a blue-green liquid mixed with a hint of white. Bai Xiaobei knew that was the active substance. As the contents of the syringe entered the person's body, his violent tremors gradually subsided into a deathly stillness. Xia Qingyuan expertly turned his head, examined his eyes and mouth, even reached into his throat to probe, muttering to himself. What are you doing? Recording. I'm logging all their symptoms in my head. Tai Youqian thought he was exaggerating. You're a superbrain, huh? Xia Qingyuan replied, pretty much. My memory is exceptional, top 5 in the lab's statistical data over recent years. Tai Youqian was speechless. He had actually pulled it off. Xia Qingyuan continued, as you can see, the active substance works on the test subjects, but only to delay their zombification and with significant variation in effectiveness. He looked at the subject before him. This one was bitten the worst, a chunk of flesh torn from his calf by a zombie, yet now the wound has even healed. Has the best absorber of the active substance among all the subjects. Bai Xiaobei asked, is there a chance he'll recover? Even the subject that absorbed the best in Xie Qingyuan's eyes still lacked human consciousness. The others were likely only a step away from becoming zombies. I don't know, Xie Qingyuan said. But all his teeth have fallen out and his gums are shrinking. The situation isn't optimistic. Tai Youqian ran his fingers through his hair, struggling to articulate his feelings. So you're saying the active substance Team 9 traveled all this way for is useless? It's too early to say it's useless, the experimental data is incomplete. But undeniably the active substance is the most advanced thing we have. Lately I've had an idea the active substance is an infinitely renewable material extracted from spores. There's a biological barrier with the human body, it lacks a link. Yes, just a link, a relay station to connect the active substance with the zombie virus. Xie Qingyuan's explanation grew more profound and Bai Xiaobei couldn't follow. He only understood that making the active substance work would require many more experiments. Seeing Bai Xiaobei look as if his soul had left his body, Xie Qingyuan prompted, "Did you get that?" Bai Xiaobei countered, "Why are you telling me all this?" Logically this was classified information belonging to the research institute, even high-level secrets, far beyond what he and Tai Youqian, mere hitchhikers heading home, should know. Xie Qingyuan turned away slightly, looking uncomfortable. "Didn't you say partners should trust each other?" Bai Xiaobei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xie Qingyuan to be so receptive to advice. Weren't doctors and scientists supposed to be stubborn and set in their ways? "That's right, but if you told Yu Yang directly it might have a better effect than telling me. He'd probably understand more." Xie Qingyuan seemed to find saying nice things unbearable, lasting only a few seconds before looking at Bai Xiaobei with a complicated expression, doubting whether he was genuinely clueless or just pretending. He reluctantly explained, "I'm not counting on your help. I'm asking you to relay this to Yu Yang. He must have suspected it already, why only I survived from the entire Tsangshan lab, why there were zombies inside a sealed facility. You can tell him it was all for the experiment." Tai Youqian said, "You're not a tapeworm in his gut. But we grew up together." Xie Qingyuan stated it as a matter of fact. Tai Youqian shrugged, then patted Bai Xiaobei on the shoulder. "So you've got the love rival loses to childhood friend plot. My condolences." Bai Xiaobei was speechless. "Huh." Xie Qingyuan recalled something and added, "Also tell him to contact the shelter and keep tabs on the situation inside. That battalion commander seems to be thinking of going independent." Bai Xiaobei replied, "Got it." His fantasy of becoming a key figure like in a comic tasked with saving the world upon meeting a central character turned out to be just an illusion. He had been used as a messenger. He wanted to ask Xie Qingyuan why he didn't tell Yu Yang himself, whether it was due to some concern or otherwise, but then he thought about how Yu Yang had grabbed him by the throat before. It wasn't impossible that he'd be strangled again. Xie Qingyuan spoke to the person in the cage, attempting simple communication, asking yes or no questions, but the person inside no longer responded. Having barely regained some awareness, they curled up in a corner, maintaining a deathly silence. He moved to another cage. "If you don't want to watch, you can wait outside first. I need to document the condition of every infected person." Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian said in unison, "Well, help." Xie Qingyuan's lips curled slightly. They said they'd help, but they didn't even dare to hand a bag of chips to the person in the cage. He wondered what they could possibly assist with. "All right, just be careful not to get too close to the cages." Several people in a row couldn't even eat chips anymore. One grabbed the bag and tore it to shreds, howling and thrashing in the cage like a zombie. Xie Qingyuan didn't waste any active substance on him and moved on to the next target. The next person didn't eat either, but didn't scream either, they just trembled in the cage staring at them. Xie Qingyuan asked a few questions, received no answers, but still administered a shot. This repeated until the last infected person, and the situation was grim across the board. Tai Youqian could no longer see the point in continuing and couldn't hold back his thoughts. What if? Just what if? They all turn into zombies in the end and we can't research anything useful and the active substance doesn't work. What happens then? Xie Qingyuan was still adjusting the culture liquid data in the box containing the active substance. Upon hearing this, he didn't pause for even a second and continued his work. "I don't know." Bai Xiaobei's pupils constricted sharply. He clearly hadn't expected to hear such an uncertain answer from him. Whether the active substance is effective, whether we have enough experimental data, whether it's cross-validated, whether humanity can change the fate of infection, whether it can reverse our disadvantage against zombies, what role it will play in the future of human society, we simply don't know. No one knew. The northern city had placed such high hopes on this, even dispatching the nation's best troops to this remote mountain forest, all for this active substance that seemed unable to alter the fate of infection. It was like engaging in a futile, hopeless endeavor. Bai Xiaobei's long-suspended heart sank heavily into an abyss. This feeling of being bound by the inescapable fate of infection and death was truly unbearable. Before, they might have fooled themselves into believing that humanity still had a future, that there was still technology to prevent infection, that there was a glimmer of hope. But now that self-deception was on the verge of crumbling. Looking at the people in the cages, they were nothing more than trapped beasts in their death throes, waiting only to become mindless walking corpses. But if we choose not to act because we don't know, wasting countless lives' time and energy by stagnating, then I would regret it until the moment of my death. Xie Qingyuan's words were not only the sentiment of a researcher but also the driving force for ordinary people to persevere. Bai Xiaobei, who had just been wavering, filled with sorrow and despair, felt a subtle shift within himself. A sense of optimism. Yes, Bai Xiaobei sensed optimism from Xie Qingyuan, a precious emotion in this apocalypse, one that could draw energy from others. He said solemnly, "Thank you." Xie Qingyuan was puzzled. "I don't think I've done anything to warrant your thanks." Bai Xiaobei smiled without a word. Xie Qingyuan then looked at Tai Youqian. "Don't look at me. My baby's brain works in mysterious ways sometimes, even I don't know what he's talking about." Bai Xiaobei's mood was no longer as heavy as before, and he could even joke. "Speaking of brain circuits, you seem to have a richer imagination wearing a skirt just to avoid being ambushed by fans at the airport." Tai Youqian. "Why are you airing my dirty laundry? Don't you think it's fun? And also, under the guise of maintaining an actor's mystique and professionalism, the real reason you never went on variety shows again was because your big toenail was ingrown and got stepped on during your first show, bleeding so much your sock turned red. Bai Xiaobei, you're asking for it." Tai Youqian laughed and cursed, reaching out to tickle him. Xie Qingyuan watched, utterly bewildered, but his expression relaxed considerably with their interaction. After he had spoken of humanity's bleak future, they could still joke and play in front of so many test subjects. Their psychological fortitude was undeniably strong. After a while, Bai Xiaobei, overwhelmed by the tickling, begged for mercy and was finally let go. "Xie Qingyuan, done messing around?" Bai Xiaobei belatedly asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" "I'm done. Let's go." The two who had volunteered to help hadn't actually helped at all, they'd just played around. Leaving the cold storage, Bai Xiaobei couldn't wait to share what Xie Qingyuan had said with Yu Yang. But seeing Li Qi's men nearby, he held back for fear of leaking secrets, deciding to wait until later. Yu Yang saw Bai Xiaobei rush over looking like he had something to say and assumed he was reminding him to keep up the act. A thrill of satisfaction ran through him. "You can hold my hand or put your arm around me." Bai Xiaobei. What was this guy muttering about? Why would he want to hold or hug him? Seeing Bai Xiaobei unmoved and even stepping back, Yu Yang thought he was being shy and took the initiative to grab his hand. Gotta commit to the act, right? If not for the crowd, Bai Xiaobei would have jumped a mile away to shake off his hand. In fact, he did try but couldn't break free, and it looked more like a playful back and forth hand-holding motion that made onlookers feel like their eyes were being stabbed. The person leading them was even more disgusted. Two grown men being this lovey-dovey is just gross. Bai Xiaobei whispered, "You don't have to hold my hand." Yu Yang was taken aback. "You don't want to hold hands?" Bai Xiaobei, A pang of discomfort hit Yu Yang's chest. "No more acting." "We're still acting, but..." Bai Xiaobei didn't know how to explain. No matter what he said, it seemed impossible to clarify. "Forget it, just hold it if you want." For the first time, Yu Yang's thick-skinned nerves detected a hint of dismissiveness from Bai Xiaobei, who was usually gentle, considerate, endlessly kind, understanding, good-looking, and fair-skinned. Tai Youqian walked past Bai Xiaobei, muttering under his breath, "Fated love, fated love, fated love." Bai Xiaobei. The matter he wanted to forget was dredged up again. "Yu Yang, is he casting a curse on me?" Bai Xiaobei forced a smile. "No, you're overthinking." Dinner was in a sense a fireside chat. Everyone sat in a circle with Li Qi and his thugs at the very center, accompanied by a host. While distributing food, the host began recounting the day's events, zombie invasions, how Li Qi's team had lost several people fighting them off, and repeatedly emphasized both directly and indirectly that all the food was a gift from Li Qi and that they should be grateful. Although Bai Xiaobei believed the zombie fighting stories were fabricated, he knew that given time this place would become a cult-like environment where only Li Qi was revered. Bai Xiaobei and his companions were newcomers seated at the outermost edge of the circle. Taking advantage of the crowd's cover, he relayed everything Xie Qingyuan had said to Yu Yang in detail. In simple terms, Xie Qingyuan has already started the experiment, but the results are far from satisfactory. "I see." Yu Yang, upon hearing this, showed no particular surprise, leaving Bai Xiaobei, who had narrated with vivid emotion, feeling a pang of disappointment at the lack of an astonished reaction. He glanced at Li Qi's seat, where the latter was busy eating, oblivious to the whispered conversation in the corner. "Aren't you worried at all? Worried about a bleak future for humanity?" He found it hard to believe that someone directly involved could remain so calm and indifferent upon learning that the person they sought might not be humanity's savior. It was like reaching the final level of a game only to find the reward wasn't a beautiful princess but a chance to start over, a thought maddening enough to drive one to despair. What's there to worry about? Even if everyone in the world perishes, I won't die. Confidence is commendable, but baseless arrogance can be rather off-putting. Bai Xiaobei followed his line of thought. If everyone else is gone and only you remain, it would be terribly lonely. That's not wrong. Having experienced what it means to live, one wouldn't want to dwell in solitude within the white. White? The place I lived as a child was all white, white beds, white walls, white. Teacher, Yu Yang brought a piece of mung bean cake to Bai Xiaobei's lips. My task is merely to bring the person back, not to save humanity. Xie Qingyuan's experiment has nothing to do with me, it's beyond my mission scope. Bai Xiaobei found his words peculiar but couldn't pinpoint the strangeness. All he knew was that in his heart loneliness was painted white, and white was the color of childhood. His curiosity deepened, about Yu Yang's past, his childhood, how he had become the person he was, his formidable abilities and the experiences that shaped him. This growing curiosity made Bai Xiaobei realize that his feelings for Yu Yang ran deeper than he had imagined. He knew he couldn't continue this way, couldn't harbor such anomalous emotions toward Yu Yang. They would eventually part ways, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next month, but the place of separation was already set, Bai Cheng. Yet he kept pondering another possibility. If he buried his love deep in his heart, letting it take root without ever letting it surface or be seen by others, could he perhaps continue like this? He took a bite of the mung bean cake, its sweetness filling his mouth. I thought I'd never get to taste snacks like these again. You don't seem happy. If I were eating these under different circumstances, I'd be overjoyed. Bai Xiaobei nudged his arm. Go ahead, eat up or you'll be hungry tonight. The mung bean cake was soft, leaving a trace of green at the corner of his mouth. Different circumstances? Yu Yang mused, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaobei's lips. A look of understanding dawned. Just like last night. Before he could finish the word night, Bai Xiaobei grabbed his wrist and shoved the mung bean cake into his mouth. He changed the subject. I hope Xie Qingyuan's experiment succeeds. Hope is essential to everyone, though unseen and intangible, it's the force that propels you forward. Didn't they say your words are blessed? Since you've said so, his experiment is bound to succeed. I can vouch for other aspects, but in experimentation no one does it better. Let's hope so. As Bai Xiaobei thought about the secret he was about to inquire regarding Xie Qingyuan, he instinctively glanced toward him. He was talking with Xiaoming, who appeared to be in high spirits. You seem to know him well. Naturally. At most we grew up together, Yu Yang said, a hint of disdain in his tone. You're not related, are you? Yu Yang asserted firmly, he doesn't look anything like me. I'm far more handsome. Bai Xiaobei said, he's quite handsome too. He looks a lot like a celebrity. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, reached out to press his hand against Bai Xiaobei's lips, and as the latter pulled back, steadied him with the other hand on the back of his head. I'm more handsome than any celebrity. Feeling the warmth of Yu Yang's fingertip rubbing against his lower lip, Bai Xiaobei forgot to breathe, holding his breath completely stiff. Yu Yang, you have mung bean cake on your lips. He withdrew his hand, turning the finger that had brushed Bai Xiaobei's skin toward himself as if lost in thought. A scene from a TV drama flashed through Bai Xiaobei's mind. The next moment the finger would be licked, followed by a roguish grin and flirtatious words. He immediately grabbed Yu Yang's hand and wiped his thumb with his sleeve. Yu Yang, of course, was not so unhygienic. He was merely pondering why such an ordinary tiny green crumb looked so adorable on Bai Xiaobei's face. Was it because of his fair skin? Impossible. If it had been on Xie Qingyuan's face, he would have loudly mocked his sloppiness or said he had a beauty mark like a matchmaker's. Why was it that everything Bai Xiaobei did, even the tiny crumbs on his face or the current gesture of wiping his finger, seemed so endearing? He couldn't find an answer, nor did he have time to think, as Bai Xiaobei interrupted him. Thank you. Bai Xiaobei, no need, it was nothing. Tai Youqian's murmurs about childhood friends were far too loud for him to ignore. Then Yuan. Xie Qingyuan, what's your relationship? Why do you ask? Yu Yang considered a possibility, moved closer and whispered in his ear, did he tell you something about my past? Bai Xiaobei, no, I don't know anything about your past, but he seems to. I'm just a bit curious. I'm just asking casually, it's entirely up to you whether you want to share. I'm willing, Yu Yang said in a low voice. His voice was magnetic, deep, slow and slightly husky. If Bai Xiaobei's voice was like a clear stream, then Yu Yang's was like a towering mountain beside the water, a steady resonance echoing through the valley. His deep voice seemed to contain a megaphone that reached straight into Bai Xiaobei's heart, whispering "I'm willing" by its chambers. Bai Xiaobei's face instantly flushed. Flustered, he lowered his head, not wanting Yu Yang to see his expression. Whatever Yu Yang said next went unheard. He could only manage, "Don't talk to me," and then turned away, ignoring him. Jin Fazai, sitting next to Yu Yang, observed their interaction and couldn't help but say to Lamu on the other side, "The captain is truly dedicated, he never drops character even now." "Lamu, I will study hard and follow the captain." "Jin Fazai, you should master Chinese first. Today Dr. Xie overcame countless obstacles to return to us with medicine. I once feared he might not make it back, but his courage and his strength for all of us carried him through." Li Qi called Xie Qingyuan to the center. Xie Qingyuan, unable to speak much, simply said that anyone who was ill could come to him. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, a stark contrast to the sparse clapping when Li Qi had spoken earlier. It seemed that even within a small group, democracy and dedication to the people were far more effective than tyranny and high-handedness. This worked in their favor when persuading others to follow them. Li Qi interrupted the applause, motioning for Xie Qingyuan to step aside, and continued, "Today our warehouse also welcomes new members." He gestured toward Yu Yang. "Let our representative say a few words." Everyone's gaze followed Li Qi's finger to a tall man tugging at the hem of another man who had his back to them, a fawning smile on his face as if being scolded by his wife. He seemed oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere, or perhaps he noticed but had more pressing matters at hand, murmuring, "Don't be mad. Whatever I did wrong, you'll fix it." They had been whispering earlier, but now the entire venue fell silent and everyone heard his conciliatory tone. Tai Youqian remarked, "Your captain may not excel at much, but has a master at making a fool of himself." Zhu Sheng remained silent while Guo Xiaoguo and Wang Qiong turned away, too embarrassed to watch. Jin Fatsai said, "Brother Yang, you need to go up and speak." Yu Yang replied, Busy. Bai Xiaobei, nearly dying of shame, urged with a hint of reproach, "Everyone's watching. Go on." Yu Yang stood up, tugged at his hoodie and walked to the center, forming a stark contrast with Li Qi, whose face was so dark it looked like he might crush his own hands. "Hello everyone, I'm Yu Yang, the new guy. You can call me Xiao Yang or Brother Yang. My favorite thing is helping others. If anyone needs anything, feel free to come to me. Over there are my friends and my boyfriend." The crowd turned in unison toward Bai Xiaobei's spot. Bai Xiaobei had been resting his chin on his hand watching Yu Yang. At noon Li Qi had been sitting, so his height wasn't noticeable. Now standing next to Yu Yang, he was much shorter, only accentuating Yu Yang's tall and handsome frame. When everyone looked over, he instinctively scanned the crowd, a stiff smile on his face as he tried to mask his embarrassment. Yu Yang always brought up the most awkward topics, dragging him into humiliating situations. How infuriating. Li Qi deeply regretted calling these two up. He shooed them away like flies and launched into a lengthy speech while the crowd began chatting among themselves, whispering right under the leader's nose. Yu Yang returned to Bai Xiaobei's side and Xie Qingyuan followed. Bai Xiaobei quickly made room for him. Just as Xie Qingyuan was about to sit, Yu Yang kicked him from behind and claimed the vacated spot. Xie Qingyuan was speechless. "Childish," he muttered. Jin Fatsai said, "Professor Xie, come sit next to me." Xie Qingyuan asked, "Why do you think him a professor? Aren't all educated people professors?" "Not necessarily. Besides, I prefer being called a doctor." "Oh, Professor Xie, you're even more fussy than our captain." Xie Qingyuan fell silent again. This seat wasn't so great either. Yu Yang said, "I saw you looking at me just now. Are you still mad at me?" "I was never mad," Bai Xiaobei replied, too embarrassed to admit that Yu Yang's voice had made his heart race and left him restless almost to the point of excitement. "Dr. Xie has something to tell you." Yu Yang turned his back to Xie Qingyuan. "What?" "Someone will come tonight ostensibly to see me for treatment, but he'll have him secretly organize those who want to leave, aiming for tomorrow. What you need to do is lead us out tomorrow." "That's easy. Consider it a day trip to the warehouse. Just make sure everyone can go." Xie Qingyuan paused for a moment. "Bai Xiaobei must have told you. What do you think?" He asked uncertainly, "Will you tell Beicheng?" "If I tell Beicheng, you might not be able to go back." Xie Qingyuan lowered his head. "Then that's fine. I don't want to go back." Going back meant facing that person. The more you don't want to, the more he'll take you back. Besides, the teacher misses you. A flicker of joy crossed Xie Qingyuan's eyes, but it vanished quickly, replaced by sorrow. "He wouldn't miss me. He'd want to kill me." "Don't say that. The teacher is so gentle. How could he ever want to harm anyone?" Yu Yang continued, "My only task is to bring you back." This was the second time Yu Yang had mentioned the teacher, the white-clad teacher, the gentle teacher they both shared. Xie Qingyuan said, "Well, this is a surprise. I thought if you knew my experiment had failed, you'd be happy to leave me here." Yu Yang played dumb. "Did the experiment fail?" "Bai Xiaobei didn't tell me." "If the situation has changed, then stay here." Xie Qingyuan looked into his eyes, seeing the irretrievable secrets of the seventh laboratory within them. "No, the experiment didn't fail. I haven't given up yet." "Yu Yang, you've really changed a lot." "So have you." Bai Xiaobei remarked, "You two have such a good relationship." They spoke simultaneously. Ha, who would have a good relationship with a sarcastic jerk? Ha, who would have a good relationship with a childish brat? Both fell silent. Bai Xiaobei chuckled to himself and said, coaxing them like children, all right, you don't have a good relationship. Happy now?" Li Qi had nearly exhausted himself with his ranting, but no one cared about what he was saying. He had poured so much effort into this warehouse, yet these ungrateful wretches would rather gossip and chat than listen to him. When he looked up and saw Yu Yang's group laughing and carrying on eating his food and using his supplies without a shred of gratitude, his anger flared even more. Yu Yang was hard to deal with, but the others weren't. He knew the principle of picking on the weak. I'm sure everyone has noticed we have a big star here. Not only had they noticed, but Tai Youqian was practically drowning in the whispers and stares around him. The celebrity treatment he had never fully experienced with Squad 9 or the villagers was now overwhelming him here. I'm sure many of you have heard of Tai Youqian. He looks just like he does on TV. Let's invite him up for some entertainment. How about a dance? Yes, dancing is great. Let him dance for us. After Li Qi finished, everyone clapped and cheered. Tai Youqian didn't move, his handsome face clearly showing impatience. Li Qi continued, Tai Youqian, everyone's calling for you. Come up and lighten the mood. You there, go fetch him. The thugs behind him approached and their intent was far from inviting. When Tai Youqian refused to stand, they began to grab him by the arm. Zhu Sheng stood up and placed a hand on the shoulder of one of the thugs who was gripping Tai Youqian's arm. This thug had never seen Zhu Sheng in action, but he had witnessed Yu Yang's speed. Even though Zhu Sheng looked upright and formidable, the thug didn't want to tangle with him. What do you want? Boss Li said he needs to go up. He doesn't want to go. Tai Youqian tugged at Zhu Sheng's pant leg and said, he'll go. Zhu Sheng objected, are you willing to be made a fool of? Zhu Sheng's words stirred discontent among those present. So what if He's a star? He made plenty of money off us before and now He's stuck here with us. Would dancing really cost him a piece of flesh? Exactly. Nobody's asking him to fight zombies, a little dance is getting off easy. The murmurs grew louder around him. Tai Youqian looked at Zhu Sheng and couldn't help but feel that dancing might not be so unbearable after all. At least someone was worried about him. His agent had once said that 10 oxen couldn't drag down Tai Youqian's pride. And that was absolutely true. He had gone through 5 agents, fallen out with his agency over refusing a drama with someone he disliked, and at a business dinner when he learned his boss had offered him to a portly middle-aged man, he smashed a bottle over the man's head. Before the matter escalated, old Master Tai stepped in to suppress it. He was a man who bowed to neither heaven nor earth. Tai Youqian would never let anyone trample over him. But now the situation was nothing like before. He once had backing and the capital for pride, now he had none of that. His face was worthless in the apocalypse, even a potential liability. This status as a has-been star and the reality of having to depend on others to survive weighed heavily on him. In the past, if anyone dared to ask him to dance, they'd better be ready for a thorough beating. But now all he considered was which choice, dancing or clashing with them, would cost him the least. Of course I don't want to, but this isn't the time to make a scene, Tai Youqian said, standing up and brushing aside Zhu Sheng's hand. It's just a dance. No big deal. You don't have to. Zhu Sheng's words were cut off as Tai Youqian forced a smile, though it lacked its former charm. When I have the power, I naturally won't have to dance for anyone. Zhu Sheng recalled a distant past so long ago that even Tai Youqian, who had spent so much time with him, had forgotten. Back then, even after being beaten by older kids, unable to hold back tears of pain, with his face streaked and messy, Tai Youqian still wore a stoic expression, walking toward him, silently pulling away the crying boy beside him while Zhu Sheng clutched his racing heart, afraid it would be heard. Though Tai Youqian didn't look as miserable now as he did back then, Zhu Sheng felt he was the same. His pride was never blind or irrational. Yu Yang, ever the instigator, remarked, why does he look like he's heading to the execution ground? The last thing a rich guy knows is how to dance. There was even a trending topic online mocking his uncoordinated limbs, Bai Xiaobei said, fully aware that Tai Youqian valued face above all else. Some might think he was overreacting, but to him it was a serious matter. Bai Xiaobei stood up anxiously. I have to go with him. Yu Yang reached out but missed his sleeve as Bai Xiaobei darted away. He stared at his empty palm, surprised at how quickly Bai Xiaobei had caught up to Tai Youqian, too fast for him to hold back. Xia Qingyuan said, if you can't bear to part, just follow. Yu Yang stood up. Why would I be reluctant? Watching him trail after Bai Xiaobei, Xia Qingyuan thought that of all his traits his mouth was the hardest. He wasn't like this before. In the past, Yu Yang was like a little brat craving attention with a sweet tongue that annoyed everyone. Professor Xia, don't just sit there. Come along. Wait, I don't. Tai Youqian frowned disapprovingly when he saw Bai Xiaobei also come up. Li Qi asked, what's Boss Bai doing up here? Bai Xiaobei stood beside Tai Youqian. Dancing alone is boring. You'll be your backup dancer. Tai Youqian's reprimand died on his lips. Thanks, my sweetie. Li Qi pointed helplessly behind Bai Xiaobei. And what about them? Bai Xiaobei turned around to find Yu Yang, Zhu Sheng and Jin Fatsai lined up behind him as neat as a parade formation, and at the end Xia Qingyuan, whose clothes were twisted from being dragged with reluctance practically written on his forehead. What are you all? Something this fun calls for everyone, Jin Fatsai suggested. Let's do the bunny dance. Tai Youqian, who was prepared to embarrass himself but not to that extent, flatly refused. Do it yourself. Jin Fatsai drooped his eyebrows. I think this dance is really cheerful. Girls doing it looked cute and lovely, but a bunch of grown men hopping around like zombies, lifting their legs left and right, just imagining it was cringe-worthy. I know one. Even though he was dragged up to dance, Bai Xiaobei seriously thought about what they could do now that they were all together. There's a song from that new boy band that Youqian can sing, and the dance is simple. Because Bai Xiaobei thought one member had a face like a manga character, they had actually learned the dance before, though none of them did it well. Tai Youqian said all right. So Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian stood at the front, followed by 2 rows of soldiers eager to learn. Bai Xiaobei smiled. Now it really feels like a boy band. Don't find joy in misery, Tai Youqian muttered, feeling the curious stares around him, sweat nearly breaking out on his back. If you dare laugh at me, you're dead. I won't laugh at you. Bai Xiaobei wouldn't, but the group behind them would. As soon as Tai Youqian started singing and moving, the laughter erupted. Jin Fatsai laughed the loudest, clutching his stomach. Oh my god, Youqian, you're hilarious. What are you even doing? A water snake dance. Tai Youqian moved as if trying to twist himself into a rope, his hands and legs always a beat behind. The only move he executed perfectly was the hip sway, but amidst the uncoordinated limbs it only added to the comedy. Yu Yang was laughing too, and even Zhusheng was stifling a chuckle. Tai Youqian stopped and stared at Zhusheng. Is it that funny? This guy had just stood up for him and now he was laughing too, traitor. Zhusheng took 3 seconds to compose himself. Sorry. To console Tai Youqian, Bai Xiaobei chose to drag others down. It's okay to dance badly. I bet they can't do it either. Li Qi covered his mouth with a laugh and clapped hard. Why stop after just 2 moves? Keep going. Tai Youqian had to turn back and continue, occasionally glancing over to see their reactions. When the dance ended, Tai Youqian was completely defeated. Jin Fatsai danced flamboyantly, Yu Yang played it cool, Zhusheng moved with precision, and even Ram and Xie Qingyuan kept up and danced decently. Only he was the subject of pointing and mockery, hopelessly uncoordinated. The joyful atmosphere infected the crowd below. After they finished, others eagerly started performing their own acts. Li Qi got the embarrassing scene he wanted, but not the one he imagined. He wasn't the one who came out on top. He scowled through a few acts, then quickly dismissed everyone, telling them to stop fooling around and go to sleep. No sooner had they reached their resting place than someone followed, seeking Xie Qingyuan's medical aid. Under the pretense of protecting them, Li Qi had stationed 2 subordinates in this normally off-limits area. Xie Qingyuan, wary of drawing suspicion by involving Yu Yang, directly summoned Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian to serve as assistants, relaying messages to Yu Yang through them. The one who followed was Xie Qingyuan's mole here. A deep gash on his arm, allegedly from moving heavy objects, served as cover. Xie Qingyuan led him into the medical area, tending to the wound while exchanging information. Initially, over 20 people had enthusiastically agreed to leave. However, Li Qi's sudden generosity, doubling the daily food rations, had made some hesitant. Now about 10 are still willing to go. We'll be sorting supplies in the daily necessities area all day tomorrow. You'll try to gather them together. But I'm worried the others who won't leave might inform on us to Li Qi. Hard to say. Try to persuade them more. Li Qi's sudden kindness is just to use them as bait to find resources. They should make the right call. What if they don't believe us? Then we won't waste our breath. They discussed more about locations. Bai Xiaobei tried desperately to memorize, but without seeing the places he couldn't visualize them and forgot everything. Dr. Xie, could you repeat that? Xie Qingyuan, I've got the locations. Just tell Yu Yang to ask Li Qi for work tomorrow. Bai Xiaobei acknowledged. Tai Youqian was tending to a girl. Having once played a doctor in a drama, his bandaging skills were decent, so Xie Qingyuan had him change the dressing for a new arrival whose scratch had become infected. The girl, around 15 or 16, stared wide-eyed at Tai Youqian. It's really you. In your fan. Thank you. Tai Youqian extended his hand. Please give me your arm. The girl's face flushed with excitement. Shyly she offered her hand to her idol. I've liked you since middle school for 4 years. You're even more handsome than on TV, but too thin. Take care of yourself. Tai Youqian said, you too. I'm going to remove the bandage. Bear with it. MMHMM. He unwound the makeshift cloth strips wrapped around the girl's arm. Why wrap a cut from a shelf like this? The girl's father, looking uneasy, replied, we were in a hurry, so I wrapped it too tight. The girl trembled in pain, clutching her father's clothes and burying her face in his chest, sobbing softly. It's okay, almost done, her father comforted her. Once the cloth was fully removed, Tai Youqian saw a bloody hole that looked nothing like a scratch, more like it had been brutally gouged out by a stick. No wonder she was in such agony. The wound's edges were black, not red. Recalling the unnecessary wrapping, a grim realization dawned on him. He looked at the father. Is her injury? The father fell to his knees, kowtowing, sobbing uncontrollably. Please just dress the wound. I beg you, she's fine. I swear. She's all I have left. Without her I'll die. Bai Xiaobei and Qingyuan approached. Seeing the girl's wound, they understood immediately. She was infected. The girl was startled by her father's reaction. Dad, get up. Her father collapsed on his knees, too weak to stand. He knew his daughter would be taken from him. He clung to a faint, desperate hope that no one would notice that she could stay with him a little longer, or that heaven had heard his prayers and would let her live. But heaven had stopped listening to human prayers since the day the zombie virus erupted. The girl quickly recalled the midday events. Staring blankly at her arm, she whispered, "Am I infected? Qingyuan, did you go outside?" Still in shock, the girl didn't respond. Bai Xiaobei stepped forward urgently. "If you didn't go out, then you were infected by someone inside. The warehouse isn't safe. Tell us where you got scratched." The girl shook her head violently, tears streaming like a broken dam. Tai Youqian knelt beside her, placing a hand on her back, gently patting her. I asked the guy in charge of supplies for sanitary pads. He said if I helped him, he'd give me some. He took me behind the bulky goods area in the warehouse. There was a pile of stuff. They moved it, and behind was a hole, just big enough for me to crawl through. They made me stick my hand out to lure the zombies. The zombies came. I tried to pull my hand back, but they wouldn't let me. A zombie clawed my arm with its nails. It hurt so much, but they still wouldn't let me pull it back. Only after they stabbed the zombie in the head with a knife did they let me. I was so scared I just ran away. I told my dad, but the moment he saw my wound, he told me to hide and not let anyone see. I thought it was nothing, I wasn't bitten. The girl's voice was ethereal, but every word pierced the listeners. So even a scratch can kill. I wish I'd asked them for something for my dad. Qingyuan asked Old Shu, "Do you know those people? Young, maybe 17 or 18, but ruthless. Li Qi trusts them a lot, put them in charge of the most important supplies." The commotion from the medical area drew everyone's attention. Yu Yang and his group, ignoring Li Qi's thugs, burst in. Yu Yang first checked Bai Xiaobei, seeing he was unharmed but sorrowful. "What happened?" Bai Xiaobei's eyes reddened. He looked up. "Yu Yang, she's infected. For a pack of sanitary pads, damn it, she got infected." The girl's father turned to kowtow to Qingyuan. "Dr. Xie, I beg you. You're a good man, you save people. Can't you bring the dead back? Save her. You'll give my life for hers. I don't raise the dead. She's young, but the moment my medicine enters her body, it will be devoured. Besides, there's no time." They were about to leave. Using the girl as a test subject was pointless. The middle-aged man's heart-wrenching cries weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Perhaps because her father was so distraught, the girl seemed calmer, even comforting him. "Dad, don't cry. I'm okay. Mom and my little brother were infected too. At least I can still feel things. You have to live well, try your best. Everyone's hope is on you." The girl turned. Her tear-swollen eyes were now laced with abnormal red veins, and black blood oozed from her wound. "I probably don't have much time. I have one last wish. Yo-Yo, can you sing Miracle for me?" Tears from Tai Youqian's eyes traced down his sharp chin. "Okay, I'll sing it for you." Miracle, his signature song and most famous piece, was about seeing the dawn of hope even in the most desperate despair. But the girl who listened to this song would never see tomorrow. Every time Tai Youqian sang this song, his mind would drift back to the hardships and glory he had endured since his debut. It was meant to be a positive and cheerful tune, yet this time he sang it with profound sorrow, even struggling to continue at one point. He was delighted that people adored him and strived to reciprocate his fans' affection, even establishing a fan relief fund to assist those in need. His agent had expressed discontent over his habit of scattering the money he earned to unknown recipients wary of potential exploitation, but Tai Youqian remained indifferent. He believed in his own ability, his capacity to grant others a better life. To put it melodramatically, he reveled in being a hero, in being needed. Yet since the zombie virus erupted, all he could sense was a deep-seated frustration and an ever-growing sense of helplessness. The man's magnetic, tender voice laced with sorrow was profoundly moving. The girl listened, joyfully delighted that her idol was singing for her. "Yo-Yo, I don't want to become a zombie. Can you help me?" The girl's father held her tightly, clinging desperately. No. Don't leave me." Tai Youqian clenched his fists and forced out 4 words from his throat, "I will help you." He lifted his head to look at Zhu Sheng. A flicker of barely perceptible pain crossed Zhu Sheng's eyes. "Let me do it," he said. "I'll do it myself." Tai Youqian had no weapon and snapping a person's neck was no easy feat. Xie Qingyuan handed him a scalpel. He was the only one among the group permitted to carry a blade. Tai Youqian took it and opened his arms to the girl. Would you like a hug? Black blood began to ooze from the corners of the girl's mouth. She smiled, her teeth stained black, her complexion rapidly paling as if she would transform into a zombie any second, a terrifying sight. Tai Youqian maintained his smile, gazing at her calmly as she nestled into his embrace. Even in this apocalypse, this exquisite man still carried a faint soothing fragrance. She feared death, yet when it loomed she was calmer than anyone present. Thank you. Bai Xiaobei couldn't bear to watch and stumbled back a few steps, bumping into Yu Yang. Yu Yang raised a hand to cover his eyes. Bai Xiaobei turned and buried his face in Yu Yang's chest. This damn virus, how can it ever be eradicated? Yu Yang had no answer for him. Tai Youqian closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again a new resolve gleamed within. He raised a hand to stroke the back of the girl's head. The only death for the infected was to die like a zombie. Her father suddenly lunged to stop him, but Jushan pinned his shoulders firmly, leaving him to wail no. The sound of the blade piercing skin was louder than anticipated, perhaps because it was penetrating the skull. Tai Youqian had exerted considerable force, yet it was still harder to drive in than he imagined. But thankfully the girl didn't even let out a grunt before her body went limp. Gushing blood stained Tai Youqian's clothes. He could have ended her life in a cleaner way, yet he chose to hold her close to ease her fear. Tai Youqian laid the girl on the ground. Her father rushed over, sobbing over her body. Tai Youqian opened his mouth to speak, but his throat was parched. You. Before he could utter the words my condolences, his pupils constricted sharply as hot fresh blood splattered onto his chin. This was living blood as vivid as a rose. Jushan kicked the assailant to the ground. Several other thugs from Li Qi immediately surrounded him, brandishing knives they had pulled from somewhere. Bai Xiaobei turned to see the father, a knife embedded in his heart, collapsed over the girl's body. Both were dead. He cried out urgently, why did you kill her father? He wasn't infected. Everything happened so abruptly. No one expected the people in the warehouse to hold human life so cheaply. Or rather, after hearing the girl's plight, they had naively assumed these people still retained their humanity. A thug sneered, you say he wasn't. I say they were both infected. Better to kill 100 innocents than let one slip through. Boss Li will be here soon. All of you behave yourselves. The thug then raised his foot to kick Tai Youqian, who was kneeling on the ground. The foot stopped a centimeter from Tai Youqian, blocked by Yu Yang. Oh. It hurts. Let go. Yu Yang hadn't even gripped his leg tightly, yet the thug was already drenched in cold sweat from the pain. You dare lay a hand on us? Do you want to die? Yu Yang stared coldly at the speaker. The thugs were instantly intimidated by his bestial glare, their curses dying on their lips, and they dared not even lift a foot. Say one more word or lay a hand on my people and you'll snap all your legs. Yu Yang applied a bit more pressure and the thug whose leg he held collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. When Boss Li gets here, he'll kill you. My leg is broken. Go tell your boss that if he wants my help with the dismemberment head, better not let me see him tonight, Xie Qingyuan said, tilting his chin towards the man whose body was still warm. The thugs hesitated for 2 seconds. The zombies lured by the girl were still prowling outside the warehouse, and they indeed needed fresh human flesh. One of them walked out and returned shortly, whispering to the others. Then they helped Xie Qingyuan move the bodies to the cold storage and left. Li Qi is nearby, Yu Yang analyzed. As soon as we arrived, an infection appeared here. Moreover, the father who knew the truth was killed by his men without reason. It seems Li Qi intends to frame one of us for this. Who that wasn't hard to guess. Bai Xiaobei said, so it's because of our arrival that the father and daughter. Yu Yang, no. Don't blame yourself. Yeah. Bai Xiaobei felt deeply unsettled to the point of exasperation, yet he was powerless. They could only watch life slip away before their eyes, remaining mere bystanders to an atrocity perpetrated by humans and the virus in collusion. Should we strike first and capture the ringleader? Jushan suggested, a nameless hatred for Li Qi burning within him. What's the point? Someone like him will eventually reap what he sows. Let's rest for tonight. Although Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian had fought alongside them before, they had only faced zombies or zombies killing people, not humans killing humans. They probably needed some time to process it. I didn't even get to ask her name, Tai Youqian said, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. To keep them from falling, he quickly turned and walked away. Bai Xiaobei followed. You'll go check on him. Xie Qingyuan said to the mole who hadn't left yet, spread this news to everyone. Li Qi's rule was like arsenic corroding them all. The mole nodded solemnly. In just a few minutes all traces of the girl and her father vanished, leaving only the blood on the ground to testify to the suffering they had endured. They had not died in the jaws of zombies, but in the schemes of their own kind. The conditions in the shelter were far from ideal, yet Meng Yusong had finally completed the sharpening of Bai Xiaobei's katana. He had no idea whether Bai Xiaobei had purchased it from Japan. All he knew was that it was indeed a fine blade. Had he access to more professional sharpening tools, he might have honed it to even greater perfection. At that moment the setting sun painted the sky in a gorgeous tapestry of orange and gold, casting its radiance across the land, creating a scene of ethereal beauty like something from a fairy tale, a sight utterly lost on Yu Yang and the others confined within the warehouse. Meng Yusong, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze upon the katana, rose to his feet without even wiping the perspiration away. He assumed a starting stance and executed a flourish of the blade. The flourish was far from perfect. He retracted it halfway through. The katana was longer than an ordinary sword, so Meng Yusong took a moment to adjust before performing a complete set of sword techniques. He wore a white vest soaked through with sweat, the fabric clinging to his muscles, revealing a flawless physique, a rare and admirable form. Had his temperament not been so gloomy and eccentric, he might have garnered considerable admiration. At least that was what Zheng Yuan thought. Though he knew nothing of swordsmanship, he could see that Meng Yusong's movements were fluid and seamless like a dragon in motion, controlled yet fierce, swift and decisive. It was evident that he had practiced these techniques countless times. Imagining an opponent before him, Zheng Yuan could only conclude that they would be left battered and bruised. A look of pleasant surprise crossed Meng Yusong's face, clearly delighted with how well the katana handled. With his back to Zheng Yuan, he began to wipe down the blade. "Seen enough?" he asked. Zheng Yuan's gaze wavered. "It's okay. Not quite what I imagined." Meng Yusong let out a scoff. "What you imagined?" In martial arts novels, scions of ancient martial arts clans are always described as being able to leap over roofs and vault over walls, masters of Qinggong. I thought at the very least they'd know a backflip or two. Meng Yusong sheathed the blade with a click, clearly annoyed. "You think him some performing monkey?" "No," Zheng Yuan replied, his expression blank. "Then shut up and stay out of my way." Zheng Yuan had no intention of keeping quiet. From a professional standpoint, swords and blades are inferior to firearms. Meng Yusong retorted, "Spare me your data-driven theories. Any weapon, as long as you have the power to wield it, is a good weapon. But regardless of what it is, it shouldn't be abused." Meng Yusong paused mid-stride. After a moment he turned around, his expression dark, hands on his hips. "Are you ever going to stop all these veiled insinuations against me?" "No," Zheng Yuan replied. His glasses lent him a deceptively innocent air, making him seem like a studious scholar. "I'm just stating facts." Interrogation itself isn't meant for torture. He had thoroughly investigated every member of the team except for Yu Yang, whose personal information was scarce, and Lamo, who came from the mountains. He even knew trivial details like the fact that Jin Fatsai could only write his own name after finishing elementary school. Meng Yusong, 26 years old, was born into a family of martial arts practitioners. He had been learning martial arts since before he was born, mastering all 18 forms of combat. It was said that in his youth he was a righteous knight, though Zheng Yuan saw none of that righteousness, only his darkness. After reaching adulthood, his personality underwent a drastic change. Though he joined the military, he constantly caused trouble for his superiors, eventually even resorting to torture to extract confessions. To avenge a humiliated minor, he killed the sons of several high-ranking officials. Zheng Yuan had skimmed through these files, but his gaze lingered on the final page. He saw a familiar name and ID photo among Meng Yusong's victims. He had killed an innocent, misunderstood boy, barely over 20, hardly a man. Meng Yusong felt he had been too lenient with the other man these past 2 days. It seemed the man never learned his lesson. He had warned him not long ago, yet here he was daring to be insolent again. He walked toward Zheng Yuan. "Then he'll say this one last time. If you say anything else I don't like, he'll make you taste what torture feels like." Zheng Yuan countered, "Don't forget we all have subcutaneous monitors. If you torture me, Bei Cheng will know within a day at the latest." Meng Yusong tapped his cheek with the hilt of the sword. "So what? You'd be dead by then. I'd just be your burial companion." He noticed the man's trembling wrist and found it rather amusing. Timid as a mouse, yet he couldn't keep his mouth shut, always saying audacious things. Zheng Yuan caught his gaze and used his steadier hand to grasp the one that was embarrassingly shaking, muttering under his breath, "Being buried with you is a fate worse than death." They were standing close and Meng Yusong heard every word. He looked him over, genuinely puzzled. "Is your mouth the hardest part of your body? I'm also curious, who taught you to be like this?" Zheng Yuan replied, "The captain." Meng Yusong was speechless. "The captain said I'm a weakling, so I should win with words and never resort to violence." Meng Yusong's eyelid twitched. He had thought Jin Fatsai and Lamo were already corrupted enough, but it turned out there was another one hiding in plain sight. A possibility crossed his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed it, given Yu Yang's malicious nature. "Did Yu Yang tell you to deliberately provoke me?" Zheng Yuan shook his head vigorously like a rattle and retreated to a safe distance. Although he was a logistics officer not like those who charged ahead embracing the spirit of life and death camaraderie and self-sacrifice, he used to do things that lacked public conscience. But ever since he became a civil servant, his heart had undergone a tremendous change. He spent half an hour every day reading positive energy quotes. Therefore, even if framing Yu Yang would divert Meng Yusong's anger, he would never do it. Aquarians are indeed hard to figure out. Meng Yusong raised his hand, gripping the hilt, and jabbed the end of the scabbard into Zheng Yiwen's lower back. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Zheng Yiwen yelped, caught off guard, nearly jumping out of his skin. He pressed his hand to his aching back while scurrying toward the tent. "Time to eat. If you don't come in now, Jia Yuan and Xiao Tang will eat your share." Meng Yusong watched his hurried retreat, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. If Zheng Yiwen provoked him again, spouting incomprehensible and irritating words, he would definitely use the excuse of a sparring match to beat him up. He lifted the tent flap with his katana and bent down to enter. Suddenly he heard an unusual sound. Instinctively he straightened up and looked outside. About 100 meters away from their position, a flock of white birds of an unknown species had been startled into flight, circling above the warehouse housing the refugees as if waiting for something. Meng Yusong's sixth sense told him that the sound he had just heard was not made by birds. He listened intently for a while, but the sound did not recur. He glanced once more at the sky, which was transitioning from a light orange to a deep vibrant crimson like a magnificent rainbow bisected by a streak of white. "Brother Meng, hurry up. We found a deck of cards. We're going to have some fun tonight," Xiao Tang called from inside. Meng Yusong entered, ate his meal, and then lay on his bed resting with his eyes closed. He listened to them playing cards, and after Zheng Yiwen using his calculations caused them to lose every round, they kicked him out. Zheng Yiwen had no choice but to grab his laptop and sit off to the side, trying to contact Bai Cheng. The signal from Bai Cheng had been down since last night. That was not a good sign. From the corner of his eye, Meng Yusong caught a glimpse of the man's fingers dancing across the keyboard, defined knuckles and slender digits. Still no contact from North City. Zheng Yiwen shook his head. "No? I wonder if they've received the news about Dr. Xia Qingyuan being found." Meng Yusong thought darkly that it would be better if they hadn't. The subcutaneous trackers on the Yu Yangs would lose their shielding in a few hours. If North City discovered them and detonated the bombs, all the better. "Don't be so pleased. North City will receive my message before they trigger those bombs. My network is faster and more accurate than anyone's." "Was I pleased?" Meng Yusong raised an eyebrow. Zheng Yiwen retorted, "Weren't you?" Meng Yusong changed the subject. "When is Yu Yang coming back?" "The captain sent word. Thief found Bai Xiaobei, but there are some delays. Earliest return is tomorrow." Li Jiayuan remarked, "It's a miracle the captain could find him." Xiao Tang mused, "I feel like the captain has a special interest in him. Could they have known each other before?" Fang Kun added, "Hard to say. The captain does treat him unusually. And the vice-captain is also quite kind to that celebrity. Is the vice-captain a fan?" "What, you think our upright, almost unnaturally righteous vice-captain would be a fan like an ordinary person?" "Preposterous." Meng Yusong asked, "What's the latest possible time?" "No specific deadline. He also told us to be careful of Battalion Commander Zhong." Zheng Yiwen saw no reason for caution. Even with Yu Yang and Zhu Sheng gone, Battalion Commander Zhong remained courteous, offering them the best accommodations in the shelter and maintaining a pleasant demeanor. He seemed harmless. Meng Yusong ignored them, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the light. He lay motionless, letting Xiao Tang and the others play cards noisily around him. When night fell, Meng Yusong opened his eyes and sat up. Even in the shelter free from zombie threats, he still kept watch at night. Zheng Yiwen hadn't rested yet. He seemed fused, with his computer still in the same position as when Meng Yusong had closed his eyes, as if trying to worsen his eyesight. "There are no ophthalmologists now," he said as he walked out. Zheng Yiwen paused, removed his thick glasses, rubbed his sore eyes and lay down to sleep. He hadn't been asleep for more than a few minutes when he felt someone kicking his leg. Opening his eyes, he saw a dark silhouette against the dim yellow light. "Get up. Something's wrong." He put on his glasses as Meng Yusong turned to hurriedly pack his belongings. "Grab the essentials and let's go." Zheng Yiwen was bewildered. "What happened?" "I saw Battalion Commander Zhong's subordinates gathering troops in a panic, so I followed. Thieves sealed off a refugee warehouse and locked down several others around it," Meng Yusong said, his ominous premonition growing stronger. "That warehouse is behind the western fence where Bai Xiaobei was taken. Maybe zombies have gotten in." Zheng Yiwen's face paled. He stood up immediately to grab his computer. Meng Yusong frowned. "Still messing with that computer at a time like this? Go inform Li Jiayuan and the others." "You go," Zheng Yiwen ordered bluntly. In pulling up the surveillance feeds, Meng Yusong had forgotten about the cameras. Find out where the cars are and the armory too. Well, break out. Zheng Yiwen said, go save people. I'll monitor the warehouses and alert you if anything changes. Their words diverged completely, one wanted to flee, the other to stay. They both fell silent. But after a few seconds the silence was broken. Li Jiayuan yawned as he walked in. What's all the noise about? I told you two shouldn't room together. How sure are you it's a zombie breach? Battalion Commander Zhong can't be stupid enough to leave the western fence unrepaired, can he? Meng Yusong had no certainty, he relied entirely on instinct. Take a look. Zheng Yiwen turned the computer around. The warehouse that Meng Yusong had mentioned, now surrounded by Battalion Commander Zhong's men, looked like a hellscape. People were scattering in all directions, chaos reigning. One camera was positioned above the warehouse door. Countless layers of people were crying and begging to be let out. Behind them, those bitten by zombies lay strewn across the floor. In that moment, a fallen figure suddenly stood upright, joining the zombie ranks. Li Jiayuan couldn't speak, forcing out only a single curse. Meng Yusong said, there are too many refugees. We can't save everyone alone. Better to minimize losses and avoid backlash. In other words, retreat was the best option. Zheng Yiwen countered, it's not just us, there's Battalion Commander Zhong's men too. Meng Yusong replied, this isn't our mission. But saving people is. So many lives. If we don't act, maybe the entire shelter will fall. Zheng Yiwen finished the thought, chilling him. He hadn't joined the organization for the meager salary, but because Jin Fakai's grandfather once told him that saving lives was a greater challenge than conquering the digital world. I believe if the captain were here, he'd definitely save people. Anyone who plays the coward, he'd shoot them on the spot. Li Jiayuan agreed. In with you. You'll wake Fan Kun and Xiao Tang. Let's find Battalion Commander Zhong. Meng Yusong, the wolf deserter, was speechless. Once they left, only the two remained in the tent. Zheng Yiwen realized his words might have displeased the man staring holes through him. Recalling the earlier warnings, he offered a hollow correction, not everyone is a deserter. Meng Yusong remained silent. Zheng Yiwen added, actually, being a deserter isn't so bad. It's about valuing life. Enough. Pack up. Zheng Yiwen paused mid-motion, unsure. You're not leaving first, are you? I'm staying. But if the situation turns bad, we retreat immediately. Especially you, stupid and useless, don't lose your life. Zheng Yiwen opened his mouth to argue, but decided it wasn't the time for bickering. He let it go, choosing not to take Meng Yusong's words to heart. They quickly found Battalion Commander Zhong, who knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He admitted that the western fence had deteriorated and was breached by zombies. How many got in? Shouldn't be many, but they might have entered last night. That warehouse is too far to monitor properly. If the infected hadn't multiplied and run over, we might not have noticed yet. You're from North City, I wouldn't dare trouble you, he stammered, flustered. His jacket buttons were misaligned, exposing his belly, but he had no time to fix it. He hesitated, reluctant to agree. Yu Yang had already taken a significant amount of weapons. If he gave more to these people, there wouldn't be enough left. And the most troublesome one, Zheng Yiwen, was constantly in contact with North City. If this incident was reported, it would be deemed his negligence. If the zombies could be eliminated, fine. If not, those who didn't escape would die with him, and even those who fled would face consequences. Meng Yusong said expressionlessly, no need to trouble us. Battalion Commander Zhong, are you planning to let this whole shelter become a zombie's backyard? Battalion Commander Zhong was somewhat irked. Young man, there's no need to put it so harshly. Meng Yusong pressed on, since you find it harsh, will you give them to us or not? Weapons can be yours, but you'll have to follow the first squad. Meng Yusong made an audacious demand. We want command authority. Battalion Commander Zhong's face darkened further. The negligence with the western fence had already plunged the shelter into chaos, and now he had to cede command to a group from the northern city. His head throbbed, he was on the verge of losing his mind. Zheng Yiwen frowned slightly. Meng Yusong was certainly not shy, demanding power right from the start. It wasn't that they couldn't command. Apart from Jin Fatsai and Ram, the two lackeys, and the unruly Meng Yusong, every other member of Squad 9 had once led a team themselves. Their skills were formidable, but the other side was unaware of their capabilities and thus remained wary. Battalion Commander Zhong, you must have heard of Squad 9's abilities. Though our captain isn't here, the rest of us are top-tier talents from various military districts. To be impartial, we are 100 times more capable than your men. If you're truly uneasy, how about assigning us 2 squads first? Zheng Yiwen held the highest rank among them, and Battalion Commander Zhong trusted his words to some extent. The current situation seemed beyond his control. All right, I trust you. Then you'll go with the first squad to the first warehouse in the west. Having hesitated earlier, he now sent them straight to the front lines without ceremony. Also, there's one more favor. The battalion commander paused for a few seconds before continuing. Regarding the northern city, how about we wait until the zombies are cleared before reporting? I can temporarily keep it from them. Zheng Yiwen agreed. Give me one of your walkie-talkies for easier communication. Also, all other warehouses must be inspected. For infected ones, set up a cordon at least 20 meters around. Gather the uninfected together as much as possible. If I recall correctly, the east is your garrison. Have them move there if possible. Understood. You'll arrange it immediately. Meng Yusong interjected. We're all heading to the front lines. Battalion Commander Zhong should have no reason to stay behind, should he? If you don't take command and slip away halfway, we'd be throwing our lives away for nothing and your brothers would be disheartened. Battalion Commander Zhong was speechless. This man's every word was aimed at him. Had he somehow offended him? Zheng Yiwen stepped in to mediate. Battalion Commander, don't mind him. He's not good with words. Meng Yusong narrowed his eyes. He had figured it out. Zheng Yiwen only used harsh words with him but was perfectly polite to everyone else. Without delay, the group entered the armory and grabbed suitable weapons. Zheng Yiwen hesitated between a submachine gun and a pistol. Taking both seemed excessive, but relying solely on a pistol might prove useless in danger. Take as much as you can carry. His thoughts were interrupted by Meng Yusong. Zheng Yiwen slung the submachine gun across his chest and stuffed numerous bullets into the compartments of his laptop bag. Meng Yusong added, "We'll need plenty of bullets if we have to escape later." Zheng Yiwen was speechless. The man was still fixated on the idea of deserting. They arrived swiftly at the westernmost warehouse. The situation was grim. Soldiers braced the doors with all their might while inside cries of anguish and terror were deafening. The commotion drew more zombies to the breached fence, and despite the soldiers' gunfire, some still slipped through. "Help me. Help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save us. You're murderers. You're demons. You're killing people. You'll die a miserable death. Help. I don't want to die. Open the door." Seeing the door wouldn't open, some sought other exits. Gaps between the roof and walls allowed a few to be hoisted up, only to fall from several meters high, lying on the ground in agony. On the side, a space barely large enough for one person to squeeze through had been clawed open. Trapped inside, they desperately tried to save themselves. Li Jiayuan raised her gun and shot a zombie that had charged into the crowd. No good. There are still people alive in there. The first squad leader approached. Battalion Commander Zhong said to follow your orders. What do we do? Xiao Tang said, Fang Xuan and I will block the breach. Fang Xuan asked, is there any large wooden board or something nearby? The surroundings were barren. If not for Bai Xiaobei's capture and the zombies breaching the fence, they might never have known this warehouse existed. No, I've sent people to look. The breach is too large to fix with wire. There's some timber at the front door, but building a wooden gate takes time. Meanwhile, the situation inside is worsening. I really don't know what to do. Meng Yusong stared at the warehouse door. The desperate, anguished cries from within never ceased. There's a ready-made door right there. The first squad leader immediately objected. No. If we take the door, what if the zombies inside get out? Meng Yusong replied, then we kill them. The squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words. His brutal simplicity ignored practicality. What if there are latent infected? Naturally, we can't let them pass either. How many squads are here? Squads 1 through 4 are all here. Have 2 squads surround the warehouse. Don't let a single person out. As for the remaining 2 squads, Meng Yusong tilted his head, a glint of bloodlust in his eyes. You know what a hunt is, don't you? It was his favorite family activity as a child. The squad leader was taken aback. What? Surround them, find the zombies and infected inside and kill them. His repeated calls for killing gave off the aura of a hardened criminal. Even Zheng Yiwen could sense the squad leader's palpable disbelief. Zheng Yiwen suggested perhaps there's a better way. Meng Yusong countered, then tell me, what is it? Zheng Yiwen hesitated. I haven't thought of one yet. Then that settled. Meng Yusong had no patience for more talk. Every second wasted meant someone inside might be bitten, forcing him to kill more. I'm going in first. Do as you please. Do as you please indeed. Who was truly being casual here? Zheng Yiwen watched in disbelief as Meng Yusong stepped onto the back of a soldier bracing the door, climbed to the top of the doorframe, balanced on a narrow edge and nimbly hoisted himself over, disappearing into the warehouse. As he vanished from sight, Zheng Yiwen finally realized what was off. Wait. Did he take a gun? Li Jiayuan replied, no, he just went in headfirst with a samurai sword. Zheng Yiwen turned to the squad leader. Our man is inside. Get ready. But the squad leader still hesitated. You should know if the man who just went in turns into a zombie, this entire shelter is doomed. The squad leader was speechless. So why did Battalion Commander Zhong send these people here? To cause more chaos. The entrance was crowded with people crammed inside the warehouse. Meng Yusong, after slipping in, did not rush to join the throng. Instead, he swiftly scanned the entire space, pinpointing a few zombies wreaking havoc. He edged along the wall to a less crowded spot, leaped down like an ancient warrior, and drew a long sword gleaming with icy light to strike at a zombie with its maw wide open. Blades forged from crude stone were far from the sharpness of machine-made ones. Meng Yusong's first strike failed to sever its head. TCH, he muttered, dodging the zombie's attack. Reassessing his strength, he reversed his grip and drove the blade straight into the back of its skull. Though far inferior to the sword he once wielded, it would still suffice. Zombies tracked their prey by sound and scent, and the noisy, panicked civilians nearby were far more enticing than Meng Yusong. He effortlessly dispatched several more zombies, beheading the last one before it could even approach, a true conquest of this blade. Those he rescued scrambled to their feet, too terrified to utter a word, not even lifting their eyes to offer thanks. Shrieking, they rushed to the warehouse door and squeezed their way inside. Meng Yusong finished off the zombie head at his feet and headed toward the back of the warehouse. He had no doubt the door would be opened. If Team 9 couldn't even manage that, they might as well give up. As this thought crossed his mind, a loudspeaker blared outside. The military was communicating with the crowd, urging them to stay calm so that when the door opened they could be rescued more efficiently. Meng Yusong activated his communicator and stepped over a fallen man crying out, clutching a bite wound on his arm. Meng Yusong, what's the situation inside? Not good. Save. The man managed only that single word before his expression froze. A sharp blade pierced his brow, blood streaming down his face, and he fell silent. Meng Yusong pulled out the blade as he said, Zheng Yiwen, bring a loudspeaker and sing inside. Zheng Yiwen was taken aback. Sing for the zombies. No, treat the zombies to a song. All right, Zheng Yiwen replied, not understanding but respecting the order. The military's loudspeaker warnings had little effect. Before the warehouse door was fully open, chaos erupted. Calm down. Calm down. Exit slowly, don't push. Line up in the open space ahead for inspection. Line up. Line up quickly. The loudspeaker's voice tirelessly tried to maintain order, but the people refused to listen. A moment's delay meant being torn apart by zombies. They surged out, frantically shoving the soldiers in an attempt to break through the encirclement. Helpless, the squad leader had no choice but to order a warning shot. Anyone who takes another step forward will be shot. Step back. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Those who believed the soldiers would shoot stopped and begged to be let go, while others, unconvinced, continued to push and curse at the soldiers. Li Jiayuan raised his gun and shot down a man who charged at him, recklessly wielding a wooden plank in an attempt to strike him. The squad leader was startled. You. Li Jiayuan pointed his gun at the man's leg. He was bitten, he said, then ran into the warehouse. Can't let Yusong steal all the glory. Guard this place. Have your men dismantle the door and bring it to the fence, Zheng Yiwen said, following Li Jiayuan as they pushed against the crowd into the warehouse, not forgetting to swipe the squad leader's loudspeaker. Inside the warehouse was equally chaotic, but with so many rushing out it was less crowded. Many lay on the ground, those bitten and infected but not yet turned. Starting from the entrance, Li Jiayuan delivered finishing blows one by one, ensuring none would rise again. Zheng Yiwen activated the loudspeaker's music function. A cheerful tune blared out, celebrating the joy of the new year. Zheng Yiwen was speechless. The song was oddly festive. The music seemed to attract the zombies more effectively than screams. As they gathered toward the sound, Zheng Yiwen finally realized Meng Yusong's intention, to lure the zombies. Meng Yusong soon ran over, followed by a woman he had just rescued from a zombie. Get out quickly. He then dispatched several zombies, feasting on the same victim along with the barely alive person being devoured. As he turned to leave, a dog's whimper came from behind a stack of crates. Gripping his sword tightly, he approached, lifted the wooden board covering the crates, and stepped back cautiously. Zombified animals were far more terrifying than humans. A large yellow dog lunged out halfway, its front paws resting on the crate's edge. It barked twice, wagging its tail furiously as it climbed out. Meng Yusong was stunned. Da Huang. The dog barked twice as if recognizing its name. This was the dog they had escorted earlier from the village. No wonder some faces had seemed familiar. He had thought they were just generic, but they were the same villagers. This warehouse was where Battalion Commander Zhong had housed the villagers. A knot tightened in Meng Yusong's chest. If these were complete strangers, he could kill the infected without remorse. But knowing they were people they had saved, bitterness welled up inside him. I knew it would come to this. Better to have left you in the village. Meng Yusong, have you cleared the front? Zheng Yiwen ran over, pausing at the sight of Da Huang. He quickly pieced together the situation and fell into an unavoidable silence. We? Saved people only to Kill them. Meng Yusong confirmed his doubtful words. Yes, it's all futile effort. Zheng Yuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them a newfound resolve shone through. No time to dwell. Save who we can. Come on. Meng Yusong glanced at him instinctively only to see a hurried retreating figure. A weakling who usually did nothing but stare at a computer, now reduced to killing the infected lying helpless on the ground. He never expected Zheng Yuan to charge ahead of him. Zheng Yuan raised his pistol and fired into the head of a man with obvious bite wounds on the ground. Then he gathered those without visible injuries near the dismantled warehouse door, ordering a soldier to guard them. Suddenly a person lying behind him stood up and crept toward him silently. As Zheng Yuan turned, the zombie's mouth gaped wide, lunging at him. He had no time to dodge. Just as the jaws were about to snap shut on his nose, the zombie froze. A black line appeared on its neck, then its body toppled forward, its head rolling away. Meng Yusong said, "What are you waiting for? Finish it." Zheng Yuan snapped back to reality, raised his gun and fired a bullet into the zombie's severed head, which had begun to open its mouth again, trying to roar but silenced by its severed throat. "Thanks. Watch yourself. If you get bitten, he'll send you off with one strike." Zheng Yuan felt a chill run down his neck. Da Huang barked, and Zheng Yuan recalled what the villagers had said. Da Huang can find living people. Meng Yusong rushed toward the barking. That saves a lot of trouble. After clearing the warehouse, the breach in the western fence was sealed with the warehouse door. As Zheng Yiwu stepped out, he turned to glance back. The vast warehouse lay filled with corpses, shrouded in an eerie silence. Meng Yusong and his team regrouped with Xiao Tang and resumed screening the infected. Zheng Yiwu used his scanner to perform infrared thermal imaging, detecting abnormal body temperatures and accelerating the screening process. The leader of the first squad raised his gun and shot an infected individual, then observed Meng Yusong and his men, calm, swift and decisive. He couldn't help but think no wonder they hailed from the northern city, renowned across the nation as the elite 9th squad, their skills truly formidable. He had sent few men into the warehouse, or rather most were reluctant to enter the wolf's den. Only these individuals stepped in without hesitation, swiftly resolving the situation inside. Their confidence and capability were beyond ordinary. He felt a profound respect for them, imagining that without their presence the situation here would still be a desperate struggle to hold the door, with zombies pouring in through the western fence. Third from the left, Zheng Yiwu said, looking up. The bald man in grey, abnormal temperature. Meng Yusong approached, grabbing the man by the collar. The man, short and around 50, went weak-kneed and half-crouched, his hands waving frantically. No, I wasn't bitten. I just had a cold. I'm telling the truth. No wounds or blood were visible on his exposed skin. Uncertain, Meng Yusong handed him to the nearby doctor. Check him. The doctor acknowledged, leading the man into a cramped space curtained off with 2 pieces of cloth, instructing him to undress. In a life-or-death crisis, human propriety held no value. Some desperate to prove their innocence stripped on the spot for inspection. Zheng Yiwu asked how many in the warehouse. The first squad leader replied 877 registered. Zheng Yiwu calculated roughly at most a third will survive. More than I expected, the first squad leader said with a bitter smile, given their initial assumption that no one in the warehouse would escape. Xiao Tang and Fang Kun discovered a few more zombies near the warehouse. While protecting a child, Xiao Tang was bitten on the boot by a zombie, leaving only teeth marks without breaking the skin. He sat barefoot on the ground, exhaling in exhaustion. It had been less than 3 hours since they arrived, but they had fought tirelessly without rest, their shoes and socks soaked through. The child he saved came to help him up. He recognized the boy who had sat in Bai Xiaobei's lap earlier. It's you. Thanks for helping me, I just need 2 minutes to rest. The boy nodded, standing aside, unwilling to leave. His brother Bai dead. The warehouse near the western fence was tense. Any disturbance stirred the anxious crowd. Inside, rumors spread that Bai Xiaobei had been dragged out by a traitor and devoured by zombies. Xiao Tang had a square, unremarkable face, easily lost in a crowd. His only distinguishing feature was his robust physique, sturdier than most. He had no children and little experience with them, usually taciturn. Now trying to appear kind, his forced smile only emphasized his jaw muscles, making him look fiercer. Brother Bai isn't dead, he'll be back soon. The boy lowered his head, nodding, afraid to meet his gaze. Xiao Tang put on his shoes and led the boy to the gathering area. Meng Yusong recognized the child. Not infected. Xiao Tang shook his head. No, I checked. Meng Yusong nudged the boys back with the flat of his knife. Go with them. The boy squeezed into the crowd, but as he neared the cordon, Zheng Yiwu called out. His temperature changed. Xiao Tang exclaimed in surprise, but he has no wounds. Zheng Yiwu said, the scanner doesn't lie. The boy's infrared reading showed a 2-degree rise in temperature within seconds. Meng Yusong examined the child again and finally found a nearly invisible trace of blood on the back of his neck near the hairline. Xiao Tang was incredulous. How could this be? Hez. So young. The red mark looked as if a zombie had merely grazed him with its fingertip. Chen Yiwu said even the smallest wound can be fatal. In the world of zombies, the first to die were not others but these helpless children. Without protection, their death rate was more than double that of adults, pitiful and tragic. Meng Yusong crouched down and asked the boy expressionlessly, "Does your neck hurt?" The boy touched it and shook his head. "Close your eyes. I'll give you a gift." "What gift?" the boy asked innocently. Meng Yusong gripped the dagger behind his back. "You'll like it." The boy closed his eyes. Meng Yusong plunged the blade into his forehead. The boy collapsed and a soldier immediately grabbed his leg, dragging him to a mountain-like pile of corpses. They had no time for grief as new alerts appeared on the computer screen. They could only numb themselves and kill one infected after another. There was no other way. Chen Yiwu wondered, "I wonder if Dr. Xia Qingyuan's medicine will work, whether it can prevent infection or give the infected a chance to survive." He couldn't help but think if they could find Dr. Xia Qingyuan sooner and return to the northern city a week earlier, perhaps a vaccine could be developed and these people wouldn't have to die. Meng Yusong shattered his illusion. Even if it works, these people must still be killed now. Indeed, they had to act to provide a relatively safe environment for the survivors. The infection screening proceeded methodically. Few past, many remained. Those in temporary quarantine were tense, praying to escape this calamity. Everyone wore grim expressions, facing death with cold detachment. A green truck rushed over and Battalion Commander Zhong stepped out, adopting an inspecting pose but with a panicked look instead of a composed one. He slowed down about 10 meters away, incredulous. "You?" The first squad leader saluted. "We plan to clean this area in an hour, then dispose of the zombie and infected corpses." Battalion Commander Zhong interrupted. "You've resolved it." The leader was even more confused. "Yes. Then why did Xiao Zhao tell me?" Zhong's voice cut off. He immediately ran to the truck. "Go back. Hurry." A massive explosion roared in the distance, shaking the ground. A towering fireball shot into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night. The next second, the entire shelter lost power. With no moon, darkness enveloped everything so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Battalion Commander Zhong lowered his hands from his head, terror flashing in his eyes. He couldn't stay calm. Damn it. What the hell is Xiao Zhao doing? He kept calling Xiao Zhao on the walkie-talkie, but as he was about to get back in the truck, another man's voice crackled through the static. Captain Zhao detonated the vehicles at the main gate and sent 4 cars charging east. The gate. The gate is open. The gate is open. Run. Run now. The sound of the man shouting faded away, replaced by the chaotic noise from the walkie-talkie, with various indistinct voices jarring at everyone's nerves until a sharp electronic sound pierced through. Captain Zhong's face turned pale as he threw the walkie-talkie to the ground. Damn it, what a Zhao daring to deceive me. Chen Yiwen could also guess what had happened from their conversation, meaning that Captain Zhong's subordinates had defected, not only betraying but also using the entire shelter as a tool to block the zombies. The horde of zombies gathering at the main gate far surpassed what could be compared to the barricade on the west side. They had seen the dark mass of zombies from a distance when they entered, and after the commotion on the west side perhaps some had come over, but it was still not something they could withstand. Meng Yusong picked up the walkie-talkie from the ground and said into it, "The nearest team should check the situation at the armory. Other teams converge at the main gate, describe the situation at the breach and block the zombie horde." At this moment Zheng Yiwen also felt a bit dazed. They had worked so hard to block the breach on the west side for half the night, and now calamity struck again, with the main gate even being breached. With so many zombies, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't hold them back, becoming mere appetizers with a high death rate. Xiao Tang and Feng Su and Li Jiayuan were equally at a loss, their brows furrowing deeply. "Do you know why he ran away?" Meng Yusong asked coldly. Captain Zhong realized he was being spoken to, recalling the previous night's conversation about seeking alternative routes if there was no news from Shu. Zhao De's hesitant expression came to mind. Maybe he is heading to Shu. Damn it. A series of exclamations escaped Captain Zhong's lips, a bitter irony as the zombies he had gathered with lives now turned into a death knell. Right, the army has rocket launchers that might hold them off. His voice grew increasingly quiet as he imagined using a single rocket launcher to stop thousands of zombies. Even he felt ridiculous. Voices from the walkie-talkie reported, "The armory has been emptied. There are too many zombies. We can't hold out for long. Captain, think of something." How could he think of something? Captain Zhong's hopes were dashed as he sat down on the ground in despair, his stomach trembling 3 times. "It's over. It's all over." "Shut up," Meng Yusong admonished, irritated by his incessant lamentations. "How many troops are left in the shelter now?" A team leader spoke up, "I don't know how many have sacrificed. The previous data was 177 people. Compared to the panicked Captain Zhong, he trusted this man more despite his harsh demeanor, for he displayed considerable strength. More than I imagined. Half the people went to other warehouses to bring everyone out while the rest are split between looking for weapons, vehicles, food and blocking the zombies at the main gate. After hearing this, Captain Zhong's expression turned blank as he asked, "Can we protect the shelter?" At this moment he no longer cared about command authority. He would bow and scrape if it meant saving lives. This place had an open view and entering from the fence meant encountering vast open spaces. Splitting the shelter or reducing the area was merely talk. They had no means to erect a tall wall in a short time. Meng Yusong turned his head away in disdain. "If you want to stay, then stay by yourself." Captain Zhong, even in a state of panic, was clever enough to understand his meaning. The only route was to leave, but with over 10,000 people in the shelter, how could they escape? Where could they go? How? How do we move so many people? Meng Yusong turned to glare at him. His sclera was very obvious, his pupils small but dark, and that glare conveyed a silent threat that if he dared to speak again there would be consequences. Captain Zhong's skin crawled under that glare, but he was reluctant to accept it, saying cautiously, "It's really not easy to move so many people. We can protect them all on the way." Naturally they couldn't protect them, but staying here meant total annihilation, while going out offered hope. It was clear which was more critical. Zheng Yiwen asked, "Where do we go? With so many people we can't go far. The city can't hide this many people. The only place nearby that can accommodate so many is there." "Are you saying the airport?" Even in such a dire situation, Meng Yusong still wore a dejected look, exuding a sense of despair. "Do you have a better option? If there were fewer people they might be able to break into nearby villages, but with so many there is nowhere to hide. They can only look for a place as large as the warehouse." Captain Zhong said, "We can't save everyone from the warehouses in time. Perhaps we need to consider other more efficient ways." Meng Yusong retorted, "Are you thinking of escaping first?" Captain Zhong trembled, feeling the embarrassment of being exposed, and stubbornly replied, "I'm the captain here. How could I run away?" "Then it's best you leave last, just like us." Captain Zhong was left speechless. Except for Zheng Yiwen holding the rear, everyone rushed toward the main gate and then spread out near the gate to search for supplies and civilians. A team leader stayed beside Meng Yusong. Li Jiayuan said, "Captain, why are you here instead of commanding? I've directed enough. It's time to fight some zombies." "Who says zombies are hard to deal with? I'm taking down one with each shot. Just call me Old Wang." Old Wang's shooting skills were decent. He could take down one with 3 shots, and half of those he shot wouldn't get back up. But in Meng Yusong's eyes that was insufficient. "Your skills are lacking." Old Wang laughed a couple of times. "That's because you guys are too strong. My performance is among the best in our unit. Handsome guy, don't you need your knife? Indiscriminate shooting at the zombie horde is easier with a gun. Just call me Xiao Meng." "All right, Xiao Meng. My family was killed by these godforsaken zombies, and if we lie down here together, at least we fought for the people until the last moment." Old Wang laughed heartily a few times, as if he had already resigned himself to dying here today. Meng Yusong did not respond, his eyes sharply fixed on the rows of zombies emerging from the flames, his finger repeatedly pulling the trigger. The zombies' clothes caught fire, their bones burning, emitting an even more unbearable stench, as if they would never stop. The walkie-talkie crackled with bad news. The 2 warehouses at the eastern exit where Zhao left have been surrounded by zombies. Before Meng Yusong could call for a retreat, Captain Zhong shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Fall back, don't make unnecessary sacrifices, we must protect the remaining civilians." Meng Yusong asked as he backed away, "How many people are in those 2 warehouses?" Around his feet lay countless bullet casings, but they had no choice but to retreat. "Over 1,000, Old Wang provided an estimate. His hand was torn by the magazine as he loaded bullets, blood streaming from his hand, yet he could not afford to stop firing. "We're running low on ammo." Meng Yusong contacted Zheng Yiwen with his communicator. "You ready? We can hold out for a maximum of 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Meng Yusong boarded the last vehicle to leave. Fortunately, the large truck left behind by the factory was operational, otherwise relying solely on their walking speed would have caused further delays. "Aren't you going to talk about your probability theory now?" Meng Yusong spoke up in the quiet, looking at Zheng Yiwen, who was driving. Zheng Yiwen pressed his lips together and gripped the steering wheel tightly, crushing 2 zombies under the wheels to clear a path for their escape. "I don't have time now, and I believe we won't die." Meng Yusong withdrew his gaze, not expecting him to be so optimistic. "Let's hope so." At 1:03 a.m., the largest shelter in Dali city fell. The number of people who escaped was uncertain. At precisely 5:30 in the morning, Yu Yang opened his eyes. There was no trace of drowsiness or lethargy in his gaze. Instead, his eyes were clear and lucid, as if he had merely been resting with his eyes shut, never truly asleep. He lay flat on a piece of cardboard, a floral bedsheet draped over him. Beside him, a very faint breathing sound could be heard, distinct yet impossible to ignore amidst the cacophony of snores. The owner of that sound turned over, and with a soft thud, an arm flopped across his stomach. Instinctively, Yu Yang closed his eyes, maintaining a steady breathing rhythm. Only then did he reopen them, turning his head to look down at the person causing this mischief. Bai Xiaobei had rolled into his arms seemingly dreaming of something delightful, smacking his lips softly. Yu Yang didn't move. It was his first time lingering in bed and also his first time observing Bai Xiaobei up close despite the dim lighting. A small cowlick adorned the soft jet black hair. Lowering his gaze he could only see the tiny fair tip of Bai Xiaobei's nose and a portion of his cheek squished against his own chest. The skin was so fine that faint delicate fuzz was visible. The more Yu Yang looked, the more restless he felt, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. He thought he'll wait 5 more minutes. If Bai Xiaobei doesn't move away, he'll push him over. It shouldn't disturb his sleep, right? But he underestimated his own strength. The moment he reached out and touched Bai Xiaobei's arm, the other murmured and slowly stirred awake. Bai Xiaobei was a light sleeper. When his eyes first opened they felt dry and heavy, a sign he hadn't slept enough. He couldn't help but frown, instinctively burrowing his head trying to hide it under the blanket. Instead he bumped into something slightly hard. He grunted in dissatisfaction, squinting as he lifted his head, clutching the Hatsune Miku pillow with both hands. Only when through his drowsiness he saw the pillow transform into a blurry handsome face did he pause, blinking in confusion. Yu Yang. Why are you here? He was supposed to have slept with Tai Youqian last night. Why was Yu Yang beside him now? How strange. Li Qi's men came to monitor twice in the latter half of the night. Jusheng and I switched your positions. If we're going to put on an act we might as well do it thoroughly. Bai Xiaobei's consciousness returned. Realizing he had been clinging to the other man he quickly scooted back. Sorry, I was still half asleep. It's fine, Yu Yang considered, then added, if you want to sleep more go ahead. It's only 6 now. Bai Xiaobei shook his head. So Jusheng took Youqian to sleep with him. Although the phrasing was a bit odd it wasn't wrong. Bai Xiaobei thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. Youqian tosses and turns in his sleep. Jusheng is in for it. Yu Yang considered this. He probably finds it a sweet burden. When he had proposed the idea last night Jusheng had outwardly seemed reluctant, but he agreed quickly and was very deft in carrying the person away, careful not to wake him. The back of his neck had turned completely red. He likely didn't find it troublesome but was rather delighted. Bai Xiaobei's smile deepened. He turned on his side to face him. That was a good choice of words. No wonder you're from a prestigious university. Yu Yang's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he leaned closer. You have to keep it a secret from me. Keep what a secret? I never went to school. All traces of sleep vanished from Bai Xiaobei's eyes. He said in astonishment, you never went to school. If you speak any louder everyone will know. Bai Xiaobei clamped a hand over his mouth. Yu Yang was uneducated. That would explain his low emotional intelligence and poor comprehension. Curiosity got the better of him. You mean your academic credentials are fake? I didn't even go to kindergarten. Bai Xiaobei's mouth fell open involuntarily. He could understand faking a degree, but Yu Yang wasn't from some remote mountain village. According to Zheng Yiwen, he was a native of Beicheng. It shouldn't be the case. Was it because his family was poor or his parents didn't care about him, or perhaps he was an illegitimate child? Yu Yang found it amusing and used his index finger to lift Bai Xiaobei's chin. Bai Xiaobei's head was forced up, his mind still spinning with plots about an illegitimate child enduring humiliation or a down-and-out young master searching for his birth parents. Is it that shocking? Bai Xiaobei wanted to nod, but his chin was restrained, so he could only say, very shocking. Why didn't you go to kindergarten? Yu Yang countered, is it mandatory? No one questions the nation's compulsory education. Bai Xiaobei, most people go. Yu Yang, then indifferent. Even without schooling I'm still formidable. Bai Xiaobei detected the hint of embarrassment in his voice. He suddenly realized that Yu Yang had never bothered to correct Jin Fakai's loud boasts about his fake credentials. It seemed now that he wasn't indifferent after all. That's right. Captain Yu is already this amazing without an education. If he had one, wouldn't he leave everyone else in the dust? No need to exaggerate that much, Yu Yang said, feeling uncharacteristically shy from the praise. Don't tell anyone. I have my pride. All right. This is our secret. Bai Xiaobei extended his left pinky finger. If you're really worried we can pinky swear. A flicker of familiarity passed through Yu Yang's eyes. This feeling wasn't baseless. It had been lingering in his heart ever since the night Bai Xiaobei kissed him. He couldn't recall what it was, but he didn't resist it. From that perspective perhaps this familiarity wasn't a bad thing. Yu Yang reached out. Bai Xiaobei hooked his pinky around his and shook it, then pressed their thumbs together. Seems like something's missing. Yu Yang thought for a moment, then recited, pinky swear cross my heart hope to die stick a needle in my eye. He recited the childish oath with a serious tone, his deep voice lending it an unexpected gravity. You didn't go to school, so who taught you that? I don't remember. Did I say it right? Bai Xiaobei teased, you got it right. Now I won't tell a soul for 100 years. They looked at each other and both burst into laughter. It wasn't even that funny, yet their shoulders shook with mirth and they drew closer and closer. Bai Xiaobei could clearly feel how near Yu Yang was and could feel the other's gaze lingering on his lips. His breath hitched and he changed the subject. Who's on watch now? Yu Yang snapped back to reality. He suspected he had woken up too early and was overly excited because he had actually wanted to kiss Bai Xiaobei. But looking at Bai Xiaobei so fair and delicate, looking like you could pinch water out of his cheeks like a little white steamed bun, it was only natural for him to have such thoughts. He was just too adorable. Wang Xiong. You stay lying down. You'll go check. Bai Xiaobei's active brain suddenly recalled a TV drama he had seen where a husband would say the same thing to his sleeping wife when the baby cried at night. No, we'll go check on Youqian. He regretted it the moment he said it. It was only a little past 6. What was he going to check on Youqian for? To watch him sleep. But he had already said it. If he didn't go, his already affected behavior would seem even more contrived. Bai Xiaobei scorned himself. His head felt like it was bound in a pink circlet that tightened and blew bubbles whenever it touched Yu Yang. And Yu Yang was the same. He clearly didn't mean anything by it, clearly liked women, so why did he always do things and make gestures that provoked him? If this continued, he would really get angry. Directly above his head was the backpack Bai Xiaobei had carried in. A rabbit charm hung from it. Yu Yang reached up, took the charm off and pulled out a communication device from inside, putting it on his ear. The rest of the team's equipment had been left outside. Only his had been disguised to smuggle it in. Bai Xiaobei sat up, searching for a more convincing excuse. I think he'll just go to the restroom here. As he was about to leave, Yu Yang grabbed his wrist, his face bearing a seriousness Bai Xiaobei had never seen before. Call Jusheng over, he said, then walked to the other side, presumably to summon the others. Bai Xiaobei sensed something was amiss and hurried toward where Tai Youqian was sleeping. Turning around a shelf, he saw Tai Youqian in a rather ungainly sleeping posture, practically sprawled all over Jusheng, using him as a mattress, limbs splayed out. As he stepped forward, Jusheng awoke. Glancing at the weight on him, he could only lift his head to ask, something wrong? Yu Yang wants you over there, Bai Xiaobei said, glancing again at their odd sleeping arrangement. At least Tai Youqian had the decency not to crush little Sheng while asleep. Seems like something important. Without hesitation, Jusheng raised his hand and shook Tai Youqian by the shoulder. Tai Youqian was fast asleep and didn't stir at all. Jusheng pushed him awkwardly, causing half of Tai Yuqian's body to slip onto the hard floor. Mistaking it for a time when he was partying all night and being roused by his manager, Tai Youqian grumbled incoherently, "What's the big deal?" Smack. Despite being asleep, Tai Youqian's slap landed squarely on Jusheng's face with full force. Jusheng froze and Bai Xiaobei was stunned as well, but he reacted quickly, grabbing Tai Youqian to block Jusheng's view, fearing a retaliatory slap. He placated Jusheng, "You go ahead, it'll wake him up." Jusheng nodded at Bai Xiaobei, wiped his face, straightened his clothes and left. Bai Xiaobei held Tai Youqian's hand with one hand and pinched his nose with the other. Soon Tai Youqian woke up from lack of air. Just as he was about to throw a tantrum, he saw it was Bai Xiaobei and asked, "What are you doing here? Do you know we were separated last night?" "Yeah, I woke up when Jusheng carried me," Tai Youqian yawned, having slept quite well. "Where is Jusheng?" "Something seems to have happened." "Let's go check it out quickly," Bai Xiaobei said, pulling him along. "Also, you were practically sleeping on top of him. You need to apologize." "No way. I sleep pretty quietly." Bai Xiaobei gave him a speechless look. "Jusheng seems really gentle. Don't always bully him." "How am I bullying him, babe? Don't take his side. Are you into him?" "Even if I were, it's useless. Hair's probably straight just like yours." "That's a shame." The two chatted idly as they walked back. Yu Yang had already gathered everyone and each face bore a different shade of worry. Even the usually carefree Jin Fazai remained silent. The shelter had fallen. Upon hearing the news, Bai Xiaobei's expression darkened further. Then for members of Squad 9 were still there and their fate was unknown. "I tried to contact them, but there was no response. Only Zheng Yiwu knows how to save voice messages," Yu Yang continued. "But with Meng Yusong there, I think they won't die." Tai Youqian said, even the arrogant one used an uncertain answer. "Looks like we have no backup plan." "You're right about the latter part," Yu Yang would never admit to the arrogant label. If the situation weren't so dire, if they were just killing zombies and strolling around, he'd have a serious debate with Tai Youqian to win the argument championship. "We need to think of another way. Bai Xiaobei, we're still leaving. Jin Fazai, stay here and let Li Qi make things difficult for us. Has been watching us all night like a fly that won't go away. Wang Qiong, Captain, what do you think?" "Yu Yang, we have to leave. The shelter has fallen and there must be a massive horde of zombies there. We can't go that way. We need to find another route. But we have no idea if Zheng Yiwu and the others are alive or where they are. Zhu Sheng, they wouldn't abandon the shelter people and leave early. Yu Yang, Meng Yusong's character is questionable, but the others would fight desperately to save everyone even if they can't save all. There's only one place nearby that can hold so many people. Zhu Sheng, the airport. Exactly. If Zheng Yiwu shares their location, great. If not, we'll have to take a detour to the airport, Yu Yang said, looking at Xie Qingyuan, who was leaning against the corner. Xie Qingyuan, perhaps our agreement needs to change. With the shelter fallen, even if Xie Qingyuan managed to rescue everyone, there would be nowhere to place them. It was better to stay here, at least for food. I understand. This is force majeure. Captain Yu can't even look after his own team now. Blame their bad luck. Helplessness and powerlessness weren't just Bai Xiaobei's feelings, they were shared by everyone. Jin Fatsai punched the wall hard and cursed under his breath, what a damn mess. In just one night their escape route was cut off, leaving them adrift like floating duckweed, a truly unbearable feeling. Bai Xiaobei, are we leaving? What would become of this place after they left? Would there be more pitiful souls like that girl and her father, used as bait, stripped of human dignity, even of life, for a morsel of food? We have to leave, Yu Yang said in a low voice amidst the gloom. He squatted down, stretched his legs, shook his hands and rolled his neck. Tai Youqian, Captain Yu is in good spirits, still doing morning exercises. Just stretching. How about we make Li Qi step down? His words stunned everyone. Zhu Sheng, you want to help them take control of the warehouse? Exactly. Since a win-win solution isn't possible, we'll have to settle for one side winning, Yu Yang paused. Did I use that idiom correctly? Bai Xiaobei shook his head. It was then he realized Yu Yang had come in unarmed to avoid provoking conflict and to prevent anyone from thinking he wanted to seize the warehouse, allowing those who wanted to leave to do so. Honestly, he had thought Yu Yang was being overly cautious. Wielding weapons to force Li Qi to release people or threatening him would have been faster. But Yu Yang wanted those who stayed to continue under Li Qi's watch over the warehouse. That was his win-win plan, unexpectedly meticulous. But they won't easily give up power. Force might work temporarily, but once we leave they could seize control again. Simple. Yu Yang's tone shifted from light-hearted to that of a cold-blooded weapon on the battlefield, merciless and willing to sacrifice everything for the mission, a terror to enemies. If they don't step down, kill them. Meanwhile on the road, Meng Yusong sneezed. Don't tell me I caught a cold from zombie blood, he muttered. He had just killed a tall zombie ahead. Whether the zombie had been well fed in life or had been soaking in water and bloated, slicing it open sprayed him with foul liquid from head to toe. He was going crazy. A cold is the least of your worries. You're a biological weapon now, said Zheng Yiwu from the driver's seat, also going crazy as he strained to stick his head out the window for fresh air. It was unbearable. Why aren't there any zombies? What, you want to die? No, I'd skin a zombie and dress you in its clothes so you wouldn't stink so bad. The foul-smelling Meng Yusong sneezed again, his face darkening. The only way to achieve a perfect solution was to eliminate one side, causing Bai Xiaobei's heart to clench for an instant. He no longer bothered to ask if they could avoid killing or spare their lives. The survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The arrival of the zombies had regressed civilized society thousands of years back to an era where only material needs mattered. He began to understand Xie Qingyuan's notion of sacrificing a few to preserve the majority. Jin Fatsai swallowed hard. We really have to kill civilians? The others, never having faced a task involving combat with ordinary people, wore expressions of confusion mixed with reluctance. They were soldiers sworn to defend the nation and lay down their lives for the people. Now turning their blades against civilians felt deeply unsettling. We can take them with us, that would only hasten their deaths. Kill Li Qi and the resistors and perhaps those in the warehouse might survive a while longer, Yu Yang mused. Actually doing nothing is an option too. When the food runs out they'll die anyway. Yu Yang seemed to use an even worse alternative to highlight the benefit of killing only Li Qi, though the effect was far from convincing. Silence fell over the group. I almost forgot, we come from the same place, so naturally we harbor little pity, Xie Qingyuan said, rising to his feet. After a flicker of initial surprise at the decision, his expression returned to calm. I should have spared myself that unnecessary softness earlier. But it's fine now, at least I don't have to face the zombies again. You'll go tell those people to keep their distance. Once Yu Yang and his group clashed with Li Qi, there was no guarantee they wouldn't use ordinary people as hostages. Yu Yang retorted, don't lump me in with you. I'm not like you. We're different indeed. I'm a doctor and a scientist, you're a barbarian warrior, empty-headed and brawny, a child begging for candy despite your age, Xie Qingyuan venomously retorted, then quickly walked away before Yu Yang could counter or fearing his fury could land a punch. Bai Xiaobei couldn't decipher their cryptic exchanges or the connection between them. All he knew was that Xie Qingyuan had once again found a way to subtly insult Yu Yang. Despite Yu Yang's usual talkativeness, he was utterly helpless against such eloquent mockery. His barely literate mind seemed to crash like a frozen computer, a pitiful sight. Oh dear, why was he starting to view Yu Yang through tinted glasses, dismissing him as brainless? He should stop that. It was just a lack of schooling, nothing major. The man could talk and write. Wait, could he write? Why was he dwelling on this again? It was the end of the world, literacy didn't matter. Strength and cunning to survive were what counted. Bai Xiaobei would never admit that Yu Yang's lack of education had dropped his 100-point favorability by 5 points. Jin Fazai glanced at Xie Yuan, then at Yu Yang, and said to Ram, I feel like Professor Xie and Brother Yu Song would get along well. Ram nodded as he couldn't understand, just as he often failed to grasp Meng Yusong's words. Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian go with Xie Yuan, Yu Yang ordered. Had he known the thoughts running through Bai Xiaobei's silent mind, he would have been even more furious than being provoked by Xie Yuan, angry enough to spit blood. Bai Xiaobei instinctively wanted to refuse, but he knew his combat prowess was too weak. Staying here would only be a burden. Tai Youqian, however, thought otherwise. Look down on me. I can fight too. Yu Yang swept a glance at him, almost saying with his eyes, look at your scrawny frame, what use are you? Tai Youqian loathed that contemptuous look. Stop staring at me like that. I may not beat you, but that doesn't mean I can handle others. People are far easier to fight than hordes of zombies. That was true. Zombies relied on sheer numbers. You couldn't even see what was happening before being surrounded by countless heads bitten by who knows which one. But against humans, even if they were more agile without guns or heavy weapons and in far fewer numbers, it was like switching a game from hard mode to normal. Zhu Sheng said, if Bai Xiaobei and Tai Youqian go with Xie Yuan, Li Qi might become wary. Better to keep them here. Stay if you want, Yu Yang said, looking at Bai Xiaobei. He had intended to send him along, unsure if he could protect him in a fight. But seeing those bright sparkling eyes again, he found it hard to voice the order. Bai Xiaobei pleaded urgently, let me stay too, okay? Faced with such an endearing person, Yu Yang couldn't utter a refusal. Take care of yourself. I'll protect myself. Tai Youqian sneered, hypocrite. From now on, if he needed something, he'd just have Bai Xiaobei act cute, saving him the trouble of arguing. Remembering something, Bai Xiaobei approached Cao Zi, whose face had been grim since Brother Wang's death. Cao Zi, do you want to stay or come with us? But I have to be clear, I can't guarantee your safety along the way. Still, if we make it to North City, it's better than waiting here for the food to run out. Cao Zi's face paled as he hesitated, looking at Brother Liu. Brother Liu, what about you? Brother Liu shook his head. I'm content to have made it this far. I just hope to live a little longer. Cao Zi said, boss, I appreciate your kindness. I feel the same as Brother Liu. You have family in North City, a goal and support. I have nothing left. I just want to look after myself. I can't bear to face those man-eating monsters outside again. From their first meeting, Bai Xiaobei had done his best for him. Since Cao Zi chose to stay, further persuasion was pointless. I understand. We may never meet again. Take care. You too. I don't know what you do, but you're not ordinary people, Cao Zi said, looking at Yu Yang. Maybe this hope is too far-fetched for you, but I still wish you could be the ones to save the world, preferably before our food runs out. Yes, if they could develop a zombie cure faster, perhaps they might meet Cao Zi again. But with Xie Yuan's experiments failing repeatedly, who knew if that day would ever come? Don't ask for too much. Be grateful for a bite to eat, Yu Yang said, hating sentimentality. If Li Qi dies, this place needs a manager. You and that Liu fellow are decent choices. Brother Liu was stunned. Are you saying I should be the boss here? Can't you understand plain speech? Yu Yang scoffed at his comprehension. I mean, you'll be an administrator serving the people. Got it. Brother Liu nodded. You'll do my best. Li Qi had failed to trouble them last night. Today he would surely be itching to attack. They only needed to wait for his arrival. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Yu Yang leaned close to Bai Xiaobei's ear and whispered, did I understand that correctly? Yielding to the worthy means stepping down, right? Bai Xiaobei, who already felt a pang of pity for him, now found him even more pitiable. He didn't even dare to show his ignorance, pretending to understand and only seeking confirmation in secret. No? Phew. That's a relief. I was afraid I'd make a fool of myself. It seemed he wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself in front of Bai Xiaobei, but he did care about his pride. Bai Xiaobei couldn't resist ruffling Yu Yang's hair. Don't worry, everyone trusts you. You're remarkable. Yu Yang was speechless. Though he didn't understand why Bai Xiaobei was being so gentle or why his gaze seemed strange, no longer sparkling as usual but soft as a pool of clear water, it didn't feel bad at all. Sensing that Yu Yang wasn't resisting and even leaned his head into his palm, Bai Xiaobei didn't think his gesture was overstepping. He indulged in rubbing those silky strands a few more times before withdrawing his hand. Watching this scene, Tai Youqian's mocking grin nearly stretched to his ears. What a degenerate world this is. They are not even together yet and they are already this sickeningly sweet. Imagine if they were actually dating. Dating? Jin Fazai asked, his curiosity piqued. Finding you a sister-in-law. A sister-in-law? Jin Fakai's jaw nearly hit the floor as he glanced around frantically. Where? Where? Tai Youqian gave him a once-over with a look reserved for fools and said flatly, take your time searching. Though God had opened many windows for them, fairness prevailed. Those blessed with overwhelming offensive skills inevitably lacked elsewhere, be it in linguistic ability or intelligence. As expected, Li Qi came to confront them flanked by over 20 menacing henchmen. One might have thought had gathered a mob of gangsters from somewhere. I heard a girl was bitten here yesterday. Yu Yang nodded solemnly, feigning grief. Yes, unfortunately. My condolences. Li Qi was taken aback. Oh, thank. He stopped himself mid-sentence, nearly sidetracked by the young man's words. Then he pressed on, our base is completely isolated from the outside. How could a zombie possibly get in? I've been racking my brain all night and finally I figured it out, it's you. You brought the virus in. Yu Yang pushed down the finger Li Qi was pointing accusingly at his nose. Boss Li, let's talk this through. If you're accusing us of bringing in the virus, you'll need evidence. Someone's dead, died on your turf. Isn't that evidence enough? But I've heard a completely different story, Yu Yang replied, still relaxed. Still, if Boss Li says so, then so be it. What do you plan to do about it? Li Qi let out a cold laugh. Simple, you'll eliminate the virus. Strip down all of you. I need to thoroughly check if there are any wounds on your bodies. Yu Yang stepped forward. It's been so long. Even if we were made of iron, we'd have mutated by now. In civilized times, this would be an invasion of privacy. Besides, he hadn't even seen Bai Xiaobei naked, why should he let anyone else? That was nothing but a fantasy. A sharp glint flashed in Li Qi's eyes. Making excuses just to avoid my inspection. If you ask me, you're the prime suspect. Yesterday my man saw you hurt that girl. One of Li Qi's thugs stepped forward. That's right. I saw you talking to her and you touched her. That must have been when you infected her. Bai Xiaobei was stunned. Yu Yang had seen the girl before them yesterday. But had never mentioned it. Yu Yang didn't respond directly. So you're dead set on kicking me out? It's not about me wanting you gone, it's about your malicious intent. In doing this for the safety of the warehouse. I have no choice. Yu Yang sighed with feigned regret. Can we make a deal? I'll give you a gun if you let me stay. The area was filled with civilians, and even with Xie Qingyuan tipping them off, some innocent bystanders might still get caught in the crossfire. Moreover, if they fought here, the people in the makeshift medical room next door would undoubtedly be taken hostage. A gun? Li Qi stepped forward, the hunger in his eyes plain to see. Not just him, his entire team stirred restlessly. Yu Yang's words were nothing short of a bombshell. In the country, private gun ownership was illegal, a major reason for the rapid spread of the zombie outbreak. With a gun, their chances of survival would skyrocket. How do you have a gun? A group of men in designer clothes, all tall and skilled in martial arts. It wasn't hard to guess they weren't locals. After witnessing Yu Yang's abilities, Li Qi no longer believed their story about a college trip. But even the wealthy couldn't easily acquire guns in a country like Huaxia where firearms were strictly prohibited. Unless... Are you in business with the people from northern Myanmar? Yu Yang had been searching for a good excuse, and this one landed perfectly in his lap. The province bordered the Golden Triangle where guns were mostly smuggled in, far more plausible. Sharp eyes. Smuggling or trafficking? Naturally, Yu Yang said, pressing two fingers to his lips mysteriously. You know what I mean. Li Qi instantly understood he was referring to something ingested. Before the apocalypse, had been an ordinary college student and tales of drugs were shrouded in myth. He took Yu Yang's random gesture as some kind of underworld code, never realizing it was pure nonsense. But you don't look the part, especially those two pale-skinned ones. And why would a celebrity be with you? He wasn't entirely foolish, a moment's thought revealed the oddity. Bai Xiaobei with his fair skin didn't know how to explain, but Tai Youqian did. He wrapped his arm around Zhu Sheng's, leaning into him. Ever heard of a sugar daddy, you hick? Why do you think him thriving in the entertainment industry? Zhu Sheng labeled the sugar daddy, stood ramrod straight, but his ears were burning red. The allure of a gun was too strong. Li Qi didn't even get angry at being called a hick. He turned to Bai Xiaobei. You too? Bai Xiaobei steeled himself and nodded. Boss, you is good to me. Li Qi didn't suspect a thing. After all, everyone had different tastes and he could understand. Li Qi naturally assumed that Bai Xiaobei's hotel was funded by Yu Yang. No wonder you could afford such a big hotel. So that's the secret. You can't judge a book by its cover. Men have such filthy dealings behind the scenes, truly an eye-opener. Yu Yang waved dismissively. Not at all, not at all. Don't be jealous, buddy. It's just my talent shining through. Li Qi was speechless. He wasn't sure had been complimenting him, was he? Yu Yang gave him no chance to retort. Brother Li, what do you think? No one could resist his proposal. Let me see the gun first. Easy. The gun is placed outside. Lead the way. The group headed towards the warehouse entrance. You met that girl? Bai Xiaobei kept his head down. Yu Yang couldn't read his expression. Yes, he didn't intend to hide it. I asked her for directions while surveying the warehouse. At that time she had no injuries. Meaning after that the girl was captured and bitten by zombies. Those people were tailing Yu Yang. Did you know they were following you? Yu Yang paused for a few seconds. Yes. He had naturally noticed their pursuit but chose not to alert them. However, he hadn't expected them to target the girl, turning her into a zombie just to drive him away. They must think highly of him. If Yu Yang hadn't asked the girl for directions, if she hadn't kindly replied, perhaps she could have been spared this bloody disaster. Bai Xiaobei thought of an idiom, the whims of fate. I used to believe that things are determined by human effort, that hard work guarantees success. Now I'm starting to believe in destiny, he explained further. What I mean is many things are beyond our control. A twist of fate, a misalignment of time can lead to different outcomes. Yu Yang said, the world is always like this. Fate is a shackle, but if we don't act, that shackle can never be broken. If we do, at least there's a glimmer of hope. His life had never truly been his own, yet he yearned for freedom, a battle that would never end until death. Life and death are two ends of a line, what matters is the path in between. But I don't want my path to obstruct others. Even if it's not my intention, it still causes real harm, even bringing undeserved disaster to innocents, costing them their lives. My teacher told me that the bonds between people run deep. Trying to prevent them is futile. You can predict the future, all you can do is prepare for the risks and have no regrets, Yu Yang said. He knew Bai Xiaobei was drowning in self-blame. He hadn't felt such remorse after killing many, but he had experienced it when his teacher was taken away. It was unbearable, even maddening. I don't regret surveying, but the girl's situation happened because of me. I might feel sorry for her, but I won't wallow in guilt. That would prevent me from moving forward. Yu Yang looked into Bai Xiaobei's eyes. His head had lifted when Yu Yang mentioned the path, listening intently. He added, that's what my teacher said too. Your teacher must be even more remarkable than you. Your words have eased my mind. Thank you. His innocence and kindness were built by money and over 2 decades of parental indulgence. He grew up in a greenhouse, never thinking he would leave it, never expecting it to be shattered one day. Yu Yang was 4 years younger, yet he had experienced far more. Though his words sometimes carried a hint of youthful stubbornness, his thoughts and actions far surpassed his age. He admired Yu Yang and learned much from him. As now Yu Yang was right, guilt would only stagnate progress. What was done could not be undone. The only thing they could do was ensure the survivors lived on. I need to grow too. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. Will you get taller? Bai Xiaobei chuckled. No, but he'll become stronger. Can you teach me? What do you want to learn? Anything that can kill zombies and anything that